Good morning, Pokemon trainers! And welcome to Pokemon trainers from around the globe tuning in. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. I'm Anna Prosser, and we are here in Honolulu, Hawaii with some of the best trainers from around the world. Yesterday was one for the record books as the competition heated up across our titles, including Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. But today, the stakes are higher as our remaining trainers strive to become world champions. In Pokemon TCG, keep an eye on Jesse Parker, Fernando Cifuentes, and Diego Casaraga, but they'll face stiff competition from the rest of our Day 2 players. In Pokemon VG, Diego Ferreira, Wolf Glick, and Hirofumi Kimura have shown strong and consistent gameplay against competitors and are looking to make the top 8 later this evening. Pokemon Go has its own top trainers going for gold, with Inadequance, Yakobrovich, and Out of Pocket looking to secure their place in the grand finals on Championship Sunday. And we have teamwork on display in Pokemon Unite with the top teams so far, Nouns Esports, Talon, and Fennel. Unite's grand finals will take place this evening, so we'll be crowning our first world champions of 2024 before the end of the day today. All of these players and teams are raring to go, and I'm sure you are eager to watch them battle as well. Before the action begins today, though, we want to extend a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else who is helping to put on such a memorable event this weekend. And of course, a big thank you to the families who are here supporting our competitors this weekend. We know our trainers are ready to battle, so let's cheer them on and show our support. Casters, let's get today started.
Thank you so much, and I absolutely cannot wait to get started with Day 2 at the Pokemon World Championships. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost. We had such fantastic matches yesterday, and now we've narrowed it down to some of the best that are trying to buy their way into Top Cut, and furthermore, to be one of those few on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, our players yesterday performed so well to progress into Day 2, but now is crunch time. Today is where it matters. You've got to do everything right today. Put yesterday behind you, because yes, you've kind of come halfway, but there's even more to do today. The field has narrowed down. The competition is getting harder every single round, natural with these sort of competitions. And every single one of these players has a chance to progress to Championship Sunday to, duke it out for that championship title, become the 2024 World Champion. And it's so exciting that we've got a full roster for you today. Lots of matches to get through, and hopefully lots of exciting teams to be able to see and feature. Some of them that we might have not been able to feature yesterday, we'll be able to hopefully get them today.
It's really cool too, because sure, we're talking about trainers looking for that next step to be on Championship Sunday, but when we're looking at their overall journey, this is nearing the tail end of it, because they have been vying out through the entire season to make it to this point, and pushing on forward, there's going to be so much more. Yeah,
it's been such a long road. When you look back to November last year, where we kicked off the international scene in LATAM there, and then made our way into Europe, London, North America, down New Orleans, and then here we are, finally at the World Championships with the pinnacle of players, and the road that these players have had to come on is just phenomenal just to get here. It's a big celebration, of course. Worlds every single year, and we're all about it, all about seeing these high quality games which we've been delivered this weekend so far. So absolutely ecstatic about getting into the rest of the tournament today.
And when we talk about the journeys that the trainers have gone on, it's been so many different looks across the board. Of course, you win an international, you win a regional, you can get the points that way, but those only for a select few. Otherwise, we've been looking at the championship points the trainers have earned throughout the season, both in those massive competitions as well as in the local scenes, to be able to show that they are amongst the best to be competing here today. So it's been really, really nice to see that consistency that trainers have had throughout the season and how it's been paying off here at the World Championships.
Yeah, you can see the different payouts that players have had to kind of hit to be able to just not only get here, but have that challenge throughout the entire season. It is all about that consistency. And we've had players having real good consistency throughout this year, getting top cuts, being multiple regional champions, being IC champions. So that, you know, it's testament to these players. It's what they deserve to be here on this battleground, duking it out between each other to see who is truly the very best.
And we've gotten to see so much throughout day one, but of course, with Worlds being its own different little beast here, we do have to get refreshed with the format that we had headed into this weekend. The 2024 Pokémon World Championship event will be showcasing the best Pokémon VG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $2 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day one, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to day two. Day two, trainers who advance from day one will continue with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokémon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play. And when we're looking at the World Championships, of course, it's all about that glory of being a Pokemon World Champion and that trophy, but there's a nice chunk of change that is associated with that. It's going to be a $30K for that #1 spot. Definitely nice for a Hawaii vacation.
Yeah, definitely helps kind of take the cost of being out here, because it is just a wonderful place, and you're bound to do so many things. But even looking down to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, you're getting a great prize pot if you do accomplish that placing. But of course, it's all about that #1 placing, that $30,000 that these players will be going for, will be playing for. It's not only the glory, that is a little bonus on the side, I'm sure.
100%. And looking back at the standings that we've had throughout and look ahead at that day one, this is where things were ending up on the field. Only 3 players to have that title of being undefeated on day one of the World Championships, Diego Hirofumi and Wolf Glick. But even 7-1's putting you in a great spot, because of course you have to be looking at that next step, and that is going to be our top cut.
Yeah, it's incredible, and you can see the array of different regions as well represented here. All these players coming in from around the world and doing so well. There isn't just one nation dominating over another. There is lots of players from all around the globe. And yeah, even those 7-1 players, you can drop a game yesterday, and in this field, it's such a tough field of players. I think it's quite acceptable, but getting to this point with that 7-1 record, considering that records do carry over into today, I think it's a real testament to these players to kind of keep pushing and trying, not taking their foot off the gas at any point.
Looking at the players that we're talking about in day two, it would be anyone who had an X2 or better record. So the X2, it's definitely a little bit more position to be at. You do have to be flawless on the day, but of course, if we're looking for the best of the best, you got to beat the best. But so many strong names here when we're looking at our day two Swiss players. I mean, we got a world champion, we have international champions, we have individuals that just throughout the season have been popping off, redemption stories when we're looking at Kelch. Like, there's so many different stories here.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about it, and I think one of my favorite things about these broadcasts, following the journeys of these stories and their incredible accomplishments that they've had. There is 106 players who have advanced into day two from the starting point yesterday, which has narrowed the field down a lot, but like we've already mentioned, the competition is just starting, just heating up, and you can see all of these familiar faces like you've mentioned. Regional champions, multi-regional champions, international champions, and former world champions making up the field of players that are here in day two.
And of course, everybody's story starts somewhere, and looking ahead, you want to make sure you can have the best of Pokemon, and we have giveaways. First off, this is the Sylveon from the last year World Championships, Tomoyo's Anna's world-winning Sylveon, which is so exciting. And we're looking at the new regulation up next. This is definitely one that you want to be getting in your party, so grab that now while you can. Sleep Talk Worlds.
Yeah, great giveaway to take advantage of over this weekend. Not only for VG though, but we do have a TCG giveaway as well to celebrate 24 World Championships. Here you can receive a special illustration rare Picturon EX in-game, and this is available to download now. The code that you'll be using is Outburst World 24.
And of course, that's not it. There is Twitch drops if you're watching that TCG, so you want to make sure you can get what you can, because of course you need the best cards and the best everything, but you also kind of need the swag to go along with it. So you can get the deck box, you can get the coin, even some packs and gems to be opening. So make sure you're tuned in. You get stuff and it's a great way to be watching and supporting the players who are here competing.
Yeah, they're beautiful Twitch drops that we've got there, but they're not the only ones. We do have Pokemon Go Twitch drops as well, and day one we've obviously had. That has come and gone, but day two, more importantly, you can get your Team 1, Team 2, or Team 3. And these are Pokemon that will be available throughout the broadcast today, so keep an eye on this to obtain some of these really great and some competitive Pokemon. I've heard on the grapevine the Gastrodon is going to be quite good in Pokemon Go in the coming months, so maybe worthwhile picking up the blue Gastrodon. Oh, it's baby form anyway, while it is available.
Lou would love you absolutely for that one. Last but not least, Pokemon Unite. Again, got to watch and earn. I believe the championships for them are today as well. So an extra way you get to really see some fantastic Pokemon gameplay at the Pokemon Unite. It's always exciting. They absolutely light up the hall with their cheers. And you can earn some stuff to redeem for yourself in Pokemon Unite. But I think it's due and time to start talking a little bit more. No, we got one more giveaway.
We got one more for Unite.
Yeah,
we got the Platinum Emblem Gengar that you can pick up. I know. Yeah, that's just how the Unite guys roll. So, but you can pick up this Platinum Emblem Gengar. Use the code WCS2024, and this will be running until the 19th of August. So you still got a little bit of time to grab it in your games and bling up your Pokemon Unite account.
Nobody's ever complained about free stuff around here, so we definitely got so many different things, no matter what facet of Pokemon that you enjoy. But for the video game, we got our giveaways, but we also have a really exciting day of competition ahead of us.
Yes, and a very exciting match for us to actually kick off our day two as well. I don't want to throw any spoilers because we'll be getting over to the stage. The players are currently setting up, but we do have an absolute corker, Sierra.
We absolutely do. I mean, if you can recall back to those undefeated players, well, of course, we had to get them on that big stage. Wolf Glick going up against Hirofumi Kimura to be kicking off day two. Two trainers that are in their own rights. When you're looking at favorites to be trying to take this whole tournament down, their names are top of the list. And being undefeated, I mean, one more round, we'll be seeing them in cut.
Yeah, not only undefeated, I believe that Wolf Glick, you mentioned Sierra, has not only went 8-0, but is 16-0 in sets, has not dropped a game this entire tournament. It's just absolutely incredible. Not taking anything away from Hirofumi, of course, as well, who is just amazing. We featured him on round 6 yesterday against Javier and was just so dominant in that match. So two Titans going up against each other. What better way to kick off day two?
100%. If anyone's going to be ending this undefeated streak that Wolf Glick has at the World Championships, it could be Hirofumi. But Wolf Glick, this team is so strong. Looking at this core of Pokemon, this Calyrex Shadow Rider, the amount of pressure that it can be putting off from the get-go, especially if you get a nasty plot up, is incredible, and great supporting options to really make sure you're not being taken down by priority attacks. Having that Ferreira on team is clutch.
Yeah, got that solid backbone of the team. You know, the balance there, the Firewater Grass core between the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, and that Urshifu offers a nice way to support that Calyrex, which is really the centerpiece of the team. The Covered Cloak item, a very interesting item choice, not one that we commonly see on the Calyrex, but really going to play a huge part in this match as we go forward. We'll get into that in a moment when we look at Hirofumi's team. You've also got some nice outlets. That special engine that Wolf's got here between that Calyrex and that Raging Ball with that booster energy become a big powerhouse. The Terra types as well are quite interesting. You've got the Stellar Terra type on the Urshifu, so can't have that kind of defensive role there. But the Water Terra typing on the Calyrex gives it a bit of alleviation against some of those more threatening attacks that may be coming out commonly seen, giving Calyrex a hard time.
I love that we get the horse v horse matchup. The Shadow Rider on the one end, but Hirofumi is going to be bringing out this Calyrex Ice Rider, a Pokemon that, when we're looking at the top 3 restricteds going into this weekend, the conversation is right there as well. Powerful Glacial Lances that can really start to dominate a board space, especially too if you can get the dimensions in your favor with the Trick Room. But it isn't just a one-trick pony team. You do have some faster options to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the one thing that you would note there is the booster energy on that Fluttermane, the Icy Wind support as well. It's also worth noting as well, there's no Shadow Ball there that you sometimes see that could threaten that Calyrex, so if that does lead out from Hirofumi, it's not instantly putting any pressure on the Calyrex to terrestrialize, which plays a little bit into Wolf's hands. The big thing is, though, that Chi-Yu with the Snarl there has a Cover Cloak. It's going to be immune to those fake outs that can be provided by the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, to kind of get around that. The Snarl is going to be something that really does threaten that Calyrex. The Snarl, though, will not be able to drop its special attack because of that Covert Cloak. That's a huge thing. As well as the Icy Wind won't lower the speed on the Calyrex either. So Wolf has that in his favor.
It won't be able to drop much, but they can definitely deal out some damage. So we'll see that Flutter Mane and that Chi-Yu start coming out from Hirofumi in game 1 of this series, going up against this Rillaboom and Urshifu over on Wolf's end. No fake out pressure, which you would normally think when you see that Rillaboom, considering the Flutter Mane does have that Ghost type and the Covert Cloak onto the Chi-Yu. So neither way to really stop either option, but the Urshifu definitely can deal out a bunch of damage.
Yeah, the Rillaboom here is very pressured, you know, from that Chi-Yu, the Heat Wave, all the overheat that could come out from that Pokemon, so has to be careful here not to take one of those big attacks. But instantly seeing Hirofumi not want to keep it on the field, preserve it for later, and switch it straight out.
You definitely don't want to be the wrong side of a Surging Strikes there. So the Urshifu will be joining the field over on Hirofumi's end as Terrestrialization. We're starting this battle out right, and it will be that Rillaboom into the Fire type. If there was going to be something like a Heat Wave that was going its way, this would now be resisted. But instead, the Chi-Yu leaving, still great defensive type just to have down that road. But the Protect on the Flutter Mane means that no damage, at least from that Rillaboom, will go its way. The Urshifu would have normally been able to hit through that, but it's going to protect as well, as the Wood Hammer is going to be null and void.
Yeah, a little bit cautious from both players here, not wanting to commit too hard, but Wolf going hard on that Terrestrialization with the Rillaboom, kind of wanting to avoid any threat from that Chi-Yu. Hirofumi playing very well, switching in the Rillaboom, the Urshifu on the opposite side of the field. Now pressures that Rillaboom. Does have to be careful around those Grassy Glides that could potentially come out, do some big damage in that Wood Hammer, but you do have a way to really damage that Rillaboom now with that Surging Strike. And because of the Focus Sash that the Urshifu has on Hirofumi's side of the field, in a pretty comfortable position here. So does Wolf readjust, maybe keep that Rillaboom for later when that Chi-Yu reappears, and then you try and utilize your Urshifu in some sort of way to get some damage at least onto the Flutter Mane.
A little tricky because at the same time, this Rillaboom could pressure so much. If you want to save it for later, it is something that has to be swapped out. So the Rillaboom's going to be sticking around. The Urshifu will be the one making its leave as Calyrex will be joining out onto the field. The Calyrex Shadow Rider can definitely be putting a lot of pressure, but it could be taking some hits along on this turn.
Yeah, that's the thing, and we are going to see just an Aqua Jet into that Calyrex, doing some nice notable damage there, returning with the Grassy Glide from this Rillaboom into the Urshifu, below 50%, and the Moonblast following up into Calyrex, something probably Wolf doesn't really want to see too much of. That Calyrex taking a lot of damage before he's restricted his main kind of powerhouse Pokemon, and this Flutter Mane still undamaged here, in a pretty comfortable position. The Urshifu going to be threatened the next turn by the Grassy Glide, of course, so Hirofumi has to be aware of that. But this Flutter Mane in a nice position to just continually go for maybe another Moonblast into the Calyrex's turn. Wolf back a little bit against the wall and doesn't want to lose the restricted too easily.
Especially, too, with this Flutter Mane, it's maybe you don't have the super effective button, but Calyrex having taken so much damage on the swap in definitely doesn't fare in well. At least you do have a nice potential swap in with this Incineroar to maybe take that hit as well, but you also know when you are staring down the Urshifu, you need to then check it with the Rillaboom at the stage. And if you go for the Flutter Mane, well, it can start to fire back with a lot of damage. So Calyrex gone. Bringing on to the field, it will be the handy, the absolute favorite, the Incineroar, the feisty. That will be the Intimidate going down on the Urshifu. It does want to go for the Surging Strikes. That won't matter, but it would affect for a close combat. And this Aqua Jet.
Yeah, it's kind of the Incineroar's being used as a bit of a sponge here. We are going to see that followed up by a Dazzling Gleam. Rillaboom taking that so well now, not a super effective attack. Taking the advantage, though, to get a big Wood Hammer off while the opportunity's there, taking down a key component of Hirofumi's team.
We're looking at the Flutter Mane and the pressure that it had onto the damaged Calyrex, but if you can fire off one fantastic Wood Hammer into it, eliminated. Fantastic way to make sure that horse, despite the amount of damage, can stay safe. And now you do have the fake out pressure on this next turn with the Incineroar having just swapped in.
Yeah, and the Chi-Yu has a little bit of a harder time coming in now because we know it's got the Snarl, it's got those 2 fire attacks as well. Not really going to be effective against the Rillaboom or the Incineroar. Calyrex, if it is in the back for Hirofumi, could be that Pokemon that comes out onto the field now. It is going to have a hard time, but it is not waiting his time. The Chi-Yu coming out onto the field, that Beads of Ruin activated once again.
I mean, looking at this, it is something that can try and chip away, but I'm looking at just this Urshifu instead. It is still problematic that the Rillaboom over on the other end can just be pressuring into it. And I think despite the fact that we saw the Terrestrialization from Wolf on that very first turn of the match, in this situation now, it's exactly how it should be.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you would say that the Chi-Yu's in a position where it's not really going to be getting that much damage off, but the Urshifu is so threatened by the fake-out pressure there, and then the follow-up from the Rillaboom. That's why we're seeing it forced off the field, and we are going to see the Raging Bolt. Interestingly enough, that Hirofumi has not brought their restricted to this match, relying on that Raging Bolt instead.
It's a bold choice, but when I'm looking at the situation and just how outsped it is and how much pressure it could be taking, I definitely don't mind it. And that's going to be a Pokemon, this Raging Bolt, that takes this hit coming out so much better. The attempt at a parting shot into the Chi-Yu going to be nothing this turn since the little fish did opt to protect. Now I'm looking at this Raging Bolt and the pressure that can start to output, since it is that life orb, so you will be able to actually threaten some damage, especially since you do have that Beads of Ruin on the field that will furthermore help out.
Yeah, and especially when you consider the terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt, it is that electric type, so paired up with that life orb, it is really going to start to threaten the Rillaboom. It has got the Assault Vest, but it's not really going to be able to take too many attacks. That Incineroar now is very threatened. With the Beads of Ruin also boosting the power of those attacks coming out from the Raging Bolt, this is something that Wolf needs to deal with immediately and doesn't really feel like he's got the tools present on the field right this moment. If you can get a parting shot off into that Raging Bolt, that's going to help you immensely going into this next few turns. But maybe that's a target for Hirofumi in this one, as we see a Snarl Fighter from the Chi-Yu.
I mean, it's not too much damage, but if there is the swap, that you would have been catching a lot of damage on a potential swap in here. But of course, the U-turn, you'll be able to have a bit of a slower pivot coming on out, so you won't be on the downside of a Snarl, but it does mean whatever is coming in could be taking a lot of damage. And neither of these Pokemon look too great in that situation. The Urshifu does have the Focus Sash intact, but it was still not going to appreciate a hit.
Yeah, and I think the one thing here that Wolf's just found out is that the Rillaboom is faster than that Raging Bolt. He probably expected that U-turn to go off after the Raging Bolt had launched an attack off. Thankfully, this turn into the Incineroar, not into that Urshifu that's just come out onto the field.
Say thankfully, Incineroar doesn't necessarily feel that way, as it's going to be fainted, and now we'll get to see Wolf down another Pokemon. This is giving the opportunity for something to join the field and not be on the wrong side of a hit. But at the same time, when you're eyeing up that Raging Bolt and the potential priority that it can have with the Thunderclap, that is still a lot of damage that can be threatening. And since the Ferreira wasn't brought into this match, there's no way to stop that sort of priority.
No, and I think the thing now is that Hirofumi's really being very patient with choosing the terrestrialization here. You could go for it into the Chi-Yu, right? It has got that grass terrestrialization, would then resist the Urshifu attacks. It would also resist the majority of the time the Rillaboom attacks as well. But you probably are going to see it more so onto the Raging Bolt to get that extra boost onto those electric type attacks. You're not really losing anything either way with taking any advantage with losing a defensive weakness or gaining one with the electric typing. You're just getting the benefit from those big, powerful attacks. The thing is, though, for Wolf, still has that sash intact on the Urshifu, which is, it's been broken now, which is a bit vulnerable. But we are going to see, because of that fake out pressure, it switch out this turn.
The Grassy Glide, that's going to be the hit onto the Urshifu that had just swapped in. And now it's going to be Hirofumi down 2 Pokemon. Heat Wave coming on out. Rillaboom's going to be missed, but hitting into the Urshifu. That's the one I want to keep an eye on, because that's the one where now the sash is broken. Firing off a close combat into the Chi-Yu. Will be taking it down, and Hirofumi, all of a sudden, it's going to be the Raging Bolt against the world.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit too much for the Raging Bolt to do itself, especially when Wolf's still got that Shadow Calyrex in the back that can come in and kind of clean up. The Raging Bolt can come out now, can threaten, of course, the Thunderclap into the Urshifu, can get some decent damage off into the Rillaboom, now a fire type. But between the 3 Pokemon that Wolf's got, things are looking pretty bleak for this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, the 2 KOs on the turn when there could have been so much pressure back with this. You're in a weird spot because, of course, you know that there is the potential of a fake out into that slot, and you don't want to be taking unnecessary damage, but just going for straight up attacks. Finding himself in a really advantageous against a Raging Bolt that maybe could have been quite problematic into this. Detect onto the Urshifu. The Rillaboom's going to try and take a fair fight here. U-turn to start chipping away just a little bit more.
Yeah, we are going to see that U-turn pivot out, allow the Calyrex to come in onto the field. If it does take a Thunderbolt here, though, it is going to drop, but that would then allow the Rillaboom to come back onto the field, have access to that Fake Out once again, and Fake Out combination with the Unseen Fist ability on the Urshifu, something that you really want to see, get a close combat off, kind of start to close this game up, and that's exactly what we see. Thunderbolt into the Calyrex, but I don't think Wolf's going to mind at this point in the battle.
Absolutely not. He has positioned this so well, and you're going to get the perfect 2 Pokemon to be closing this out. In the Raging Bolt, I mean, that's exactly it. You're the tallest, longest neck sitting duck out on the field right now, and this going to be staring down this fake out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you are pretty locked at this point because close combat going to be enough to close this out. Also very well in positions where it looked a little bit dicey at times just to keep his composure, and time his moves so perfectly. The fake out pressure from earlier was an opening that he took, and you saw the double knockout there. So Wolf taking game 1 in dominating fashion.
Say dominating, but when I look back at that and that Raging Bolt and the pressure that I was able to put on later in that match because the Ferreira wasn't brought, I feel like there is definitely a couple of turns in there where this could have maybe been a little bit of a different result. I think when you're looking at Wolf maybe making more of those heads-up plays, I'm not going to go for this fake out instead, I'm just going for this damage, really find himself a window of opportunity there where Hirofumi was forced to play a little bit more defensive to not lose tools, and in that, lost so much more.
Yeah, I think the Wolf not faltering in his convictions was the big thing, right? Taking the opportunities when they're presented to him. The wood hammer there was pivotal. And also kind of fortunate as well when the Rillaboom went out that the Urshifu wasn't the Pokemon that was targeted that turn with the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. So yeah, of course, there was a few turns in there where it could have went Hirofumi's way because the pressure was there all the time on his side of the field. But I think the way that Wolf was able to manage that pressure and obviously had a game plan coming out from the start, not worrying about, you know, using that Incineroar as the sponge almost. It's there in case the Ice Rider Calyrex comes to the battle because you need a way to lower that attack. If you look at Hirofumi's side of the field, it does have ways to kind of slow down some of the options on that special engine for Wolf, but Wolf has to use that Incineroar in some sort of way, shape or form to slow down that engine that could be there with a Calyrex Ice Rider, which doesn't seem to be the thing that Hirofumi's really favoring in this matchup.
I think it's so interesting how Hirofumi didn't bring the Calyrex Ice Rider, but for Wolf, what did the Calyrex Shadow Rider do? It perished. It was kind of like the more of that fire, water, grass that was really dominating on Wolf with that constant repositioning and pressure he's able to put on, really showcasing the strength of other Pokemon in this format. Time to see a switch up here in this game too, though, and the horses make an appearance right off the bat. Calyrex Ice Rider next to that Raging Bolt for Hirofumi, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Incineroar for Wolf.
Yeah, it's a really nice lead and adjustment from both players here. You're going to see the Incineroar coming out for Wolf here. It is going to be able to drop and intimidate down, all importantly, onto that Ice Rider Calyrex because it is holding that never melt ice item rather than what we commonly see in that clear amulet. Really going to be something that Wolf can cycle that intimidate and slow that Pokemon down. Of course, there is the pressure there from the Calyrex Shadow Rider here where it is pressuring the Astral Barrage onto both Pokemon on Hirofumi's side of the field. Does that force Hirofumi to go for a Terastallization this turn? And also, if you are Wolf, you've got the option where you can Terastallize your own Calyrex, but there's a bit of a double-edged sword here. Yes, you can resist the Glacial Lances with that water typing, but do you want to commit to it because you instantly become weak to those electric type attacks from that Raging Bolt? That is such a threat and something that Hirofumi does actually, I think is a key component in getting over the line in this battle.
Well, at this point, it's going to be Calyrex leaving the field. The Incineroar does have Fake Out pressure on one Pokemon, and if it's going to be anything, it won't be into that slot. Chiyu rejoining the battle as well. We're talking about Pokemon that going to be faring quite well into the Calyrex. That will be it. In the Raging Bolt, nothing this time around. Astral Barrage coming on out. Notably, too, since the Raging Bolt is built for offense, it doesn't have an Assault Vest, so it's going to be taking...
With that Snarl, it's not really going to lower the special attack because of the Covert Cloak on both sides of the field, but it does threaten with that Dark-type damage. You don't want to do that, and you don't want to Terastallize, so maybe Wolf is going to adjust here, take that Calyrex out of a position where it is threatened, maybe utilize that Incineroar, the slow parting shot, switch out to something more favorable, switch out with the Incineroar, you're going to avoid any damage and get something back on the field in a more preferable position to deal with these big threats here and now.
And it's all where Hirofumi wants to go on this turn too, because keeping this Raging Bolt in is something that it will take an Astral Barrage at the end of things. And if you eyed this up trying to go for a priority move, Wolf has made that adjustment into the Ferreira for this match. So when we're eyeing up this Terastallization and eyeing up trying to drop this weakness to that Chiyu, it will be that water type. So something that could have been so scary up against the Raging Bolt, well, you have brought that perfect counter in that Giraffe. No priority coming on out, no attempt Astro Barrage going to be raining havoc on both of these Pokemon. Chiyu takes the hit, Raging Bolt does not.
Yeah, really great play here from Wolf, covering the threat of that Thunderclap, bringing the Ferreira in with that Armor Tail, preventing any sort of risk there. We are seeing the Snarl and how important this covered cloak is because, yes, special attack dropping on the Ferreira, but because of that item choice, not dropping on that Calyrex, keeping the boost that it's got from knocking out the Raging Bolt, becoming a big threat early on in this match.
And with Fluttermane joining the field now, you can be pressuring with the damage, and you do get the speed boost because of that booster energy. But you're not going to be hitting for weakness into it. And again, the Covert Cloak, such a great item choice onto this. You can't even try and lower the speed. So Wolf done a great job so far in really positioning this Calyrex Shadow Rider and actually putting a lot of pressure out. And Ferreira, you swapped the priority. You did what you need to do. You don't want to get KO'd by this Chiyu. That's going to be swapped back into Incineroar.
Yeah, one job it was here for, and it's done it. The Incineroar coming back onto the field now. Going to be in a more preferable position against what is the threat from these Fairy-type attacks on this Fluttermane and the Dark and Fire from the Chiyu. But we are going to see a Terastallization, interestingly enough, onto this Fluttermane. It is going to be a normal type. It's going to give it immunity to the Astral Barrage. Really key here in this battle against the big threat from that Calyrex.
You're staring down that +1. You don't want to be taking an attack, but don't worry, you won't have to protect from the Calyrex. Making sure you're not going to be taking a hefty Moonblast from the opposing end as Chiyu looking to hold on through this as well. What's notable about that Terastallization and when it's come out as well is you have now dropped that immunity to the Fake Out, and the Incineroar is perfectly swapped in. So now this Calyrex still doesn't get threatened on this next turn.
No, so the Fake Out pressure here from Wolf is just so well done because now, yes, you can't be hit by the Astral Barrage, but that doesn't matter for this next turn because you've got the Fake Out into that Fluttermane. You can slow it down, you can launch another Astral Barrage if you want into that Chiyu. Try and remove that from the field because that is, if you can remove it, a huge thing for you to get one step closer to closing this matchup.
A little roll of the dice, an attempt at a double protect, and it's going to fail. Chiyu will be taking a hit this turn. Fluttermane is going to be spared. The only damage coming out from that Fake Out. No damage from the Astral Barrage, but the Chiyu, it does hold on just barely.
Yeah, and it did go for the double protect there. You can make, you can see why you want to try and get the double protect so you avoid that Astral Barrage. It does hang on, thankfully, but it is solo health. Anything that's going to just touch it now is going to take it off the field. The Fluttermane in a position where it can potentially try and get a Moonblast off into that Calyrex, but it's easy enough for Wolf just to protect, go for a parting shot here, or maybe even just go for a damaging attack into the Chiyu, try and remove that, or just try and whittle down this Fluttermane because that's the key now. I don't think losing any position here from Wolf is the thing to do. I think just take your time and use the tools that you've got at your disposal to kind of work around Hirofumi's threats.
This flailing fish and wanting to preserve it will be swapping out. Ice Rider coming back in, especially too if you do think it is just going to be protect on the other end, and an opportunity to keep this Fluttermane nice and safe as well. Really just a preservation of the tools that they need to try and take this match out with. The Incineroar will be the only one to act the parting shot and attempt to try and lure the special attack coming out from this Fluttermane, but nothing this go around.
Yeah, it's a nice play here from Hirofumi to kind of block that parting shot to at least make the Fluttermane still a bit of a threat this next turn. The one thing that you would say is, though, this Ice Rider is in a really bad position here because the Astral Barrage obviously boosted. It is going to hit for super effective damage. Not something that Hirofumi probably wants to deal with here. We're not seeing any Protect. And Moonblast fired out from that Fluttermane. Is it fishing for a special attack drop? Astral Barrage coming out.
You can't get that special attack drop. You can't get nearly enough damage.
Oh!
You're not getting hit, but that Calyrex Ice Rider will be holding on. No attack from the Incineroar. Again, this parting shot. We will get an opportunity to go again over on Hirofumi's end. And Wolf, this will be a forced pivot on out. We've gotten to see the Pokemon. What is he going to be bringing in? One will take the hit a lot better than the other. Remember, the Ferreira took a lot of damage earlier on.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you want to avoid if you are Wolf is bringing in the Ferreira to potentially get knocked out and give that chilling near boost, because that's the one thing you want to avoid at all costs. You don't want to allow this Pokemon on Hirofumi's side to get any sort of foothold, any sort of advantage. So that's why we're seeing the Urshifu come in. It is going to resist this hit. Calyrex hanging on barely on 8 HP, and the Urshifu taking it pretty comfortably here.
I'm still lining up this Fluttermane and the damage output that it can have on this turn. The Calyrex just holds on. Both of them are looking a little bit worse for wear. Urshifu joining the field. The sash will be broken. You can be ending at least on the other end since you do have access to that priority.
Yeah, and the thing is going for the Aqua Jet into that slot as locking that. Whatever comes in here, the Chi-Yu switches in, it's going down. The Calyrex stays on the field, it's going down. Unfortunately, Wolf has got himself into a really good pin position. Then all you need to do is deal with this Fluttermane. You could even go for maybe a side shock this turn into that Fluttermane. Just try and get some damage off before your Calyrex goes down. Maybe even switch out this turn into the Incineroar. It's a pretty safe switch when you've got the cover from that Aqua Jet.
That will be the Protect to be kicking off the turn as Aqua Jet priority will eliminate this Calyrex and officially bring Hirofumi down to final 2 Pokemon, plus a Chi-Yu that's definitely not looking in the greatest shape. Dazzling Gleam, it won't do anything into the Calyrex, and since it is spread damage, it's going to be doing less, and the Urshifu is going to be holding on despite that. That would have been a fantastic KO to get, so your Chi-Yu could be surviving through this, but just falling a little short. Yeah,
and even if the Urshifu goes down here, the next turn comes in, you've got potentially that fake out pressure, which you could pile on to the Chi-Yu. Yeah, be forcing a Protect there, but I think the thing is, even if fake out comes out into that slot, even though it's got the cover cloak, you're still picking up the knockout, and then all you need to deal with is that Fluttermane. So the Aqua Jet here, an easy play for Wolf. Not wanting to lose that Calyrex for free, switching it out, or importantly, bringing that Incineroar back onto the field. Not going to be as threatened as much as what was out on the field previously.
Slowly but surely whittling away Hirofumi's tools to try and come back into the match, as officially the Chi-Yu, the Aqua Jet, no chance is going to be feigning. It's now just this Terra normal Fluttermane. Another round of Dazzling Gleam. The Urshifu already on a sliver of health is going to be KO'd. But now you have this Incineroar in, you have the fake out pressure, and you can swap back in something that can start to deal with this Fluttermane a little better.
Yeah, Wolf's got the lock here, he's got the fake out here. Even if the Fluttermane does protect, you've got the option to go for the Trick Room with the Ferreira, and then you're in a position where you can just close this out well and truly with that Incineroar Ferreira combination.
That's going to be the fake out to really make it official. As for Rigorath, that's the last thing you want to see is a booster speed Fluttermane, as you're going to be taking the damage going here on out. And now you can just slowly but surely play this game. There's only the one Pokemon. You're not getting too much options, and a Force Fit Protect on the last turn. No way to be stopping this barrage hits now, as that double up is going to make it official. Wolf Glick is going to remain undefeated here at the Pokemon World Championships.
Flawless victory here for Wolf, an absolute masterclass from the man himself, and what an absolute great game to see. Just didn't give any opportunity to Hirofumi through that entire set. It was just phenomenal to watch. Had a game plan, came into it, stuck to it, kept his composure. This man is on a tear this weekend, and it's not stopping here. He's got a little way to go, but everything looking and going in the right direction for Wolf Glick.
What's going to stop this reign of terror that he is inflicting upon Honolulu right now? Because undefeated, not even a single game dropped, is incredible. The caliber of trainers here, and Hirofumi, we're looking at someone to try and take him down at least once, but it's not going to be here. And I mean, that's top cut secured.
I think what we need to remember as well is Hirofumi is one of the best players in the world as well. This is just not any player that Wolf's going up against. He finished day one undefeated. He's the finalist from 2019 World Championships, had a good run at World Championships last year, and Wolf has completely dominated that game. Going over the matchup before we came into it, I thought it looked very tricky for Wolf. I thought there was a lot of things on Hirofumi's side of the field that could cause him a lot of issues. And it's just testament to Wolf in a lot of ways to say, okay, you had such a fine line game plan and really were just able to exploit the areas that were exploitable on Hirofumi's side of the field, close them out and not falter. Like I said throughout that set, he didn't falter at all through that, kept his composure, stuck to the game plan, and it worked out so perfectly in the end.
I think what was so key too, which looking back at it, was a really cool call coming into this event, and something that I'm sure has paid off huge. This Terra normal Fluttermane, because yeah, all of a sudden you don't damage from those Astral Barrages, but then that constant fake out pressure we could see from there on out was then pressure that you kind of lose a little bit in a way too, because then Wolf can start playing, okay, well, I'll protect this turn, I'll bring in a fake out, I'll kind of, you set up in that way. So even though the speed booster Flutter is very pressuring in that sort of way, being able to then manage it a little bit better was so key.
Yeah, and I think that one other thing as well that we probably didn't talk on as much was the Urshifu surviving that dazzling gleam, how well that's been trained, because in most situations, if that Urshifu goes down, things get a little bit more tricky from that end, because surviving, it allowed the Aqua Jet to just freely pick up the Calyrex, then pick up the Chi-Yu, which made it a lot easier to deal with that 3-on-1 situation against that Terra Normal Fluttermane. But like you say, there is the double-edged sword where, yes, you avoid the damage from the Astral Barrage, the big weakness that you do have, but you, alongside it, when you do that, you bring all of these other things, and you're kind of at that state thinking, Chi-Yu, pass me your covered claw, because I need a little help in hand here against this fake-out cycling. And you can see how, you know, how oppressive that can be when you're kind of pulling out the Incineroar. It can come in as a sponge, and it provides that pressure that these big hitters on a team like Wolves just really thrive to be amongst.
And right from the get-go, too, that Raging Bolt can kind of just be, and I mean, that Raging Bolt was something that in Game 1 looked like it could really turn the tides of the battle, unfortunately falling a little short. And in that Game 2, could have put a lot of pressure, but then Wolf already making that heads-up play and bringing the Ferreira off and stopping that priority. So you could go for a Terra that's going to help you a little bit more with that Calyrex, and you're not pressured. All of a sudden, if the Raging Bolt did want to try and go for priority, it couldn't, and you just dealt so much damage and being able to get rid of it.
Yeah, that is so true, and like just so many turns in that match were just incredible. But enough of our kind of dissecting of it. Let's hear from the man himself. He's on the stage with Gabby. Gabby, ready for an interview.
It was good.
Hey everybody, I'm here with a Pokemon trainer who quite frankly needs no introduction, but it's Wolf Glick. Congratulations on going undefeated in games and in matches this weekend so far.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely when I envisioned what the ideal world would look like this year, this is pretty close to it thus far.
I mean, you've been very good throughout the season, just picking a goal, visualizing it, and then achieving it. So what was your mindset coming into this tournament to prep?
Yeah, so this format is really difficult because there are so many different viable compositions. Like, I think there might be as many as 10 times more than normal just because there's all these different like single restricted Pokemon, and each of those like can be used in different ways. And so there's just so many compositions. So my idea was, rather than trying to use a team, a team that gives me a positive matchup into whatever I play against, I'd rather have a team that like is generally very strong and I don't have any like severe losing matchups, and then I can just focus on playing and like learning how to use the team rather than trying to like gain an advantage via like the team builder basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because your team that you're running this weekend with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, that was the first restricted team that I know you built and got a lot of success with. Was that intentional to come back to that pick for this tournament?
Yeah, so when I was working for NAIC, for North American Internationals, I figured out that I really liked Terra Water Calyrex Shadow. Like, it was such a cool way of using the Pokemon, it felt really good to me, and so like I actually debated not even bringing it to NAIC because I thought it was so strong, but in the end I'm glad that I did. But yeah, after NAIC, I was looking at my losses because I went 11 wins, 4 losses, and I was like, my opponents were really good, they played really well, and like I don't think my team was the final form of what it could be, and if I like improved some of the details of the team and if I like learned to use it a bit better, then I thought it could do well. So I kind of just kept using it, and I think it makes sense in this format because experience matters a lot, because there are so many like compositions, you need to know how to play against as many of them as possible. So it was definitely an intentional decision to like pick a team that I thought was strong enough in theory and then just continue using it so I could really develop as much of a mastery of it as I could.
I mean, your mastery of that core was on display in that last round against Hirofumi. We saw Hirofumi on stream yesterday. He had the Terra Poison Calyrex Ice Rider with Never Melt Ice, Terra Normal Fluttermane. I don't think anybody was anticipating seeing a team like that. So how did your understanding of your team help you puzzle through what you were facing in that matchup?
Yeah, so normally when you're using Calyrex Shadow, you're kind of forced to terrestrialize because they have so many Pokemon that can knock it out in one hit, but in this matchup, I realized that I might not need to terrestrialize Calyrex Shadow as long as I eliminated the Chi-Yu. So in the first game, I kind of focused on using Rillaboom and Urshifu to put pressure on the Chi-Yu and try to get rid of it right away. And also, like, Never Melt Ice Calyrex is really strong, but it's a lot weaker versus Incineroar, and so I knew that, like, I think that's part of why Hirofumi didn't bring Calyrex Ice game 1, because Incineroar is just so good into it, and so I knew that, like, basically by using Calyrex Shadow and Incineroar in the late game, they would be, like, good enough to carry me through. So it was kind of just about getting there. Went a little off the rails because he played so well and really caught me off guard, and so I had to scramble a bit, but yeah, in the end, it was like my Pokemon were so strong that even though things went a bit awry, it still worked out.
It was a really fun match to watch, and then going into game number 2, it felt like you were just in the commanding seat for that. How did you take the knowledge you got from game 1 and sort of adjust your game plan for it?
Yeah, I had a feeling that Hirofumi would lead the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu combination in game 1 because it's so threatening into Shadow Rider. And so when I showed that I was doing like, oh yeah, Rillaboom Urshifu, I thought he might like switch up his Pokemon in some way. And if he leads pretty much anything else or most other combinations, the combination of Incineroar and Calyrex is really good just from the get-go. And so, yeah, when I saw that I had like a really good lead advantage with like, it was probably the best leads I could have asked for, I felt really good. And I debated kind of setting up my Calyrex and going for a Nasty Plot, but I thought like maybe I should just get damage down, you know? I don't think he's gonna protect, and I have such strong Pokemon in the back as well that, yeah, maybe I'll just go for damage. And I feel like that turn 1 advantage and then the turn 2 KO and Raging Bolt, just gave me such a commanding lead because I'd also dealt damage to the Chi-Yu. He almost clawed it back. I think that probably there was a safer way for me to get to the end game, but he just played so well. But yeah, it was really, really close. And yeah, I kind of just focused on using the Pokemon I knew were strong, one time in the back and one time up front.
Nice. Well, I'm going to change gears a little bit. I hope that's okay. Yeah. We've been talking a lot on stream this weekend about the history of the Pokémon World Championships, and I think I remember actually watching you compete last time we were in Hawaii back in 2012. I have a bunch of very weird, shaky pictures of your matchup against Ray Rizzo in particular. You know, that was a very big day for you back then. Here you are now, it's a very big day. What advice do you wish you could give yourself in 2012 when you were back on that stage?
That's a good question. Yeah, I was also reflecting kind of my first time back in Hawaii since 2012. You know, it's funny, I looking back, there's so many things that I did wrong in that finals, but the truth is that I'm kind of happy things worked out the way that they did. I don't think I was emotionally mature enough at the time to handle winning the World Championships. I think it would have in the end been a bad thing for me, and I'm kind of glad that I had that big failure in the finals when I did, because I think it really pushed me to grow and mature in ways that I worry that if I'd gone you know, winning Worlds my second season after winning Nationals twice and the crazy start I had, I think it would have been probably, I think I would have a less healthy relationship with Pokemon now. So yeah, even though there's so many things I could do better, I'm kind of happy with how things played out.
Well, congratulations back then, congratulations today. Do you have anybody at home you want to give any shout outs to?
Yeah, so many people who have just supported me the whole way. Let's see, the people, my Pokemon squad, Aaron, Yuki, Brendan, Billa, Marcus, Dylan, Ed, Justin, I'm forgetting somebody. I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting somebody. Haley, Max, all the people at home who are watching and cheering me on. I have a big group chat with my friends, and they're, I'm getting text updates. I have to put it on do not disturb while I'm playing, or else it buzzes the whole time. Yeah, I've just been helped by so many people, and I really feel so supported. My family, the Weisses, it's just so many people have been supporting me. So there's plenty I've forgotten, but I really hope that I can come on an interview again later and do it justice.
All right, well, Wolf, thank you so much for your time this weekend. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. And we'll be back with more action from the Pokémon World Championships after a break.
Let's hear it for Wolf Glick!
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut, and so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and my mom and I watched it. I loved it, and I was just obsessed. I had the Pokemon cards, I had, action figures, I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And yeah, ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament. I think some people are like surprised, or they're thinking like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Trailer is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's the draw free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh, Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot, KO with +3 win, and Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship. And there it is, the prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sancier Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with his Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. To the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the 2024 Pokemon World Championships here at one of the sunniest places I've ever been in my life, Honolulu, Hawaii. Everybody is here having a great time, and I, Gabby Snyder, am here with the incredible Joe Brown for another deep dive with the Beach 5, this time focusing on the metagame we're seeing play out here at the World Championships.
I like that we made it a thing, deep dives with the Beach 5s. I was a little skeptical at first, honestly, but I trusted the team, and it's now a thing.
And that's the beauty of it. It's just that easy sometimes. But that's on our side of the world. I do really want to take a look at the metagame that's developing here at the World Championships, because this is actually our first opportunity to reveal the usage stats for day 2 of this competition. And I want us to just take a look at this for a moment, take it in, and realize that Urshifu Rapid Strike style is at 61.32% of the usage pool here at the World Championships. And while I will say that does not surprise me, seeing it clear 50% of the field very comfortably is honestly a little bit surprising.
I agree. We've had a lot of Regulation G events throughout the world, Gabby, and most of them, everybody talks about the Incineroar, Rillaboom, or Urshifu core. It usually sits at around 40, maybe 35% of the field is using those 3 Pokemon. But this time around, I think so many people understanding that this is the World Championships, there's no room for error, there's no reason not to use the best Pokemon, and I think you just widely consider those 3 totally understandable that they're in the top 5. Funnily enough, Gabby, the top 5 Pokemon are the 5 non-restricteds on Wolf Glick's team, and then he's also using Calyrex Shadow Rider, so using pretty much the most prominent Pokemon you could here in Honolulu.
I mean, you say the word prominent, but then at the same time, Incineroar has traditionally throughout VGC history been at usage percentages much higher than where it is currently. And I find that alone just very curious. I mean, it does make sense when you look at its matchup, of course, into Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Surging Strikes, 3 critical hits, doesn't have to worry about Intimidate. That's no surprise there. But usually for the earlier games, I mean, certainly for NAIC, we saw Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Urshifu just, 1, 2, 3 in some particular order. Incineroar's really fallen.
Yeah, definitely. That is the big surprise that both Raging Bolt and Ferreira are higher usage there. But the Incineroar, I think it's somewhat understandable how it has fallen off of the previous metagames that we've seen. 1, Kyogre overperformed very well at NAIC. 2 Kyogres in the top cut, in the top 8 there. So that's just inherently a Pokemon that does not care about Incineroar. All the Clear Amulet, Stomping Tantrum, Calyrex, Ice Rider Pokemon out there, these physical attackers with Clear Amulet, or ways of kind of ignoring Incineroar might have also been reasons that people left the cat at home instead for some other supportive options like Ferreira, like the Whimsicott. I love seeing Ogerpon Cornerstone actually making the graphic. I think, ring the bell. I think that's the first time since the original DLC for Scarlet and Violet that Ogerpon Cornerstone has made the top 12.
I think it also sort of adds to that lower Incineroar number, though, as the Rock-type Ivy Cudgel can be absolutely devastating to it, and like Urshifu does have that higher critical hit chance, which would mitigate any Intimidates or other stat drops on it. I do think it's also interesting as well that, we talk about what the best Pokemon in the format are, and you also see Fluttermane and Chi-Yu side by side in our top 12 usage. Certainly not, again, as ubiquitous as we've seen them in past tournaments, but we saw Hirofumi last round and yesterday do so well with those 2 Pokemon. I think there's a very natural synergy between Chi-Yu and Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course. And for those trainers who pick a different restricted, I almost feel like you can just put Fluttermane in that spot and then still basically have a Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it's almost like a comfort pick feeling, bringing Fluttermane back, right? Players are so used to, for the last, let's say, year and a half, ever since the Paradox Pokemon became legal in VGC, that it was on so many team compositions because of its utility with either Icy Wind or it's just raw strength, choice specs, photosynthesis, boosted Moonblast. It just was a Pokemon that was so fast, very bulky on the special defensive side. So it seemed like he can kind of catch all, and maybe people forgot about it, but it does appear like just the perfect both Calyrex answer into both Ice Rider and Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
One Hirafumi's as Terra Normal. You now go from being weak to Astral Barrage to immune. And then, of course, you have your super effective Shadow Balls into the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side. So it does feel a little, I feel more secure that Fluttermane's back on the graphic.
And they're still roommates, too. They're up there side by side once again. I do want to ask you one more question, Joe, about this graphic. But rather than focusing on what's here, I'm very curious if there was anything you were expecting to see here in the top 12 that maybe didn't quite make the cut.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really kicking myself for not choosing Iron Hands over Chien Pao on my predictions. Maybe a low kick, as we now see this Swords Dance low kick variant of Iron Hands taking over the metagame here in Honolulu. And I was really between Chien Pao and Iron Hands, but this Iron Hands, it kind of went away for a lot of the last regulation, and people didn't think it's that strong. But understanding that even if you pair it with Miraidon, it's not the end of the world to have two electric types on your team, because there are not too many ground attackers prevalent in the format. Of course, you have both forms of Ursaluna, maybe a Groudon here and there, but most of the ground attacks are actually coming from same type attack bonus hits. And with the Electric Seed that you see so many of these Iron Hands using here this weekend, you're going to be taking even less damage from those. So my surprise is Chien Pao not being on the list, because I do really like the synergy with those top 3 physical attackers on Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Urshifu. I thought Chien Pao might have made top 12.
Yeah, I was also expecting to see Grimmsnarl up here, honestly. Like, we spent a lot of time talking about it yesterday during its Pokemon profile, but to recap it real quick, Dark-type Prankster user gets access to Light Screen, Reflect, different ways to drop the attack or special attack stats on the opposing side of the field if you want. It has Thunder Wave, it has Taunt. Like, there's so many different ways you can play it, and it also increases a team's overall bulk, which is what I typically expect to see when thinking about how people would approach playing at the World Championships. But I think this is good here for the non-restricted Pokemon. I know that everybody out there is probably curious which Pokemon is going to reign supreme on our restricted picks, and really the top 2 being the Calyrexes once again. I believe I did some rough numbers yesterday. Calyrex Shadow Rider was #1 in usage, and I believe Ice Rider was second yesterday as well. So I'm not too surprised about seeing those 2 up still on top, but Zamazenta jumping up into 4th place. That's a really nice jump for it to have made.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Zamazenta is really interesting that it's the 4th most commonly used restricted Pokemon in day 2, and that is always the important stuff to note between the raw usage from day 1 compared to day 2, because day 2, these teams are a little more battle tested, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, everybody is a Worlds caliber player, Worlds qualified in the beginning of day 1 yesterday, so there's no slouches entering round 1. But the people that are still playing here in Swiss on day 2, they've kind of had to, they've shown their work. They've proved that their team has good synergy. So Zamazenta is one of those general catch-all solid restricted Pokemon that it's not necessarily some of the Miraidon matchups or maybe Kyogre and Koraidon matchups where you feel like some matches you automatically lose, some matches you automatically win. Zamazenta feels kind of neutral, 50% into every field, or every matchup. So if you are a trainer confident enough in your own skills, Gabby, it's a great restricted to use because you feel like you can win out in any of those scenarios.
For sure, and it's also a bit on the natural bulky side, which is something that almost all of these restricted struggle with. I think the only other one that maybe doesn't struggle with natural bulk is either that Terapagos or Groudon, depending on how they're trained. But overall, like, I feel like Zamazenta just, if you have a favorable matchup into Calyrex Shadow Rider with the rest of your team, if you can handle the Calyrex Ice Riders, it does feel like a very safe play for Worlds because you're essentially giving yourself an edge over what you think will be the majority of the field.
Yeah, I do think with the both Ice Rider and Shadow Rider, specifically Calyrex Ice Rider, I think is kind of gotten, at least on stream, kind of gotten away scot-free in some of its matchups. Just, you know, just trolloping over the battlefield without too many counters, especially because of Ogerpon Cornerstone helping against those fire types on the other side. But most of the dynamic or, you know, really volatile matchups we've seen on stream so far have been with hard Miraidon counters and hard Calyrex Shadow Rider counters. You run Terra Normal, you run Terra Ground, or Terra Fairy Pachirisu, let's say, with Volt Absorb is just the anti-Miraidon, anti-Raging Bolt Pokemon. And I think that's what's interesting to see is that I haven't seen as much just pure Terapagos teams or anti-Kyogre Groudon teams. It's really, I think most people did expect Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider to be the two Pokemon to prepare for the most. And who knows, the Ice Rider players might get rewarded for that.
We'll have to see. I know Hirofumi was running Ice Rider, and it is currently X and 1. I think there were a couple other Ice Rider players who were X and 1. Unfortunately, did not have a chance to take note of them, but I will come back with that information. But overall, I do want to look at, I believe that's Groudon down there in last place.
I know you might have forgotten what Groudon looks like since it's usually so low usage.
There's also a beach ball in the way, so I had to look around it.
That is Groudon in 8th place.
Okay,
yes.
So let's talk about that, because I don't know. Did you have a chance to look at any of the teams that were running Groudon this weekend?
I hadn't. I know usually you have some sleep powder or some I should say some sun abuse usually attached to the Groudon teams there, but usually Clear Amulet is the held item of choice since Incineroar is such a difficult menace for the Groudon on the other side. And this is kind of a coming of age story for Groudon in the history of VGC. Because it is used to being the Pokemon that just runs through the battlefield and destroys everything, hits hard, as long as it hits Precipice Blades, of course. But now Groudon is really kind of facilitating its teammates to succeed, which I think is a beautiful story, Gabby.
I think so too. And from one of the Groudon teams that I was looking at yesterday, it was actually paired with a Gravity user. So there was access to gravity, which basically will force any Pokemon flying to the ground and also increase the accuracy of moves. So basically Precipice Blade's best friend.
Yes.
In addition to running Hypnosis, which again, with that accuracy boost, has a much higher chance of putting a Pokemon to sleep.
Old 2016 vibes.
All 2016 vibes, yeah. And it's cool to see players harken back to those strategies that have done well in past World Championships, have done well in past National Championships, and bring them back to the World Championships this year and find some success with them. You know, Miraidon and Pachirisu, I feel like, has to be called out now that I've mentioned this, because it really is the elephant in the room this weekend. But it just goes to show you that even though there's, 8 very powerful restricted Pokemon, even though some of them are going to be used way more often than others, there still is opportunity for creativity in how you build these teams and compete at the highest level.
Yeah, but I do want to, piggyback off your comfort pick point or your, familiarity point, because this is something that Scott and I talked about yesterday, Gabby, about the importance of legacy skill in VGC in particular. It'd be fun to do a little exercise to see the players qualified for 2024 World Championships, see which restrictions they used at the 2019 World Championships and the 2016. There's a very high likelihood that somebody who used Kyogre as one of their 2 restrictors in 2019 or this year also used it in 2019. It's one of those comfort things where maybe you're not as familiar with the Koraidon. You don't have the thousands of games as Koraidon as you've had with Kyogre since potentially 2010, like Wolf and Aaron and some of these other, well, both Aarons at this point. All of the players that have been playing the game for so long with all of that legacy skill, with all of that prior matchup knowledge, it's really understandable why you'd pick something more comfortable instead of the newer, shinier toy that you might not be as familiar with.
Yeah, and that actually brings me to a great point. I know one of the things that you were looking at coming into this World Championships is like past picks that have really defined the metagame. And while we may not have time to go into a lot of detail on one, I do want to ask you, given the similarity in format this year to the other restricted format years, is there a past pick that you think people could think back to and maybe use for inspiration this year?
Well, it's so tough because with the single restricted aspect, we haven't had this at the World Championship. I think the biggest thing to me in 2019, if you wanna do a little flashback thing there. 2019 World Champion Naoto Mizubuchi made a great call for the World Championships, and that was Dragon Claw Primal Groudon. And I think to me, that's what I'm seeing in this format. Is it's not Pokemon that are changing. Obviously, Primal Groudon was the bee's knees. He was a great Pokemon, but choosing a very uncommon attack in that position, I think it might have been the 7th or or 8th most used attack for Groudon that year. Effectively, what Naoto did was he understood Mega Rayquaza is a problem, right? As well as the Ultra Necrozma in that year. Ultra Necrozma also being a dragon type. So he had this tail room with a team that you can have Tailwind and Trick Room on it. So it's a very well-rounded team prepared for anything. And what Dragon Claw Groudon did was he ensured with enough bulk, Naoto would be able to survive the Dragon Ascent from Mega Rayquaza, and then in response, after the defense drops, always one-hit KO the Mega Rayquaza. And it's something that most of his opponents, if you go back and watch his Top Cut matches, they really, or performance throughout all of 2019, they were not anticipating Groudon to hang on through the hit and also to get punished for missing the KO. And I think that's what we're seeing with Terra Fairy, Pachirisu, or Terra Normal Fluttermane. We even saw that, I know Ashton Cox was running Terra Fairy Snorlax as a Miraidon counter, right? So I think that's what's really standing out to me, is it's not the Pokemon that are the choice, it's like the Terra options and the specific moves that they're using to counter the metagame.
Well, history was made in 2019, and we'll be making some more history tomorrow during Championship Sunday. You're not going to want to miss watching all the incredible action where we title our champion for Pokemon Go, our world champions for the TCG, and of course our champions for the video game as well. So make sure you tune in, set an alarm, ring the bell so you get notifications when we go live, all that good stuff. But we're going to take a break here now as we get ready for our next round of Swiss here at the 2024 World Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place for you. Come with me to my first ever Pokemon League. I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much before, I wanted to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice. Another player even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went. It was super easy to join, and I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
We're on a journey to meet Pokemon fans, known as trainers, and help them evolve, just like their favorite Pokemon.
I'm Andrew Mahone. I'm here to dive into the game and take our trainers to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers personally and help them grow in real-life challenges along the way. Oh my God!
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
There's always that fear of rejection.
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I feel ready. Let's go.
Look, you're gonna need it.
I love you, but it's time to attack, and I'm gonna hit you with the G-Max pedal.
All right.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak.
Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with us as we embark on an epic road trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are so excited to have you here watching the video game championships for the World Championships in 2024. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Lou Akjosh-Cromie, and we are here to take you through the next round of Swiss. Lou, how are you doing today?
I am so good. I'm still basking in the afterglow after that amazing opening game here in day 2. Glick showing exactly why he is a previous world champion, still undefeated in the tournament, and still one to watch.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it at this point. I feel like it is just so difficult to say that you are at a position where you've made it into a top cut position, let alone say that you are undefeated in the process, not dropping a single game.
And that's the thing, we're in day 2 as well. So it's been a bit of a cruel summer for some of the players here who've been knocked out in day 1, but now we still have some trainers in contention, and let's zoom in on how the rankings are shaping up at this point in the competition. Wolf still with that undefeated run, but then we've got some incredible 8-1s as well.
We did have Diego Ferreira as our other undefeated player heading into the beginning of today. Unfortunately, did lose that last round, but still sits at that 8-1 record. And all of our trainers at 8-1, if they're able to win this next round and get that 9-1 record, then they have also locked in a spot to play in that top cut. So that would be very, very exciting. A lot of other familiar faces. When we take a look at those 8-1 records, Sebastian Escalante, I know that is one of your favorite players, Lou.
I think he knows he's one of my favorites at this point. I shout him out almost every broadcast, and fantastic to see him at that X&1 record, one to watch, as well as some incredible players as well. Shohei Kimura, the reigning world champion, still at that X&1. I believe their only loss was the one that was showcased on the broadcast yesterday and has remained on a fantastic streak ever since. Marco Hermantha Caldera Silva as well, the LAIC reigning international champion, as well as Justin Knox, Navjit Joshi, and Yuta Ishigaki.
Yeah, very exciting to see them here. I like Justin Knox in particular has been a player that is so impressive over the course of the season. Didn't need very many events to qualify for the World Championships, and then kind of took a step back, and now is here doing so well at this year's World Championships. I'm so excited to see all the other players that we have here. Japan, totally still at the top of the tables for a lot of these trainers, and we get a chance to look forward at some of those other 7-2 records. They're still not out of it just yet. They can win out and still make their way into the top cut. But we only have 2 more Swiss rounds to go. That's why we are going to be looking forward to our next round. Here's some of the matchups. We are going to be following Antonio Sanchez versus Diego Ferreira, and Wolf Glick versus Marco Silva. Oh my goodness, if we didn't have a great match for Wolf on that last round, then this is also so great.
All of them are absolutely incredible, and I wish we could have the time in the day, the hours, to be able to bring you every match match, but also the players don't want to wait around one by one. They all want to play and bring that adrenaline and atmosphere to the stage. Honestly, Antonio Sanchez, a player that I've been able to watch blossom throughout this entire season, having a fantastic run, actually won the Liverpool Regionals as well this season, as well as getting a fantastic top 4 finish at Bologna very recently in this regulation, so has some really good experience with this, and most notably, of course, the final event before Worlds was NAIC, and he got top 8 there.
It is amazing to see how much Antonio Sanchez has been able to do in just the Regulation G format, which feels like it has translated to success in this World Championships. Diego Ferreira, though, still looking for that big win. Did get top 4 at the Melbourne Regional Championships in Australia, but also got that top 32 at the European International Championships this year. And that is so great to see. At the international stage, has also proven himself and can hopefully continue to do that at this round.
I feel like both of these players have demonstrated a lot of consistency, a lot of kind of capability to be able to get through to those top cut positions. But yes, Antonio has won the regional, but he hasn't won a World Championship yet, has got very close on the international stage. And now when you're at Worlds, you kind of really want to go for that #1 spot. And Diego wanting to get that first champion title to add to his accolades.
It would be fantastic to see, and that's why we are so stoked to be able to jump into this match in just a couple of minutes. We're letting our players get ready on stage, and then go ahead and do just that. Before we do that, though, let's preview the restricteds that we're actually going to see in this matchup. For Antonio Sanchez, going to be the Ice Rider Calyrex, and for Diego, we do have an Ice Rider Calyrex as well, but very different makeups that we'll talk about as we get a look at the team sheets. For Antonio, though, I think that's so impressive that he's decided to go with a different restricted, because as you mentioned, the top 4 at Bologna, the top 8 at the North America International Championships, he did use a Terrapagos and Screamtail team at both of those events, but it's not Terrapagos this time around.
No, shaking things up a little bit. And Terrapagos, I think, kind of fell off the meta a little bit before approaching Worlds, but it has had a lot of usage, and a lot of players from Spain and Italy as well actually picking up. And although Antonio is from Spain, he's decided to shake things up and go for this Calyrex Ice Rider. And when we saw Gabby and Joe talking in the lounge about the usage stats, you can see why. It's really up there as one of the prominent Pokemon that everybody is using. And what I like about Calyrex Ice Rider, you've already mentioned these are a little bit different, and obviously we'll be able to talk about that in a bit more time. But one thing we've noticed in the meta is actually how different Calyrex Ice Rider is being run. It previously was like a staple trick room, hard trick room, super slow, super bulky, super offensive pressure, but like there's no speed investment here. And now what we're actually seeing is this kind of hybrid model where it can function well outside a trick room, maybe even in a tailwind. It then is able to hit those speed markers to outspeed some key Pokemon in the field at the moment.
Absolutely, and you just rely on Ice Rider Calyrex's natural bulk that it has to know that you're able to stay on the field for a long time and dish out those very devastating Glacial Lances. All of that damage adds up over time. We've seen even just in some of our matches on stream yesterday how you can get like a couple of Glacial Lances down. You don't even necessarily need to lead the Ice Rider Calyrex. Maybe you wait for some of the Pokemon up in the front to actually start to soften up some of those targets, and then you bring that Ice Rider Calyrex in the back to really be your anchor, clean that up, and get you those game wins. So we'll have to see how both of these trainers have approached the Ice Rider Calyrex, but we are teasing the fact that you will see two very different archetypes for both of these players.
And honestly as well, I think with the Glacial Lances coming through, getting those kind of chilling Nay boost rolling up as well, that can be so devastating out on the field, and it's kind of like being KO'd by 1,000 cuts with all of those Glacial Lancers coming your way as well, particularly when they come again and again and again into both the Pokemon on your side of the field. That's where things can get really, really kind of steamrolled for your opponent if you enable them to get those chilling Nay boost up. And we see it with Grimnay as well on the Shadow Rider.
Absolutely. The Astral Barrage, I think one of the reasons why we have seen Ice Rider Calyrex and Shadow Rider Calyrex be so prevalent in the meta is because as the single restricted, you want to make sure that you can believe in that restricted Pokemon. It's reliable, it is your trusty steed, and you do have a multi-target, 100% accurate attack as your signature move on both of these Pokemon. It is so strong, and that's why you can really rely on it to be able to get that down. Unfortunately, not the same can be said about some of the other Pokemon that we saw on that usage graphic for the single restricteds. I've been a Groudon fan since day number 1.
You have, and I do believe, Rosemary, you've told me before that the way I can talk about Gastrodon all day long, Rosemary can talk about Groudon all day long.
They share so many letters. It's kind of like they belong
and
together.
Typing a little bit as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, half a typing at least for Gastro.
Yeah, you got the ground typing. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, it all works out.
But I was surprised to see so many Gastrodon actually here, and not Gastrodon, Groudon. Sorry, I can't help it.
Different color too.
It just happens. But there is a lot of Groudon out there in the field, and considering, you know, how good Calyrex is doing, but also the fact that there is still a lot of Kyogre out there as well, I'm very surprised to see it doing well, but it's holding its own out there.
It is, and one of the things that you can really rely on for Groudon is if it hits its Precipice Blades, it can do a very similar thing to those Ice Rider Calyrexes. Precipice Blades, also a spread type attack. You're able to kind of consistently lay down that damage that it all adds up at the end of the day, so you can have other things on your team, like a Sucker Punch, like a Thunderclap, be able to start picking up those really low health targets. It also doesn't have that bad of natural bulk either. You can actually train a Groudon to survive a Glacial Lance from an Ice Rider Calyrex. Even if it is super effective, you don't have to Terrasilize away to ensure that you're going to take a hit.
I mean, you do see a lot of trainers as well when they're clicking that Precipice Blades button, like crossing their fingers,
I'm like,
really
please,
hoping
please,
to
please,
Arceus,
please,
like,
please,
please come through, and then it misses, and it's like, you're such a false god, Arceus, why weren't you there for me? You know, come on. I really needed to hit that Precipice Blades, and that can be the heartbreak that comes through with a Pokemon like Groudon. But as you said, when it connects, it can be beautiful.
It really can. And you can also train it to have a bunch of other move options, so it's not just the Precipice Blades that you rely on. But Heat Crash is very prevalent, especially when you're setting this up for yourself. And you can Terrastalize to a fire type to give yourself the same type attack bonus. And I could go on forever about the Groudon. But you know what? What about Kyogre? I feel like Kyogre is another one of his Pokemon that we actually did have a lot on our caster predictions.
Oh yeah, I had it right up there. I mean, I was going for the water types, maybe a safe choice, because we know the Fire, Water, Grass core is such a staple out there.
Absolutely.
But for me, Kyogre, one of the things I really liked about it is because it doesn't get intimidated. And we do have a lot of Intimidate out there at the moment with Pokemon like the Incineroar. It then has this kind of flexibility on the field where it can stay, it doesn't have to switch out and reset, and it can deal so much special attack damage. Not only does it bring obviously the Drizzle, boosting up those water type attacks, you can throw a boosting item on there like a Mystic Water, for example, to make them hit harder. You can go for Terra Water if you want to deal even more damage, and there's just so much potential that can come through from this very bulky Pokemon. When you look at Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, also a special attacker that can deal out a formidable amount of damage, but maybe a little more frail. I think having that kind of nice balance of offensive and defensive capabilities allows Kyogre to have a moment.
It does. I think that there's still a little bit of room that could be carved out for Kyogre. I know we haven't gotten a chance to see it just yet, and we're not going to see it in this matchup either, but you know what? A girl can dream. Let's jump into our Swiss round number 10 matchup between Antonio Sanchez and Diego Ferreira. You can see the Ice Rider Calyrex on both sides, but for Antonio Sanchez, really leaning into what we would consider more of the meta Ice Rider Calyrex at the moment, a little bit more of that balance to be able to make sure that you have all your bases covered. But for Diego Ferreira, hard Trick Room. This is really leaning into the slow, the natural pacing that this Ice Rider Calyrex can provide, alongside a bunch of other options to really operate in that Trick Room mode. Torkoal, Gallade, amazing.
And this is something we haven't had the pleasure to see in daylight yet in this World Championships, is this hard Trick Room mode, because a lot of the trainers have opted for maybe a more speedier option. But let's dive a little deeper into Antonio Sanchez's team first of all. We've already got that Calyrex Ice Rider, the cornerstone Ogerpon, a Pokemon that I was a little bit, you know, surprised to see doing so well, one that you've had as a favorite from day dot, but I forgot that you existed, Ogerpon. I'm so sorry, but you're here. And it can apply so much pressure to a lot of those Fire-type Pokemon with its Rock-type Ivy Cudgel. When you look over at Diogo's team, you have this Torkoal. That is a Pokemon that is not going to want to be able to taking those Ivy Cudgels at all. Antonio has some good capability on here though as well when we consider that we're going into a Trick Room matchup here. Pokemon like the Ferreira, able to also have Trick Room, maybe try and reverse that a little bit for Antonio, or at least can benefit from being in it. Going for something like a Hyper Voice, it's got that Throat Spray to be able to boost up its special attack as well on that move.
I love that there is an opportunity to bring in the Ferreira. I think it also has an opportunity to be able to operate in this matchup. You have that Terra Water, one of those defensive Terras that can help you withstand a Glacial Lance from an Ice Rider Calyrex, while also providing that additional coverage of Hyper Voice and Shadow Ball. But when you take a look at Diego's team, what makes it so tricky is the fact that because it is such a hard Trick Room mode, you actually have Trick Room on 3 different Pokemon, the Gallade, the Indeedee female, and and the Ice Rider Calyrex. So what do you actually think could be setting up the Trick Room? You've got to make those calls in the moment.
I think it's safe to say Trick Room is going to go up in this game. Diogo, like you said, has it on 3 different Pokemon. It's going to be a tried and tested combination, but if you're Antonio here, how are you going to be able to work around that and be flexible? Diogo then needs to think which Trick Room Pokemon are going to be beneficial here. You have to bring the Calyrex Ice Rider. It's restricted. It can deal a huge amount of damage to Pokemon like the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom as well. And, you know, other Pokemon as well, like the Urshifu, being a little bit more frail, just trying to break that Focus Sash, being able to hit it with the Glacial Lance is really, really nice. But I also really like to see the high horsepower on there on Calyrex's side. Just being able to come through, apply pressure to the Raging Bolt here, just gives it a bit more flexibility.
The one thing, though, is that because you have the double moves that a lot of those Ice Rider Calyrex will typically carry, and you have to Imprison instead, there's no Protect. So this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to be very vulnerable on Diego's side to have to kind of rely on some of its partners, like this Ogerpon Wellspring that it's going to be next to use something with redirection, like Follow Me. That's available here as well as on that Indeedee if we see it a little bit later. But for Antonio, the Ice Rider Calyrex nowhere to be seen as of yet. Instead, the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Yes, nice to see the special attack boost as well on Antonio's Raging Bolt, using that boost to energy to get that boost in play. It also has the formidable pressure. It can go for that Terra Electric. You can see Antonio hesitating over that, wanting to deal as much damage as possible with these electric type moves. The Ogerpon, as you said here, Rosemary, can be very disruptive with that Follow Me, and it's such a reasonably bulky Pokemon as well, and can threaten Pokemon like the Ogerpon with some damage with the Ivy Cudgel. You want to try and eliminate it from play. I do not think Antonio has a utility to stop Trick Room at this point. It's going to go up, so now you just need to get some KOs on the board.
Well, I love the coverage that we're going to see Antonio go for here. With this Raging Bolt going to that Terra Electric, you are able to mitigate the weakness that from something like this Ice Rider Calyrex is not going to be super effective damage anymore into that Dragon typing. But because Diego does have this Wellspring Ogerpon that can use the Follow Me, it's going to have to redirect away the attacks. But Ivy Cudgel, it has that increased critical hit chance, and that's going to be a one-hit knockout, leaving this Ice Rider Calyrex very vulnerable to this special attack booster energy, Terra Electric Thunderbolt.
That does so much damage. Ivy Cudgel coming through, getting the knockout. One Ogerpon into the other. Cornerstone saying, I am the victor out of the two of us, and allowing the Raging Bolt to get some good damage down onto that restricted on the opposing side. Yes, Trick Room has gone up now. That means the speed will be in Diego's favor, but at what cost, Rosemary?
There is at least a free switch here for Diego. The Ice Rider Calyrex is still up. It's going to be one of the slowest things in, or one of the fastest things in this Trick Room now that that's set up. And you have the Indeedee as well. Setting the Psychic Surge means that you can protect this Ice Rider Calyrex from these priority attacks, such as the Thunderclap on this Raging Bolt. And you also have that additional protection in the Follow Me.
Yes, Follow Me once again providing that redirection support, enabling Calyrex to be in a position where it can go for a Glacial Lance, start getting some good damage on the board. Raging Bolt having dropped its Dragon typing, not going to worry about those too much at this point, particularly as Grimnay is not coming through.
There is a Protect option on both of these Pokemon, though, but it's not going to be seen as of yet. The Indeedee going for the Follow Me first, and the Glacial Lance to follow. Both of these Pokemon are going to take a decent chunk of damage. Ogerpon, with its sturdy ability, though, is going to hold on for this next attack and also be able to deliver another blow. The Driggle Meteor, though, is going to get redirected away. The Indeedee, not going to be knocked out quite yet, but this Raging Bolt, it's just been so instrumental in this matchup so far for Antonio. And while this Ice Rider Calyrex has the opportunity to attack again, that's another knockout that Antonio's taken.
2 moves and 2 KOs coming through for this Cornerstone Ogerpon here. Really, really nice damage on the board. Now we are going to see one of the titans of Trick Room, the Ursaluna, coming into play. The issue that you've got to contend with, though, is Trick Room turns are going to start coming through, and if Antonio wants to play around that, you have some defensive capabilities to utilize. I feel like if you're Diego, though, you need to go again for this Glacial Lance, get some damage on the board. You can, I believe, easily get the 2-hit KO here on both Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. So that could then get you 2 Chilling Nay boosts.
It could. The only problem is that, as you mentioned, for some of those defensive plays, Antonio does have the option to just double protect on both of these Pokemon. It's going to stall out an additional turn of Trick Room and make sure that this Ursaluna isn't going to actually have the speed advantage. It's also going to be really tough. You know, this Ursaluna has the opportunity to go for Earthquake, and so when you talk about being able to secure a double knockout, do you actually try to give the KOs over to your Ice Rider Calyrex, or just allow your Ursaluna to try to get the job done? But Imprison here, how interesting. Just making sure that you're going to be able to go for something here. But with the Earthquake coming through, or the Headlong Rush, excuse me, actually just attacks in general.
Well, I really like this coming through, actually. You know, you do get a little bit of damage onto your partner Calyrex here, but it is able to hang on. And the critical thing for Ursaluna is you've taken that one turn, you've been able to use the Flame Orb to now activate your Guts ability. So there is going to be so much more offensive pressure coming through from Ursaluna. The Earthquake, yes, you hit your partner Pokemon, but you might have been able to get some good damage on a switch in from the back. You know, if it was just something like the Urshifu, at least you're getting the Focus Sash broken and then leaving it more vulnerable for Antonio.
The Imprison, I think that's a very interesting move choice. Maybe expecting that there was some type of Trick Room option in the back. Yeah, maybe you do have that Calyrex, but as we actually saw in the back there, no Calyrex, no Ferreira. So very interesting adjustment here for Antonio in this very first game, relying once again on kind of a similar strategy we saw in just our previous match. This Raging Bolt can be so dominant when you're able to put on that pressure. We saw the Earthquake come through from the Ursaluna in this previous turn. One way to disrupt that, you have the grassy terrain on your side. But with the Thunderclap, this Calyrex just goes down without a fight.
That's one way to get around the speed tiers of Trick Room, going for your priority move. There's no Ferreira on Diego's side, so you do not have to worry about Armor Tail blocking it as the Headland Rush comes through. Oh no, that was the Facade coming through from the Ursaluna to remove the Pokemon from play. So you do manage to get a KO on Diego's side, but now on Antonio's side, you get to bring a Pokemon in from the back and start slowing things down once again. You can go for some more protects, just stall through these remaining Trick Room turns.
Oh, I lied.
It is there.
Raging Bolt's neck was
Raging Bolt's neck was a little bit of a hazard there. But Ogerpon, one of your favorites, is back on the field here. And again, Ogerpon in a position where it can go for some, you know, potential redirection with the Follow Me, forcing, I suppose, the Ursaluna to go for its only spread move here in the form of the Earthquake to try and get some damage on the board.
Not too much longer here for this Ursaluna to try to take advantage of these speed turns, especially when you're going to see the double protect from this Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. It's going to stall out that final turn of Trick Room. Really, this Ursaluna doesn't have any other option except to try to go for the Earthquake, try to secure that double knockout. But it is going to be tough now, knowing that once this Trick Room expires, you are going to see that Ice Rider Calyrex come in.
Exactly, Ursaluna does struggle outside of Trick Room, and particularly when you've got so many Pokemon on the opposing side, it makes it very, very difficult in the kind of 1v other Pokemon matchup for Ursaluna. The Twisted Dimensions have now ended, so the speed is back into Ogerpon's favor. It can always just try and go here for a Power Whip just to get some damage down using that powerful Grass type attack, and Raging Bolt can kind of do its thing. Obviously, it doesn't want to go for any of these electric type moves, and Draco Meteor will be able to do some good damage.
Well, you saw the coverage there. It was just to make sure that you could cover for the Terra option. You don't need it, though, because the Power Whip is plenty to knock out this Ursaluna. And so Antonio, pretty commanding fashion there, able to deal with those Trick Room turns and get the win for this game number 1.
Do you know what I really liked about Antonio's play was the fact that Calyrex Ice Rider was hidden in the back until later. It didn't just come out front and center. He kind of accepted, hey, Trick Room is going to go up, so I need to play defensively. You have your very bulky Raging Bolt on there that's able to take a lot of attacks. You drop the Dragon typing, so you're not weak to the opposing Calyrex. But not only that, you have the Ogerpon with that sturdy ability, giving you that flexibility to be able to hang on after one big attack. Speaking of hanging on from attacks, Ogerpon can also deal them out. These Ivy Cudgels were ferocious. Big damage with that critical, and I think you needed the critical hit to be able to get the KO there.
Yeah, if not, I mean, this Ice Rider Calyrex goes into those Trick Room turns much more healthy, able to stack up those Glacial Lances, potentially even get a boost with that Chilling Neigh, and really just wreak havoc in that Trick Room environment. Unfortunately, though, this Raging Bolt able to put on a little bit too much damage with that very first Thunderbolt, and not too much longer for Diego in that first game. That is just the first game, though. Maybe the game plan can still work. You just hope that that Ogerpon is up for a little bit longer.
I would almost like to see from Diego's side the Trick Room being set up by a Pokemon that isn't your restricted. You know, allowing that to come onto the field once Trick Room is up with that full HP bar intact, enabling you to have that bulk to maybe take an attack or two and deal a huge amount of damage out. Now, Indeedee was brought to that match. Maybe Indeedee could have the potential to get that Trick Room set up, but there is also the Gallade option.
Yeah, Gallade would be very interesting. I think this is a Pokemon we don't get a chance to see too often on the stream, just because it is a little bit shoved into the box of having to be on a full hard Trick Room team. But it does have the Psychic Seed as its held item, so a great way to be able to pair that next to something like the Indeedee. But you also have like Sacred Sword, Psycho Cut as your moves of choice, alongside Wide Guard. Maybe not necessarily a bad option to have against maybe the Ice Rider Calyrex, but Galley could struggle a little bit when it comes down to, do you find yourself in front of the right targets with something like the Sacred Sword?
I mean, in the mirror, Diego has a lot of utility. We've already seen that in Prison on the Calyrex to be able to try and shut down opposing Calyrexes, but you do also have that wide guard. But it looks like the same combinations coming out front and center here. Raging Bolt and Cornerstone Ogerpon against the Wellspring Ogerpon and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Run it back, just no crit this time.
Oh, let's see what happens.
The booster energy, again, going to show off that this Raging Bolt is going to get that special attack boost, and that first turn of the first game, we did see this Raging Bolt go for the Electric Terra just to be able to boost up those electric type attacks even further. So maybe that is going to be a repeat here as Antonio looks for the next turn of the game.
I mean, again, Ogerpon might want to go on the offensive here as well. It has the potential to deal out some good damage with an Ivy Cudgel of its own, or even the Wood Hammer, just to get some good damage onto the field. But I think the key thing is you need to be able to support this Calyrex. If it is staying in, if it's not going to be, it can't go for Protect anyway because it's not running it, you need to provide that defensive support. The Terrestrialization, as you said, Rosemary, going down once again onto this Raging Bolt. It's both offensive and defensive to drop that Dragon typing in the face of an Ice-type Pokemon as Ogerpon goes for the Follow Me. But will it be able to stay on the field?
That is the question, right? Because last time it did get crit, so the Ivy Cudgel, if it doesn't crit again, this Ogerpon survives beautifully. No damage going to be taken on this Ice Rider Calyrex as the Thunderbolt also gets redirected. So while you do have to sacrifice this Ogerpon, it is for the greater good. An opportunity here for this Ice Rider Calyrex to set up this Trick Room and really get things going.
This is what I wanted to see, though. The Calyrex Ice Rider in Trick Room with that HP bar intact, enabling it to have that extra longevity on the field. And now the tides really have turned. You can go for these Glacial Lances, you can do a huge amount of damage and apply a lot of pressure, and you've got your Ursaluna in nice and safe. Ursaluna, once again, in a position where it could just go for that Protect and ensure a very safe Flame Orb Guts boost, or because you know that speed is kind of in your favor and the Raging Bolt can't really go for the Thunderclap into the Ursaluna, of course, then you can go for something like the Headlong Rush just to be able to get some damage on the board against Raging Bolt.
Would be nice to do that. I think the only issue here for Diego is the fact that this Calyrex, as we mentioned before, does not have access to Protect. So it might be a little telegraphed here that Diego would like to get that Guts boost up and running, but even in that last game, Diego was very comfortable to try to go for an attack and just let that Guts boost come up naturally for this Ursaluna.
It makes him less readable as well, right? If you kind of think, oh, it's going to go for that Protect, that's what it always does, so you're not going to target into it, enables it just to get some damage on the board, and obviously it's not as destructive as it is when it has the Guts boost, but there is a Terrestrialization. It is the Dragon type onto this opposing Calyrex. Wow, haven't seen that in a while.
We have not seen that in a while. That is one of the ways you can get around a lot of this sort of elemental damage that could be coming through. That, you know, Ice Rider Calyrex, maybe not worried too much about seeing a Will-O-Wisp across the way instead. But wow, look at that. It's going to be that long rush there into this Raging Bolt. It is a one-hit knockout. The Ursaluna is going to get the drops in its defense and special defense, as you would see from something like a close combat. But I think you got the prize.
You need to calm down, Ursaluna. That is so much damage, and not even Guts boosted at this point in time. Calyrex going for the Imprison. That shows exactly why the Thunderclap did indeed fail into that slot, as Ursaluna not only gets the KO, but gets the boost now, thanks to that Flame Orb. A fantastic turn here for Diego. Now Antonio, this time, has indeed left the Calyrex Ice Rider at home, as well as the Ferreira, and has brought these kind of iconic duos in the form of Rillaboom and Urshifu to the field. Rillaboom can come, try and slow down the pace a little bit with something like a potential Fake Out, just stall through a couple of these turns, and Urshifu can deal obviously a huge chunk of damage with something like a Close Combat or a Surging Strikes, but this Dragon Terror is so critical. Fire, Water, Grass is not going to be dealing damage to this Calyrex.
So that's when you look at this Rapid Strike Urshifu and you go, oh no, this Surging Strike's maybe not necessarily the easiest thing to take out this Calyrex. You still have the Close Combat, which is going to pack a big punch, but when this Ursaluna is sitting there, you think about this Urshifu and you go, okay, this is really the target that I'd like to see. Both of these are going to be super effective into this Ursaluna.
Exactly, and the Ursaluna, you know, having taken some drops, is going to be a little bit more vulnerable, but Glacial Lance going to come through first of all. Ogerpon taken right down to its sturdy 1 HP remaining, and Urshifu is not going to be able to hang on to a follow-up from this Ursaluna or even a second Glacial Lance in the next turn.
Oh, that critical hit, that's going to make that much more difficult, but the Facade actually goes into this Cornerstone Ogerpon instead, finishing the job that this Ice Rider Calyrex could not in that first turn. It unfortunately denies that boost to the Chilling Neigh, but with this Close Combat in response, this Ursaluna is also going to get taken out of the fight. So critical survival there on that Urshifu to be able to deliver up that finishing blow. Diego is going to be down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Antonio Sanchez as well.
I think this is a nice trade though, however, because your Ursaluna had those drops. It was going to be a little bit more vulnerable. This is another perfect partner Pokemon for this Calyrex Ice Rider, and that's where you're going to shift your focus of your Diego. You can use this Calyrex to be able to start cleaning up this game. The Rillaboom's come onto the field, but the key thing is that Indeedee is here as well, can go for that redirection. Rillaboom though in Trick Room, not going to enable the Psychic Terrain in there, so Fake Out is still a potential play.
Exactly, because of the speed interactions there,
Exactly.
the Rillaboom gets a chance to set that grassy terrain a little bit later, and that means that you can still go for something like the Aqua Jet even, or that Grassy Glide, absolutely, alongside something like that Fake Out. But still, how do you get through this Ice Rider Calyrex? Grass-type damage. You also have the Water-type damage. Now you have to rely on things that are a little bit more chunky, but can this Urshifu actually tank another hit? Can you get through these Trick Room turns?
It's not even that, it's getting through the Indeedee as well, because you can go for the Follow Me, and both the Rillaboom and the Urshifu only really have single target type attacks. So you can try all you want to get to that Calyrex, but Indeedee's going to be the barrier stopping you in this case. Calyrex going for the flinch, did get hit by the Fake Out here, as Urshifu actually just goes straight away for the close combat. Indeedee taking that like a champ.
Yeah, it's going to need another one to be able to get the job done, and all the while, Antonio is actually going to be dropping his own defensive capabilities against this Ice Rider Calyrex, and you also took a bit of chip damage from the Rocky Helmet that this Indeedee is holding. Going to make it a little bit easier for this Urshifu to get taken out, even though we saw the critical hit take it below half. There is Helping Hand available on this Indeedee if you just want to clean up shop.
Exactly, because I'm not sure, even if Rillaboom and Urshifu were able to double down into that Calyrex, whether they would be able to get the job done. Urshifu going on the defensive here, as the Rillaboom does go for that priority Grassy Glide, but it's not enough to get the Indeedee. It's still hanging on here. The Rocky Helmet doing a little bit of chip in return, but Calyrex, the lights are on you now. This is your moment to go for this Glacial Lance into the opposing Rillaboom here. Being a grass type, it's going to be very vulnerable to this attack.
Yes, that is just going to be what I would essentially call a one-hit knockout.
It's
onto
gone.
the Rillaboom. Might have damaged itself in the process, but it's going to be another boost here for this Calyrex. And the Heal Pulse as well. That is another move that Indeedee can use to really just continue to keep this Ice Rider Calyrex healthy. It didn't have too much damage on top of it just yet, but now even outside of Trick Room, a close combat to this Calyrex might be a stretch and a half.
This was such a beautiful play by Diego as well, going for that Heal Pulse, knowing that, hey, if the damage comes down into this Calyrex, it's bulky enough, it's got the defensive capabilities with the Dragon type to be able to withstand anything. But when Trick Room's over, that's where things can get dicey, so I'm going to go for that Heal Pulse. And I really, really love the way that Diego has played that, keeping the Calyrex as the center point, making sure that it's got high HP, it's protected constantly, and even though at some point this was Ursaluna's game, it was the one that you were focusing on, Calyrex is the one clean sweeping out this game too.
Really is. And I think Antonio's just thinking at this point, what do you do heading into this third and final game?
Yes.
You were able to make the most of what you were granted in that first game, still having to find a way to really be able to get there in the first place and still take advantage of that critical hit. But Diego, at this point, gotta start thinking about, you know, can I get through this? There is maybe an out here in terms of the amount of power points you have for a Glacial Lance. It's only 8. Is that possible? A double protect?
It could be a way of kind of counting through against this Calyrex, but Calyrex still has a lot of utility to be able to do damage with.
Still
you know,
has high horsepower
that's the high horsepower, as long as it connects, you know, dare I say it, it's going to be able to get the job done against the Urshifu. And even if the Calyrex isn't able to get the job done, you know, Indeedee providing that support, the redirection, it's going to be able to enable that. Obviously, Indeedee doesn't have any attacking moves, so you really are going to be focusing down against that Calyrex, but I think with the full HP remaining, it's going to be a really, really tall order.
It is. Maybe even thinking about how much time is left in the game. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of these scenarios here if Antonio's not just thinking about what to do in this game 3.
Well, he's definitely using that time, and I think it is a very wise thing to do, to start thinking about how to adapt, because at the end of the day, this Calyrex, when it goes into this Dragon Terror, is so difficult to get through. You almost kind of want to go through and go for the Glacial Lance into it, because it will deal super effective damage, but that Imprison is so detrimental to Antonio's potential here. The Glacial Lance is going to come through. The failed third protect will be able to get the knockout on Urshifu, and we're going to see a game 3 here in Swiss round 10 at the Pokémon World Championships.
Wow, what a set so far. Diego has been so successful with this hard Trick Room team with that Ice Rider Calyrex, and you're absolutely right. That's kind of why in that first game I went, No, surely there's not an Ice Rider Calyrex in the back here for Antonio, but it was great that there was, because when you do see that Imprison come out, that is something that you have to worry about versus opposing Ice Rider Calyrex. They've been plentiful in the meta.
And you completely shut down Antonio's one hit, Glacial Lance, High Horsepower, Trick Room. Those are the 3 moves that you have in common. So all Calyrex can then do is protect. You can basically ignore it on the field and always focus down that partner slot. We saw again the opening turn here, big damage, losing the Ogerpon, but Ogerpon does its job. It just enables that safe Trick Room setup for the Calyrex. Yes, you're going to see some big damage coming through from the Ursaluna as well, but it really is all about that Calyrex at the end of the day. Being able to have that Imprison really threatening Antonio and completely neutralizing one of his big restricted Pokemon.
It's also very good information for Antonio to know that, okay, even without that Guts boost,
yes,
Headlong Rush, it's a one-hit knockout. My Raging Bolt is not going to be able to survive that. So now maybe you have to kind of think about, okay, is there an opportunity then instead to maybe put the Rillaboom in, even if you have, does that buy you enough time? Maybe Indeedee swaps in for something. Got the grassy terrain as well to protect your Pokemon from something like an Earthquake. Just thoughts.
I'm almost thinking if there's any way here to be able to try and shut down Trick Room so it doesn't go up. But with that Imprison on there, you know, if you're leading that Calyrex Ice Rider, sure, you can bring your own Frigoraph, try and reverse it with the Trick Room on Antonio's side. But if Imprison is what's locked in, then there's no room for you to maneuver here. And then you're in a very, very difficult spot. With that Dragon typing as well, as you said, Rosemary, it's such a good defensive capability in a sea at the moment where we've got a lot of Fire, Water, Grass cores. And Pokemon like the Rillaboom and the Urshifu that Antonio keeps bringing just do not have the power to be able to get the damage down, particularly when Diego is using so many great supportive Pokemon, Ogerpon and Indeedee.
I was going to say, though, if the Ice Rider Calyrex is forced into a position where it is going for Imprison, then it's not going for something else.
That is true.
So there's no attack coming out. There's also not going to be a Trick Room of its own. So maybe that is something you could potentially capitalize on. So I love where you're going with this, thinking about the Farigiraf and putting an offensive Pokemon next to it just to try to get some damage down or just force a moot turn. As we head into this game number 3, though, the winner of this game is going to move on with a win into the final round of Swiss. And look at that. It's going to be a run back for Diego with the Ice Rider Calyrex and Ogerpon Wellspring. But for Antonio, it's the Ogerpon next to the Farigiraf.
The Farigiraf has come to play here in this game 3, being able to provide just a little bit of support with something like maybe the Trick Room or even using that Throw Straight to boost up its Hyper Voice, getting some damage out on the field. You've also got the capability of Shadow Ball to deal some pretty good damage into the opposing Calyrex. But it really comes down to whether you can get damage onto Calyrex and stop it going for this Trick Room. We know that the Ogerpon Cornerstone has the capability, if it gets a critical hit, to remove the Ogerpon from play on the opposing side. But now Calyrex has a choice to make. Does it go for Trick Room or does it go for Imprison?
I feel like Trick Room is still a very good bet to be able to make. You want to make sure that you have that as a speed advantage for yourself, but it's a tough call. I feel like you are put in a very precarious position if you're Diego by this lead from Antonio. You at least see the follow me once again to the Ivy Cudgel heading into this Ogerpon. It's not going to be a critical hit either this time, so Ogerpon's going to be able to hold on, not through this Hyper Voice though. So while it does get knocked out for its troubles, what did Diego end up going for here on this Calyrex? After we get to see this Throat Strike boost here for the Farigiraf.
Yeah, Farigiraf kind of setting itself up here, getting a boost to its special attack, as Calyrex does indeed go for the Trick Room. I guess you're in a position in that next turn where you can just go for the Imprison now as well and stop Farigiraf from trying to reverse the Trick Rooms here. I almost wondered as well if Calyrex were just going to go on the all-out offensive there, go for a Glacial Glance and get some big damage down, but Trick Room really is the arena where Diego thrives. Ursaluna now on the field as well, and this is where Calyrex maybe can go for that Imprison, allowing Ursaluna to go for the big damage on the field. The issue is there is no Raging Bolt that you're down against now, and Terrestrialization is still flexible on Antonio's side.
Yes, and I love that because as we talked about before, this Farigiraf does have access to that Terra Water, and that's one of the ways you could resist some of this damage from this Ice Rider Calyrex while still being able to make use of something like the Throat Spray that you have activated for yourself on that first turn. Ogerpon as well for Antonio. Let's not forget that while it is a cornerstone and it has the ability to go out on offense, it also does have access to Follow Me as well. One of the ways you could also redirect away a big attack from that Ursaluna. But as Diego did in that second game, it's going to be another Terra into the Dragon type for this Ice Rider Calyrex.
And while it's still got the Sturdy intact as well, the Cornerstone Ogerpon is going to be able to hang around on the field a little bit. But let's bring a little bit of glimmer and shine to the stage as well. Both Terrestrializations coming through. It is going to be that Water Terra on the Farigiraf to give it a lot more defensive potential here on the field. That also really helps it out against Pokemon like the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is going to go straight away for the Headlong Rush. Looks like a really nice defensive typing switch here, but oh my goodness, that still does so much damage. Farigiraf is definitely more vulnerable now as the Glacial Lance follows up.
The Glacial Lance, though, with this Water Terra, is not going to be nearly enough to get this knockout onto the Farigiraf, which means that you actually have an opportunity to get some damage down if you are Antonio. The Hyper Voice, Ursaluna had dropped its special defense using that Headlong Rush, but it is going to be the Power Whip to follow up just to make sure that that Ursaluna is absolutely down for the count. No Guts activation since the Flame Orb is gone alongside that Ursaluna.
Even without the drops there, that would have done so much damage from the Power Whip coming through. Indeedee, however, now can come onto the field, bring that Psychic Terrain in, and once again provide that redirection support with something like a Follow Me. Both Farigiraf and Ogerpon generally will get drawn into attacks except for that Hyper Voice, and you can see how much damage it is stacking up against this Calyrex. Unless Calyrex is able to get some KOs, which I'm pretty sure it's going to be able to do looking at the very, very low HP bars on Farigiraf and Ogerpon, it can then start getting its attack boosted as well through these Chilling Nays and become very formidable. Antonio needs to play the clock a little bit here and look at these Trick Room turns.
I think it's tough as well because even though we saw how much damage that Calyrex could do with that Glacial Lance, now you have a different modifier you have to think about. Do you actually survive the Glacial Lance if this Indeedee goes for a Follow Me? They would be able to get a double knockout, but that is why we see Antonio just try to opt for the Spiky Shield onto the Ogerpon. That way you are at least denying one of those boosts. Let's see, though. There was no helping hand. It's just going to be the Glacial Lance here from this Calyrex, but it is enough knowing that you are going to be able to secure a knockout there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Heal Pulse come through here as well, just to give that Calyrex a little bit more longevity and help it out, because it has to take a couple of those Hyper Voices as well as giving itself a Chilling Nay boost, boosting up its attack, and there comes through the Heal Pulse. One of the best buddies you can have by your side in the form of this Indeedee.
It just completely undoes all of that hard work that Antonio was trying to do onto that Ice Rider just a couple of turns ago. But as you see the Rillaboom come in, now that Diego is down to his final two Pokemon, the terrain control is at the very least in Antonio's favor.
Yes, and you do have the fake out potential here as well, because the Grassy Terrain has overwritten the Psychic Terrain. You can go for these priority attacks, and we know how much damage Rillaboom is capable of dealing, particularly when using these Grass type moves to boost up its, Grassy Glides. But that's only going to really affect Pokemon like Indeedee. Calyrex is still going to be so difficult to get through. You might even need to use the Ogerpon to try and get another critical hit with something like the Ivy Cudgel into that slot, but you cannot get around the Indeedee safely.
You can't, so that's why Antonio gets a chance to try to make the most out of this turn. You get the fake out into the Ice Rider Calyrex, make sure you can at least stop one more turn of damage, try to buy your time past these Trick Room turns, and just hope you got the damage down onto this Indeedee. Ogerpon still has a lot of fight left in it, and with the power up, it is going to connect. So Indeedee just gets knocked out in one hit. That's going to leave this Calyrex vulnerable here for Diego as these Trick Room turns start to expire.
Who needs the critical hit when you can use the Grassy Terrain to boost up your Grass type attacks as well? The one issue, however, is you Power Whip down into a Rocky Helmet. That is going to be the last little bit of damage on this Ogerpon. But now Antonio has the free switch, brings in a Pokemon like the Urshifu here. But once again, we're in this situation, Rosemary. We've got the Calyrex versus two Pokemon that really cannot do a lot of damage to it. But this time, Calyrex does not have a supportive Pokemon by its side. Does it have enough gas in the tank to be able to hang on against both of these formidable attackers?
Well, you know that this Urshifu will be able to survive one more Glacial Lance as the Grassy Glide does not do a little bit more than a tickle. And in response to Glacial Lance for Rillaboom, at least you get some damage down before it does get down and out for the count. But this Urshifu has a chance here. Can it do enough damage with this close combat that you can put yourself in a position where a second one's going to be able to do the job? It all comes down to this, Lou.
Can Urshifu do it? Close combat comes through, connects, does a little bit of damage, puts it down into the orange zone here. But the Calyrex looking so in control.
It's gonna be close, especially after a bit of that Grassy Terrain recovery. That's gonna make that damage roll even a little bit more different. Close combat once again, but now this Calyrex is going to be at +2 when it goes for another Glacial Lance. Antonio has the speed now. This Urshifu is going to move first.
Urshifu has to get the KO, otherwise it is Diego's game here. Calyrex hangs on, able to go with the Glacial Lance down into the opposing Urshifu, dropping its special defense and defense even more, and here it comes through, gets the knockout. Diego Ferreira victorious in this set.
Victorious in the set, and we get a chance to see if he can be victorious once again in that top cut. Fantastic play from Diego. He has achieved so much greatness in this season so far, and to find himself at the top tables as we inch closer towards that top cut for Worlds, he must be feeling so stoked.
And didn't let himself kind of get tilted after that game one. You know, allowing Antonio to get the first match can be so difficult because you know there's no room for error here. You have to then win the next two to close out the set, and that's exactly what Diego did. Stuck with the same strategy, going the critical hit. Hey, that was unfortunate, but I was in the right with the plays that I was making. And Diego staying true to protecting that Calyrex. Love to see that Dragon defensive typing on it in the terrestrialization. Just was able to show why Hard Trick Room is still something that, yes, you might have prepared for it coming into the tournament, but it's not as easily countered as you might think.
I mean, what just the perfect call, I think, that Ice Rider Calyrex into its opposition.
Yeah.
We saw Antonio have to leave that Ice Rider of his own behind because of the threat of the Imprison. You are not going to be able to go for your attacks. Every Calyrex runs Glacial Lance as well as high horsepower, so you're just going to be there sitting as a duck. But fantastic stuff. Antonio still made that very close. At the end there, you're just hoping that that close combat, it could get that critical hit at the very end. It would have sealed the deal here for Antonio to have that record as well. But yeah, I mean, it's fantastic stuff. I think Trick Room in general in this tournament has caught a lot of people off guard. It's not something that you really have to prepare for when you know that the rest of the rest of the meta is very balance focused.
I feel like Antonio had to make so many adjustments in his team composition as we went through this set. You know, not only having to leave the Calyrex at home, which is so detrimental to your strategy, but then having to drop the Raging Bolt in favor of this Ferreira as well, because knowing how much damage that Headlong Rush can do, even outside of the Guts boost, just meant the Raging Bolt was not safe on the field. And I feel like if you brought the Raging Bolt, you had to terrestrialize it because of those Glacial Lances. You had to get rid of the Dragon typing, and that then left you so incredibly vulnerable to the Headlong Rush. You can see kind of the energy and emotion from our trainers here. This means so much to them on the world stage, but the Glacial Lances were just too much to bear for Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, Rillaboom, it's just so tough, right? Because does it actually get a chance to survive that attack? Sometimes I think Rillaboom are trained to be just a bit more bulky, but you know, you can see that final close combat. Antonio still, though, with his head held high, he is a regional champion from this year. He's also just had so many top cut performances, and I think that even going into this last round, he still has a great shot to be able to win and see Diego again.
Oh, definitely. Two incredible players. And at the end of the day, at the World Championships, every single player has earned their place to be here and will give us an epic showdown of a match. But I have to say, being able to see the Hard Trick Room come through and seeing Wellspring Ogerpon as well be such an interesting tool in this team, because it really didn't do much in all three games other than Click Follow Me, but that was all it needed to do. And I think it's very interesting in Pokemon when you look at the kind of moves and counter moves that are enabled in order to get the victory. It's a really, really class act coming through from Diego, and I love to be able to see that there.
Hey, even in this match, if all it was there to do was to support and be a cheerleader for that Ice Rider Calyrex, you know that it also has a defensive capability as well that we just didn't get a chance to see showcased in this match. One person, though, that I know is a very big fan of Hard Trick Room is actually on stage here with Diego to talk about that last match. So let's go ahead and head over to the stage.
All right, thank you very much, Rose and Lou. We are here with our winner, Diego. Congratulations. That was about as close of a set as it can get, coming down to the close combat in the end. How are you feeling right now?
I'm super happy, but I'm a bit shaky still because it was so close. Yes.
Yeah, so let's talk about this team. I think it's fascinating. You went 8-0 yesterday, and you're kind of using different variants of some popular Pokemon. You have Ogerpon, Wellspring, when many others use Hearthflame or Cornerstone. You got the Ursaluna regular form instead of the Blood Moon. You Terra Dragon on Calyrex when many use Water or Fire. Like, how did you come up with this team composition?
I don't know. I think I have always think different. Since I started playing in 2016, I always like to play anti-meta. So yes, I don't know. It's just like the way it works for me, because when I play meta, I think that unless you are the best playing the meta, you won't win because people is gonna prepare for it, you know. So I rather just go for like a north composition that maybe can give me an advantage because they don't know how to face.
Right, I think you're definitely catching people off guard with some of your Pokemon like Indeedee and Ursaluna and some of the options. So how have your games gone throughout the entire weekend? Are a lot of them maybe only you set up Trick Room turn 1 in the GG, or are they long drawn out games? Like, how has this team performed?
No, definitely were not like easy games. Like people here in Worlds, they are really high level, and some of them were not that close, but because they had good matchups, but other ones were like really, really close. Like last turn was defining the game or not, if I win or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and then talking about that Terra Dragon on Calyrex, it was just so crucial. What's the inspiration behind going with Terra Dragon compared to some of the other conventional Terra types for Calyrex?
So Terra Dragon is good against grass, fire, water. So that's why I chose it. And you get weak to ice, so the mirror will be difficult, but I'm playing in prison. So, yeah.
Okay, and how do you use the Ursaluna? I know it's a really strong Pokemon, especially after it gets a Flame Orb boost to it, Guts ability, but there's no Flyer next to you, there's no Levitate next to it, so you kind of have to use those single target attacks. So how difficult has it been maneuvering Ursaluna under Trick Room?
I do have Wild Guard though, so there may be a scenario in which I have Gallade and Ursaluna. I can just Wild Guard Earthquake, and my Torkoal as well is Terra Grass. Sometimes I can just Earthquake besides it as well and attack with both. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So do you have any shouts? We have a lot of fans here rooting you on, right, in the front of the crowd. So what would you like to say to fans rooting on and friends and family at home?
Yeah, so many people. So yeah, so my friends, my Chilean friends that are supporting me there, my boyfriend that is watching me as well, and he always supports me. The Australian community as well, because I live in Australia now. They are my Chilean friends, but I have some friends in Australia as well. Especially shout out to Chris that helped me to prepare, and then as well my friend Neme.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. Best of luck in the last round of Swiss, and hope the best for you going into Top Cut.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be right back here with our last and final round of Swiss on day 2 coverage here, the Pokemon World Championships. We'll be right back after this break.
legend. How beautiful. No way we're losing. We're going to surpass you.
Our first step in the morning is the most important part of the day. I feel like I've taken a step forward.
I see.
You've gotten stronger.
That goes for you as well.
1, 2.
Now you'll face me.
Let's have some fun
on this.
This is our chance. Now's my chance. Watch this. Here we go. A chance for victory. A new kind of power? Oh man, so exciting.
Amazing.
Right, next battle.
Hello there. My name is Oak. This world is inhabited by creatures that we call Pokémon.
Welcome back, trainers. You're here with us in the lounge. Myself, Lee Provost, Scott Glazer, and Sierra Dawn. We're going to dissect a few of the Pokemon choices, look at the usage stats, while our players are getting set up to start the next round, round 11 at the World Championships here in Honolulu. Scott, how have you been finding things in this early portion of the Swiss rounds today?
I think things have been a lot of fun, right? Where we're getting like kind of the most exciting part of the Swiss part of the tournament, where more and more players are being eliminated. Every match is super tense, and all the players have something to play for this time. Where there's so few rounds where even if you've got into top cut because you have enough wins, you're still playing for that bye to avoid that dangerous like top 24-ish round. So we're having a lot of fun right now, I think.
Yeah, getting to the crunch time. Sierra, what about yourself?
It's so intense. I mean, there is really no room for error when we're looking at just this X2 to get into cut. And then, yeah, that buy is so important. There's been so many dreams that have been stamped out of that, oh, I'm so important, 32 and stuff in years. So you want to make sure you're set up for the best success. But these matches are coming down to the wire. It's even just little Pokemon choices, little decisions in this team making that's really just kind of making the difference alongside that good play.
Yeah, and it's all about the Pokemon choices. We can actually take a look at the usage stats for day 2 here for what our players have been using. So you can see the top 12 Pokemon here, starting off top of the list with that Urshifu and the Rapid Strike version, and really no surprise with how powerful it is, potent, alongside the Rillaboom and second in the Raging Ball. Is there anything that's jumping out at you, Scott, that's really surprising you in these usage stats for the day 2?
I think for me, maybe it's two things. I mean, one is that I think one thing that trainers were kind of running into as they prepared for this tournament is finding offense from something other than the restricted Pokemon. It seems like the really common boys, the ones near the top of the list, the ones that actually deal some damage, right? The Rillaboom, the Urshifu, Raging Bolt in particular, sometimes feels like a restricted Pokemon itself. And even stuff that's a little lower, like the Hearthflame Ogrepon, the Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu. There's a lot of Pokemon on this list you really don't want to be hit by their attacks. I think maybe the one exception that surprises me is the Incineroar, where I also wonder if people got a little too cute, where I think that's almost too low on the usage, and maybe it's not a coincidence that some of the very best records are actually a little more boring looking teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. I think the Incineroar, especially coming into the World Championships, was one of those Pokemon that had dropped off slightly, but I think it's always going to be one of those staples, especially when it's paired with the more common Urshifu and that Rillaboom. Sarah, anything jumping out to yourself?
Well, even just piggybacking off the Incineroar conversation, I'm not surprised to see it not at first place, but that 26% in comparison to the 61 for the Urshifu Rapid Strike is where I definitely find surprises in it. Because sure, you do have fake out utility with the Rillaboom, and of course we are getting a little cutesy with our teams here at the World Championships, so something has to drop. But we got to see really early on in the day with that Incineroar Rillaboom combination with that Urshifu Rapid Strike that you could really kind of set up a board state to your favor with that double fake out pressure and those constant threats of Intimidates. Even just things like a knockoff, it maybe not always the most powerful of moves, but being able to get rid of really, really key items. So I think the fact that we've kind of strayed so far away from that in terms of, I thought this would have been a Urshi, Rillaboom, Incineroar for our top 3 and then going on. So that one kind of catches me off guard a little.
Yeah, and I think the proof's in the pudding, right? Like Scott said, you know, when we look at the better records in the tournament so far, they are the teams with that Incineroar kind of included in them. So it kind of is one of those things where those players are really taking advantage of maybe the chatter around pre-tournament or coming into a tournament, what's good, what's not. The one thing that I would like to point out is something that we've seen in that last match and throughout the tournament this weekend is that Cornerstone Ogerpon as well. That seemed to be doing very well in this kind of environment.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Brown right now is out there celebrating that this has made, not only just made the usage topic, but it's actually been really well in matchups. And I mean, it makes sense, the typing of it, that built-in sturdy and being able to fire some really powerful rock Ivy Cudgels. I mean, that hits into the good amount of the format really well.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it took so long for this Pokemon to get to this level of usage. And one of the things that's tricky about it, you can only pick one Ogerpon, right? And I think some teams would love to have more than one. But yeah, I mean, it's helping keep that Incineroar number down in particular. And I think of the many Ogerpon forms in this format, kind of the one that you least want to get bonked by.
Yeah. I completely agree with both of you. So we've had a look at the non-restricted usage stats. We can also have a look at the restricted usage stats as well. These are the top 8 restricteds that we're seeing in day 2. Of course, no surprise really to myself that the Calyrex Shadow Rider's on top there. Anything jumping out to you other than the Groudon, Sierra?
Well, I mean, I feel like the Groudon, again, a participation award. This should be a top 6, and the Groudon should not be seen here. But no, I feel like this is I think what I would expect coming into this. You have the big 3 exactly where they should be, the top 3 of there, and the kind of B tiers that can definitely make a run and definitely have this opportunity to win the World Championships. That Zamazenta, the Terrapagos, and that Kyogre. I think those 6 are the ones that we are kind of really expecting going into this. And even though they don't have the greatest representation, it is in the hands of some really, really skilled players with some really unique teams that, yeah, we can see a couple of those in our top 8.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the one thing that really surprised me coming into yesterday was the usage on Terrapagos. And we've still got players in the field that are really pushing towards the latter end of this tournament, still performing well in contention to move into the top cut bracket once we do finalize our players after round 11. Are you surprised that we haven't seen more Kyogre, Scott? Are you on the kind of the train where Kyogre has the potential, but not quite as potent as your Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Ice Rider, Miraidon, and maybe even the Zamazenta we can throw into that mix?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'd been predicting the order of this chart before the tournament, I probably would have had Kyogre and Terrapagos swapped, and maybe then Terrapagos one step further, swapped again with Koraidon.
What?
But I'm pretty happy with the way this chart looks. I don't know if I'm just the sort of guy who looks at my usage stat charts half empty, but I thought there was really a world where kind of like both of the Calyrex and Miraidon probably had 5 or 10% more usage each, and all of the things beneath them were kind of in the Groudon zone of maybe they don't need to be on the graphic. I think that I'm really relieved that the metagame has proven to be a little bit more diverse than we thought, and there's a real chance that especially that Zamazenta or the Terrapagos wins the tournament, where for me coming in, I don't know if I just wasn't high enough on the ladder when I was practicing, but I was seeing an awful lot of those big 3, and I'm glad that there's a real chance that none of them take home the crown.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very exciting if none of those were seen in the top cut or even go on to win the tournament. I think it's very slim at this point, in my opinion. But yeah, it's really great to see the diversity there. And the Zamazenta, I think, plays into the fact that it's doing so well in this format, because we're seeing probably a lot more Terapagos just because of the positive matchup that naturally has, and how much of a tougher time trainers going up against Zamazenta playing Terapagos are having. But there are players that we've mentioned that are piloting the Terapagos and still having a great time. You may only have had one loss so far through the tournament. So yeah, I think it's shaping up to be a really great end to the tournament. But it's going to be hard, I think, for some of the players to kind of overthrow that Shadow Rider, in my opinion anyway. What's your opinion on this, Sierra?
It all depends on who's piloting the team.
Yeah.
And there is some very good players with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So yeah, it might be a little bit hard to overthrow.
Yeah. Well, that's our top 8 restricteds moving into day 2. We can take a bit of a deeper dive now and look at some individual Pokemon. One Pokemon that we already have briefly talked about that we can take a deeper dive in is Ogerpon Wellspring. We did have it featured in that last match, of course. We haven't seen as much of the Wellspring mask, very popular early on, but it has fallen off slightly as we've got into the deeper end of these tournaments.
Which is really interesting to then see the fall off. It's I mean, if we ignore the teal mask one, but the 3 that are a little bit more viable out here, it's the one that didn't make that day 2 graphic, which is then you look at how rampant this Urshifu Rapid Strike is in this format, because this is something that with that water absorb and the possibility of follow me, you could think can pair quite well. But the fact that you can only have, as Scott pointed out, the one Ogerpon on your team, I think really hurts kind of the viability of the Ogerpon Wellspring once we're at this point in the format, considering it can have some offense, but it's not going to be quite as good as the others and can kind of struggle in a couple of those other matchups.
Yeah, I think, kind of maybe if we had the Pokemon World Championships rerun next weekend, we'd probably see more of this Pokemon as a response to all this Urshifu. But I think, the 800% of players or whatever that chose to bring Urshifu into day 2 kind of made a nice read that players had largely moved away from this Wellspring. They don't have to worry about it anymore. It's got the teardrops on the mask because no one wants it on their team. And I think the other thing that really hurts it too, though, is I think just from a type matchup perspective, outside of Urshifu, it has some sort of similar offensive strengths as the Cornerstone Ogerpon, but that Pokemon just tends to be a lot stronger in this format because of the differences in their ability, where it works against more things. And I think the rock type, we've always wanted accurate rock type attacks in VGC, where there are no shortage of water type options, including again the strongest Pokemon perhaps of the unrestricted Pokemon in the format, who you probably don't want both of those Pokemon on the team at the same time.
Yeah, and talking about the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, we can take a look at that a little bit deeper dive now. Obviously the rock typing there, but that ability Sturdy is one of the real draws to why players are kind of using that Pokemon. Not only, like you say, having that 100% accurate rock type move, getting away from those shaky accuracy rock slides that we've had to rely on in the past, but the Sturdy ability just gives that extra layer of security, especially with Ogerpon with these masks. The mask takes up that held item, so having that ability there before it does Terrasilize is so useful in the format.
Especially too when we do have our big bad restricteds we want to protect. When we do have these setup Pokemon, having a follow me redirection Pokemon that has essentially a built-in focus dash is amazing. Because if this was one of the other Ogerpons, well, there is definitely moves out here in this format that can cleanly one-hit KO those. And so this has to be just a secure double up to try and take care of this Pokemon. And that just has so much going on for it. I feel like there's been a couple people from the get-go that have been really on this Cornerstone Ogerpon wave. I think this is kind of more so its time as a really great response to these Pokemon that we're seeing out here currently in our format.
Yeah, sorry, no, you go for it, Scott.
Yeah, I think just such a great partner, right? Where I think it's just so easy to splash on teams because of a number of great attributes. Not only does it have kind of the effective focus sash with the Sturdy ability, but it does that without using the focus sash, which makes it even easier to pair with that Urshifu, who's often holding the focus sash instead. And also, I think if you remember back to the very beginning of the format, there's kind of a Pokemon I think we didn't take super seriously in the previous regulations, but I feel like in the first couple weeks of the format, even you kind of saw it on what we might call a Bad Stuffs team, right? Where it's just Ogerpon and a bunch of things I don't think I should see in a tournament, but it's weirdly miserable to play against because it is so good at shutting down Pokemon that otherwise just kind of have an easy time in this format. It really changes the way the other side of the field has to play, and I think when you can have a non-restricted Pokemon who helps dictate the pace of the play like that, it's just an incredibly valuable attribute to have in your team.
Yeah, and I kind of just back up everything you just said, because I think even on paper, when you're looking at a team preview, you think that's always going to be one Pokemon that you've got to have at least a game plan going into if it does come from your opponent. and the pressure that it just applies as well, not from a supporting point of view, but also from that offensive aspect as well. Talking about the more offensive aspect of the corner, the Ogerpon kind of forms is always going to be that Hearthflame mask as well, because that one is known for how hard it can hit, especially after it does terastallize. See the fire typing that it gets when it does terastallize, has the ability Mold Breaker before then. A very strong Pokemon that we've seen have a lot of success in Regulation G in previous formats when it's been allowed to be used, but we've not probably seen as much of it on the broadcast this weekend as we're still likely to see quite a bit of it going into the latter stage of this tournament.
There is definitely players that have made the run with the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, and I think too when we look, it falls into the same issue as the other ones too. I feel like we would see a little bit more of it if you could have more than one Ogerpon on a team. But the amount of damage that you can do with this Ogerpon, especially too, since the most common fire-type Pokemon we have out here is either the Incineroar, which will forego a fire move a lot of the times if you want to have a little bit more of a support option, or a Chi-Yu, which we all know what Chi-Yu does, it misses. Being able to have something that's a little bit more accurate, you can deal a lot of damage out since you do get the attack boost upon terastallization, or you still even have the, okay, well, I can do a little bit of redirection. I think it's really, really dangerous for people to go up against.
Yeah, I think some of the fun of it too is that well, maybe it doesn't match up as well from like a clear role on the team perspectives it does in the past formats. And I think it definitely lost the most of all the Ogerpon forms with not usually getting to terastallize anymore, where I think that the attack boost is kind of the best of the available options in past formats. But it is like kind of a difficult type matchup for a lot of common Pokemon. You know, Amoonguss doesn't really like it, and like in part has to run that poison type move often to be able to deal with the Ogerpon. You know, Rillaboom, at least, you know, unlike the other Ogerpon forms, or at least some of the other Ogerpon forms, you know, isn't weak against that U-turn. Miraidon actually weirdly annoyed by it since it's becoming more and more reliant on that dazzling gleam, and it is the one Ogerpon form who takes that pretty well. It's just kind of obnoxious where even though I don't think it, you know, I think it probably correctly isn't as popular as you know, like the Cornerstone mask, just because it doesn't fit as well on as many teams. The teams where it does fit, it's just really frustrating to play against sometimes.
Even like neutral 1+1 attack Ivy Cudgels do a lot of damage to a lot of the restricteds that are out there. So if you're dealing something that can do neutral damage into a lot of things, super effective on things that wouldn't appreciate it, you even push it something into, if you're up against a Rillaboom, you might have to push it into terastallization, and when you're wanting to maybe terastallize that restricted more common than not, puts you in a tough spot.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even when you're looking at like those neutral Terra types that we're seeing, you know, Raging Bolt for one, where it does go into the Fairy Terra typing and things like that, you are threatened instantly just by the power that the Hearthflame does possess. Talking about Raging Bolt though, here we are. Another very, very popular Pokemon that hasn't really dropped off at all in Regulation G. It's just kind of kept its place really throughout, and for good reason as well. We kind of see it there with the photosynthesis ability, which occasionally gets used. We're seeing a lot of players in this tournament using the booster energy, and the alternative is that Assault Vest. But I feel like we're seeing more booster energy in this tournament in particular than what we'd commonly see before then with the Assault Vest.
Yeah, it definitely puts it in a really dangerous zone, considering you do have access to that Thunderclap. So that booster energy synergizes really well with this Terra Electric that we've more started to see, as opposed to that Fairy type, considering a special attack booster energy, Thunderclap, Terra Electric. That is a lot of damage, and there is a good amount of Ferreira out there in the field for day 2. I believe it was about 30%. But if you're not up against one of those priority stopping, this can threaten in a lot of ways. And this matches up really well into that Urshifu Rapid Strike. Some of them have Focus Sash, but if they're wanting to go for something like a Scarf or a Mystic Water, all of a sudden this is a clean one-hit KO and can still threaten even other Pokemon like this Calyrex Shadow Rider. That wouldn't appreciate a hit from this either.
Yeah, and I think even against that Ferreira, right, I think one of the things that makes Raging Bolt so great is that all of its stats are so high, right? And it's so difficult to knock off of the field unless you, or because you usually can't afford to focus on it this format, right? Where there's often bigger threats, even though perhaps last format, Raging Bolt would be the most dangerous thing on the other side of the field. You know, you can't just ignore, you know, Miraidon or whatever to take out the Raging Bolt sometimes. And you can often, you know, outlive that Ferreira and then be able to threaten the Thunderclap later. I think another thing that's a big deal, we don't have the Life Orb on the slide here because I think it's increased in usage over the end of the season, but I think especially from the Japanese players, we've seen more and more of that, and that's a pretty scary amount of damage between that and the Terra Electric. And unlike the booster energy, it kind of comes in and out of battle a little bit better because it doesn't have the issue where you can only use it once.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when we were looking at Hirafumi's team in particular, playing that life form, when you think, wow, if electric terrain, if you're facing down against a Miraidon, for instance, and the electric terrain's up, and you've got the electric terrestrialization, you've got the life orb on top of that, same type attack bonus. This thing's going to be just removing things from the field very easily, so it becomes a big threat. Things like Incineroar that would normally be quite comfortable to sit in front of it, maybe get a parting shot off, just don't have that freedom anymore in front of this Pokemon. And another electric type Pokemon that we can take a little bit of a deeper dive on, especially this weekend. We've seen a little bit more of it than maybe what some of us thought, is Iron Hands, and for good reasons. Very strong Pokemon, fighting, electric, common water, common terra types, I should say. I'm getting washed up in the waves here. Is the water and the grass typing on there. Quark Drive ability, obviously able to use that ability now. We're seeing a lot more electric terrain with the resurgence of Miraidon, and still common held item on there is that Assault Vest, but we have seen some different builds over this weekend, Scott.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really cool is we've seen a lot of the low kick. I think, Iron Hands really had a resurgence at NAIC, but there's still some ways to innovate it. And yeah, I think it's kind of been a neat adjustment where players have kind of found they need some more immediate offensive power from this Iron Hands, a little more difficult to stay on the field for a number of terms perhaps. So yeah, and it's great this format where you've got a bunch of Paradox Pokemon tend to be a little bit larger. None of the restricted Pokemon have been attending their Weight Watchers meetings. So some really high base power, high accuracy move.
Yeah, the Iron Hands truly turning into Iron Feet over here. But I love that adjustment that we see coming on out because I think it's just a really smart meta call into this. I mean, Iron Hands, we sometimes can see builds that are a little bit more on the offensive end. There has even, on top of this low kick adjustment, we've seen some that have maybe gone for this more clear amulet and this sword stance and trying to get this attack and to start dealing out some damage. Since you do have the longevity with Iron Hands just naturally being more on the bulky end. So being able to have a couple of different looks for this Iron Hands is a really big reason on why this has just never really fallen too far out of meta. Sometimes it's a little bit of a sleeper, but it'll always come back, and it pairs up so well against a lot of these meta Pokemon that we have out here, and even on the restricted end. So no wonder that this is just a great Pokemon. And even with the slower speed, you could just have a really speedy team and not worry about your opponent setting Trick Room because you throw out your Iron Hands. It loves to play in those dimensions.
Yeah, so many valuable tools that the Iron Hands can bring teams. And one last Pokemon that we're going to have a look at is one that we've briefly mentioned as well. It is going to be Ferreira. It's so useful, and so many players are really having a great time with it out here in Honolulu, and for good reason. Common water terra type, common terra typings, we're going to see falling into the water once again, but it is going to be water, it is going to be fairy. We commonly see on it Armatil is probably the main selling point from this Pokemon because of the ability to prevent those priority attacks onto your side of the field. Held items, we've seen a lot of the Electric Seed, especially when it's paired up with that Miraidon. Makes sense, you get the defense boost when the electric terrain is on the field. Citrus Berry and Throat Spray, something that we haven't seen too commonly, but Wolf Glick is a player that is running that, and for good reason, because if you do fire off those Hyper Voices, you get that boost, and then you become a bit more of a threat, which Ferreira can and has the capabilities of doing.
Yeah, especially too with the Ferreira. If you can get into a situation, you get the Trick Room, and you have something like that Throat Spray, and be able to constantly pressure. A lot of times, if your opponent isn't having priority, they might not go for the Ferreira, but all of a sudden making it a threat, they might have to deviate attention away from something else to target into that, which I never think feels too great. And even if you don't have the dimensions in your favor, the Ferreira just being able to stop that priority, that's Grassy Glide, gone Thunderclap, gone Sucker Punch. What is that? Fake out, who is she? And that's so nice. It's just a constant threat. You don't even need to bring it to the battle to all of a sudden kind of be in your opponent's head, because if they go for a priority attack and you swap that in, they could be hooked on that turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a thing, right? If you think back to a usage chart, like nearly everything on that top row other than Ferreira itself has a priority move, and makes it so much more difficult to use those Pokemon optimally. If you're trying to break Cornerstone Ogerpon's sturdy ability or a Pokemon's Focus Sash, suddenly you have to think twice about that, and it makes your unrevealed Pokemon even stronger, right? If you don't lead that Ferreira, just hanging out, maybe you have it in the back, maybe you don't, your opponent has to think twice, and it prevents them from taking what would otherwise be their optimal plays. I think we've been looking for a Pokemon that can remove priority so effectively, really for the whole time VGC has existed, right? And finally we have one that is proven to be a mainstay in competitive play.
Yeah, exactly that. And Ferreira, just one of those Pokemon I think we're probably going to see more of as we get deeper into the tournament. But Scott, Sierra, thank you for letting us pick your brains a little bit and get some expertise on these commonly used Pokemon that we're seeing in this tournament. But I believe our players already are getting warmed up, set up to be ready going into round 11. So we're going to throw it over to the casters now and get set up for that next and final round of Swiss.
Do you want to be legendary? Do you got what it takes to win? Well, we're going to find out here in the last round of Swiss going into Top Cut. The winner of this match will have their chance at becoming world champion. And Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. We have the privilege to broadcast this match. Gabby, this is the most intense of the 11 rounds that they've had all weekend.
I know, and it's time for these trainers to show us what they got and show why they are fighting for their opportunity to continue playing in this tournament. This is our final round of Swiss, which means anybody with an X&2 record will be seeded into an asymmetrical cut moving forwards in the tournament, at which point it is single elimination, one loss, and you are out. And there are so many incredibly powerful trainers remaining here. Anybody who currently has a 9-1 record, as we no longer have any undefeated trainers, is guaranteed to move on to Top Cut next round. So congratulations to all 9 of those trainers you can see here. Anybody, though, at an X&2 record has to win their next round to keep playing.
Yeah, this is so difficult. This is one of the new format we've had for our Swiss standings, but the last few years of the World Championships, we've had this asymmetrical cut going into Top Cut. And obviously that math is for people much smarter than us. That's not our job to figure out all the people moving on to Top Cut, but you really do want to put your own destiny in your own hands, control this match. If you are 8-2 currently, you really need that victory just to put yourself, who knows, we could very well have a story. The last person making it into the asymmetrical cut round could very well end up still being world champion.
And that's what's beautiful about Top Cut, is that at that point in time, it doesn't necessarily matter how you got there. It just matters that you keep winning. And we have some incredibly difficult matches queued up for this round. We'll be featuring Victor Mendina versus Shi Liang Tang, but you have Michael Kelch versus Nick Holmer. Fun fact, Nick actually missed round 1 of play yesterday due to a flight delay.
Oh, wow.
Took a game loss, showed up for round 2, and is fighting for his opportunity to cut.
So really, Nick is 8-1 if you think about it.
He is, and congratulations to him to make it to the tournament and to continue playing to this point. But also, I see Aaron Trailer up there. Joe Brown, what jumps out as you as a notable matchup for the next round?
I think definitely our world champion Shohei Kimura still in contention. We saw him round 1. Hopefully he'll perform well in this final round. But Yuma Kinagawa and Taryn Birdie, Taryn the UK representative, making Top Cut of the World Championships as well last year. So that would be pretty cool accomplishment for Taryn to go back-to-back on the World Championships. But honestly, there's no wrong answer. I think, Victor Medina, Shi Liang Tang, that is quite the matchup here. Victor, a just perennial international championship top cutter at this point. I think 4 IC top cuts in the last couple of seasons, as well as top 8 at the World Championships last year. It's going to be no easy task for Shi Liang to win.
I was just about to say, you mentioned back-to-back World's top cuts, and Victor Mendina has the opportunity to go for it here. Will have to beat the Hartford Regional Champion from 2013, 2023, an area close to our neck of the woods, but what an interesting matchup we have.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the most exciting matchup you could have had, where you see, oh, they both have Calyrex Ice Rider. It must be similar game plans. Absolutely not. When you look at those teams, Shi Liang Tang and his friends is the Tang gang, Justin Tang. They love running Rain, right? Shi Liang ran Kyogre, NAIC. Now you have Pelipper, the NAIC hero, Pelipper on his team. But if you take a look at Victor's squad, it is that Ogerpon Cornerstone who's proving to be one of the premier support Pokemon in the format.
Especially for trainers who have elected to pick Calyrex Ice Rider as their restricted Pokemon. I feel like Victor is running a very standard expected version of this team with the clear Amulet Terra Fire to make sure Incineroar is not a problem for that Pokemon. You have the support of Booster Energy Raging Bolt to deal big damage to maybe clean up after Trick Room. But most importantly, thanks to the Ogerpon Cornerstone's sturdy ability, you have the opportunity to use Follow Me, redirect any attacks towards it, and then use Trick Room on either your Ferreira or your Calyrex Ice Rider to give you the advantage at the beginning of a match.
Right, for sure. And Raging Bolt and Urshifu are just such strong Pokemon. They almost feel like having additional restricteds on your team, especially with that booster energy impacting how much damage Raging Bolt can produce. It's definitely going to be a tough task. As you look at the other side, there is a Calyrex Ice Rider on Shiliang Tang's end, but this is much different than the Ice Rider teams we've been showcasing throughout the weekend, Gabby, with the Rain Core on his side of Urshifu, Rapid Strike, as well as a Pelipper. And the Ogerpon Teal Mask, that's a nifty held item.
It's a loaded dice Bullet Seed Ogerpon Teal Mask. There is no Ivy Cudgel on that Pokemon, and I believe it's because the Bullet Seed will hit multiple times, and when you're looking at a field that has so many Urshifu Rapid Strike in the format with Focus Sash, being able to hit it twice, 3 times with an attack will break the Focus Sash and give you that opportunity to knock it out. It also has Follow Me and Encore, so definitely a more supportive Pokemon here, looking to redirect attacks just like we saw on Victor's side of the field. But given that the rest of the team is a bit faster, is a bit more powerful, that Landorus Incarnate with a Choice Scarf, for example, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shiliang almost forego Trick Room entirely in terms of a strategy here and just go for damage.
Yeah, and that Landorus Incarnate was an absolute menace in our prior regulation. If you remember Regulation F, it felt like it was a 45-50% usage Pokemon because of how powerful that sheer force is, but he doesn't have Life Orb, as you mentioned. It's Choice Scarf. So this Landorus it seems like more of a counter meta Pokemon, maybe counter Miraidon, counter Raging Bolt, because you're not getting the full power since it's not Life Orb sheer force, it's just the regular sheer force damage.
Here we go into game number 1 of this final round of Swiss. 2 Calyrex Ice Riders facing off, 2 very different approaches to the battle, and as a result, 2 incredibly different leads with Calyrex Ice Rider and Urshifu out on the field for Victor, and Landorus Incarnate and the Urshifu for Shiliang Tang.
Yeah, who is going to be happy in Honolulu? These are some heavy hitters. Of course, Calyrex Ice Rider is the slowest Pokemon on the field. That might be something that Victor is angling for, because you can try to twist those dimensions and have the advantage. But with 2 Urshifu on the field now, you have to worry about how those 2 Pokemon speeds are trained.
First, though, we will get a U-turn into this Calyrex Ice Rider, giving Shiliang the opportunity to pivot, and I like how he's immediately going for the pivot here. Given that the Landorus Incarnate will be taking super effective damage from a Glacial Lance and also would not appreciate sticking around in Trick Room, I think this is a very safe play. Feel out how your opponent is going to approach the matchup and then respond the next turn.
And Incineroar will go into that spot, but Surging Strikes into Incineroar on the swap. Not necessarily a prediction, as both Incineroar and Landorus Incarnate are weak to water, so just a really smart play for Victor to target into that position. Rocky Helmet is the held item for the Incineroar, so that's going to do 3 ticks of damage onto Urshifu, breaking that sash and actually doing a considerable amount of damage. Now Shiliang will respond with the 3 critical hits of his own into Calyrex. Nowhere near enough for the knockout, however, so now it's just up to Calyrex going on this turn. With a Glacial Lance, Incineroar has taken a lot of damage. It is resisted, but it is enough for the knockout and the attack boost.
No Trick Room was set up this turn, though, so if Shiliang wants, now that the Calyrex Ice Rider has taken some significant damage in this previous turn, you can go ahead and target it with either your own Urshifu once again or the Landorus to ensure that you deal damage. Now, we did see that Shiliang's Urshifu moved second that time around. I'm not sure if that's something that we'll have to watch out for again moving forwards. But if you're certain that the opposing Urshifu is faster in this instance, I think you can safely target down that Pokemon with the Landorus. And again, another Surging Strike should do more than enough damage to pick up the KO on Calyrex.
Yeah, this Calyrex, as you mentioned, it's already under half HP. We saw how much damage the U-turn did on the prior turn, so it's something that Victor understands. His Calyrex is not necessarily safe on the field while Shiliang's Pokemon are faster.
Exactly, and I think the one nice thing as well about going for that Surging Strikes first initially is that you'd still get some chip damage down onto that Pokemon, even if the Calyrex used Protect. But no protect last turn, which means it's certainly available for this turn.
Well, you can only protect against Landorus as the Earth Power goes into the Urshifu slot instead, so no damage coming out from Shiliang's Landorus, and he has Choice Lock into the Earth Power. But of course, Calyrex is going to have to eat those unseen fists from Surging Strike's Urshifu. Just enough on that third hit for the knockout.
So it looked like it was indeed the U-turn that made all the difference in that previous turn. So good notes for Victor to consider when we're talking about game number 2 in this set, because given that lead, I think that the Calyrex was hoping to get Trick Room up a little bit sooner on in this matchup. Because again, if you look at how these teams match up on paper, Victor's team would be more suited to play in a Trick Room environment. But Shiliang has been able to remove that threat from the field. It did cost him the Incineroar, but I do think that the Incineroar's best positioning in this matchup is to face off against that Calyrex. That was a great trade for Shiliang, and now you just have to get some damage on the field, maybe break the Ogerpon's sturdy ability so you can get KO there, and then see what Victor brought into the last slot.
Yeah, that Ogerpon's going to be really crucial here in game 1 for Victor as its support with Follow Me being able to redirect attacks away from his own Urshifu. But now it's time to lock in the Terastallization turn or game 1 for Victor. That's Terra Water going to be doing way more damage now with your Surging Strikes, and you have that comfort of knowing, because Ogerpon can redirect the attacks away, that your Urshifu is not worried about getting KO'd. Earth Power is a neutral hit into Ogerpon, but he does take that pretty well, and of course you have Sturdy as the ability anyway, so no threat of being knocked out. But there's the Terra Water boosted Surging Strikes into the Landorus, and it's going to be a KO.
That was more than a one-hit KO technically, but still enough damage to remove that Pokemon from the field. So great use of Follow Me from Victor there. Will trade the Ogerpon for the opposing Landorus, but once again, we saw that opposing Urshifu on Victor's side of the field move first. So really, assuming that Shiliang doesn't have another speedy Pokemon in the back, maybe his own Ogerpon, you've put yourself in a great position to clean up this game number 1.
And Raging Bolt will swap onto the field for Victor as both of these trainers are down to their 2 final Pokemon in game 1. It's Shiliang's restricted Calyrex Ice Rider coming in. Shiliang's Urshifu cannot get out of this electric weakness on the other side because it is a stellar Terra. So if Raging Bolt goes for any attacks into that slot, it will be super effective.
You do mention Terastallization though. Raging Bolt cannot Terastallize away from its weakness to Glacial Lance. And as of right now, the Calyrex Ice Rider on Shiliang's side of the field is at full health and will continue to be at full health. I think all Shiliang needs is the opportunity to get some damage down on that Pokemon.
Shiliang also protecting in front of an Urshifu. We've seen it 2 times now in this first game. The Unseen Fist ability putting in so much work for both of these trainers, bringing Shiliang's Pokemon down to half HP. Here's the close combat into Victor's Urshifu, and that will be enough for the knockout. Absolutely trade those defense drops to get rid of Victor's Urshifu. Now it's all down to the Raging Bolt in a 1v2 scenario against Shiliang's Pokemon. Winning this game is going to be so crucial. Draco Meteor only 90% accurate, but it goes into Protect anyway, not mattering.
I know, you were gearing yourself up for it too.
I was ready for the Draco into, it's the Urshifu there, yeah.
I know, I feel like my heart always skips a beat when it's like, okay, where did Draco target?
Yeah,
and does that mean that it's not going to attack? No, that was a really great turn there from Shiliang, and now we do get to see the reveal of the Stellar Terastallization as well on his Urshifu. And I love the Stellar Terastallization adaptation that many trainers made coming into this tournament, because in situations like this, yes, you only can boost every attack type once per game.
Oh!
This is where it counts. That did so much damage.
Essentially an adaptability boost onto that close combat, doing massive amounts of damage. Draco Meteor will respond with the KO into Shiliang's end. So you do have a -2 special attack, Raging Bolt, with the worries of speed tiers, but of course, Shiliang's Urshifu is faster anyway and has his own priority. Aqua Jet more than enough to handle these 10 hit points, and Shiliang's gonna win game 1.
A fantastic end game there by Shiliang. A little bit nerve-wracking in that final turn, I think, trying to determine if your opponent would try to go for a Thunderclap, maybe to pick up the KO on the Urshifu, or target down the Calyrex Ice Rider, as individually, both of those Pokemon were capable of cleaning up that game. But Shiliang correctly making the call there to go on the offense with that huge huge close combat into the opposing Pokemon, save the Calyrex Ice Rider for the next turn, at which point Aqua Jet plus any attack, depending on what that Raging Bolt would have picked, locked in that KO.
Now I'm wondering on Shiliang's end, because he was able to preserve the Calyrex so much later on, and it didn't end up turning into a Trick Room Mirror or having the two Calyrex in the field at the same time, that if you're Victor, do you kind of steal that strategy and don't let your Calyrex Ice Rider get knocked out as early as it did in game one?
You know, looking at these teams as well, I do have to wonder if Shiliang even wants to try and go for a Trick Room approach. I don't think he does, and I think Victor, while it would have given him a bit of an advantage if he had brought different Pokemon to that game number one, given that he led with the Urshifu, we also saw the Ogerpon, the Raging Bolt. Those are all naturally fast Pokemon. I think that if you're confident in maybe how your Calyrex Ice Rider is trained, especially for a mirror matchup situation, you can make the call in team preview, like, I don't want to go for Trick Room this time. That all being said, I do know that some trainers preparing for the World Championships were actually looking at running more neutral speed Calyrex Ice Rider or even invested speed Calyrex Ice Rider, specifically for situations like this. And given how quickly we're jumping into game number 2 here, I think both these trainers have their game plans ready to go.
All right, well, Victor's hopes of making top cut here in Honolulu are on the line as he is down a game to Shiliang Tang here in round 11. Shiliang with the lead of Incineroar or Shifu. This time, Incineroar can't take a bunch of damage on the swap in because it's already on the field.
It is already on the field, but that does mean it is also immediately threatened by the presence of the opposing Urshifu. So Shiliang does have access to Fake Out for this turn, but will have to look towards that Pokemon to stop it from getting a really one-turn knockout, at which point the Calyrex could go for Trick Room, could really do what it wants in this situation.
Victor going for the Terra straight up on turn 1. Waited a couple of turns the last game to, kind of see the situations. But here's the Terra Water Surging Strikes right into that Incineroar. You know there's no Citrus Berry. It's the Rocky Helmet on this time. So Shiliang, is he willing to trade these 3 ticks of damage from Rocky Helmet to lose the Incineroar? Remember, no Fake Out on that turn either. Technically, the 3-hit, 1-hit KO, however you want to determine it. Always a fun discussion. But regardless, it leads to Incineroar getting knocked out on turn 1 without really doing anything beneficial for the Shiliang. Now Urshifu's going to respond with his own Surging Strikes.
The big question here, though, is what strategy is Victor going to take moving forwards with this Calyrex, as the Incineroar was one of Shiliang's best answers to this Pokemon in game number 1. Going into this game number 2, we see a single target Glacial Lance. Doesn't do a lot of damage to that opposing Urshifu, but Victor once again indicating that he is confident foregoing Trick Room on a turn that otherwise would have been a very easy opportunity for him to go for that.
That's right, Gabby. 2 game ones or turn ones in a row has not clicked the Trick Room, instead going for the Glacial Lance. Now Choice Scarf Landorus Incarnate comes onto the field. Can only lock into one thing. Do you try to prioritize the U-turn damage? We saw how much it did to Calyrex last time around, but at the same time, that Urshifu's looking mighty juicy at half HP. That could be a pretty good target for this Choice Scarf Landorus to go into. Smartly though, Victor having the same concerns we did, that his Urshifu looked in a tough spot, so Rillaboom will swap onto the field in that spot. Sanchez Storm hits, connecting onto both. Not the easiest thing to do out of a Landorus, and the Surging Strikes follow-up will KO this Calyrex.
Shiliang Tang correctly identifying that he needed an opportunity for some additional damage on the opposing Calyrex to ensure that KO. And while Sanchez Storm isn't the most accurate move, it is Landorus Incarnate Form's only opportunity to go for double target damage, as they are typically trained in special attack, as opposed to the other form, which will run physical attack, rock slide, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
We've been there before. I love, though, how Shiliang, again, is prioritizing knocking out that Calyrex Ice Rider initially to open things up for presumably, once again, his own Ice Rider in the back of his party.
I do feel like Victor feels really confident with the Rillaboom on the field right now. One, you have Grassy Glide with Grassy Terrain that threatens Shiliang's Urshifu. Can't Terrasilize out of it because of Stellar Terra. And remember, Landorus is choice locked into Sanchez Storm, so you're not threatened by Sludge Bomb whatsoever. Shiliang would actually have to swap out to reset its attack.
And if it is indeed the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back of his party, I don't think he wants to risk making that switch and taking any damage in the process.
Rillaboom does get hit by the Sanchez Storm, but remember, because of the sheer force ability, there is no secondary effect from the Landorus. Urshifu on Shiliang's end will knock out its counterpart, so Victor's Terrestrialized Pokemon has been knocked out here in Game 2, but it's up to Rillaboom on this turn. Which of the two Pokemon on Shiliang's end did he target? That's a Wood Hammer with a Grassy Terrain boost into the Landorus for a one-hit KO.
And that was the Pokemon he needed to knock out if he's worried about the possibility of Raging Bolt succeeding in the future of this game. Sanchez Storm would have done so much damage. It is actually the Ogerpon in the back of his party, but still, Sanchez Storm, an incredible attack against this Pokemon in particular. You still have the Grassy Glide available for the opposing Urshifu, but now you have the opportunity to go for a Rock-type Ivy Cudgel against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. There's still a couple of tricks up Shiliang's sleeve, though, that he could fall on here. One thing in particular, we have not seen Shiliang terrestrialize yet, and this Calyrex Ice Rider is actually Terra Normal. If you were running the standard Terra Fire Calyrex Ice Rider in this position, you'd still be taking super effective damage from that Ogerpon, but you can at least reduce things to a neutral hit, which will open things up a little bit more, but still, Victor has found an out here to chase to bring us to a Game 3.
Yeah, I think that Terra Normal here we're going to see from Shiliang can be crucial because it was set as a Calyrex Shadow Rider counter, but really it's benefiting Shiliang right now against Victor's team, making those hits neutral instead of super effective. Aqua Jet doesn't do too much damage to the Ogerpon, but the Power Whip into Calyrex brings it down under half HP. Both of these grass types are taking advantage of the grassy terrain, and that's another KO for Rillaboom.
Victor, following what Shiliang did earlier on in this game, double targeting the opposing Calyrex and opening up the door for him to stay in this competition. Two grass types against an Urshifu. Even if it could use its stellar terrestrialization, it does not have enough damage to take down these two Pokemon.
Yeah, that is the absolutely crucial play of this game, was Rillaboom one-hitting Landorus, because once Sludge Bomb is out of the game, you don't have to worry about threatening Rillaboom anymore. You can stay here and use those Grassy Terrain boosted Wood Hammers, and at any point now it's just your Shifu. You can even click Grassy Glide if you want.
You still have to be a little bit careful here with how you approach things just to be safe. However, Victor will indeed win that match thanks to the forfeit from Shiliang Tang. And we're getting a game number 3 in this final round of Swiss at the World Championships.
That's all we can ask for, Gabby. Honestly, Game 3s are so intense. I can't even imagine what's going through. Their hearts must be pounding on stage. I'm nervous just watching.
Well, especially since the matchup is so close. Just like you said, it was the Wood Hammer into that Landorus Incarnate that gave Victor Medina the opportunity to fight back. Shiliang could have very easily made a switch there or otherwise tried to stop that Rillaboom from finding that alignment. I think going into game number 3, you have to respect that threat from your opponent, as the Landorus Incarnate was a huge, important Pokemon for Shiliang. I don't think you necessarily can comfortably lock into Sanchez Storm, especially knowing that your opponent had 2 grass-type Pokemon in the back. So going into this game number 3, I'm really curious if we're going to see Shiliang try and preserve that Landorus so that Sludge Bomb is available when you need it.
Yeah, I think Landorus Incarnate is in such a difficult position because it is absolutely crucial to Shiliang's success in this set. And the issue is if it goes down, you're kind of losing a lot of the checks into Victor's team. There is the chance Ogerpon Teal Mask doesn't mind taking grass attacks, right? It takes it better than Landorus as a grass-type Pokemon. So we'll see if there are any adjustments in this crucial Game 3, winning in for top cut of the World Championships. Urshifu Rillaboom for Victor, and Incineroar Urshifu for Shiliang.
That Incineroar loves connecting the Intimidate against the Rillaboom. Also, seeing the Rillaboom turn 1 from Victor will help Shiliang pivot a potential Landorus Incarnate in the back a bit more correctly. Both these trainers have access to Fake Out this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see 2 Fake Outs thrown in the Urshifu's directions, just because that will stop them from attacking for this turn and then give you a little bit more time to figure out this board state.
It would also break the Focus Sashes as well, so that's something that these trainers have have to be worried about. Do you protect on this turn, trying to preserve that against Fake Out? That's the pressure Fake Out provides.
Exactly, and then you've added an additional mind game on top of that of, well, if I think my opponent is going to use Detect this turn, I could try and target down my own Urshifu's attack into that Pokemon. So I think the safest play is to just click Fake Out into the opposing Urshifu and try and power things through. But Shi Liang, I think maybe, assuming the Fake Out was going in that direction, making a switch.
Let's see, there is the Ogerpon Teal Mesh, the hero of the DLC. From Kitakami to Honolulu, Shi Liang brings Ogerpon out, and it's Terra Grass Incineroar for Shi Liang in this game. So completely swapping up his strategy from the first 2 games of this set. Rillaboom's Fake Out goes towards the Ogerpon on the swap in. That doesn't matter since it's not attacking. And the Surging Strikes is now into a grass type, resisting. Rocky Helmet's gonna do more damage than Surging Strikes.
And a great adjustment from Shi Liang, because his Terastallization in game number 2 ended up not helping him win the board state. If his Incineroar was able to hold on, break the Focus Sash thanks to Rocky Helmet, and honestly do more damage to the opposing Urshifu, and
He burns the Urshifu, landing Will-O-Wisp already at half HP, gonna take even more recoil from the burn. As great of a turn 1 as Shi Liang could possibly ask for.
This Incineroar is ready to go on the offense. Honestly, could try and connect another Will-O-Wisp against the opposing Rillaboom as well. If that Pokemon switches out to the Calyrex Ice Rider, it won't be able to Terastallize. If you land a bird against the Ogerpon, it's going to have its attack. There is so much opportunity for this Incineroar thanks to that grass-type Terastallization. The opposing Ogerpon as well could throw a Bullet Seed into the opposing Urshifu, and regardless of what Pokemon comes in, that is damage. Shi Liang has so much momentum in this position right now.
And the beauty of Ogerpon Tiamat on the other side as a grass type with Follow Me is that you're not able... actually, he's encoring it into the Fake Out. Encore, the tech that Ogerpon has used, it's probably helped Shi Liang get to this position. Now Rillaboom is locked into Fake Out, and it's burned!
Rillaboom's attack will be halved for the remainder of this match. Rillaboom also can't do anything thanks to that Encore. A great play there from Shi Liang. The way that those speeds interact for Encore on the Ogerpon Teal Mask, it is not a Pokemon with Prankster like you typically see on Whimsicott. So you'd have to predict that your opponent is not going to go for Grassy Glide, a priority attack, at which point you would lock them into that move. Now, mind you, not the worst move to lock a Pokemon into in this board state, but still, the fact that it was Fake Out that got encored is such a punishing move in Shi Liang's favor.
Right, because that essentially means Rillaboom is useless. It is forced to swap out on Victor's end. This is information Shi Liang can take advantage of. You know there's only one potential attack coming from Victor's end of the board this turn, but it's time to Terastallize in game 3, and Victor bringing his restricted. It's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider, the most important Pokemon, turning into a fire type.
There still is that water-type Rapid Striker Shifu in the back of Shi Liang's party, though. So while this Calyrex may have escaped not only just a parting shot thanks to the clear amulet, but the threat of Will-O-Wisp as well, this is the perfect opportunity for Shi Liang to send in a Pokemon that can deal that super effective damage.
Yeah, he does have. We do see that is revealed now that Shi Liang has revealed all 4 Pokemon, that the Landorus was not brought in this battle. It was the Ogerpon Teal Mask replacing it for the crew. Glacial Lance will connect onto both, breaking the Focus Sash, not doing too much damage to the opposing Calyrex on the other end. But Ogerpon Cornerstone, crucially, still has its sturdy intact and can follow me away the attacks away from this Urshifu that would be threatening Calyrex.
It's a tough prediction to make here. I do think that there's benefit for going on the offense with Victor with both of these Pokemon, because you know the opposing Urshifu would be faster than your Calyrex.
That's right, Rocket Ice!
Ogerpon is faster too!
Effective critical hit, Ivy Cudgel. 2 different underrepresented Ogerpon forms are taking over the stage right now here in round 11. Surging Strikes from the Urshifu is super effective, but Calyrex is just so bulky, it's able to endure those 3 hits.
That critical hit on the Ivy Cudgel was huge as well because we saw that Ogerpon take an attack drop from the parting shot earlier. Calyrex was forced to go for a high horsepower just to get a little bit more damage down on that opposing Urshifu, but we've seen how the speeds interact. We know that the Ogerpon Cornerstone on Victor's side of the field would be faster. You do have to worry about fake out here
if
now
it doesn't get faked
from
out. Yeah.
the Incineroar, but I do think that Victor can simply go for a Protect and a Spiky Shield this turn if fake out is what you're worried about. You cannot risk switching in your own Ogerpon in this position just because the Calyrex Ice Rider is still on the field and is still able to use Glacial Lance, at least until your Urshifu knocks it out.
And Xiling has such a strong defensive core. Instead of the Rillaboom being with his buddies Urshifu and Incineroar, it's the Ogerpon as the grass type of choice. Victor's 2 Pokemon in the back are both burned and physical attackers, so a lot of his damage output has been hindered.
It has, but these Pokemon as well, switching in, he didn't have to use Protect.
That's right, Will-O-Wisp is going to go into the Rillaboom, who is already burned, but trying to play supportive with this Terra Grass Incineroar. Don't want to go for any damaging moves, just try potentially burn the rest of the team down.
Even though the Rillaboom is burned on the opposing side of the field, it can still go for Fake Out. It is still a useful Pokemon for Victor in this situation. So by switching both these Pokemon in the previous turn, you don't have to worry about Will-O-Wisp, you don't have to worry about being flinched, and you buy yourself more time, as Victor still has the Pokemon advantage in this matchup.
Right, especially important considering how those first couple of turns went in Xiliang's favor here. Urshifu will detect, keeping itself safe from an attack from Rillaboom, but not from Urshifu. Unseen Fist does not finish the job. Xiliang is still going to hang on in the red with his Urshifu. There's the Rillaboom, but it goes into the Protect, so smart play from Xiliang, not allowing Rillaboom to swap out and reset that grassy terrain. Insult to injury as I stop your U-turn, but Parting Shot lets Incineroar swap out for free.
That Urshifu on Xiliang's side of the field, though, is very low in health to the point where an attack from either of Victor's 2 Pokemon would do enough damage to knock it out. And Xiliang's win condition right now is keeping that Urshifu around for the return of the Terrifier Calyrex in the back of Victor's party. Xiliang switching in the Ogerpon Teal Mask in this board position does mean that he can then switch in the Incineroar again for that Urshifu, but Victor can easily punish that play. You just double into that Ogerpon, maybe you double into the Incineroar, depending on what moves you want to target. Yes, you do have to worry about the burn modification on the damage on the field, but 2 attacks from these Pokemon is still going to put Xiliang's Pokemon closer to knockout range from the Glacial Lance, which is really Victor's winning condition for this game.
At a certain point, Xiliang, even if he is statted, given the stats conditions to his opponent, he's running out of health on the 3 Pokemon that are still on his side and available to him. Of course, the Incineroar is still very healthy, but that Urshifu was not long for the match. There's the Aqua Jet, so a perfect swap in, bringing the grass type, even with a critical hit, hardly doing any damage there and taking even more back. There's the Bullet Seed we talked about in team preview. It's not going into an Urshifu, but let's see how many hits you can get with a loaded dice Bullet Seed into Rillaboom.
I mean, that's 3 hits. That's
and 4 is guaranteed, so it's always 4 or 5 hits. Oh, and then the Ogerpon doesn't come through with the 5th hit. Finally, Rillaboom is able to swap out with its U-turn.
Still, though, that was a very significant amount of damage onto that Rillaboom at the end of the day. Yes, those are resisted hits, but still, overall, down to about half its health. The only Pokemon with full health on Victor's side of the field will be his Ogerpon Cornerstone, which critically still also has that sturdy ability in play. While Calyrex is very tempting to send in on this board position, you're staring down 2 Grass-type Pokemon. I don't think you can take that risk, as a Bullet Seed with 4 hits plus a knockoff certainly would do enough damage to pick up that KO. And if you leave that Urshifu just unattended on the opposing side of the field, I'm not sure it's going to be able to do much either. So really, all Xiliang has to do in this board position is focus down on that Calyrex Ice Rider. Sure, maybe you wait a turn here. Maybe Victor's probably going to go for Protect on that Calyrex Ice Rider to buy himself 1 more turn. But there's really nothing that's going to stop your 2 Pokemon, barring a critical hit. And even then, they just have so much health.
yeah, there's a lot of health on the other side, and even if Victor's Pokemon, their hit points are going lower, you'd argue the one Pokemon you want to stay at full HP is Ogerpon Cornerstone, so you have access to the Sturdy that you were talking about, Gabby. On this turn, though, Victor crucially will protect himself from the Fake Out. Fake Out goes into the Calyrex, so now it's going to be up to the Ogerpon, who is faster than Urshifu, clicking a Follow Me to redirect the attacks away. Will be close combat onto the Ogerpon. How well does he take it?
That's a critical
With
hit.
the crit, it brings Ogerpon down to half. That's not what Shiliang wanted to see.
One more turn of burn damage as well ensures that this Urshifu will be KO'd at the end of this turn if Victor keeps it on the field. And honestly, seeing that you already rolled a critical hit on that close combat, you might as well go for it again. Your opponent your opponent wouldn't waste time picking up the KO there unless they had a spread move hit here, just because that Calyrex Ice Rider is so scary. But remember, with the pressure of Encore on the field as well, this switch is such a safe play from Victor.
And it's also crucial for Rillaboom to swap on to reactivate Grassy Terrain, since the burn would have knocked out Urshifu if he didn't. There's a close combat, no crit means no KO. Shiliang gets to keep his Ogerpon on the field, -2 into its defenses. The Bullet Seed goes into the Rillaboom yet again, so not getting too much value. It adds up over time, especially when you get some nice critical hits to boot, but that's 3 hits of the Bullet Seed. This is the 4th. That's the guaranteed. Can he get the 5th one? No, 2 times loaded dice has come up short, but the knockoff follow-up will be more than enough to take out Rillaboom.
Urshifu, though, like you just said, Joe, sticking around for one more turn thanks to the help of that Grassy Terrain. But Grassy Terrain's also going to heal up the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field as well. And again, we know that Urshifu needs close combat to get a critical hit to pick up the KO on the Ogerpon from this range. Victor is down to his final 3 Pokemon with that Ogerpon Cornerstone, still the only Pokemon on his side of the field at full health.
And with Follow Me, it would redirect the attacks away, meaning this low health Urshifu with all the defense trapped can continue to go for these critical hits because the Grassy Terrain activates before the burn damage kicks in.
It does, but how many turns are you going to have the opportunity to do this? And on the off chance that you think your opponent, this is such a tough position to be in. I feel like you want to go for the Ivy Cudgel here just to get the KO on the opposing Ogerpon, to force out the opposing Urshifu, and just hope that you can pick up the knockout on it.
It's Spiky Shield and Rocky Helmet on the other end, so no matter what Victor targets into, he's going to take the recoil damage and knock itself out there. The close combat does so much damage, but it hangs on to the red. I thought that was going to be enough. I thought he got the Grassy Terrain recovery, helped Shiliang hang on in that fight there. The party shot is able to lower the attack even more. He's already been burned. It feels so hurtful to do it there. But no, the Urshifu actually didn't make contact because it broke through the Spiky Shield.
Exactly. I know that's one of those mechanics that you have to really keep queued up and ready to go. But I think more importantly, the fact that we see the Urshifu return to the field on Shiliang's side of the field, get that little bit of health back, probably to help it try and hold on through an Aqua Jet from the opposing Urshifu in a further end game is something important to keep an eye on. Shiliang most likely will be returning that Incineroar to the field though this turn. I think that you want to get those Intimidates down onto the opposing Ogerpon, and I just worry that if you leave the Urshifu on the field while the opposing Ogerpon is still at such full health, you're going to end up in a situation where the Ogerpon, naturally faster, will be able to pick up the KO there, and then you just have your entire strategy, unfortunately, start to crumble. So Shiliang needs to get that Incineroar back out onto the field and really needs to put the pressure down on this opposing Ogerpon, who has critically become the cornerstone of Victor's strategy in this end game.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Gabby. That's a great pun. Always a fan of the puns on the broadcast. Aqua Jet finally deals with Victor's Urshifu, which hung on at 7 HP for 3 turns, finally getting knocked out. Power Whip into the low health Ogerpon will be more than enough for the KO. So Shiliang down to his last 2 Pokemon. Going to be but 2 Pokemon you'd love to have, Urshifu and Incineroar versus Ogerpon Cornerstone and a low health Calyrex.
Sturdy is still active on this Ogerpon Cornerstone, and Incineroar returning to the field will intimidate that Pokemon though, and also bring back with it the threat of fake out. While this Cornerstone Ogerpon could go for a follow me redirection here to ensure that the Calyrex gets the opportunity to attack, you do have to wonder how many Glacial Lances will it take to pick up the KO on the opposing Incineroar. Yes, the Urshifu will be KO'd in one hit, but Calyrex, with such low health, the fact that its clear amulet is still held on does mean that knockoff should do enough damage to pick up the KO there. So Shiliang really needs to find the opportunity to focus in on this opposing Ogerpon. Doesn't have to worry as much about the threat of a spiky shield here, but still, everything comes down to this turn.
Let's see what Shiliang can do. The fake out goes into Ogerpon Cornerstone's spiky shield, so going to be a little bit of a taste of your own medicine from the Rocky Helmet, right? Incineroar's going to take a little bit of recoil damage.
Yep.
Surging strikes from Urshifu takes out the Calyrex.
And now that the Calyrex has been knocked out, this Urshifu is free to focus in on the Cornerstone Ogerpon, will be dealing neutral damage to this Grass Rock type Pokemon, but still the combination of that Urshifu, of the Incineroar at so much health is giving Shiliang the motivation he needs to find his way into the finals.
Shiliang goes for the detect on this turn, wants to see what Victor's up to. The power up goes into that slot, so Shiliang calls it correctly. Now it's up to the Incineroar going for Will-O-Wisp, landing another one. All three of his Will-O-Wisps connecting on this game 3, crucial.
It's a good insurance, though, to have. You're able to lower the attack of this Ogerpon Cornerstone as much as possible, while you do still have to worry about that Power Whip dealing damage to the opposing Urshifu. It's not necessarily that Pokemon that you're trying to protect from that burn. You're trying to give this Incineroar enough time to ensure that regardless of how much damage this Aqua Jet does to the Ogerpon, Incineroar is able to beat Ogerpon in the end game.
Power Whip super effective, taking out Urshifu, so now it's one-on-one. This Terra Grass Incineroar that Shiliang broke out on turn 1 of game 3 is potentially the way he can win this. There's 3 minutes left. There's no shot this match is going to last 3 minutes with just 2 Pokemon left.
A spiky shield here is a good play from this Ogerpon to see what Shiliang's going to lock into, but critically will be dealing a bit of chip damage thanks to the spiky shield recoil. And critically,
the Ogerpon's been parting shot, it's been burned, but there's so many chances for Ogerpon to try to come back in this game.
He got the
double spiky shield means that Shiliang has now taken 2 more turns of recoil from these hits on Incineroar. It's put him lower, and all you need is a crit.
All you need is a crit, and I believe Ivy Cudgel's raised crit rate is going to be so important here in this endgame. You could try and go for a 3rd spiky shield.
He's gonna go for it. It's only a 10% chance. Victor doesn't get the spiky shield, and Shiliang is gonna knock off Victor's Ogerpon and knock him out of contention for the World Championship. Shiliang Tang will move on to Top Cut here in Honolulu.
Playing towards every possible out there with that Ogerpon Cornerstone. Victor just unable to find the final spiky shield that he would have needed to line up the Incineroar for a critical hit Ivy Cudgel to hopefully do enough damage to pick up the KO. It was still a bit of a stretch there at the end, but still, just the fact that he was able to recognize that out and play towards it to the best of his ability shows why he was a top cut player in last year's World Championships. But this year, Shiliang Tang keeping the dreams of the Tang game alive, moving on into our asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, I love the storylines that Shiliang brings. Like you said, he's a regional champion from a couple seasons ago, but day 1 of Worlds, he knocked Wolf out of Top Cut, or out of the winning in, I should say, in day 1. Now day 2, he wins his winning in yet again. Shiliang is just super cool under the pressure of the most important matches of the weekend.
I know, he looked so calm and collected throughout that entire match. I mean, Victor as well. Both these trainers clearly locked in, but the adaptation to a grass-type terrestrialization on that Incineroar from all the way back in turn number 1 of this game, ultimately finding him those openings in the end game to win. And I mean, we did see these 3 Will-O-Wisps connect with the Pokemon on Victor's side of the field, which, you know, odds are you don't get all 3 of those.
Right.
But still, Victor did a fantastic job playing around that and trying to keep the board pressure on thanks to his own Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I mean, this match was just incredible from start to finish, all 3 games. So these first couple of turns they just felt so much in Shiliang's favor, and give credit to Victor, not giving up, preserving his Pokemon, keeping Sturdy intact, keeping his low health Urshifu on the field for like 5 turns. Victor almost pulled off the comeback.
I think if he had gotten another critical hit on that close combat, he would have had the opening he needed. But in the end, it will be Shiliang Tang moving on. But I want to take a moment, honestly, to shout out both of these trainers in terms of their team building for the Calyrex Ice Rider. You know, yes, we've seen a lot of trainers do very well in this tournament with more Trick Room-oriented versions of this team. I think it's just going to show that in this metagame, Calyrex Ice Rider can actually play as its own Trick Room counter. A lot of trainers will bring Trick Room on a Pokemon in order to be able to reverse the dimensions if they end up in that matchup. And looking at the team compositions here, while both these trainers maybe didn't want to rely on it necessarily, especially when you're playing another Calyrex Ice Rider, you have that option, and I think that's really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with you. It seems like the way that these teams are trained with their Calyrex Ice Rider and then Ogerpon of choice is like, that's a supportive Pokemon to keep my restricted healthy and keep it secure. But the other Pokemon are just hard-hitting, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Thunderclap on Raging Bolt, right? I think one of the other big adjustment for Shiliang, taking credit, is I'm sure Landers Incarnate was absolutely crucial in his first 10 rounds. But after those first 2 games, it just wasn't cutting it. So making that decision to swap to Ogerpon Teal Mask ends up being crucial and helping him get into Top Cut.
And honestly, who would have thought that we'd see the Cornerstone Ogerpon and the Teal Mask Ogerpon
We've seen all 4 this
facing
weekend.
off against each other to make Top Cut at the World Championships. Those two were the most undersold forms of Ogerpon coming into the DLC, coming into Regulation G, yet they've found an amazing position in the metagame and showcase, I think, why Ogerpon is everybody's friend.
Yeah.
Definitely my friend. Definitely my friend.
Ogerpon, definitely one of my favorite Pokemon. I also love the upgrade, the Flex Shiliang, Top Cut NAIC with Wo Chien, but then found a better grass type to put on the team at Worlds and swap Wo Chien for sorry.
Oh, no. I think
sorry, Marcos, I had to throw it out there.
I think we got to go to Lou with an interview with Shiliang before all the Wo Chien believers come after you. So Lou, why don't you take it away?
It is nice to have a friend out there in the form of Ogerpon, but it is even nicer to be here on the stage with Shiliang Tang. Congratulations! What an amazing win! The crowd are going crazy for you. Honestly, how are you feeling after that incredible set? Game 3 was so intense.
Yeah, I do agree. Game 3, I think I had huge advantage until my Calyrex got -1 IV Kaijo crit. Things are getting much, much harder, so I was, it doesn't feel well at that moment, but I need to quite get myself recovered and think, what should I do? Because I still have a lot of advantage having both of their mons burned, and I baited their Terrifier on their Calyrex so I can Surging Strike. Yeah, so I think it was unlucky at that turn, but I think I played well in the later turns to get the game off.
Well, another thing that was really lucky was the accuracy of your Incineroar with those Will-O-Wisps. Can you talk us through a little bit about why Incineroar was so key in that Game 3?
Yeah, so I think burning their critical mons, my game plan was initially burn their mons so that my Calyrex can just stand there and fire off a lot of Glacial Lances. It didn't work through, but still the burn gave me a lot of chip damage. And I think it helped my Teal Mask take a lot of their attacks.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that Teal Mask as well, because you brought that through in Game 3, and I don't know if you could hear, but the crowd was going wild when we saw that reveal. Talk us through why you made that adjustment and why the Teal Mask was there in Game 3.
Yes, so from Game 2, I figured that he likes Super and Rillaboom, and he doesn't bring Bolt. So I think Teal Mask is a better adjustment, that it can follow me, help my other mons to deal better into Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Well, that makes perfect sense, and you could see how well you were able to pilot it. I always like to ask people up here a bit of advice for some newer trainers, because in this particular game, obviously Game 3 started really well for you, but then Victor took you right to the wire at the end. How do you keep your composure and keep thinking about win conditions in those types of situations?
Yes, so I think the most important thing is that when you get unlucky, don't panic. There's always some way to win out the game. I think that happens a lot of time on my stream tables at my own place. Like today, there was another game I got like 5 full para in a row, which cost me a game, but I still trying to not get tilted and play the best every single turn. I think another thing is I think the earphone of the stream table is very loud. It has a lot of white noise. I do think that also helped me concentrate.
Okay, so it helps keep a nice calm composure throughout the game. Fantastic, really good advice for the trainers out there. Well, we always like to ask as well, are there any shout outs to people back home watching, people in the crowd who I can already see cheering for you? What would you like to say to them?
Yeah, so I would like to thank all my friends who's cheering for me. I see a lot of them, and especially my team builder partner. We have Toller, we have Justin, we have William, we have Pautra. And also, most importantly, I want to thank my family and my wife for keep supporting me playing Pokemon.
Well, it sounds like that support is doing the trick. Huge congratulations. We cannot wait to see you in Top Cut, and best of luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Of course, the Pokemon action is going to keep going here at the Pokemon World Championships, so don't go anywhere as we keep it rolling.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks out another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We've been chugging along with the competition and some high-fire matches, and now it's time to start figuring out who is in our top cut, who still has the opportunity to go for the glory, go for gold, and the title of Pokemon World Champion. I'm Sierra Dawn, and kicking it off in the lounge with Scott Glaza and Lee Provost. It's been some great time today, guys.
Yeah, been phenomenal matches so far. I mean, the quality is exactly what we expected, right? Coming into day two, the field of play out there, it's matched expectations and kind of surpassed it in some places as well. I mean, that last match that we had, round 11, that was just incredible. So just looking forward to getting deeper into the tournament and what else we're going to see today.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. Get surprises around every corner. Just like we told you the last time we were up here, there are definitely only 3 viable Ogerpon forms in this format.
Yeah, that one was a little bit of a, I got I got humbled real fast on that one, but okay. All of our Ogerpon forms are loved and viable. It's proven very well in a really good 3-game set. But figured an opportunity to talk a little bit more about a couple of those players that we're going to see advancing on in the competition. Because, of course, when we're talking about that top cut, sure, that is the next step in competition. But you got to go from here on out. And at the top of the day, it was all eyes on Wolf Glick. Did make it into the top cut, of course. You can after you win the first game on stream. Did drop the last couple, but still, phenomenal play throughout the day.
Yeah, incredible play. I mean, we saw exactly what Wolf's all about in that first game to kick the show off. I mean, in really dominating fashion, really just piloted his team exactly how it was meant to against a really tough opponent. And I think just using very good Pokemon as well. You know, Wolf sometimes goes down a route where he wants to use the more unique choices, but this time sticking with just generally those top used Pokemon and utilizing them very well and falling back on his skill level to pilot himself to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, you're talking about those powerful Pokemon. In game 1, the Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't really get to do much, and it was still a match that the Rillaboom, the Urshifu, and the Incineroar, such a strong trio, were able to clean out. And then when we got into this game 2 situation, the Calyrex Shadow Rider really did get to shine.
Yeah, I mean, we see why it's such a common Pokemon, right? Like Wolf kind of building this team around the Pokemon he believed were the very most powerful in the format. And, you know, while it doesn't have some of the tricks of some of the other teams we've seen, at least for the first 9 rounds of the tournament, was unbeatable.
I mean, we have a lot of strong trainers here. It would have been massively impressive if he was able to go completely undefeated until cut and maybe beyond. But, you know, sometimes you got to take a loss, but still being able to make into top cut, you do have the opportunity to keep playing from there on out to try and keep moving on forward.
I think it's gonna be really interesting to watch what he does in the top cut now, right? Where he had an amazing start, like probably literally the best start ever at a World Championships, and then floundering a little bit for the top cut, right? He's in a situation where, you know, maybe he felt like, hey, you know, has the last remaining undefeated, even if I lose my last 2 games, I'm likely to get a bye. He's gonna be right on the cusp now, so probably the first time all weekend, kind of holding his breath a little bit, but exciting to see now. Can he turn it back around where sometimes it feels like a momentum-based game. You feel good about yourself as a player, you start making all the right reads, you're poised. Losing can tilt you a little bit, and certainly nobody in this field is more experienced than him, so I'm sure he'll bring his best to the top cut, but I'll be excited to see how this story ends.
I mean, it's hopefully a story that we get to see a couple of pages of, but there's definitely a lot of stories to be told here for our competition. We got to talk about a next player that we'll get to see a little bit more of in this competition. Of course, we got trainers from all around the world. We got to talk a little bit about, you know, someone who we haven't necessarily gotten to see, but this was someone as well that has just been paving his way throughout the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of fun to watch this, right? It's a shame we didn't get to see him play any games, but I mean, something feels very appropriate. You know, it's kind of the unheralded Japan national champion somehow, where even though we know whoever wins that tournament always does so well, it's kind of overlooked in favor of some of the previous world champions and, you know, even the trainer he defeated in his own national finals, and instead proving that there's a reason why he won that tournament and why he got here. I feel like Terapagos kind of has a similar arc where it was coming off its best tournament of the season at NAIC, and I think a lot of us are kind of expecting it to flounder a little bit, and both of them are here together, ready to prove that they're able to take it even further.
Yeah, I mean, the Terapagos pick in general, we touched upon it a little bit earlier with how we kind of surprised at how well it came into this tournament, or represented at least. And, you know, no surprise, having that success with it, I think earlier in the season just shows that there's a real confidence with this Pokemon in particular, and showing exactly why that confidence is there. Being at this stage in the tournament, coming here and really putting on a show and looking very strong going into the latter stages of the World Championships.
Definitely someone that when the pairings go up for our top cut, I'm going to be right away taking a glance at, and I want to make sure that we can get to see him play at some point during this weekend. There are so many really, really talented players that are competing, and someone else that we haven't necessarily gotten the opportunity to see this weekend, but we have seen a lot throughout the season, has been Marco Silva, of course, LASE champion from this season, 2-time international winner now, and this was actually Wolf's first loss, was to Marco, so you can definitely tell he has been on a tear, and we're looking at the team, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, very strong attacking option with that Heartflame Ogerpon.
Yeah, very similar kind of concept of team to Wolf as well, so in a lot of respects, but there is the Heartflame Ogerpon there that Marco is utilizing to really strong effect in this tournament. extremely well-versed player. You know, the accomplishments that Marco's got over the years that he's been playing, not only this season but previously. He's a formidable opponent, and you know, one of those players that where you saw the result of that match, and for me personally, coming from the European circuit, not really surprised to see that Marco was able to overcome Wolf when he was on such a tear. You know, Marco is one of those players, he's very aggressive in his playstyle. So these Pokemon that he's got, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Hearthflame Ogerpon, the Raging Bolt, the Urshifu, they all fall into a real comfort level for Marco, and he's just shown exactly why he's one of the big threats coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I think kind of interesting note too. I believe it's 5 of the 6 same Pokemon as Wolf. It's the Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Ferreira that are different between the two of them. And hey, you know, again, we kind of been watching all weekend. You know, what sort of strategy is going to win out? Is it going to be kind of players who are just kind of like playing this balanced style to the best of their ability, or players who are, you know, kind of opting to change the matchup a little bit more, something walkier? Both these players, you know, I think have been among the best in the world for a long time, opting to play off their experience a little bit, just trying to force players to outmaneuver them. And so far, I guess they've only been able to outmaneuver one another.
I mean, at this point, too, with the top 16 record for Worlds last year, he's very close to being able to top that for this year. So excited to see him moving on forward. When we were talking about the matchups and the players we saw at the beginning of the day, Diego was someone who, going into this day 2, was undefeated to be kicking things off with a team that we didn't really get to see the most of when we're looking at the tournament. We are seeing a really strong restricted in the Calyrex Ice Rider. That's well represented. But the Torkoal, the Indeedee, the Ursaluna, the Gallade, like, this is Trick Room, this is creativity to its max, and obviously something that's really being able to kick off through the competition.
Yeah, this is like one of those teams where you come into the World Championships and you think this is what it's all about. I love seeing the Torkoal here and how focused this team is on Trick Room in general. You know, I think all game plan that Diego's got is get that Trick Room up. You've got the redirection in the Ogerpon. You've got the redirection with the Indeedee. You've got the Psychic Terrain to really support that Trick Room setup. You've got that Imprison as well, which is a really unique and smart way to prevent your opponent from maybe reversing the Trick Room once it's set up, or probably trying to deny you the Trick Room as well.
Yeah, if you're a trainer watching at home and you want something a little bit more creative and innovative to win, you should be rooting for Diego. I think this is exactly the sort of team that everyone dreams of building, where using a bunch of Pokemon that we're not expecting to see a whole lot of. I think, you know, if you saw that group of 6 and you had to guess if it was 9-0 or 0-9, you might get it wrong. But he really put together a group of Pokemon that works here, using a bunch of strategies that no one else thought of. And I think it's just something to be really scared of if you're in the field, because this isn't what players were preparing to defeat.
Yeah, and I think as well, the one thing I would say about Diego is as well, we watched that match with him against Antonio, and that game 1 didn't really go the way that probably Diego wanted to, but he was able to adapt so well in that game 2 and game 3 to turn it around against such a formidable opponent, and then come out on top of that and then progress on to the tournament, where we are going to see hopefully a little bit more of him today.
I mean, that adaptation is key, because, like, you're right. You got to make sure you're prepared against so many things going into the World Championships. And I'm sure players have definitely, you know, thought about this hard Trick Room, because that's something that normally you want to make sure you're not too you're not too weak to. But when there's all of these big bad restricteds out there, there's all these different team archetypes, it can be hard to be absolutely prepared for everything. And being able to see that and how he was able to outmaneuver, definitely well deserved of this top cut spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, we're always hoping every year we get a few players like this, right? Where it's tough to make teams like this. You know, everybody tries, and in some ways it's easier just like, okay, well, I'm going to try to make the best balanced team in the world, right? You have a pretty good idea what Pokemon are supposed to be on this team. This is uncharted territory, right? I think it's easy to kind of wind up pretty deep in your preparations for Worlds, and a week before, like, oh no, like, I think 3 of the Pokemon team are just not good. You know, it's impressive that, you know, he stuck with it, he built the team, and, you know, he believed in what he had, right? 'Cause, yeah, it's just so easy to get cold feet with this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Really impressive run.
I mean, we talk about the adaptations, we talk about the cool different teams, but we can even talk a little bit about the cool plays that we get to see throughout the day. Even just that final win-and-in match that we had between Victor and Shi Liang, because this is one, Scott, I mean, you were freaking out about this one backstage.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these players are really good, but I think this is one of the strangest, like, GOAT plays I've ever seen. It's almost always wrong in VGC to use the combination of follow me and fake out as we see here, but it's really clever. So you see this really low HP Urshifu is going for a close combat to try to attack the Incineroar and knock itself out with the Rocky Helmet to enable a free switch. Instead, stays on the field, which doesn't work out nearly so well for Victor, not able to get the combination of Calyrex and Ogerpon out in the field that he needed to safely attack with the Calyrex. It eventually leads into a situation where where his own Ogre Punch isn't able to take out the Pokemon on the other side of the field, and it comes out just a little bit short. A really great player that we've loved watching over the years. I think we're all a little bit sad to see Victor go, but absolutely a fantastic play, and I think sometimes it's the subtle plays that really bring you ahead in the video game championships. It's easy, like, you see that one-hit KO dings pop up, like, oh, that was a good play, right? Want to knock out Pokemon, but knocking out the Pokemon at the right time, especially in a format like this one, making it as difficult as possible for your opponent to get things done with the restricted Pokemon. Just a really beautiful play there by a player that we respect a lot, using a Pokemon that we disrespected a little bit too much.
100%. And it's a really great point to be talking about that stuff, because exactly, there's a couple of really nuanced things from earlier on in the match. I mean, us three even had the big conversation of their first match of the day, little kind of decisions that throughout the line that will then put weird checkmate situations on the board, that there's so much more to it, like once you really start to like dive into it.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, the beauty about all of these matches, in the moment, sometimes you can miss some of these really integral plays that these players are making and how smart they are in those situations. But when you look back at them, you reflect on them, you think, wow, okay, that was what the overall game plan was. And, it's not as obvious to see these all the time, and it's why having these moments like this where we can dissect, we can go back and maybe have a closer look at why that player made that decision and how pivotal it was in that specific moment are so crucial with taking that player on, pushing them forward, and potentially being crowned world champion.
And that's what really makes the difference when you get into the World Championships, because as you said, of course, Cherell just played absolutely incredible, getting a lot of turns right in that too, well deserving of top spot, but it's always sad to say goodbye to another really talented player. And that's where the heartbreak here at the World Championships comes in, and it's only going to be more because we're looking at the top cut ahead of us. And of course, when we're looking at the top cut, we do have to talk about that difference between that bye that you get and how it can set you like in such a better path than the players that have that one more round that they have to play.
I kind of love that of all the years to have kind of this shift in format. I don't think a bye has ever been more valuable in the video game championships. We are a matchup-based game, right, where you kind of know going in, you want to guess what your opponents are likely to bring, and kind of stack your matchups against the most likely comps, right? But there's always going to be other archetypes that sneak through into the top cut, right? And you just don't want to be paired with that. I think just avoiding that scenario entirely by kind of getting through one round for free because of your fantastic performance throughout the rest of the tournament is really crucial this year. So the players who earned it, and it could make a big difference for them as they try and avoid getting those negative restricted Pokemon matchups.
Yeah, and that's where, too, we're talking about this undefeated records, and that, yeah, Wolf was undefeated, but now has then taken the 2 losses, should be in a strong enough spot to still be okay, but where that is a little bit dangerous because that one extra round is sometimes just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between sometimes winning a tournament and not, because like Scott mentioned, I think it comes down to a key where you could get that bye and the worst matchup that you could possibly have in the remaining players in the field gets actually knocked out, so it frees up your run. And it can work the other way, of course, for you as well, but I think at the end of the day, being in that bye position is just reward for how well you've done throughout the tournament to get to this stage.
I mean, as we're waiting for our top cut to get fully settled, because it is a Swiss-type tournament at this point, so we still have to wait for players to, resolve matches and stuff. I want to take this opportunity to kind of talk back throughout the competition and what we've seen, because, of course, we all have our predictions going into the World Championships on who we think's going to do well, what Pokemon we think are going to do well, but I think that we've had a nice amount of surprises that have kind of come along.
Yeah, I think to me, maybe the best thing I can say about the tournament so far is we still don't really know what the dominant strategy is in this format, right? We're deep in the World Championships. We're done with the Swiss rounds. We're about to hit that single elimination stage. I think there's still been a number of different philosophies that have made it in the top cut. The match we just saw with Schilling is a great example, right? Where, and Diego's team as well. Like very different teams than what perhaps you were going to run into if you were just to play practice games preparing for the tournament. On the flip side, we have players like Marco and Wolf, right? Where it's like exactly what you were expecting, and even though players are expecting it, they just can't beat it. And I'm really excited to see what comes out on top. And at this point, it'd be really tough to make a surefire call what's going to win out.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same as that. I think coming into the tournament, I had the idea where Calyrex Shadow Rider thought, sure, it's going to be there. And sure enough, it is. I thought we might see a stronger Jung from Miraidon, but then maybe that comes back to how well the player base have just dealt with that threat, because it is so oppressive in certain situations. But for the remainder of the tournament, I think we've got such an array of different restricteds that could come to the floor. Not just the restricteds, but the concept of the build around those Pokemon. Shiliang's team's a great example of that when you compare it to Diego's, where you've got the same restricted, but the concept, the builds of those two teams are so different. And which one is going to kind of rise to the top, be cream of the crop, and be the champion? So yeah, I'm not going to put my hat on anyone just yet. I think it's a safer bet. What about you though, Sierra? Have you got a little call there?
See, I was thinking about looking back at the competition, because I know Joe Brown was doing this cool segment where he was going back throughout the worlds of ages and the call for worlds. And I've been thinking back to try and figure out if I think there has been quite a call yet that I could say, like, wow, is the call. But I think I'm still holding out, because I think we've seen a lot of really great meta calls and adaptations. Being able to see Terra Normal on a lot more Pokemon, I think has been really, really cool, because obviously that matches up into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and we get like these little tweaks here, little tweaks there. But I think I'm holding off a little judgment until Top Cut and waiting for like that pivotal moment to be like, wow, okay, this was the call for Worlds.
Yeah, speaking of Terra types, by the way, I feel like that's been one really cool thing to me this weekend, where I really feel like, even compared to last year's World Championships, we've seen so many different Terra types. For a while there, it kind of just felt like, especially like the fire, water, grass Terra types were just so dominant for what they did. But gee, I feel like we've seen almost every Terra type in the game over the course this weekend, right? You know, especially with the Ice Rider Calyrex, I feel like, you know, maybe the trainers went to the Pokemon Center, you got that cool new dice set, and like Poison Terra, normal Terra, you know, and it's great that so many different strategies have worked. We're finally seeing Stellar Terra like really make a big difference. We saw a match earlier where you know, an Urshifu needed the Stellar Terra to do enough damage with close combat to be able to close the game, and I think we've really just seen the depth of this format. You know, even again, you know, with those common Pokemon, slight differences in the way that they're built can be the difference between winner and losing, especially when everyone is so good at this level. And I've been really impressed where there's just so many subtle, creative plays that trainers have made. I think it's really inspiring.
I think that's a really cool thing that we've gotten to see from this World Championships in compared to last year's, because last year's was a lot of fun because you didn't really know what to expect going into it, because it was a brand new format for Worlds. Whereas this year, since we've had some Regulation G events, since we did have about 2 months, a month and a half in the summer to kind of really dive into it, that trainers have really made sure they've gone to the depths of the team building. They've really just made sure no stone has been left unturned. And I think it's just absolutely brought out the max. Sure, there's a lot of Pokemon that, if you've been following along for Regulation G, yeah, okay, maybe we've seen these Pokemon before, but it's little changes that we've gotten to see throughout the way. The Iron Hands is the one that really stands out to me from the get-go with this low kick adaptation, because it is, from my knowledge, the first time in a major tournament we've seen anybody be running this.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's kind of a fun throwback, right, where the first year I started watching the Video Game World Championships was back in 2010. And, you know, there's about 12 moves in the game back then, so we had to be less picky about where we're putting our teams, but there's a lot more of the weight-based moves, right? Because you were attacking those heavier Pokemon so frequently. And it's fun to see that work again in this era. I think, you know, also fun as a throwback to a much more recent time is the Swords Dance, those Iron Hands, which we saw a little bit more in the slightly more recent formats. I think one of my personal favorite Pokemon builds to play, and I just kind of love how so many players that kind of put their own little personal stamp on it, right? Where even a common Pokemon like that one can be adjusted a little bit to fit the team and the preferences of the player.
A couple of things that I liked seeing throughout the day too. I'm looking at that Terra Normal that we got to see on the Fluttermane to be kicking off the day. Hirofumi was running that, and even if it did end up resulting in a loss, I think it was a really cool part of team building that obviously served him well for how far he was able to make through the competition. And as well, Chiyu with the Covert Cloak, considering it's not necessarily the bulkiest of fish out there. Sometimes that can be handled with quite easily, but the amount of pressure it puts on in comparison to something like a Choice Scarf or just looking for more damage, I loved.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the usage stats here, you look across that top line, you've got Rillaboom with Fake Out, you've got Incineroar with Fake Out, Iron Hands Fake Out, and you think with the Covert Cloak, you have complete immunity against that support option. Not only that, but you're looking at those kind of soft uses of speed control with the Icy Wind. When we're talking about Fluttermane, Covert Cloak gives you complete immunity to that as well, and we saw how impactful it was in that game with Wolf, where the Chiyu, in most situations with the Snarl, even if the Terastallization had come out from the Calyrex, would have been quite impactful because it slows down that special engine, but it's not able to do that. Same with the Moonblast as well from the Fluttermane going into that Calyrex, where in most situations you've got that 20% chance of it actually dropping the special attack, which can be so pivotal in that moment. But yeah, you don't really need to even consider that as a thing, because the Covert Cloak is just one of those items that just frees up your Pokemon and gives you that little bit of security where you think, okay, I don't need to worry about any of the secondary effects because now I can just kind of get on with my game plan and do what my Pokemon needs it to do.
And if we're talking about this Calyrex Shadow Rider, let's just extend the conversation to talk about all the restrictions that we've been able to see. Of course, the Shadow Rider, the Ice Rider, and the Miraidon, the big three in the competition. And even if we haven't gotten to see Terapagos so far throughout, it has been a Pokemon that throughout has been putting out a lot of pressure, and there's some really unique Terapagos builds out there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a Pokemon that needed to reinvent itself a little bit, right? Where perhaps because it did just make it to the North American International Championships finals, players are pretty prepared for that build of Terapagos, and the Terapagos players adjusted a little bit, right? We've seen a lot of stranger stuff with it. I think Klefki being among the most fun. There's multiple Klefki today, I believe.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I thought about Klefki. I think I was making a trade in Pokemon Go. And yeah, I think it's just really neat, right? Again, it's a unique Pokemon that has a number of different attributes. Another Pokemon emulation. That Terra Shell is fun. It kind of works like multi-scale, and then it changes drastically. If you terrestrialize it, it gains more stats. Its unique move changes, and just another thing that trainers have to prepare for, right? And I'm really curious to talk to some of the players after this is over, kind of how much they decided they cared about Terapagos and their prep, because I think it looked like its usage was trending the wrong way, but also it's sort of a Pokemon that requires unique answers. So again, maybe one that flew under the radar enough that the very best Terapagos players could do some serious damage as we move into the single elimination portion of the tournament.
I mean, I feel like a strong Terapagos trainer is absolutely terrifying. Same with that Kyogre as well. I didn't personally expect Kyogre to maybe make the biggest splash, but I did know if there was a couple of those known Kyogre players playing it, it would. But looking at our caster predictions, there was definitely a lot more faith coming out for my co-casters rather than myself. I was right on the Miraidon train because, you know what, you didn't have to tell me twice. It took down Indy, and it's been a force ever since. But there is a couple coming out from Lou and from Rose here talking about that Kyogre, and even if there's not the most out there, in the hands of a good player.
So weird. When the format got announced and Kyogre was one of those Pokemon that you looked at, you look back at previous restricted formats, and it's been so strong, so dominant. It didn't really have the same impact in this format as it felt like it should do. So it kind of dropped off. But then we had that iteration of it where it had the Assault Vest, and it had a pretty favorable matchup into the big things that you think would give it the most problems, like the Miraidon, like the Raging Bolt, when you have that Grass Terra typing where it can manage it quite well, and that matchup becomes quite positive in those situations. So I would like to see it at some point during this tournament, but I'm not also going to be surprised if we don't see any Kyogre as well.
I mean, hopefully we'll be able to see one in top cut and beyond and see if it is capable of taking down the top three and who will be coming out on top. Of course, we're getting that top cut squared away, and it's going to be up shortly. So thank you so much for coming to our lounge meta talk on the Pseudo Beach here. We're taking a quick break before we're back with our competition.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And welcome back. We are still here in Honolulu, Hawaii, bringing you our coverage of the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. It is absolutely heating up in here as we start barreling towards the top cuts for all of our games and even the finals as we take a look forward to Unite finishing out their ceremonies later on today. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm once again joined by Lou Aktosh Chromie to bring you through our very first match of our top cut for the video game.
I love this. This is like the home run endgame situation you've got going on. The trainers have battled it out through day 1, through day 2 Swiss rounds, and now there is only a limited amount of players left in the knockouts. There is no room for error. Every single game counts at this point, because if you lose your set, you're out of the competition, and everybody wants to be that world champion.
Before then, our players were allowed 2 match losses in order to find themselves here in the top cut. So you're right, the stakes have never been higher to look forward to who we have ahead of us. Our very first stream match, we're going to be featuring Birdie versus Navjeet Joshi. But you can see all of these other incredible players and how they match up against each other in this bracket. It is an asymmetrical bracket, so these are going to be matches that have to play out before we get to our top 16.
Exactly, there's a couple of extra moments for these players where they have to contend through to meet those trainers that are already waiting in the rings for them. But this stream match is going to be incredible. Birdie and Navjeet Joshi, 2 incredible players. Taran, being the Perth regional champion, knows what it takes to be able to go all the way, but actually has a fantastic accolades throughout 2024 as well. NAIC was able to get 19th place there, as well as Lil being a top 4 competitor.
That's amazing, and I think taking a look at what Navjeet has been able to accomplish in this season as well, did get a top 16 at the Portland Regional Championships earlier this year, and being from Canada, end up going to the Vancouver Regional Championships as well, where they did end up in that top 64. Still very good. That is a day 2 performance, and very close to being able to squeak into that top 32. So I'm so excited to be able to feature both of these players as we look forward to this. But I mean, taking a look at all of our matchups, Shiliang Tang, we did just get a chance to see him win on stream. I know you got a chance to talk to him as well.
Oh,
that was
wonderful.
An exhilarating match.
I honestly don't know how he was still standing at the end of that game 3. It went right down to the wire against Victor Medina. So many moves and counter moves, getting all the little damage rolls from the grassy terrain, from the will-o-wisp burns, and all of just the critical hits that were coming through as well. Just fantastic to see the play. And for Shiliang to hold his composure the whole way through that set and then deliver such an amazing endgame, fantastic. And now he's got a battle out here in Top Cup, but that X&2 record looking good.
I mean, Grant Weldon, though, I think this is a player from the United States that's been so fun to watch in these last couple of Regulation G events, has been battling through the World Championships with a Zacian and Reggie Drago team. I know, remember, we got Nils Dunlop on the stream yesterday, who had that Reggie Drago as well, and he was talking about how it almost feels like a restricted in its own right. I feel like Grant is another one of those players showing just that.
But when you pivot it into the correct position on the board, it can do so much damage as well, being able to just go through so many competitors. And we are seeing a little bit of a shift to drag a Terra type as well, because with that dragon typing, when there's Firewater Grass cores everywhere, you're going to be taking that resisted damage. So I think making sure that you can maybe catch some of these cheeky Terra dragons with your own dragon type attacks can be really, really nice.
It really can. And I'm looking at the bottom of this list as well to watch Seungjae Jung versus Shohei Kimura. Shohei, of course, our reigning world champion from 2023 Worlds. And Seungjae Jung coming into this World Championships with a second from the Korean national qualifiers. That is so impressive, especially considering that their format was a little bit different to what we expected and play here at the World Championships. So you know that adaptation has to be there.
I think that's a really good point, actually. They may not be as experienced in kind of Regulation G, let's say. It's really been kind of Regulation F that's been playing in their kind of local circuit. So being able to come in without having practiced in a kind of competitive field, face-to-face with other competitors in this format, does just show how amazing it is that they're still finding success in that particular thing with all the restricteds running around.
Yes, and the restricted Pokemon too. I think that's going to be very interesting to look at when we dissect our Top Cut a little bit more. Hope you all enjoyed the Top Cut preview that we had in the lounge just a couple of minutes ago, but I know that we have so much more to cover, especially as we start to get towards actually getting some of these Top Cut matches on stream. But Lou, what's been kind of your favorite moment from just today even?
Do you know what, honestly, sitting backstage and watching that game 3 between Victor and Shiliang, although it was like the most recent memory, but the reason it stood out for me was because I was taking notes because I knew I was doing the interview, and every single turn I was like, who am I going to interview? Who's it going to? The advantage was just switching constantly between the 2 players, and that was really, really marvelous. I also loved all of yesterday's stream, I have to say. It was so electric. But let's focus down on the match we're about to watch, Rosemary.
We will do just that. On your left, we've got Birdie, who is going to be rocking this Miraidon team. Very standard to a lot of the archetypes that we have seen been built out for this particular restricted. But on Navjeet Joshi's side, so exciting to see not just the Ice Rider Calyrex fleshed out in this new way in terms of the balance pieces around it, but Lou, one of your favorite Pokemon in the entire world, world, and mine as well, that Regieleki.
I am so excited to see that Pokemon, and I cannot wait to dive deeper into the moveset it's running and talk about its utility within this game. But first, we're going to have a little bit of a deeper dive onto Terran's team. So some very interesting Pokemon here, Miraidon being one of the key restricted Pokemon that we are bringing here, with the choice specs being able to hit incredibly hard with Electro Drift, as well the trend into being a Fairy Terra type, so Dazzling Gleam is going to have some potential here on the field, particularly against Pokemon like the Urshifu.
Absolutely, but even looking at the Ferreira, I think this is another Pokemon you have to look at and go, how much utility has it really provided, especially when it's got that electric seed to boost up those defenses. You know that it's going to be a little bit better to handle maybe the Ogerpon or even the Urshifu on the other side. But I think even just taking a look at the Urshifu that Terran has, it is the Dark Terra single strike Urshifu. Usually on the stream we've seen Stellar Terra as the Terra type of choice, but this Dark Terra means that those wicked blows are going to hurt, and that is something that the Ice Rider Calyrex on Navjeet's side is going to have to be very conscious of.
And it's interesting as well because there is no Fire, Water, Grass Core combination on Terran's side. There is the Water type Null and Void. You can technically have it in Ferreira, I guess, but it's nice to see that Urshifu coming through that might catch a few people off surprise. On the opposing side though for Navjeet, it is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike variant that we're so used to seeing running a very classic combination here, but being more offensive with the Mystic Water instead of the Focus Sash that we've seen running around. I'm going straight for the Rosemary. Regieleki is here to stay. We've spoken a lot about fast Pokemon in this meta so far at Worlds, and it really has come through from Pokemon like Miraidon, but Regieleki is also very fast, very furious, Transistor, being able to boost up those electric type attacks.
And it did get nerfed a little bit heading into Scarlet and Violet. So even when taking a look at some of the more recent meta games where we did have Regieleki allowed, you're looking at it now and going, there's a Miraidon on the other side. This Transistor is about to be very, very powerful. You don't necessarily need to be able to set it up for yourself if your opponent is gonna do it for you. So Regieleki, definitely one to keep your eyes on. I remember getting a chance to take a look at a very good one from Thiago Latanzi, second place at LAIC earlier this year. But this one is going to be that Electric Terra. So as you said, lots and lots of electric type damage coming out from this Pokemon.
But there's going to be no kind of juicy water types for the electric to go down into on Terran's team. It just might be the Ferreira counter. I think if Regieleki comes, it's going to really be here for the Electro Web, lowering the speed on the opposing side. The Whimsicott, however, also a water type, but the key thing I think Whimsicott is going to be, well, water Terra type, let's just confirm that. But Whimsicott on Terran's side is going to be able to bring that Tailwind and get the speed advantage up on his side of the field, get a little bit of momentum going through, because you have some really heavy attackers as well in the form of that Ogerpon and Miraidon, and you want to make sure that they're able to get the damage before damage is dealt to them.
But I do love what you said there, which is that Regieleki with those Electro Webs is certainly one way you can try to keep pace with that Tailwind, and Regieleki is going to be the naturally fastest Pokemon between these 12. And so right away as we get into our first game of this top cut match between Terra Birdie and Navjeet Joshi, it is going to be that Landorus Incarnate next to the Regieleki for Navjeet, and for Terran we do have the Iron Hands and Urshifu.
Absolutely love to see the Regieleki on the field, already applying a lot of pressure with something like the Electro Web to just do some damage into both these Pokemon and lower their speed straight away. However, the Iron Hands has the utility to go for Fake Out, slow down the pace on Navjeet's side.
Landorus is going to go ahead and run away from this one, sees the Iron Hands and Urshifu on the other side, and does not want to stick around and find out. But so it's going to be this Ogerpon Cornerstone that's going to take its place. Unfortunately, it's got to take that Fake Out. It's got to break the sturdy ability that it has, and with this Volt Switch, at least Navjeet's able to get a bit of a rotation through here and get some damage down to break the Focus Sash on this Urshifu.
A big ball position switch here for Navjeet, and like you said, the sturdy's been broken on that Cornerstone Ogerpon. That could be very detrimental later in the game. Or right now, if Urshifu goes for the Wicked Blow, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout. Ogerpon's going to be able to be here. Landorus does come back into the field here. I feel like it just didn't want to maybe take the potential double up, because it is going to be applying a little bit of threatening pressure here. You could always go for that Sandstorm Storm, get a bit of double damage on the field, and that's something Iron Hands will not appreciate.
Absolutely not, and it would definitely clean up the Urshifu as well. So a great call there, Lou. Unfortunately, we have to see whether or not it's actually going to hit its target to see if it can actually get those knockouts. But as you mentioned, Landorus being there is the absolute fiend versus this Iron Hand, so it's also going to make the pivot out. Whimsicott, a grass type, able to take those ground types just a little bit better. But it's the Ivy Cudgel that's going to slam into that slot. And the Sandstorm Storm, going into the Protect for now.
But will it connect into this Whimsicott? It does indeed find its mark and able to get the knockout. So Whimsicott comes in. You would think, yes, it's definitely the better Pokemon to take these kind of rock and ground type attacks, but no, it is down and out.
Yeah, Terran winced at that one, absolutely. Yeah. I think hoping that it would be able to withstand the double up there, or maybe not expecting the double up to go into that slot. Now you don't have that Tailwind available, you don't have the Encore either, and so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Terran to try to get ahead of things if this Regieleki comes back out for those Electro Webs.
I mean, taking a look here as well at what Terran has in the back, it's all kind of the Electro types. You've got Miraidon, you've got Iron Hand, so they're going to be able to resist a lot of what the Regieleki can throw its way, but you have to watch out for those speed tiers. If the Electro Webs start coming through, that's where we're going to be dropping the speed and leaving them a little bit more vulnerable for some of Navji's Pokemon to clean up in the back. There is that Calyrex Ice Rider potentially in the 4th and final slot for Navji, and that can deal so much damage, particularly to the Miraidon if it is going to be on the field, and there it is.
Miraidon, though, as it enters the field, is going to set up that electric train thanks to the Hadron engine ability. It's going to be boosting up its own attacks as well, but it's not going to do any damage to this Landorus if it is going to try to go for an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch, because it is going to be a ground type. So it's going to be a tough call. Do you try to, like, Terra, go for the Dazzling Gleam, but then you're weak to the Sludge Bomb across the way?
I would, personally, I would go for the Terra, get the extra damage into Dazzling Gleam, get rid of the Ogerpon, and do significant damage to Landorus. Yes, you have to worry about the Sludge Bomb, but if Urshifu is able to get the edge on this Landorus and follow up with a Wicked Blow, potentially has the capability to get the knockout, so you don't have to worry about Sludge Bomb at all.
It would be nice because the Miraidon would pick up the Ogerpon first, and then you can guarantee that single target damage into the Landorus specifically without something like the Follow Me. But Terran doesn't want to stick around for that one either. Going to reserve that Urshifu for a bit later, knowing that Iron Hands does have the Assault Vest equipped, so it would be able to take a hit from this Landorus Incarnate just a little bit better. As it hits the field, you do see that this Quark Drive is going to activate to give this Iron Hands an attack boost.
Yeah, it's got the Assault Vest for the defense and the attack boost to be on the offense as well. So a lot of flexibility coming through from this Iron Hands, and that is exactly what Miraidon wants by its side. The Fake Out potential going into this next turn and ensuring that this Fairy Miraidon is going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage and stay on the field. But Rosemary, it's a Terrestrialization apiece.
It is a Terrestrialization apiece, and that's going to be the Landorus taking on the Terra Poison. One way to get around the Dazzling Gleams is to give yourself this defensive type, but it works both ways because it's also going to be boosting up the power of all of those poison type Sludge Bombs. With the Ogerpon going for the Follow Me as well, it's just to cover your bases.
That is going to be painful indeed. The Miraidon going for this Dazzling Gleam is going to be able to get the edge onto this Ogerpon and fell it from play. But because the Iron Hand switched in this turn, it's not going to be able to move either and get damage on the board, enabling this Landorus free reign to go for damage. But it's actually going to go for the Earth Power. I love that defensive play, but it's so threatening and intimidating of the Sludge Bomb into this next turn. I guess Iron Hands does have the Fake Out potential, and Regieleki's now joining the field, so there could be some speed shenanigans going on here.
There really can, especially because both of these Pokemon are going to be vulnerable to Regieleki being the fastest one on the field. So if you wanted to try to get that spread damage down, you could. Iron Hands does have the option to try to go for a Fake Out here, but I think it's better to save that potentially in combination with something else. Right now, though, it's also going to be Regieleki going for a Protect. That is a bit of breathing room here for Terran to work with.
I completely agree. And Landorus also going for the Protect. With the Iron Hands that was in play, you don't want to have to worry about who's going to take the Fake Out if you just go for this defensive option. You know the Miraidon is locked in, thanks to the choice specs for that Dazzling Gleam as well. Now, going into this next turn, the Regieleki could be in a prime position to go for that Electro Web, lower the speed a little bit more, and maybe allow Landorus to get that KO with the Sludge Bomb following up.
But I love what Terran has gone for here, expecting the double Protect on the other side. You can bring this Urshifu in, try to go for the Sucker Punch. It's not going to be quite enough to actually get the knockout onto this Landorus just yet. So for this Urshifu's troubles, it's going to have to hope that that Sucker Punch damage is enough, as it does get knocked out to this Electro Web. But with that -1 speed drop, it's going to mean that this Landorus is also faster now. So the Sludge Bomb into this Terra Fairy Miraidon is going to be super effective.
The synergy between those two Pokemon on Navji's side, getting the drop, enabling the Landorus to have the edge, is able to get the knockout. And now Terran down to just the Iron Hands in the back, but that's such a difficult spot. It doesn't have a lot of HP, and we also know that, you know, anything coming out from that Landorus, even just the Earth Power, is going to get the knockout.
Yeah, and especially, like, yes, you could go for the Fake Out, but with the sliver of HP, I think it is just all that is going to happen in this game. So now Terran gets a chance to take a second.
Yes.
What happened in that game number 1? Reflect. What can you do to move forward into this second game, because you're not out of it yet?
I'm going to be honest, if I was Taran, and you can see he is really taking these seconds to think things through, like you said, Rosemary, I would drop the Whimsicott. Because the Whimsicott, I feel like you need that either early doors to get the tailwind set up and already get momentum, go on the offensive from the beginning, or it's there to do an offensive role. And it wasn't playing that in this game. It switched in at one point, took double damage, got knocked out, and I feel like you would be more utilized with something on this field that can deal a little bit more damage out there. The Ogerpon, maybe. I would say the Ogerpon could be nice because you have that support as well with Follow Me. You can deal, you know, some good damage with the Ivy Cudgel into threats like the Regieleki as well. There's a lot of potential here for that supportive role that Whimsicott was failing to provide in this game.
And you can do some neutral damage to that Landorus.
Yes, that's true.
So that would be very great. I love the call out there for the Follow Me as well. So maybe that is going to be the play. I think Taran did get a bit surprised in how much damage that Whimsicott ended up taking.
Yes, that's true.
Or even just the targeting. So maybe just in a different position could also work there for that Pokemon.
I've said this before as well. It's not just about the 4 Pokemon on the field you've got to face. It's also the player. And sometimes it's not just about reading the board state. It's reading the way the player is playing the game. So Taran maybe analyzing how Navjeet was able to play that and seeing how he can adapt accordingly. He does fail the Landorus for good measure. A little bit of redemption there, I suppose. But it does look like the end game is really going to come through to Regieleki, and Navjeet still hasn't even revealed the 4th and final Pokemon in the back. So there's a lot of momentum here. Regieleki says, you're not even going to see it anyway. I'm getting the KO, I'm knocking it out, and we're going to game 2.
Would have been maybe some nice information, though. If Taran was able to get there and actually see that 4th and final Pokemon, gives a little bit of a glimmer into how Navjeet wanted to navigate the end game.
Yes.
Had it progressed even further. But for this best of 3, Navjeet is going to go up 1-0 in this set. One more win for Navjeet means that he gets a chance to move on to the top 16 of the Pokémon World Championships.
Top 16. That not only is such an achievement in itself, it also means you unlock that prize money as well. So much on the line for both of these players. Taran, you can see, taking that damage, was not happy to see the Whimsicott go down, and that definitely put a thorn in his side for his strategy.
I do wonder, too, you know, you talk about the Terra that ended up happening here on the Miraidon as we see in front of us, but because of that Terra poison on the Landorus, if you expect that that's going to be a big factor in this next game, did you see the survival of that Cornerstone Ogerpon from that Wicked Blow?
Yes.
What if you Terra'd? You have Terra Dark on this Pokemon. It would amplify that damage tremendously.
I think as well the Urshifu there, you know, failing to get the KO with the Sucker Punch onto the Landorus as well, could have benefited from that extra boost to the Dark type. You can understand why Miraidon has it on here. You know, it gives you some nice coverage if potentially that Calyrex Ice Rider was in the back. And I think we can assume that it was. And Taran did have to cover for that for the endgame, as well as boosting up the Dazzling Gleam. But I think you're right, making sure that Urshifu can get those KOs. And if you keep the speed up, if you can remove Regieleki, for example, and allow your Miraidon to shine without the fear of the Electro Web, then maybe you don't need the Terra on their Miraidon.
What if you also consider bringing up Whimsicott maybe a bit more in the front? I think
front and center, yes.
Yeah, you just go for the tailwind right away. I still think that Taran's approach to it in that game number 1 was okay. If you're able to get a good pivot in there, you do have Pokemon that are able to do that. Miraidon with the Volt Switch is definitely one way that you can accomplish that, but I think it has to be done seamlessly. There were a couple hiccups in there that did make that play just a little bit more easily punished.
Well, I think if Taran had been able to get the Whimsicott on, even if it just hangs on by a slither of HP, you know you're clicking Tailwind in that next turn, and that really does swing the momentum. So let's see how Game 2 shakes up between these two players in Masters Top Card at the Pokémon World Championships. Iron Hands and Urshifu on the field for Taran versus the very happy to be here Regieleki with Landorus on Navjeet's side.
Landorus was so effective for Navjeet in that very first game that it's no wonder why it is going to be brought as a lead front and center for this game number 2. Next to this Regieleki as well, you have the opportunity, if you see the right things in front of you, once again, go for those Electro Webs. You can still do a ton of damage to this Urshifu as well. We saw that Thunderbolt actually do about 2/3 damage to that Urshifu.
It did a significant chunk, even though it is the single strike variant. But Regieleki getting out of here does not want to have to take the potential fake out and a follow-up. It is a very fast and offensive Pokemon, but a little frail, and you don't want to have to take a Wicked Blow. Iron Hands is going for the fake out, though, but to no avail. There is the Armatail Ferreira on the field here, so it cannot find its mark, and Landorus free to Sandstone Storm all day long.
Oh, and if it wasn't for that Focus Sash, you know, this Urshifu would definitely be hanging on. Naturally is able to do that, but at the very least, you do get this damage down into this Ferreira. You get the KO, so big deal here that you remove that Armor Tail from play, but to what cost?
that's the thing. You do take a little bit of damage, but I think the key thing was you catch it on, at least you brought it down a Pokemon early doors. You now have the Calyrex coming in here. You can apply some pressure. If you are that kind of faster Urshifu as well, having the flexibility to shake things up, you can always go for the close combat down into that slot. Having a look at what the Calyrex, it is running the Water Terra type. That would be a nice defensive play for it at this point in hand, but then you have to watch out for the Iron Hands. That could go for something like, oh, actually, it's not even running an electric type move, so forgive me, the Water Terra, maybe not beneficial to Calyrex at all.
No, the low kick, though, a really nice adjustment here on the Iron Hands to deal with something like the Ice Rider Calyrex or any of these other heavier Pokemon. But the fact that you're not able to land that fake out in the Landers and you've taken so much damage now, the trade is huge.
Yes.
Now this Ice Rider Calyrex gets a chance to come in for free. Your Urshifu is on its last legs of life, and Terran's going to have to figure out what you can do in the back. The Sucker Punch, though, is good. It's still going to do about half damage here, but you're taking another Sanchez Storm, which just gets a double knockout onto the Iron Hands of the Urshifu. Nafty is starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, Terran does not look happy at that play at all. You can see the seconds were turning down as well, so maybe it was just a little bit of a hesitation in what moves he decided to lock in, and Calyrex actually just being given the free reign to go for a Trick Room here. I was almost going to say it's kind of sad that Calyrex didn't get the double KO there for the 2 chilling Nade boosts, but actually it doesn't need that. It's got the Trick Room up, and when you see what Terran has in the back, this is going to be a Calyrex Glacial Lance party out here.
It is. I mean, absolutely devastating for these two Pokemon. The Glacial Lance is going to be so effective, and the fact that this Ice Rider Calyrex has also set up the Trick Room, it is going to end up being the fastest thing on the field. No more Tailwind to really help to control these speeds here for the Miraidon, but there is maybe one hope. Lou, you were pointing at it. Let's talk about it. There is Encore available on this Whimsicott.
That's the only way to kind of reverse the Trick Room at this point, Encore down into it, but then you cannot underestimate this Landorus. Landorus can go for something like the Sludge Bomb, get some good damage onto the opposing Whimsicott. You could also go for the Earth Power or even the Sanchez Storm and do damage to the opposing Miraidon. I think it's wise to switch out the Calyrex here as well, because then you know you cannot be Encored here. Trick Room is going to stay up, and I've never really seen a Regieleki come into a Trick Room environment before, but the key thing was to keep Trick Room up, because if Regieleki goes down, that's actually nice for Nafji. You then have the free switch to bring that Calyrex back in where it doesn't have to worry about Encore potential.
Yeah, that is the big value from this Regieleki, is absolutely just get this Ice Rider Calyrex out of there, knowing that it's just used the Trick Room, and it might just be a sacrifice of this Regieleki, because I don't think Navjeet thinks we are going to get past these Trick Room turns right now. It's going to be a Terastallization on both sides as we see the Landorus take the Terra Poison and the Miraidon take the Terra Fairy. This is a familiar place that we've seen before, but the Encore into the Landorus does mean that it's going to get locked into what it used the turn prior. Sanchez Storm coming back out into both. Miraidon is able to hang on thanks to Terastallizing away from that electric typing, but it does have to take a critical hit.
The critical hit's really unfortunate, because that was a nice play by Terra, not falling for the Encore bait into the Trick Room, instead stopping a Sludge Bomb from coming out, which was critical considering you got 2 Fairy types on the field. The issue, however, Regieleki is hanging on. That Landorus is still in the position to go for another Sanchez Storm. It's not going to be able to get the KO on Whimsicott, but thanks to the crit before, Miraidon is in the danger zone.
Miraidon is in the danger zone. This light screen, kind of like the last saving grace here. One of the nice tech moves from the Whimsicott nowadays, just to be able to help bolster up his special defenses, but it's just not enough to allow this Miraidon to hang on. It is all down to this Whimsicott in the face of this Regieleki, and Nafji is just one knockout away from being able to move on to the top 16 of the Pokémon World Championships.
Regieleki just going for the Electro Web, finding its mark on that Whimsicott. Not enough to be able to clean out this set quite yet. I think that is going to be Landorus's moment here. Oh no, Terran saying, nope, Landorus, you've had enough. Go back to your Pokeball. I'm conceding this game. And Navji Joshi is going to be advancing into top 16 at the Pokémon World Championships.
Wow, what a display. The Regieleki, one of the most unique choices that we see in our top cut for our Masters division. And it was just a fantastic display of why it has been so successful in the tournament so far. A lot of these trainers that we've seen with their team building have started to think about ways that they're able to use their opponent's Pokemon against them. I think Regieleki is absolutely one of those.
I think you made this call earlier as well when we saw the Imprison on the Calyrex Ice Rider in one of our previous games, because you're seeing a lot of trainers kind of saying, this is what my opponent is running, this is the strategy they want to go for, and I'm going to shut it down. And you're completely correct here as well with the way Regieleki was able to come into play. And I love how Regieleki is in the top 16. That is fantastic, but you can also see why, and that's the extra beautiful thing. The way Nafji was able to pilot it in, applying pressure with things like that Electro Web, as well as just big damage out there on the field, enabled the other pieces in his team composition to be able to shine and get the knockouts.
Commiserations to Terran, though. What a phenomenal player. I know you've been watching Terran's journey throughout the circuit for 2024, and is a player that I know we are still going to see do even better things in the future.
Oh, definitely. We saw some fantastic plays here, just like this one with the wicked blow catching the Ferreira. Did put a lot of momentum into the game here for Terran, but unfortunately these Sanchez storms were just relentless coming down from the opposing Landorus. The critical hit here in particular on the Miraidon, I think, was the final straw. I want to say with the light screen coming up from the Whimsicott in the endgame, if there hadn't been that critical hit, there was the potential that it could have hung on, brought the game back a little bit more, but no, Landorus isn't messing around here. It wants to be in top 16, and it sure is.
Unfortunately, sometimes that is how the game works. It's why even you see moves sometimes giveth and taketh away.
That's Pokemon. That's the game we play.
It is the game we play, but it's also the game that we love, and I am so thrilled to see what is coming up next for us as we just get some of our other Top Cut matches finished up. We will make sure to be able to show you the results of all of that and more as we enter into our back half of the day. But Lou, what a start.
I mean, this is the knockout rounds. At the end of the day, there is no room for error for these trainers, and unfortunately, Terran's run has ended, but making it through to the top cut in Worlds is something that you're never going to be able to take away from him as a player, and I'm sure it will not be the last that we see of him in the broadcast, maybe into the next season, but Navji really coming through with such a creative team. There also was the really interesting combination here of the fact that the Landorus was out very, very front and center and had that Terra Poison, and that was very detrimental then, I think, to Terran's strategy, because going for that Terra Fairy and the Dazzling Gleams did give him a lot of damage, and spread damage, I think, was the name of the game here, right? Sanchez Storm, Dazzling Gleam. But when you see that Terra Poison, not only is it defensively frustrating for Terran, but then you know the Sludge Bombs are going to hit even harder when they come back at you.
Playing both sides of the coin and definitely coming up all heads. We're going to go over to the stage, though, because Sierra is on standby with an interview with Navjit, so let's go ahead and hear from him.
Exciting stuff as we finally get to see our next person who made it top 16 here at the World Championships. Navjit, congratulations. 2-0 set as well. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, that was a really crazy set. I don't know, I don't know what to think after a set like that. Honestly, I'm just happy I made it through. Yeah, I can't really put the feelings into words right now.
I mean, you're talking about not really knowing how to feel after a set like that. Is that because of the fact you're now in top 16 of the World Championships? Have the matches been a lot closer? Talk me through that.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, every round I've tried not to look at the player, because every round the player is going to be really good. It's the World Championships, right? So trying to kind of look at the matchup more so, and it's just the magnitude of the event, right? It's so every round it just feels like it doesn't matter who your opponent is, anyone can win at this point, and yeah, that's kind of the mindset going into each round.
I mean, definitely a strong mindset, and you're talking about the names of the people you're sitting across from, and even if we haven't necessarily gotten to see you at most events or even at past World Championships, those that know you know that you're a strong player and you put the work into this. So how has it been here attending your first World Championships and being in Top Cut now and being able to show that you have the strength to compete amongst the best?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely proud of myself. I didn't have a lot of time or resources this season. Just I have started working at the beginning of the year in a new job, and so I'm just happy that I was able to make it here, and then all the work that I put in over the limited amount of time I've had, it's paying off. Even when I was building this team, all of the things that I put into it, I didn't have time to test everything, but it kind of just going on gut, and yeah, I'm just pleased that everything's coming together. I had a set earlier in the day where I was able to utilize all 6 of my team members, so I feel like anytime you can do that and you're not really leaving anything on the bench, it's really good. So yeah, I'd say overall the tournament's been a success so far, and I'm enjoying the venue, I'm enjoying being with my friends, and it's been good.
I'm definitely glad to hear, and even if a match earlier got to see all 6 team members, this one we really got to see kind of this Regieleki and this Landorus Incarnate. Both 2 Pokemon we haven't really seen too much over the weekend, especially not the Regieleki, because you're the only Regieleki player in day 2. So I'd love to know the team building and the thoughts bringing this.
Yeah, I mean, players that have played Sword and Shield back in the day remember Aleki, Cali Ice making a splash in a few tournaments in those restricted dexes. I kind of just look back at some of the teams there, and I was like, at the end of the day, you've got electric ice coverage, and when you supplement that with ground coverage as well, you form a really potent attacking trident. And as long as you're playing well, which you have to at the World Championships, you can set yourself up for a lot of success. With the way this team functions, you're able to leverage your fast mode, but you're also able to threaten Trick Room the same turn. Like, they have to respond to the possibility of Electro Web and Glacial Lance, but Volt Switch Trick Room is also a very valid play with a team like this. So, and then Landorus just kind of supplements both of them, and it can, break down things like Miraidon, as you saw, and teams like that. So, yeah.
I mean, definitely well fought to get to this point. Now with top 16 ahead of you, are you more excited? Or are you more nervous?
Honestly, I've come into this tournament, I haven't been playing with a lot of anxiety or anything. I've just been going round to round, and honestly, I acknowledge the fact that at any point I could have played a bad matchup or two bad matchups and been knocked out. So it's not worth stressing or really thinking too far ahead. Like, whatever happens, happens. I'm here, I'm just enjoying the ride, and top 16, I'm sure it'll be another fun set, whoever I play.
One match at a time, and one match slowly getting closer to that end goal of being back here for tomorrow. I want to make sure you rest up, but before that, any final words do you have? Any thanks?
Yeah, just shout outs to all my friends here. James sitting right there, Maddie as well, Shane, and of course everyone else that reached out. Obviously Joe, good friend of mine, and the list just goes on. And lastly, just my parents as well. My parents, my sister, they're always cheering me on. I just had a chance to call them after clinching the 9-2 earlier, and they were so supportive and all throughout the weekend. So just big shout outs to them and all the friends that have reached out in messages. I'd be here all day if I was naming them all, but they know who they are.
Well, congratulations. Do it for Canada, and best of luck going on forward. As for us, top 16 is going to be so excited. Quick break, and we'll be back soon.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokémon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at Pokemon World with my new friend Professor X. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. I'm having a wonderful weekend so far, experiencing everything that Pokemon Worlds has to offer.
I also think I remember you told me that you've been going to the beach also.
I have hit the beach every day since I got here. It was one of the first things we did after we got off the plane was head right to the beach. Even when the sun was setting, we were out there late into the hours, actually.
You got off the plane from where? Where did you come from?
I came in from Toronto with my brother. So my best friend and I get to travel to all of these events together. We're lucky that we just leave from the same house. And then my other friends from DC and Sweden landed as well, and we all hit the ocean at the end of the day.
Dang, that's a long distance of travel from all sorts of directions.
Well, that's the best part about these events is you can make friends from all over the world. I actually just did a lucky trade with Sejun Park, so I got a Pachirisu all the way from Korea today.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that, and I don't know, I never thought that I'd be able to make friends from all over the world until I started coming to these Pokemon events and experiencing the Pokemon community.
A lot of people may know you as a creator of cool Pokemon content. If people don't know you, tell them a little bit about what you do.
I shiny hunt for very, very rare Pokemon in a lot of the older games. I actually have 33 Nintendo GameCubes set up that all play games at the exact same time to try and find shinies a little bit faster.
That's so cool. And did you tell me you found the special shiny here?
So at the event here, they have raids and quests going for the special Scuba Pikachu. This morning, I got a shiny one with the background showing Diamond Head Peak, which I ran out to actually on Thursday morning. So I have like a special connection with it already.
That's so cool. I'm really jealous. I still haven't gotten my shiny Pikachu yet. But if people haven't been here to Worlds, you were talking about what a cool experience it is to be around all of these people and feel that inspiration. What would you tell them about what it's like to be here, and what would you encourage them to do if they've thought about maybe going to Worlds before and never done it?
Look, you don't even need to start at Worlds. I did, but you can dip your toes in at regionals, at locals. My favorite part about being at these events is not the giant floating Pikachu, even though it's cool. It's every single Pokemon fan smiling ear to ear, enjoying the fact that they're here, and you don't need to fly to the other side of the world to experience that. If you have a local game store, you can check that out. The Play Pokemon events are amazing no matter where you are.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much for taking the time. We'll let you get back to the Pokemon World Championship, and you also get back to the Pokemon World Championship. Bye for now.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-to-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias's Pokemon with a powerful earthquake.
The life orb hidden power ice from the Nihilego, waking up using earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Geo defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Geo proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, 'cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop.
Triple Cross gets the knockout. Escape on the same day.
History from Duesburg. Show them what you got.
The journey down victory road, very few will walk it, but for those who can, well, they have the chance to show us what they got, including that potential to be a world champion. The competition today has been amazing, and we're going and getting closer and closer with each step to find out which two will return here for Championship Sunday, be the 2024 Pokemon World Champion. Sierra, Scott, and Lee back, your favorite podcasters of this weekend. But what we've gotten to see so far has just been fantastic this weekend. That was a quick match, but out here, I mean, hey, sometimes you just got to show that you know what to bring for this weekend.
Hey, I heard during Joe's video that some trainers can win with their favorites, and if your favorite is Regieleki, we cannot be friends. But that was a very impressive victory by
you
a
and Lou
Pokemon
aren't
leader.
friends?
That's mean, Scott.
I thought if it was Gastrodon, didn't you listen to the interview? I thought you were friends.
Oh, man, but no, I mean, the only Regieleki for day 2, and yeah, Lou celebrating with that one, being able to be in top 16 here, but it has been absolutely fantastic. We're going to talk more tournament in just a second, but of course, we've been delivering some great battles all day, but there's been giveaways and stuff that you can be in tune to, and if we're looking at the next regulation after the World Championships, Fluttermane is out. Bye-bye, girl. It is all going to be about that Sylveon, and something that I think can make a really big splash in the upcoming regulation.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Pixelate Hyper Voice is going to take the place of that Fluttermane and be really impactful. It's got access to things like Yawn as well that we saw kind of work in previous formats, but Sylveon's one of those Pokemon, very high special defense, really going to be quite useful against some of the threats that are still remaining from this regulation and previous regulations that are and have missed the cut. So if you do want to pick one up this weekend, of course, use the code SleepTalkWorlds in your copy of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Go in the mystery gift section. The event is running until the 19th, so you've got a few days to still pick this one up.
But pick it up right now before you forget, because that's always my issue is, oh, I have until this time, and I never remember. And even if all about here, we're about the VGC, we do have giveaways for the other titles as well. Of course, if you want to be hopping into the Pokemon trading card game, your opportunity to get a special illustration Petrarunt card in-game. Make sure you can grab that now, as well as the card. There is Twitch drops that are available just from watching the channel, so an opportunity for you to watch your favorites, see who's going to be making their way through the competition, and earn yourself some coins, some deck boxes, more cards.
Hey, more cards are always good, right? And hey, we never get to use Petra in the video game championships, so we'll live vicariously through you and your deck.
I feel like that's both of the games. Is we got the paradoxes before they did, and they're like, this Flutter Mane looks so fun, and then they finally get them, and they're like, wait a second, these Pokemon are really strong. But hey, the ones that definitely get to use Pokemon that we don't get to necessarily use too much, Pokemon Go. And these are the Twitch shops that you can watch and earn. It's Pokemon as well as other exclusives. I'm looking at those little slugs there. Lou would be so content, but a great opportunity for Pokemon Go to be able to get some Pokemon to help you out on your competitive journey.
Yeah, depending on where you are and you play Pokemon Go, sometimes some of these Pokemon might be a little bit harder to pick up than others, but this is a great opportunity for you to take advantage of these Twitch drops. Of course, those Shellos there. The blue one in particular is one that I would recommend picking up, but of course, got some really great selections there with the Mantine, the Dunsparce, and Baby Pangoro as well.
And of course, but last but not least, Pokemon Unite. Twitch drops so you can watch and earn. And of course, you want to make sure you're tuned into all of that. And it's not just these Twitch drops, but as well, there is a special emblem that you can get. We're giving away so much this weekend. This one, you got to redeem that gift code, but you can get a Platinum Gengar Boost emblem. So exciting stuff going on. So you can enjoy competition. And when you're kicking back, waiting for our next round, make sure you redeem absolutely everything. It's free, guys.
Yeah, and that Gengar emblem, it looks amazing. And also all of it. I mean, just pick up all of it. I haven't had a chance to do any of the Pokemon Go stuff, which I would like to. I have a hard job picking up some Pokemon, so.
Hey, we've been busy watching the VGC action over here because it's kind of like a blink and you miss it, especially with that last match. Like, there is so much going on, and the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. There's still some really intense battles happening out there. If you're a spectator in the hall, there's the side TVs on. I know Kylan was going up against Wolf in that last one, and there's so many exciting things at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the struggle at this point in the tournament, right? There's more amazing matches every round that we can show. We're going to do our best to bring the very best matches we can to you. But yeah, one of the reasons to try to visit the World Championship someday if you can, right? You can see even more of all the exciting action.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking back at the last couple matches, and we were talking about like the call. I'm excited to see if that Regieleki and the Slanderous Incarnate is going to be the call going on for this one, because that was definitely a match where they got to really, really show what they're capable of. And when we get to see all these Pokemon that maybe would kind of fold to them, I don't know, guys.
The Landorus Incarnate's a really interesting pick, and it's obviously doing very well in this field of Pokemon that we're seeing. I mean, it was so dominant in that match. It didn't miss one of its moves, and it just really laid down the foundations for that really dominant performance there. The Regieleki also having its part, playing its role, helping out. But I think it is these, we've said it all weekend, you know, it's the unique picks that trainers bring to these tournaments that's almost what accelerates them, puts them forward into these deeper positions and kind of propels them into these championship winning states.
Well, we're talking about the call. We've talked about the call. What about just own personal favorite moments? Because that sometimes I feel can get a little bit goofy. It could be something that's like, wow, this is a really, really cool competitive moment. Or it could be one of those moments that's like, wow, I didn't think this was going to go this way. I think this was kind of cool.
I mean, I hate to take the dunk, but I guess for me, having get to cast both of them when they were children, I thought it was very neat that we got the Aaron Zhang versus Seijun Park match on stream. I unfortunately was on the mic for Aaron's Will-O-Wisp disaster, as well as for the more triumphant moment that Seijun had winning his World Championship. You know, I played in tournaments with both of them, and seeing both of them so many years later competing, having fun, they're both good friends. And that's just a nice thing to see. And to me, what the World Championship is all about, people aren't just competing, they're also forming friendships and rivalries that last years. And, I think it was just really neat that at this point in their lives, they could again have that moment together.
Yeah, that was still such an amazing way to be kicking off the Pokemon World Championships. And me and Lee got the pleasure of casting that match. We've talked about it a little bit there, but while we're waiting for top 16, can dive into it a little bit more here. But it's so cool to see these trainers that have such a history in this game and how it aligns with their own. Because you were there for those moments. Whereas for myself, my first introduction into VGC was watching that run, not live at the time, many years later on YouTube, and just being like, wow, this is really, really cool. And it was not just the Pachirisu, that is the moment, but it was how excited the crowd was at any given moment. You see the Pachirisu and everyone's going nuts. You see, like, there's these electrifying battles, and that's been something that, as I've gotten more into the game and had the pleasure of being invited along to cast these, that I've gotten to see these different matches. Avery's Do It Again, Oranguru at NAIC 2023, all these different moments. So that was really, really cool to then see it come to life for myself on the desk, where you can hear the crowd cheering when the Pachirisu from Zajan hit the field here for round 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that back in 2014 when we were in Washington. You know, the run of Zajan, whenever that Pachirisu came out, the crowd went crazy. It was one of those moments. It was a special time, and I think it was a real turning point for VG as well, and I think a real iconic moment. So to have it almost kind of repeating itself in a lot of ways to kick us off this weekend was a really nice moment.
It's so cool with just like looking at this history kind of repeating itself, or where history can maybe kind of take to, because then we're looking at Wolf, who's playing out. They're obviously a world champion and someone that everyone has their eyes on as we go through this debate of who is the greatest player of all times, and the run that he's been able to go on throughout the tournament so far. We've got to see that story from even a couple of world champions that are still in the tournament and still making that run. That's the one story we've really gotten to talk about since we've gotten to see it happening, but not the only one. There is some insanely strong players. Like, there is the potential of a double world champion coming out of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys know more than we do, since they're both still matches in progress when we started talking. But yeah, I mean, last year's world champion still, last we heard, alive in the round of 24 and 32, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So exciting to see how he ends up doing. And yeah, I mean, we still had, last year's runner-up as well, moving on in the field. Really impressive consistency by both of those players. You know, it's one of those things that really sets you apart, I feel like, as one of the greats to be able to do it in consecutive years, where, especially in somewhat different formats, even though we're on the same video games, testing a different skill set, very different world championships. I think, as we talked about the last time we were up here, where, there's tons of preparation this year. We're deep in a format. Last year, people kind of had to figure out the best way to win without really a whole lot of knowledge of what their opponents were likely to do, and that these players are able to come out on top either way is really impressive.
I think especially, too, when I am looking at Mikhail Kelch and Shohei, because of how different last Worlds was for the champion and the runner-up respectively, to then have that brand new format, be able to navigate that, and then we get to see for this year's Worlds, they've built upon something and kind of showcases both ends of the skills, that they're still able to appear here, have this regulation, and be able to pop off.
Yeah, I think it's really nice for Michel in a lot of regards, because he came into the World Championships last year. He had a really good run, of course, getting to the final. And I think a lot of people were probably like, it's kind of a one-off, because he hadn't really had any big results before then. This season, he kind of got his head down. He didn't need to play because he had the invite from last year for how well he did. But he kind of wanted to have that determination to say, no, I can get my invite, even if I don't need to. He went and won a regional, had that really good Zamazenta run, and he's playing Zamazenta again this weekend, which is really nice to see, and he's having just as much success. So there is the possibility, because they're on opposite ends of the bracket, where these two players could actually meet. We could have a repeat of last year's World Championships, which is wild to think. There's obviously a long way to go yet, but I think it's just testament to both of these players how far and how deep they've come into this really competitive field.
I mean, especially in this era, right? I mean, it's so difficult now. I mean, not even just in the finals, but I guess if you think back, there was a period where Wolf and Ray played in the top cut 2 years in a row, but that was, one top 8 match and then the finals. To be that deep in the tournament twice in a row and both of them to do it, it's almost unprecedented when you consider, there's 10 times as many players competing now as there used to be.
I'm just hoping the script writers are kind to us. That's all I'm saying. It would be a really, really amazing, but I love that you're talking about like that. Was it a one-off or whatnot? Obviously proven throughout this season, definitely was not a one-off. But I think that's something that we get caught up on a lot, is the titles that these individuals have, and kind of basing maybe where the run would be based off of that. When there is a lot of players that their skill is worthy of a player to make these types of runs, but sometimes they just fall a little bit short of that title. I think throughout the season, if anything, we've gotten a really good opportunity to see a couple of people that are still competing and knowing the individual strength because we've been able to follow those journeys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hidden factors in a tournament as well, isn't there? There's the kind of the matchup factor that, you know, we don't really talk about too much. You could have a bad matchup one round. That could be the round that kind of costs you because of the fine margins here between making it into cut and not making it into cut. You can also have your one choice of a move on your team could be the difference. You could have been testing something and then changed it last minute. There's so many like little really fine lines that can make such a big difference when you actually get to the kind of the playground here in the tournament that we don't always kind of concentrate on or look at. And yeah, you're so right to identify there's so many players out there that are capable of having these runs. You know, we see how successful players are throughout a whole season. And sometimes it just doesn't quite work out at that one tournament at the end of the year, which is unfortunate, but that's the beauty of this tournament. It's really crunch time here, and it's why sometimes we have these one-off players, which is great for the narrative, but, you know, at the same time, testament to all the players who managed to do it.
It's a one-off from the limited view that we maybe sometimes get to see, but when you get to kind of know these players a little bit better, you get to maybe know their individual stories, and you get to hear from their friends, you get to see it themselves, you get to see kind of something else, especially with these players that don't get to play too much. I mean, even just that last match that we've got to see with Navjeet is someone that, if you're Canadian or you're more West Coast, you know the strength of this player, but on this international level, someone that a lot of people are just unfamiliar with, and that's a story yet that hasn't quite been realized or quite been told, and that's not the only player that has that sort of similar backstory right now.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about the World Championships is it's one of the most fun weekends of the year, but in a weird way, especially as a spectator, it's one of the most like emotionally taxing.
Yeah.
Because there's so many players that are kind of on that cusp, right? And you know, if they have a red hot weekend, you know, maybe they just barely make it to day 2, and that's the best they've ever done. And you know, they're having the weekend of their lives, or you know, how they just barely gonna get top cut, and like, wow, you know, I'm really one of those players now. But the flip side also happens too, right? Where you know, some players, they prepare super hard and they just don't get the right matchups, or they mess up just a few turns, right? And you know, you kind of spend the whole year thinking how things could have been just a little bit different. And you know, it is so tough where you don't know how many times you're going to qualify for the World Championships, you know, and you only get a few shots for most players, and it's what makes it mean so much when you do get those deep runs and when you do win, because it's so hard and everyone is trying to do that. Everyone is giving their best this weekend, and I really can't, you know, say enough how great the trainers who've made it to this point are, because I think this year the World Championships was more difficult maybe than it's ever been before.
100%, and it's only going to get more difficult from here on out too, now that the qualification has changed a little bit and we're looking at worlds that are going to be a little bit more dense. And I think that going, like you're talking about the, will I get to compete at the World Championships again? And I think that we're in an era now where more than ever, that's a question that we do need to start asking, because there is definitely more than enough qualified players that we get to see from this event. We know that there is that skill there, but it's going to start getting so insane, and as the skill level just increases, we really get to see people like the best of the best that they have to offer.
Yeah, and I think then we have to start kind of celebrating not just those kind of one-off unique wins or big wins, but I think the consistency of the players as well, because the competition is so high now, where it's to the point where you could really narrow a champion down from a pool of players to, you know, maybe 16, 32 players that are in the field, and say all of them are capable of going all the way in this tournament. And the margins are so fine that, you know, just by getting to this stage or getting to the World Championships here next year is a huge accomplishment in itself. How many regionals have they top cut throughout the season to be able to get to this point? So I think we probably are looking at a wider and broader view, I think, going into tournaments in future, rather than looking at those kind of one-off championship results.
All of this talk just has me so excited to get onwards with the tournament, with the competition, and I need to go check to see who's made it to top 16, because I know all three of us are just dying to know. So for us, we're going to be taking a quick break, and on the back end of that, it's going to be time for our top 16.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokémon World Championship, and I'm here with Glaxon. Glaxon, how's your day going today?
It's going great. The energy in here is electric. I've been seeing so many cool battles. Everybody's just having a good time, it feels like, so I'm having a good time too.
Many people at home might already recognize you as you make some content on the internet, but in case they don't recognize you, who are you? What do you do?
So I stream mostly on Twitch. I'm what you would call a shiny hunter. So if you don't know, there are altered colorations of these Pokemon called shinies. You see some of the competitors using them. So I look for those pretty frequently over on Twitch. So
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about shiny hunting because I also adore shiny hunting. You have to tell us, what is your favorite shiny?
I have to go with Honedge. The blood red sword is just so cool to look at. Definitely one of my favorites.
My favorite shiny, although it's influenced a lot by having adventured with them and things, is Gyarados, also that red.
Yeah, I mean, that, for a lot of people, for the OGs that played Gold and Silver, that was probably the first shiny Pokemon you saw, the Lake of Rage Gyarados. So yeah, the red coloration is just so cool.
And I also, generally, if a shiny's not that different, I'm like, oh, but the golden Magikarp being not so different and then turning into the red Gyarados.
Yes, I mean, one day soon, you will be really cool. Just get to level 20.
Many, many levels from now. Yes. So we're here at Worlds. Let's not forget where we are here in Honolulu. What has the experience of Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu been like?
It's been great. I mean, outside of the convention center, there's so much to do. A lot of beautiful beaches. You could go on hikes. You can get engaged. You know.
You can get engaged? Yeah. What do you mean?
So I just got engaged on Tuesday here in Honolulu. So it was an amazing experience. So
congratulations.
So
what was it like? Where did you propose?
Right on the beach of Waikiki. There's a huge pier that goes out into the ocean, and I did it right there. We were like taking pictures, and then while she was like looked out in the ocean, I was there behind her and got on my knee, and when she turned around, she saw me. So
not a bad place to do it.
No, I mean, this is the dream location, right? So.
Now, have you been to other Pokemon World Championships before?
I was in DC in 2019. It's like my backyard, and then I was actually in Japan last year as well. So.
What can you tell people at home who maybe haven't been to a World Championship about what they could expect to experience if they came to something like this?
Oh, there's so much to do. If you're not watching the awesome battles going on, there's so many side events to do. There's a pocket demo here today. There's just so much like things to do for people who love Pokemon. There's a museum here, like with all the history of Pokemon and worlds. So there's a lot to do for every interest. So.
That's so true. Great advice. Thank you so much, Klaxon. And now let's head back to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Thank you very much, everybody in the lounge, and Anna for her wonderful interview there. It is time to continue the action here at the Honolulu Pokemon World Championships. We are in Top Cut. We are down to the final 16 trainers remaining. I think we started with, what was it, around 700 trainers on day one, Gabby, and here we have 16 people still with those hopes of leaving Honolulu as world champion. By the end of today, we're going to have 2 trainers left.
We're going to have 2 trainers left, and I think this is really the heartbreak hill of our competition, if you will, where there are so many incredible people left, but unfortunately in single elimination, 1 loss and you're out. And from that last round of Top Cut in particular, already some huge upsets on the field.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely massive upsets as we look at this top bracket. 2 of the names you are not going to see there are world champion Wolf Glick and world champion Shohei Kimura, losing in that asymmetrical cut round. So, you know, a lot of people were definitely rooting for those world champions, but at least we're going to be crowning potentially a new world champion by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and there's still so many different countries represented in our top 16. It feels like one of the more balanced, if you will, top 16 cut. So congratulations to everybody who's made it this far. You know, I think the first round of cut was going to be the most difficult mentally for a lot of these trainers, but now that they're in the top 16, you have some prize money, you have some momentum, and you know that you are only 1, 2, 3 games away from playing in Championship Sunday tomorrow. So you can see the finish line. You still have a little bit of a ways to go.
You can see it with binoculars, but it's
all
still
uphill
a little
as
bit.
well, but you'll make it there. You just got to keep running.
I mean, honestly, some of the names here, you know, shout out to Justin Knox as an American, getting the bye actually, so performing, not having to play in the asymmetrical cut round. Marco Silva, multi-time international champion. Michael Kelch getting 2nd at the World Championships last year. I mean, this bracket truly is wide open.
It really is, and what I find super super exciting as well is just we have so many different restricted Pokemon represented here in this top cut. It's not as one-sided as we think or we thought it was going to be. It's not all Calyrex riders of some form, which is great. I mean, coming into this tournament, Joe, I don't know how you were focusing your prep, but for me, I was just looking at a lot of the teams that were in the metagame, looking at some of the larger grassroots tours that were held leading up to this event, looking at my locals as well, and it was just Calyrex's day. It just felt like Calyrex had so much momentum coming off of the North American International Championships.
Right.
It's great that we have other restricted Pokemon represented in this cut.
Yeah, honestly, I know you and I have had many conversations, Gabby, about like it kind of feels like Ice Rider versus the world, especially after Patrick Connors had that big breakthrough performance and won NAIC with Calyrex Ice Rider. But from what we've actually seen from most of the competitors this weekend, it's truly been both Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider are the two restricteds that people had really hard countered and prepared their teams for more than the Ice Rider.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But I think what's really interesting, though, about this next matchup that we're going to be featuring is we're featuring one of the Terapagos that was entered into this tournament, made it all the way into top 16, piloted by Kimura, who is the current reigning Japan national champion, running a very different Terapagos in this competition, but making a lot of waves at the Japan national championships thanks to the combination of Mental Herb, there was Rock Polish on that Pokemon to get a speed boost, and of course Meteor Beam because you get the special attack boost, and it's just have a good day.
Yeah, honestly, there might not be a more predestined position in all of Pokemon than the Japan national champion at the World Championships, a position throughout the history of VGC where we've had many players win Japan nationals and win the World Championships in the same season. So Kimura looking to be the next player to put his name on that long list of Japan national champions turned world champions. But he will be facing off against one of Korea's top trainers in Jung, who qualified through the Korean Trainers Cup final, which is effectively a national championship. They have different qualifying systems, but he was the finalist in that matchup, so he's here now.
Yeah, similar to Japan's qualification system, the Trainers Cup in South Korea had a couple of online qualifier tournaments leading into that in-person event, and Sung actually won the first qualifier that he was entered in, and then he went on and got second in the final. So a very strong player from that region, and I think also running a very strong variant of the Miraidon team that we've already seen a few times throughout this competition because it's just that good.
Yeah, and I think it'd be, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, obviously, 10-year anniversary of Sejun winning Worlds, another Korean player with the potential to win the World Championships. Miraidon's kind of this Korean, big figure since Sejun was using Miraidon to qualify for Worlds in TCG last year, right? So a very popular Pokemon within the Korean community there. So that would be, it'd be a very fitting story, but we are very far away from the completion of this story, Gabby.
I still can't believe, though, that you mentioned Sejun Park, you mentioned Miraidon, and you didn't mention Pachirisu.
Well, because it's Sungjae's turn.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It is his turn, and really all of these trainers who have made it this far in the competition deserve a moment to bask in the glory of making it this far. I mean, coming into this weekend, this is where you want to be. You want to keep playing as long as possible. You want to make it to Championship Sunday. You want to be that next world champion, and it's so exciting to see trainers from all around the world vying for it.
And it's really inspiring seeing the different trainers, because this weekend kind of proves that, the point of, you talk about like qualifying for Worlds, it doesn't matter if you have 501 championship points in North America or 1,500 championship points, you both got that same qualification, and so many of the trainers earning their invites and proving that, showcasing that they are a top caliber player, they are a world caliber player, and I think it's just so awesome to see players from all the championship point disparities, but they all qualified, have made it so far.
I know, and if you're interested in getting some championship points of your own, make sure to check out your local scene. You can go to Pokemon.com, you can check out that event locator and get in on these tournaments. I actually know that, admittedly, we are 6 hours ahead of the East Coast right now, but there are some locals being held in my vicinity this weekend. I'm sure if you go to that event locator, you can find some locals near you and check it out. I mean, I know it's so intimidating, like watching these trainers perform at this level and are this good, especially when we're coming into a new format and everything. But just going, meeting Pokemon friends, trying your hand at competing, regardless if it's the video game, trading card game, or Go. It's just so much fun and such an integral part of the Pokemon scene. So who knows? You could log on to that website today, and maybe next year you'll be here competing in top 16 for the title of World Champion.
Honestly, I think first I'm thinking like, okay, locals during Worlds, you know, oh, well, you're missing Worlds, but that could be a great watch party. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think about the old days, you know, we're very old up here. We got that. We have knee pain, we have back pains. We've been going through Pokemon for over a very long time here. I remember some of the very old regionals, we'd have shouts to Liberty Garden locals back in the day, and we'd have trainers from our region playing off in the on the streams in the other regionals, and we would have those regional streams on as we were playing at the Premier Challenges, and like we're all kind of stopping what we're doing because, you know, oh, Chuppa's in Top Cut or James Beck's in Top Cut, and we're all collectively like 50 people rooting for our local players. So I actually think that's a wonderful idea to have a Worlds watch party with your local scene.
Yeah, and if you're at home at your own Worlds watch party, take a picture and share it with that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. You may see it on stream. And I actually think there's also a local watch party going on in my neck of the woods this weekend. Yeah, I don't know if it's just for finals or not. I don't know how the time zone's working out and how everybody's feeling on a Saturday, but still, it's a lot of fun.
Did you RSVP and tell them you were a little busy, that you couldn't make it? Understandably so, couldn't make the watch party?
I might have forgotten to RSVP. Let's not talk about that. I'm really bad at replying to emails, okay?
Oh, I'm the worst. I'm right there with you. But yeah, we are here. As you can see, our players are getting ready. Coming up next for our top 16 match of the World Championships, Kimura and Sung Jae Jung. This is, I think, probably people going into this weekend, as we always do. As we mentioned, Japan National Champion is always a favorite to take home the title. So I think even before looking at team preview and how these teams are going to interact with each other, most of the audience online is probably presuming Huma might be the favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, and unfortunately, until we get confirmation that those trainers are seated with their headphones on, it's best that we don't reveal too many secrets. So apologies. We're all just as eager as you are to get in on the action, but we do still have to wait a moment to do that. So while we are admittedly taking a bit of a breather here, Joe, what has been your favorite play so far from the stream this weekend for the World Championships?
Oh, that's a tough one for me. I do think it's kind of silly. I'm going to cheat. It's multiple plays. I just think it's funny that in our round 11, I'm not going to go for the fake out follow me that everyone's talking about.
Okay.
I just think it was funny that in back-to-back turns, both Victor and Shi Liang protected in front of her Shifu, and then the opposing her Shifu broke through it. Like, it's not a super great play, but you asked me my favorite play, right? Not what's the best play.
Yes, your favorite.
It was just so fun to see, like, here's the greatest players in the world, and they're willing to take that risk of the unseen fist going through protect. I just thought it was so fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that too, and I think it was just a great testament to the mind games that were going on in that position and how you can't even necessarily be sure. You don't want to make a hard read there, right? You want to play it as safe as possible, and sometimes playing safe means you're just opening yourself up to being hit by an unseen fist or two. But my favorite play, it's not necessarily a singular play, but it's more just like a team composition. I really loved Himofumi Kimura's version of the Calyrex Ice Rider team with the Terra Poison and the Never Melt Ice item. I thought that was just so innovative and so fun to watch. If I had more Regulation G tournaments in my future, I'd probably actually take that first spin.
Yeah.
But I'm actually looking forward to Regulation H at this point in time. So no more Calyrex Riders for me.
No, yeah, right after this weekend, I'm sure everybody's going to start labbing their Regulation H matchups. But for now, let's look at the matchup on the stage as we get set to begin top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships. Japan National Champion Kimura against Korea's favorite Sung Jae Jung.
Kimura once again running a Terrapagos alongside of the Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Fluttermane that he ran during the Japan National Championships. However, this time around, it's a very different team composition. Sungjae, actually, this is his first time competing in a Regulation G tournament, as the Trainer Cup and the Trainer Cup finals were all held in a previous regulation. So, like you were saying, Joe, Miraidon definitely a favorite from that part of the world and showing up in Songjae's team very, very strong, especially when you pair it with the Whimsicott, with the Iron Hands like we've seen throughout this competition.
Yeah, for sure, but he's going to have to get through quite the opponent on the other side in Humahara. We see his team of 6, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Fluttermane. Of course, those are very popular Pokemon, but the restricted Pokemon of choice is Terapagos.
And this is such a different Terapagos than what we saw Huma bring in the Japan National Championships. Instead of running the Power Herb item with Rock Polish, which boosts your speed, and Meteor Beam, which will consume the item and then boost your special attack, this is a very defensive Terapagos, relying on Substitute, Calm Mind, and Leftovers to keep its health as full as possible. You would assume to see a Rillaboom alongside of a Terapagos like this because the grassy terrain recovery is so nice in addition to everything else. But like you just pointed at, Joe, this Fluttermane is super interesting. It's holding a booster energy and it has 2 forms of speed control. It can drop speed with Icy Wind, or it can connect a Thunder Wave, have that paralysis chance, and then also lower that Pokemon speed.
I like to imagine that Fluttermane was a Grimmsnarl, and just the prankster Thunder Wave kept getting stopped. So now you have a regular or a manual Thunder Wave that the super speedy Fluttermane would be able to get through. But as we've mentioned, Humahara is the reigning 2024 Japan National Champion. I'm sure most of the Japanese fan base watching at home are definitely rooting for him the most to win.
Exactly. His opponent, though, Songjae Jung, a very powerful trainer from the South Korean region, like we were just talking about, is going to be running a Miraidon Terra Fairy choice specs, very similar to the Miraidon we've seen do well in this competition so far. Has those support options with Whimsicott, with Tailwind and Light Screen, has a very bulky Iron Hands with the Assault Vest item, and also a Ferreira on the off chance you end up playing against a Calyrex or 2. No Calyrex on Huma's side of the field, though, so I would not be surprised if we see the Miraidon, the Iron Hands, and the Whimsicott sort of set the pace of this battle.
And this is going to be one of the first times all weekend that we're seeing Urshifu Single Strike in action. Everybody's used to the Rapid Strike version, Gabby, but I think Single Strike is just as strong.
I think it is as well, and especially when you were coming into this tournament anticipating so many different Calyrex type Pokemon, so many Farigiraf as well. I mean, Farigiraf was way up there on that top 12 usage chart for today. Bringing the Urshifu Single Strike style with Wicked Blow, with those dark type attacks is so important. And again, just opens up opportunities for Miraidon then to also come in and get some KOs as well with Dazzling Gleam. I mean, a Terra Dark critical hit Wicked Blow, even if it is only a single hit, you pair that alongside Miraidon with the Dazzling Gleam or with any attack. Not much is going to be taking that much damage.
Yeah, I really do think this Miraidon, the big innovation throughout the adjustments and the metagames of Regulation G has been Miraidon becoming Terra Fairy with Dazzling Gleam instead of we saw Terra Electric, maybe Terra Ground. Now it is all Terra Fairy for defensive help. But Songjae Jung, as we mentioned, the 2024 Trainers Cup round finalists, essentially Korean National Championships with how their circuit works differently than us. Songjae also said he's really hoping he hits all of his Draco Meteors in this round, and I kind of hope he hits them too.
I need to knock on some wood real quick here, so there's no commentator curses in the future. But no, I think in this matchup, Songjae definitely has the right approach with Draco Meteor. It's such a powerful attack. There is a Fluttermane on Huma's side of the field, but none of the other Pokemon are Fairy type or have access to a Fairy type Terastallization. So if you're going to be relying on pivoting that Miraidon in and out so that you maintain the electric terrain, in addition to everything else it can bring to the table, I think going for a Draco Meteor isn't necessarily a risky play, just because you can deal all that damage, switch the Pokemon out, and just keep that engine going.
I also think the other thing Songjae has to worry about on Huma's end is that Ogerpon Heartflame, it's kind of licking its chops right now. There really is no natural resistance to a +1 attack Fire Ivy Cudgel coming out in that position, and you would have to commit Terastallization for either Terra Water Whimsicott or Terra Water Farigiraf on the other end. So I think both of these trainers have access to their
You'll have a couple of special attack boosts, special defensive boosts, and I think that really opens up an opportunity for the Terapagos to go on the offense. If you think about it, these teams really operate in two different ways. Sungjae's team wants to be very fast, wants to be very speedy, wants to hit very hard, whereas Himahara is going to be looking for those opportunities to slow play down, get a Calm Mind or two in, get a substitute up even. You don't even need to necessarily Calm Mind initially with that option, so that Terapagos can then just find its way to those knockout positions.
Yeah, the substitute would be absolutely crucial here. Let's see what happens as we head into Game 1 of Top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships in the Masters Division. Japan National Champion Himahara with Terapagos Ogerpon Hearthflame on the lead versus Korea's hopeful Sungjae Jung Miraidon Whimsicott.
A great position for Huma to start this game. Right off the bat, has access to Follow Me and redirect any of those attacks from the Miraidon into that position. Could alternatively just switch out this Terapagos to try and maintain speed control or terrain control, but instead actually going to lock in the Terastallization on that Terapagos turn number 1. A lot of times we see trainers play around with the fact that their Terapagos will Terastallize later game to force the whole, well, is it going to be single target damage? Will it do double target damage? But to see such a confident Terastallization lock here from Huma, this is the experience of the Japan National Champion.
Yeah, if you're Japan National Champion, you can be as confident as you want going into the World Championships here. So he's going to Terastallize on turn 1. Light Screen from Whimsicott will negate 50% of the damage from special attacks for the next 5 to 8 turns. Next 5 turns. But he actually gets the one-hit KO onto Ogerpon Hearthflame. No damage from Ogerpon this turn. And now you're going to be able to get up a Calm Mind for this Terapagos. Luckily did not take damage, but even with the +1 boost, Whimsicott set up the Light Screen, and Whimsicott has Prankster Encore, and you can't redirect it.
You can't redirect it, but you could certainly try and flinch it if it weren't for the fact that Whimsicott is holding a covert cloak. So while the Rillaboom here is a great time to set up your grassy terrain, when the Terapagos Terastallized, it did remove the electric terrain from the field as well. But still, you're going to be looking to try and find some damage here, and you're going to have to assume that you can either take another attack from this Miraidon. It did drop 2 special attack stages thanks to that Draco Meteor. Or you assume your opponent is going to switch that Pokemon out, you Terra Starstorm, you go for an attack on that Rillaboom into the Pokemon coming in, and just get ready to hopefully figure out a way to handle the Miraidon the next time it's around.
Yeah, this Miraidon is truly not too much of a threat into Huma right now. You can feel confident that both Terapagos and Rillaboom are not too threatened with the -2 special attack from the Draco Meteor. So, of course, Sungjae has to swap that Miraidon out and bring it around later on in Game 1. He will decide to bring his own Ogerpon Hearthflame onto the field. So 2 grass types here for Sungjae against the Rillaboom. There's the encore we were talking about. Because Rillaboom did not go, or can't fake out a Covert Cloak Pokemon, now Terapagos is locked into clicking Calm Mind every turn and not getting any damage. Wood Hammer with a great switch for Sungjae because he takes resisted damage.
A lot of trainers would try and switch out the Pokemon there to avoid being encored into an attack, but until the reveal of the Ogerpon, it's not the worst thing to be locked into Calm Mind. You're still at full health. You still have the support of the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery to mitigate any damage, and that Miraidon had already taken the special attack drops as well. So this Terapagos was in a really prime position to take that risk, and honestly, you can capitalize on these couple of slower turns as we see Sungjae switching Pokemon around to get additional Calm Minds in. Yes, the Terapagos can attack this turn, but barring a critical hit from the opposing Ogerpon, it's not exactly threatened either.
Sungjae does swap Whimsicott out into the Iron Hand, so he has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in Game 1, as Huma has as well, since this Shiny Incineroar is hitting the battlefield over that Rillaboom spot. And now it's time for Sungjae to Terastallize Ogerpon Hearthflame with that Embody aspect, turning it into a pure Fire type and boosting its attack by 1 stage. So this is going to be an even stronger hit into the other side. He was intimidated on the other way around, so it's back towards neutral. But here is a Fire Ivy Cudgel into the Terra Shell Terapagos. That's pretty solid damage.
It's solid damage. And especially with the reveal of the Iron Hands on Songjae's side of the field, this Terapagos is in a lot of danger. This Iron Hands has access to its own fake out. It has both Drain Punch and Low Kick to go for damage here, and overall will be able to tank hits thanks to the Assault Vest. It's a very naturally bulky Pokemon on top of that.
And the light screen.
And the light screen as well. So even though Huma is going to, again, be playing through a couple of these more passive turns, getting those Calm Mind boosts up, Songjae has found a board position where he can just go on the offense and really put a lot of board pressure down while Huma either waits for the Encore to end, which should happen after this turn, or just finds a way to pivot around. If you go ahead and Parting Shot with your Incineroar, you can drop the attack of that Iron Hands a little bit. You can get your Rillaboom back out onto the field, but I don't think you want to switch in your Rillaboom because as soon as the Miraidon comes back, you need a way to remove that terrain.
Right, Huma's in a really tough spot. Losing Ogerpon Hearthflame on turn 1 has given him much less flexibility being down 3 Pokemon to 4. Whimsicott will swap onto the Iron Hands position, and now it's time for another Terra-boosted Ivy Cudgel into Terapagos. Not enough for the KO. Takes it like a champ. That is now the last turn of Calm Mind. However, Whimsicott's right back on the field.
And as long as that Terapagos doesn't attack before the Whimsicott connects a Encore with that slot, it will be encored into Calm Mind once again. So while Huma is able to pivot here, will get the Rillaboom back on the field, you still cannot flinch that Pokemon. And Terapagos, you either switch out and you lose all the special attack and special defense you just built up, or you protect, and then you just get encored into Protect the next turn, which then you don't necessarily get every turn.
That's the thing. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just Protect to get out of Encore, but then you get protected into it. So Huma's Terapagos is in just a really difficult position here in Game 1. Whimsicott as well, if the Terapagos somehow switches out for later. Light Screen is almost up, so the Whimsicott can still stick around and reset up Light Screen for later.
Huma's out at this point in time is most likely to go for a double protect. It's a very risky play here, but hypothetically you can U-turn into that Whimsicott, get some damage down, get the Incineroar back onto the field, and then the second turn try and use the Incineroar to lock in a KO against that Whimsicott and hope that knockoff, despite the resisted damage, would pick up the KO there. But instead, making a very difficult decision here, will actually switch out that Terapagos. So it'll be able to come back onto the field and attack, but will it be able to accomplish anything without those critical boosts?
We know Incineroar has to go into that slot as it's the only Pokemon in the back for Huma, so Incineroar replacing the Terapagos there. Whimsicott tried to go for the Encore, but of course it just swapped in, so that's not going to work. Here is now another Intimidated and Parting Shot and Intimidated. Ivy Cudgel into the Fire type means it does nothing. Rillaboom can U-turn out to safety to get Terapagos back onto the field at the end of this turn.
And with Terapagos returning to the field, if it is able to take another Ivy Cudgel from the opposing Ogerpon, can deal back some super effective damage with Terra Starstorm now that the Ogerpon has been terastallized. Whimsicott cannot go for an Encore in this position for the Terapagos because it hasn't used a move yet, and that Incineroar is going to be a Dark-type Pokemon, so any Prankster boosted attacks are going to fail. I think you just keep Whimsicott on the field, though. At the end of the day, you have a very favorable position. You don't necessarily want to be switching in your Miraidon to be taking damage from the Terapagos or the Iron Hands, really. And Whimsicott does have access to Moonblast, which will do a good amount of chip damage.
Right, exactly. If you're worried that Ivy Cudgel's not going to get the KO, especially after the Parting Shots and Intimidates, could try to go for the Moonblast and double target into that slot. But Songjae actually swapping out this Ogerpon Hearthflame, saving it for later. Just too many Intimidates. It's really hindering his damage output. Now it's time for Miraidon to come back onto the field, resetting up that electric terrain, getting rid of the grassy terrain, and yet another light screen from this Whimsicott. So second time this game, Whimsicott's been able to set up the light screen. That means this Terra Starstorm is going to do way less damage to both the Songjae's Pokemon. Look at that, no Calm Mind boost behind the light screen as well. He can take so many of those.
Does connect a burn against this Miraidon, though, which will be doing a little bit of damage over time. Will not be benefiting from its secondary effect of lowering the attack of the opposing side of the field. But given that this Incineroar's only real attack is knockoff, setting up burns on the other side of the field does make it easier for knockoff to get those critical KOs. when it connects. One difficult thing about being an Incineroar player when you have both Will-O-Wisp and Knockoff is just that you have to get the timing perfectly, and there isn't even the opportunity
Speaking
for
of timing,
it.
Incineroar never gets the chances. Draco Meteor, 2 for 2. Sungjae, you hoped, and you've been rewarded. Hit both your Dracos for 2 KOs here in game 1. Now the pesky little Moonblast goes towards Terrapagos to do a little bit of damage, and now Terra Star Storm from Terrapagos. We saw how little it did the prior turn. I'd anticipate, yeah, pretty much the exact same thing, looking like maybe a 5-hit KO or something like that.
And this is why those Calm Mind boosts were so important to Huma at the beginning of this game. If you get to this end condition, especially knowing that your opposing Whimsicott has Light Screen and is going to be weakening those special attacks pretty easily, all things considered, nothing on Huma's side of the field can stop this Whimsicott from attacking thanks to that Covert Cloak. You find yourself in a position where you just don't have the damage to match. And even though this Miraidon is throwing out those Draco Meteors and dropping its special attack as a result, Sungjae still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, can easily switch that Pokemon in and out and bring it back in for the final KO. If the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands honestly doesn't beat it to it first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this Rillaboom's going to try its best, right? You love having Rillaboom to get rid of Miraidon's terrain, and you're feeling great. It's not hindered by Light Screen, but remember, Sungjae has the Terra Ogerpon Hearthflame just sitting in the back, waiting for its moment. A full health Iron Hands as well. Just goes to show how great of a position Sungjae has put himself in game 1. The Encore into Terrapagos. You're saying, oh, why would you want to take damage? You want to take damage so he can't click Substitute or Calm Mind or Protect or anything. Encoring him, forcing him into that pitiful amount of damage from the Terra Starstorm. Whimsicott is no bulky Pokemon in any scenario, and it looks like it's a 5-hit KO onto Whimsicott.
There are still a few turns left in this battle, and I would not be surprised if Yumahara is playing this out to try and figure out a strategy going into game number 2. I love the switch-in, though, from Jungjae of that Iron Hands, as it will be able to deal super effective damage to that Terrapagos. And really, even though the Rillaboom's Wood Hammer did about 50% of damage to the Iron Hands, you can easily remove that grassy terrain, easily remove the additional damage from grassy terrain that Wood Hammer gets by switching in your Miraidon. So Sungjae in a very commanding position to wrap up this game 1. I think Yumahara just trying to get a little bit more information, figure out how much damage all these Pokemon do, and then figure out an approach for game 2.
And Whimsicott kind of run out of buttons to click here in game 1, so might as well click Tailwind to boost the speed of the Iron Hands on the other side of the field. Is going to not pick up the KO. Terrapagos just barely hanging on through the Drain Punch. However, it will recover some of the HP there, meaning this Terra Starstorm is not going to be able to KO the Iron Hands, barring maybe a critical hit or something. Doesn't even KO Whimsicott.
That poor Terrapagos, I think at the end of the day, a lot of us at least who watched the North American International Championships earlier on this summer are more accustomed to the choice specs, max special attack variants, where you see it still do significant damage even if there is something like a Light Screen in play. This Terrapagos, though, however, way bulkier, needs more time to set up. I think giving Yumahara more opportunities to adjust in the moment throughout this competition, but in this top 16 match, unfortunately, just unable to keep up with the pace of damage that Sungjae has.
Yeah, there is the forfeit from Yumahara, and Sungjae Jung is 1 victory away from moving on to the top 8 here at the World Championships in Honolulu. You have to feel confident, not only for just being up a game so you have the flexibility in case you lose game 2, but how commanding of a victory that was over the Japan national champion. He has to be confident.
Not only do you have to be confident, I think that just looking at these teams on paper, you have all the tools that you need to answer Yumahara's potential outs against the Miraidon. We saw that initial Light Screen from that Whimsicott all the way back on turn 1. We saw that Draco Meteor connect and get the instant KO on the Ogerpon Hearthflame. There was just so much damage that Sungjae had access to, and what I thought was really well played was he was able to also shut down his opponent's strategies while he was still doing this big damage. It's a very delicate balance when you're running a Pokemon like Miraidon alongside of the Ogerpon Hearthflame to have that support that can kind of weave it out very comfortably. I think that's why we see a lot of trainers rely on Pokemon like Rillaboom or Incineroar to keep things moving around, give yourself easy pivots. But Sungjae just showing with a lot of confidence that I don't need those Pokemon. Iron Hands is bulky. Given a light screen, it's even bulkier, and I can go ahead and move these Pokemon in and off the field as I see fit.
Yeah, this Whimsicott on Sungjae's end is kind of just a glaring issue right now for Huma in Game 1. And I don't want to sound crazy, Gabby. I know sometimes when we have double restricted formats, you say, oh, can I ever bring a game where only one of my restricteds comes to as the 4? Is there a chance in a single restricted format Huma could leave Terapagos home because Whimsicott is such a hindrance?
You have to look at the other options that would fill the spot of that Terapagos in this matchup. I don't think you can bring Urshifu Rapid Strike. There's just too many things on the opposing side of the field that, quite frankly,
too many grass and electric types on the
other. so that Pokemon's ruled off right out the bat. You do have access to your own Flutter Mane with Icy Wind as a form of speed control that could be interesting.
And Thunder Wave.
But with all the electric Pokemon on Sungjae's side of the field, and also the fact that you're going to be dealing special attack damage, not as good as a position. But speaking of special attack damage, I don't see the Whimsicott on the field.
That's the first thing I noticed too, that Miraidon and Ogerpon Hearthflame is the lead. So Sungjae feeling confident, not predicting Terapagos on turn 1. But of course, Humahara has his own Terapagos and Ogerpon Hearthflame on his other end. So you have access to Follow Me, right? Try to keep that Terra Shell intact with Terapagos. He just loves not seeing Whimsicott.
He does, but you still have to worry about the threat of a Draco Meteor into your own Ogerpon to get that KO like we saw in Game 1.
That's right, yeah, right away in Game 1, Draco Meteor connected and knocked out. No Terapagos on this turn. Instead, it is Ogerpon Hearthflame with the Terra. Oh, it was on Sungjae's end. They had the mirror there. So Sungjae going 2 for 2 in these games, terrestrializing his Ogerpon instead of Miraidon. Ogerpon on Huma's side will go for the Spiky Shield, so any attacks into that spot not doing damage, and Terapagos going to follow suit. So no damage, kind of gets Sungjae to bait out his terrestrialization.
I like this play from Humahara, honestly. You take a bit of a step back, you slow things down, but this is the kind of situation where you can afford to go for a double protect and see what moves that your opponent opted into. I believe we saw the Ogerpon and the Miraidon target down the Terapagos there, and I agree with Sungjae's assessment that that is definitely the biggest Pokemon threat.
And yes, you might as well, since Follow Me would just redirect it anyway.
Exactly. At the end of the day, the Terapagos was a huge part of Humahara's strategy going into that previous game, and even though you have the better matchup against it on paper, I think just removing the restricted Pokemon from the field is always going to be a strong play to fall back on.
Yeah, let's see what happens here in turn 2, I should say, of Game 2. Humahara finally clicking the Follow Me to redirect this Draco Meteor, but it lands. Unfortunately for Huma, not going to be able to endure the Draco from Miraidon, and he gets knocked out yet again, just like Game 1.
Also, like game number 1 here, or not unlike game number 1, we do have the Terra Shell still in effect here for this Ivy Cudgel from the +1 attack on the Terrastalized Ogerpon. It's not very effective, but it still brings it down to half its health.
Resisted damage, bringing it down to half, and no grassy terrain on the field means he's not going to be able to recover more health there besides the leftovers. So he did click, Huma did click Calm Mind on that turn, gets a boosted special attack and special defense. Crucially, Whimsicott not here to encore it into Calm Mind.
In addition, we have the Flutter Mane making an appearance as an adjustment from Huma. Will be activating its booster energy to get a boost in its speed. So this is going to be a Flutter Mane that is faster than the opposing Pokemon on the side of the field. Not only is there no Whimsicott to encore and to Calm Mind, there's also no Whimsicott to provide some Tailwind support. So this Flutter Mane could potentially use Icy Wind, drop the speed of the opposing Ogerpon and the Miraidon if it stays in on the field, opening up an opportunity for Terapagos to go on the offense. That being said, though, there still is a lot of health in play for this Terapagos, and depending on which Pokemon you anticipate your opponent targeting, trying to get an early knockout to match the knockout we just saw from that Draco Meteor would bring Huma back into the game. Losing that Ogerpon so early without it attacking has just been huge in both games. He needs to make up for lost time.
Miraidon switching out, so Huma potentially anticipating the swap since the Draco Meteor what made it lose 2 stats to its special attack. So of course Miraidon had to swap out into Iron Hands on the field. Yet again, no Whimsicott as of right now. Moonblast seems like it does perfectly 50% to the Iron Hands on the switch in. Now it's time for the Ogerpon Hearthflame for the Ivy Cudgel into Terrapagos. He never terrestrialized and Terrapagos is down.
Terrapagos is down, which means Humahara is down to his final 2 Pokemon with the Incineroar and the Fluttermane. And while Fluttermane may be able to get a KO on that Iron Hands with a second Moonblast, that Ogerpon Hearthflame is looking real pretty.
Moonblast Icy Wind ain't doing nothing to Terrafire Ogerpon.
It isn't, and again, such a unique adjustment coming into this tournament. That Pokemon making an appearance once again was very popular in the past regulations, but providing some incredible support here alongside of Miraidon, and just such a powerful Pokemon indeed.
And now you do have the Incineroar on the field, of course. Whimsicott was the one holding Covert Cloak, so Fake Out is available into either of Sungjae's Pokemon. Maybe you go Fake Out into Ogerpon and hope Moonblast picks up the KO onto the Iron Hands.
That'll get you through this next turn. But unfortunately for Humahara, I think he's going to have to be looking at the Thunder Wave on that Fluttermane to try and find enough time to pick up a knockout on this Ogerpon. But with the Fairy-type Terrestrialization on the Fluttermane, will be able to resist those Fire-type Ivy Cudgels, will give it an opportunity, especially with the flinch on the opposing side of the field, to find this KO against the Iron Hands. But still, it is 3 versus 2 in Songjae's favor with that Miraidon and an unknown Pokemon still to contend with.
Iron Hands goes down. I think Humahara just really did not want to risk a potential damage roll, seeing how Moonblast looked almost exactly 50% onto the Iron Hands. So wait, use your Terra Fairy for the Fluttermane. That Moonblast is going to be doing a lot of damage as well to Miraidon if it stays as Dragon type, or even if it terrestrializes out. A Terra Fairy Moonblast, we saw the terror that Fluttermane put onto the metagame for so long. It's still a lot of damage.
It still is a lot of damage. The Miraidon also cannot protect this turn, but it can be protected by a Follow Me from the Ogerpon.
Definitely Follow Me making so much sense, resisting a Moonblast, but no Moonblast. Instead, it's a Thunder Wave. Humahara is going to put his hope on luck at this point that Paralysis will be on his side in the future turns. But the Electro Drift from Miraidon, Incineroar never stood a chance. That's a one-hit KO. It could potentially be a game-winning hit.
It's just this Terra Fairy Fluttermane standing in the way of Songjae Jung, moving on to the next round of this competition. And while this Moonblast certainly will be able to pick up the KO on this Miraidon, can the Ogerpon find it in return?
Miraidon goes down. Songjae still has a Pokemon in the back we haven't even seen, but Ogerpon Hearthflame, one of the stories of the tournament, gonna use that boosted Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane for the KO, and Korea's hopes are still alive. Sungjae Jung knocks out one of the favorites in the tournament in Humahara. What a commanding top 16 victory.
A very commanding top 16 victory. There's just so much damage that the Miraidon, that the Ogerpon Hearthflame threatened in this matchup for Songjae, and the confidence to lock in that Fire-type Terrestrialization on that Ogerpon in both of those games was something really to be celebrated. Looking at the other Pokemon that he brought to this matchup, you don't necessarily want to terrestrialize the Whimsicott, and a Water-type Terrestrialization on the Iron Hands, not really the best position for it, but I think being able to correctly prioritize that Ogerpon Hearthflame and recognizing that Huma didn't necessarily have good answers to it was the winning strategy for him in both Game 1 and in Game 2.
Yeah, it seemed he was really confident. Well, I guess we'll never know what that fourth Pokemon was in the back, unless he tells us afterwards backstage. But you have to anticipate maybe it was Whimsicott as a support. But we look into this Game 2. Humahara tried to make an adjustment. He said, hey, follow me 10% of the time. This Draco's not going to do any damage. Unfortunately, he did 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Songjae said it himself. I hope my Draco Meteors hit.
His hopes came true for sure. We'll see how it goes in top 8, but obviously Miraidon's been putting in so much work for him all weekend here. There's the embody aspect. I love, Gabby, that we've been able to see so many different forms. We've seen all 4 Ogerpon forms throughout the weekend on the broadcast, and they bring different values to a team, and they've been able to showcase it, especially in this match for Sungjae, perfectly.
Exactly, and I want to say as well, I think that even though a lot of this did come down to those Draco Meteors taking the knockout on the opposing Ogerpon Hearthflame, I mean, you see just how much damage the Electro Drift did to the Incineroar in the end game here, and I think just nothing can match Miraidon when it's in that perfect position.
And no Rillaboom to reset the terrain.
Yeah, no Rillaboom to reset the terrain, no Terrapagos to Terrastalize to remove the terrain. Like, when Miraidon finds the position it needs in order to lock in those KOs, lock in those damage, it's such a terrifying Pokemon to have to stare down.
Yeah, congratulations to Sungjae. I think really awesome team. I'm not sure how many Miraidon are remaining in the tournament, but it has really been a staple. It has been a conversation of the broadcast here in Honolulu all weekend that even if it's the 3rd most popular restricted Pokemon in usage, it feels like it's the biggest threat that people are accounting for.
I think it is, honestly. At the end of the day, I feel like Calyrex Shadow Rider teams, they tend to follow very similar cores. There's a lot of balance with them. You want to have that bulky support, so that way the Calyrex Shadow Rider doesn't necessarily feel as exposed. And what the team that Sungjae run, the other Miraidon teams that we've seen, they sort of took a page from that book. You have the bulky support with the Iron Hands. You have screen support with Whimsicott, or maybe even a Grimmsnarl. And that just gives that Pokemon the opportunity to do what it does best.
Yeah, and one of the other really important, valuable aspects of Ogerpon, all of the forms, specifically Hearthflame, but all of them since they have access to Follow Me, we talked about it so much. We've really hardly seen Amoonguss. I know it was on the top 12 graphic, but we haven't seen it so much because the value that the Ogerpon forms give you against the other grass types, where Amoonguss, the Rage Powder doesn't work against other grass types, but Follow Me will redirect the Grassy Glide. It'll redirect, a potential other grass attack into that slot and resisting even Spore, exactly. So I just think, I love how this is, Ogerpon kind of fell to the wayside for most of Regulation G, and it's kind of had this huge resurgence with all 4 forms in Honolulu.
Especially when you look back at last year's World Finals, where Shoma's own Amoonguss and those Spores were so critical in winning that game. It kind of feels good to be at a World Championships where Amoonguss isn't necessarily going to be taking home the crown. I'm not going to lie. It's been around since 2011, Joe Brown. It's been at the World Championships since 2011.
It has never stopped since 2011. We'll see how many Amoonguss are remaining out of our top 16 players here. But we are ready to head on over to the stage to talk with our winner interview with Sungjae Jung. So let's head over there. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Gabby. I am here with the winner of that last match, Sungjae Jung. It's so good to have you here. Congratulations. How are you feeling being in top 8 of the World Championships?
네, 우선 선수 너무 축하드립니다. 8강 진출하셨는데 소감이 어떠신가요?
이번에 2번째 월드 출전인데 사실 조금 불안한 순간도 있었지만 8강에 와서 너무 기쁩니다.
This is my second Worlds game. This is my second Worlds Championship that I ever attended. There were a couple games that were a little bit dicey, so I was really nervous going into the next game.
Were you nervous having to play against the reigning Japanese national champion?
일본은 챔피언을 상대하시는데 좀 긴장되셨나요?
역시나 상대 일본 챔피언분이라 조금 떨리기도 했지만 연습한 대로 하려고 마음 먹었습니다.
I was definitely a bit nervous going against the champion, but I stuck to my roots, stuck to my plan, and I did what I do best.
What was your plan against Terrapagos?
테라포커스 상관된 공략법이나 플랜이 혹시 있으셨나요?
테라파고스는 명상을 안 쓰면은 데미지가 별로 강하지 않아서 명상을 주로 막는 방법이나 아니면은 빛의 장막을 깔아서 좀 데미지를 낮추는 방식을 사용했습니다.
I know that Terrapago's main ability and main attack is to use Calm Mind to boost its attack power. So I was thinking of I can stop it from doing that, or use Light Screen to reduce the damage coming in.
Well, you also hit your Draco Meteors, right? That must have felt good.
그리고 영성군도 명주했고요, 그죠? 그거 좋았겠죠? He agrees.
Okay, well that's awesome. Well, now you look forward to the top 8. You've won this match. Are you feeling a little more confident?
이제 8강 진출하셨는데 어려운 상대도 이기셨고 이제 조금 더 자신감이 생기셨나요?
자신감은 모르겠는데 열심히 해보겠습니다.
I'm not really confident, but I'll do my best.
We are wishing you the best. Any shout-outs you'd like to make to your family or your friends supporting you?
가족이나 친구들한테 뭐 메시지나 감사 메시지 혹시 있을까요?
포켓몬 대회 준비하면서 많이 도와주신 수홍이 형 고맙고 엄마 나 8강 갔어.
Well, first, Mom, I made top 8. So I want to say thank you to all the people who helped me prepare for this tournament, and also thank you so much for Suwon Young as well.
Thank you so much. 감사합니다. Now we're going to take a short break and we'll come back with more Pokemon action.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championships here with EpicTube. I'm sure a lot of people already recognize you, but in case they don't, can you introduce yourself? Tell them what you do.
I'm EpicTube HD. I'm a YouTuber. Thanks to my kids, got me into it. Now I can't get out. And we do trading card game, Pokemon Go, just have fun.
And you told me a little bit about your background and being an actor, wanting to kind of make a cinematic experience. Tell me about that at Worlds.
So being in the acting world, I see things, cinematic. I want things to come through the lens like it's you're at a movies, like you go to the movie and you're seeing this big show on the screen, and I just thought it'd be really cool to take what people are sitting down playing a game, or it's video, or it's just the community in general, and turn it into like a cinematic movie. And that's how I shoot a lot of my stuff. So make it a little more entertainment and more entertaining and interesting.
Why is that important to you to be able to share that with people?
You want people to feel like they're here because they wish they were. Not everybody can make it out to the event. It's not an easy thing to do. So I just want to bring people into the TV, into your computer screen or your phone, and make you feel like you're here with me and you're with everybody here. And I think that's really important.
And I know you've been to quite a few conventions. So being here at Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu, what are some of the highlights for you here?
Man, I've really just been filming the whole time. I haven't had a chance to enjoy much. The drone show was really cool. Really enjoyed the drone show. We've had a lot of fun just interacting with everybody. That's when I came here, my goal was to make the best video possible for anybody who watches it and bring the community together in any way I can. And that's pretty much all I've been doing, sharing the passion and the love of Pokemon people.
Very, very cool. Now, I know you have plenty of things to get to. You told me you won something already?
Yeah, so here at the event, you can get autographs. Now, there's not a whole lot of people who sign, but of course, Mr. Ishihara, the president, is here, Masuda's here, and you got some of the artists, and you get a chance, it's a lottery, to get their signatures. So I went the first time, and I was live streaming, by the way, on Instagram when I did this, and I hit the first one, and I just missed it by one. Went back around the line, because you could go back around. I did a second time and nailed it, so I got one. So I went back around again, and it happened the second time. And then it was pretty amazing. I didn't get Mr. Ishihara's, though, unfortunately.
That's all right. I know you have to go get those signatures, so we won't take you too much longer, and we'll send you back to the Pokemon World Championship.
We're on a journey to meet Pokemon fans, notice trainers, and help them evolve, just like their favorite Pokemon.
I'm Andrew Mahone. I'm here to dive into the game and take our trainers to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers personally and help them grow in real-life challenges along the way. Oh my God!
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
There's always that fear of rejection.
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life
100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust your gut.
EV VMAX.
Whoa!
I feel ready. Let's go. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
I love you, but it's time to attack. And I'm gonna hit you with the G-Max pedal.
All right.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak. Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with us as we embark on an epic road trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
everybody. We are just getting our last couple of matches in our top 16 bracket all finished up so we can get ready to go in that top 8. So while we do that, Scott and I are here on stage without players just to talk to you guys about how that top bracket match is going. So first and foremost, Scott, we ended up just getting a chance to see a really great match on stream. What were your thoughts about it?
That was pretty fun. You know, nice to finally get to see some of these players on stream. You know, we've been seeing a lot of great matches, but we get to venture into some regions we don't always get to see. Get to watch some more Japan. First Korean players since Seijin at the beginning of yesterday. Finally get to see Terapagos. Unfortunately, it's more like the Terapagos that I was playing in practice and not the one that we'd seen to this point in the tournament, where struggled a little bit, but a fun match, and congratulations to both those players for getting to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like talking to Sungjae felt like he had a really good game plan about how to actually deal with the Terapagos, and very clear-cut and dry way to actually win out that match. On another part of the bracket, though, we did have Michael Kelch versus Kylan Van Severen, and that was a very interesting one because Kylan actually was the one that defeated Wolf, actually knocked him out of the top cut bracket. And so let's talk about that one a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty exciting match, right? I mean, I heard it was a really amazing back and forth match between him and Wolf. Yeah, I mean, some of you may have seen the match, we didn't. So yeah, you know, blink twice if it was good. But yeah, I mean, it's not really fun. And then yeah, I mean, you pick up a big win like that over one of the tournament favorites, have a lot of momentum, and then ooh, you know, that's a really tough opponent to run into. I mean, we've seen how great Miguel's been both last year and this year, making it all the way to the finals of last year's World Championships, winning a regional this year, and then maybe one of the favorites left in the bracket now, right? You know, we've seen a bunch of the big names falling out of the tournament, so perhaps now looking likely to win the event.
Well, I mean, he did end up actually winning a regional championship leading up to this one, right? And it was so unique because he did that with that Zamazenta team. And I feel like that one was one of those that you look at and you see, okay, Zamazenta has a couple of different archetypes that it can run, and we're really looking at it being able to do some body presses and just being able to really use that ability to great success so it doesn't have to worry about something like an attack stat. But Michael's always been this very creative team builder, and that's really what got him that second place at Worlds.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the innovation with all of these Zamazenta teams. You know, it's again, so one of the less heralded restricted Pokemon. We saw a whole lot of you know, both the Calyrex forms and Miraidon, and Zamazenta was always kind of that fourth restricted Pokemon in the wings. We all knew it was strong, but we saw a little less of it. But it seems like the players who took to it really took to it, right? They spent a lot of time perfecting all of its matchups, and I think really its strength is its ability to have a neutral matchup into everything, right? You know, I think if you want to have one player, okay, well, you know, if this is a format where matchups can be really favorable or unfavorable, this is the Pokemon you pick, or okay, well, I want it to be all up to me. You know, I think doing some of the Shadow Rider Calyrex teams we saw go deep had similar qualities, but as they've started to fall out in the top cut, it's this Zamazenta that's been able to continue. It also gets to use some Pokemon we don't always see, where, you know, kind of just the nature of the Pokemon plays well into different cores than the other restricted Pokemon do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Zamazenta still has a good shot. Unfortunately, also not going to end up seeing the Terapagos. Maybe it might have wanted to also hit across the way. But another one of the matches that we had in our top 16 bracket was Marco Silva versus Yusheng Zhang. This is kind of a really interesting one because Marco Silva is one of the players that we picked up as one of the players to watch heading into this tournament. International champion twice in 2 different regions, and has just consistently been putting on top cut performances.
Yeah, I think none of us really had the guts to predict who we thought were going to win the tournament, but you got to figure like the 2 Shadow Rider players, these big like defensive bulky teams, you know, Marcos and you know, Wolf seem likely to perhaps come out on top. They're both gone now, right? So I think we've kind of learned something interesting as we move through the tournament here. It was really impressive runs to get to this point, but now that we're in the top cut stage, you know, these amazing players with these amazing kind of more defensive balanced teams falling off, and you know, Shadow Rider I think was almost all of our most likely choice, I guess, as a restricted Pokemon to win the tournament. But the way the end of this has played out, a little bit different maybe than we were expecting so far.
Yep, Marco did unfortunately lose in that top 16 match, but I guess luckily for Yusheng, ended up actually winning, and it's going to be another Terapagos that makes its way into the top 8. The final one that I wanted to call out here that we did get a chance to see the results of already is Navjeet Joshi versus versus Antonio Sanchez. We did see Navjeet actually take the win in that matchup, and that one's so exciting because we saw both of them play on stream some point in the tournament already.
Yeah, and more recently, I saw that was a top 32 game where Ishigaki and Landorus were flying around, and I think it's a lot of fun. Again, kind of, I guess, in contrast to the the Shadow Rider top 5 Pokemon on the usage chart sort of team, a little less expected in this format. There's been formats past where both of those Pokemon were very popular and expected. I guess Ishigaki was back in Sword and Shield, but certainly Landorus incarnate form just coming off of a format where it was a key player, and we haven't seen nearly as much of it in this restricted Pokemon format, but these Pokemon proving to still be very effective in the right hands, and again, another look that maybe the other players in the top cut weren't expecting to be dealing with at this point in the tournament.
Yes, there's definitely some surprises still in there, and that's why we are so excited to get you back over to the action we have ahead of us for top 8 of the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. So for that, Scott, thank you. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to our casters waiting at the desk.
Thanks so much, you two. It's exciting stuff. I just want to sit here and theorize so much about what we're going to see, who we're going to be seeing as top 8 is soon approaching. This competition's great.
Yeah, we're getting into the top 8 of the World Championships here, and like we've said throughout, the matches are just getting better and better, and we're going to be able to feature 2 players who we haven't actually been able to put on the broadcast yet, which is great to see because we get a bit more variety in team builds. Some interesting ones, to say the least, going into this next one. So Luca Cherell is a player very well known over in the European scene, had a very strong end to the season, of course, finalist in that Bologna special event before we finished up in Europe this year, going up against Chenwei Zheng, another player I'm not too familiar with, but has had an absolute storm this tournament.
It's exciting, too, that when we get to feature someone we haven't quite got to see yet, that, hey, they've been at the top of the game if they're making it at the top 8, and do not worry, because we will have 2 top 8 matches for you. So maybe if there's another one that you're eyeing up, considering there is still a World's runner-ups in our midst, well, we probably have some good news. So
and don't worry, we got 2 top 8s to cover. One of them will be after this as well, and I'm sure a lot of you are hoping for one of those to be featured, which I'm sure it will be. But here and now, we have to concentrate on this match. Of course, our players are getting set up on the stage, so we'll be with them momentarily. It'd be good to kind of talk about the matchup a little bit between these 2 players, because obviously they've come a long way in the tournament. They've got to top 8. It's an accomplishment in itself, of course, but neither player are going to want to let this be the end of their tournament run, right? They're going to want to go on, push further on, and have a bit more success to try and get a little bit closer to taking that World Championship title tomorrow.
100%. And there's a lot of different archetypes that we get to see kind of coming into the Pokemon World Championships, and an archetype that we've gotten to see ever since the start of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and maybe has a little bit of a reputation from being some of the more longer, grindy matches to watch, has been that Dondozo Tatsugiri. And of course, we're so many regulations later, we've seen so many different looks. There was Tatsugiri Dondozo Wheezing that showed up to World. So we knew that once we got into the top 8 of competition, I'm not surprised to see one Dondozo Tatsugiri still in our midst.
And that's what we've got next. It's going to be exciting to see it because it's come so far in the tournament, done so well. Both players, though, going with the same restricted Pokemon, and a restricted Pokemon that I kind of said earlier when we were in the lounge that might have not had as much of a splash in day 2 as what I expected to, but here we are. 2 of them are in top 8. So we've got Miraidon being the choice of restricted from both players. Now, going over to Luca's side, that's the restricted that he's very familiar with. He had all that success with earlier in the season at that Bologna regional special event. So it's no surprise to see his familiarity with that Pokemon and bringing it and having success in the World Championships as well. Some different picks from what he did play in Bologna, but of course the format has shifted slightly because we've had a lot more events since then in the lead up to the World Championships, and a lot more time for these players to practice in this format as well.
Even though I think that just means that we've gotten to expand upon Miraidon just a little bit here. It got to really come out of the gates, I think, kind of really misunderstood to start things off. Players kind of underestimated.
At the very beginning, yeah.
Exactly.
For sure.
And then we've gotten to see players kind of be able to adjust to it, and we've gotten to see then other restricteds pop off. But this Pokemon has always delivered a shock to the field, and being able to have other really powerful Pokemon paired up with it attacking, something that we've gotten to see this Heartflame Ogerpon kind of making a little bit more of a resurgence. This is such a strong Pokemon. This is a team built with this offense.
Yeah, and going back to the Miraidon quickly, quickly. I think when we say both players are using the Miraidon, there's 2 iterations on either side of the field as well, so it's not going to be a complete mirror of Miraidon versus Miraidon. There is a complete different build and approach to using this Pokemon from both sets of players. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that particular interaction is going to play out in this match, because on one side of the field you've got the very common, more offensive Miraidon that we see more frequently, but over on Chenwei's side of the field you've got something that we don't see that commonly in an Assault Vest Miraidon, which is very interesting. And like I say, the interaction with that Miraidon against the Choice Specs, I think is quite an exciting one at the prospect of who's going to come out on top. Of course, it's not just about the restricted, it's about the Pokemon that can pair alongside it, support it, and how these players are able to kind of utilize the tools that they've got to get this far in the tournament, to get that one step further.
It's nice because especially when you're staring down the Miraidon on the opposing end and you're maybe scared of something like a Draco Meteor just trying to absolutely delete you because you don't want to be on the wrong end of a Choice Specs boosted Draco Meteor, well, you can use your Terastallization. Fairy type, all of a sudden nothing's going to happen. But then all of a sudden you're going to be neutral to these electric type attacks. So having something like that Assault Vest to be taking those attacks a lot better, I think is really, really nice in the matchup, because sometimes when you're Terastallized, you could be all of a sudden neutral to something you really don't want to be neutral from. But I think too, even if we don't necessarily see the Assault Vest come into play too often, there's a lot of really powerful attackers from Luca's end, more so built on that physical attacking end, that won't really necessarily care about that. So I'm curious if maybe there'll be a little bit of a disadvantage coming out from Chenwei here in terms of the damage output, because that might be a little lacking.
Yeah, that could be. I think if you look at Chenwei's team, we'll get into the actual meat and bones of it in a minute, but they are a player that have opted for use of all of the choice items as well, and I think that's quite an interesting and quite a brave thing to do coming into the World Championships, because the choice items are great in one regard where they can give you a boost if you're using the Scarf, where you get the jump on a lot of things in the format, and making sure that you don't have to rely on speed control, tailwind, icy wind, because you can bring it onto the field, it's automatic. Choice Specs is another one. It gives you that huge power boost. We know it's on the Miraidon on Luca's side of the field, but on Chenwei's side, it's on the Goldingo, and I think that is really interesting as well. And the one thing that is a bit of a double-edged sword with these choice items is you are having to lock into one move, and if it is the wrong choice, it can really be a detriment to you, because you then have to adjust board positions, and that's when your opponent can start to capitalize in those positions, capitalize on the fact that you have to switch out, take advantage of those incoming Pokemon, especially if everything has been revealed at that point in the game. So, you know, Luca, very smart player, will be able to pick up on that, but at the same time, Chenwei has those options as well to shut down immediate threats on Luca's side of the field and limit those options as well.
Before we dive just a little bit deeper into this match, we do have our bracket ready, so you can peep all of the matchups that we have here across the board. The top 8, so excited when we're looking, and yeah, the bottom matchup is who we're going to be featuring for this next one, but man, oh man, this is some great matches all around. And again, we will get the opportunity to feature two of these top 8 matchups.
Yeah, Diego there, you can see at the top of the bracket coming up against Michiel Kelch, and what an incredible game that is. Of course, Diego was one of our players that came into day 2 undefeated and has managed to get all the way to top 8 with that Calyrex Ice Rider and the Ursaluna team. An incredible feat from a remarkable player as well, so it'll be very interesting to see which one of these players can overcome the other one and make it into the semi-finals. Got some really great other matches. I'm going to leave one of them for you, because there's a fellow countryman in that Canadian there that is doing so well, going up against a really tough opponent next in Songjae's team.
The NA representation, it's Canada carrying it right now, so exciting stuff. And when you're looking at unique Pokemon too, whether you're, hey, I got to cheer on the Canadian, or I got to cheer on, you know, a unique pick coming on out with Regieleki, that is definitely super, super exciting. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how that one is shaken up. But I think it's due time that we start talking a little bit, dive back into our matchup and make sure we can properly set the stakes for this one, because we've gotten to talk a lot of different things, but pairing up side by side, obviously, when I'm looking at Luca and how he's going to be approaching this matchup, Dondozo is a team that you'd figure you have to see a couple of. I know sometimes some a player doesn't necessarily have the greatest Dondozo answer, but going into the World Championships, I feel like you have to have some sort of great game plan, because that's not one you want to take this loss to.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you look at Luca's team, he's got the offensive tools to be able to deal with it from both angles. You know, if you look at the Dondozo, its terra typing is grass. So if it does go to that grass terra typing, it's not the best thing to have in front of it, but you do have a very offensive outlet with that Ogerpon with the Hearth Flame. You're going to be able to do some big damage to that Pokemon. Of course, with the Unaware, it will ignore that attack boost that you get if you decide to commit your Terrestrialization to that Pokemon, but at least you've got a way to hit it for super effective damage. If the Dondozo doesn't decide to Terrestrialize and it keeps that water typing, then you've got your Miraidon. You know, Luca is running that Choice Specs item. It is going to be able to throw out some big damage, potentially knockout damage onto that Pokemon when it's boosted by the Hadron Engine, when it's boosted by the electric terrain. If you'll overlook on Chenwei's side, he doesn't really have a way to change the terrain because he's also running the Miraidon. So I think that's something that, you know, might indicate what we'll see Chenwei doing in this match. But maybe, again, he's got a lot of options. Like we've said, that there is a lot of choice items here. But before we get into it, we can have a look at the accolades of these players.
We got to know what the players have been up to. If they've made it to top 8, we want to see what they've gotten to do before. And hey, I love that we have, especially on Luca's end, someone who's been dated back quite a little bit, being able to start off Torino's special event champion and really being able to make some splashes in some big tournaments since. I mean, even looking at top 8 at UIC, whereas over on Chenwei's side, top 8 in Japan, I mean, the competition's fierce out there. So yeah, top 8, fantastic, and you're proving you can do it again here.
Yeah, and I think he's got such an interesting team to bring into this tournament as well. It's going to give Luca a really hard time, but we are going to take a deeper dive into Luca's team. I know we've talked about a few things so far, but we do have the big hitters. That Choice Specs Miraidon, I think another big player in this match is going to be the Ogerpon. The glue that's going to stick things together as well for Luca is going to be things like that Iron Hands. The security that you've got with that Focus Sash on the Urshifu, it does allow it a little bit more leeway to take an attack, get a big important returning attack off, and hopefully get some return on that. And the other one I would like to mention is that Whimsicott, of course, has got that Encore that could play a pivotal role against something like a Dondozo, especially if it does lock into something like Protect. You can get the Whimsicott in on a key turn. You can really shut that Pokemon down. That's a way that you could, one way at least. I'm sure Luca's got his own game plan to kind of approach this matchup. The other thing is the Ferreira, that Armor Tail. If we do see something like that Dragonite come out from Chenwei, it has got extreme speed, has got the Choice Band. You kind of want to have a way to stop that, because that is going to be doing a lot of damage. It's going to be ripping through your side of the field, and with the Ferreira, it's a great way to be able to prevent that.
Having options into this Dondozo is key, because when you have this leftovers and normally the opportunity to just kind of protect, I'm attack, okay, I'm going to go back to the protect. This Pokemon can be not really the most fun to get through. I'm eyeing up that move item as choice too, looking at that Earthquake, because offhand, I think the Iron Hands can pair well into this until you see the Earthquake can be dealing a really good amount of damage onto a decent amount of Pokemon onto the field here. Even the Miraidon would not appreciate any of these hits. And being able to then have this Miraidon of your own to be pressuring, again, I'm a little bit worried about the damage output there, but if you can just start chunking things up enough that this Dondozo can then come in to then finish everyone off, well, it's a team effort after all.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really glad you highlighted that. I think the other thing to note as well is if the Dondozo does get taken down, the other thing to consider is you've got to get your moves timed right, because the Tatsugiri has got that Choice Scarf, and it's not one of those Pokemon in an endgame situation where, yes, you remove the Dondozo. We've seen it many times before where players do that, but unfortunately the Tatsugiri comes out because of that Choice Scarf. It's got the jump on everything else on the field, and it's able to kind of clean things up. So it's kind of having that thought in the back of your head, if you are Luca, about how best to deal with that Dondozo Tatsugiri if it is brought to this battle, which you would imagine it probably will be.
Yeah, if we're going into the Dondozo mode, it is an absolute must bring. And when I'm eyeing this up, if you're not going for that mode, the Dragonite, it wouldn't, I mean, you'd have to be locking into something, and if you don't want to be locking into that priority because of the Ferreira, well, all of a sudden you could be on the wrong end of a Draco Meteor, not necessarily have a great time. I think the Chi-Yu, when you're looking up the Urshifu over on Luca's end, might also not really enjoy your time in the top 8 here at the World Championships. So when I look at the Dondozo Tatsugiri, I think it's an archetype that has made it this far, and if you can position this right, oh, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, I think one thing that you could do if you are Luca is look at your Miraidon and your Whimsicott, because the Whimsicott on Luca's side of the field does have that life screen And getting the light screen up with your Miraidon, it probably gives you enough of a buffer to be able to potentially take a Draco Meteor from either the Miraidon or the Tatsugiri on Chenwei's side of the field, because the Miraidon there isn't choice specs, so it's not as powerful, of course, and the Tatsugiri is not going to be up to the same sort of power levels with just the choice scarf. So I think that light screen gives you a little bit of a buffer, cushion almost, to allow you to lead that and maybe utilize that Whimsicott in a way where it's giving you a bit more of a defensive backbone from those big physical special threats. The Chi-Yu kind of throws a spanner into the works, though, with that Beads of Ruin, if that comes, because one of the things that Chi-Yu has that is advantage is that it has got that choice scarf item, so it is going to have the buffer almost like the Urshifu on Luca's side of the field, and will take a little bit extra time to deal with.
That was also going to require then the commitment to the Whimsicott. I do think that it is something we couldn't see bring out to this match, considering how well it can make sure that you get the tailwind, you can be matching the boosted speed, and you don't want to be necessarily playing a speed tie if you're eyeing up these two Miraidons, right? But being able to block behind that light screen. And for Shenmue, even if the Dondozo obviously won't care about that light screen, a lot of the other attackers onto this team really, really do. It even puts something like the Golden Go in a really tough position, because you want to make sure that Choice Specs is in, the prime spot. And if you're committing straight up to this Golden Go in the Chi-Yu with that Beads of Ruin to counteract, well, then are you leaving your restricted at home, or you're not bringing the Dondozo Tatsugiri? Like, you got to drop something. You can't bring everything to the match.
Yeah, and that's where the conundrum comes in, right? Chenwei's got some real big decisions to make on how best to approach this matchup against Luca, because Luca's got some big offensive threats, and he's got really good lines of support to support those, to unleash those onto the battlefield. And you've got to really get your Pokemon picks spot on, I think, going into this match. I think we might see maybe... at this stage of the tournament, we're in the top 8. I'm sure Chenwei knows his team inside out, probably has lines against this sort of build that's coming up against Luca. But again, like you say, if you are bringing that combination of Pokemon, you are going to have to leave something at home, and preferably you probably don't want to be leaving your restricted is one of the most potent, powerful Pokemon. But then if you are bringing the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon, then are you leaving the Dondozo Tatsugiri, which feels like such a really good call into this and gives Luca a lot of headaches to think about.
This is reminiscent of the 2-2-2 coming on out with the Dondozo Tatsugiri, where, sure, what do you leave at home? But all of a sudden, if your opponent doesn't necessarily know that two powerful Pokemon combination that you're going to bring, you can even catch them off guard at that, because there is going to be options that you have to kind of change things up going into a game 2 or game 3. And I think that this is a team that if you lead wrong into it, could be absolutely disastrous. And that's not something you necessarily want to be on the wrong side of when you're looking at a top 8. You want to find the consistent options, and you want to open the floodgates right away. You do not want to let the Dondozo just run all over you, or just over-respect the Dondozo too much that this Golden Go's literally going to make it rain.
Yeah, and I think the one thing with the Dondozo as well, if that is something that we see in this match, you've outlined that the Earthquake could be quite threatening. There are some nice, interesting Terra types on Luca's side of the field. Really interesting, quite a niche Terra type on that Iron Hands is the Bug Terra typing, and Bug has a resistance to ground. So for that instance, the Iron Hands becomes quite an interesting pick for Luca. It not only provides you with Fake Out support when you want, it gives you a nice switch into everything that isn't a Fairy type attack. I'd say that, and a Draco Meteor, really. You don't want to be taking a Draco, but you've got the Assault Vest, right?
Yeah.
But those electric type attacks coming in, it's a nice sponge to bring onto the field and give something that's next to it a little bit of support. And I think it does help threaten that Dondozo, at least slows it down for a turn with that Fake Out, and then can start pressuring depending on where the Terrestrialization comes in. But again, like we see, that running trend through so many of these top-level games. It's all about these little decisions. The tools are there for the trainers to use. It's about how you're best picking the right tool for this particular matchup. Where is your best Terrestrialization?
Yeah.
Where is your best 4 Pokemon going to be picked?
Especially, too, if you are looking at the Iron Hands, like, this is the key to be going up against this Dondozo. You still have to be respectful of the Miraidon over onto the opposing end, and the fact that it can be firing off a powerful Draco Meteor into your own, potentially. And when you do have that Terra Fairy onto your own Miraidon, something that would be resistant in the hit, that's something that's a little bit hard-pressed. I feel like a lot of the Miraidon matchups that we see Terrestrialization a lot of the time go in that sort of way, whether it is on the defensive or on the offensive pressure. So it's something you can't necessarily disrespect too much into this matchup. So I'll be very, very curious. It might even just be a game time decision. You get in, see where Shen Yui's mind is at, and just go for it. But I do love that Bug Terra type. It's something that was on the Raging Bolts there for a little bit, specifically for any of those ground type attacks. So I love to see it make a resurgence on a Pokemon I didn't necessarily expect it to be on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for this particular matchup, probably something that Luca's really thankful that was the decision he made, because of how beneficial, if he does decide to go with that Iron Hand, it's going to be.
It's finally time, guys. All good things worth waiting for. Time to hop into our first top 8 match here in Honolulu. Dondozo out the bat is going to be hitting the field. Iron Hands on the opposing end. Both trainers bringing the restricted. It's going to be Miraidon v Miraidon.
Yeah, this is a tricky bold position straight off the bat for Luca, especially. I mean, he's got access to that fake out. It could go onto the Dondozo. That's an easy slot to stop moving this next turn to get that flinch. But the Miraidon becomes a bit of an issue, because do you fire an attack if you're expecting the Tatsugiri to come in just into the Dondozo? If you do that, you're kind of leaving the Miraidon potentially open on the field to launch back with a Draco Meteor of its own. And if you're Luca, you don't have that Assault Vest. You don't have that immediate kind of buffer to take that damage. Even though the Chenwei Miraidon isn't boosted by the choice specs, it's still going to be hitting super effective damage. Do we see a Terrestrialization to get around that from Luca, where you go for that Fairy Terrestrialization early on, commit to that? If you do that, then the Earthquake becomes a little bit more problematic later on. But looks like we are seeing.
All right, hold on, folks. We're going to wait a little. Like I said, all good things worth waiting for. We're going to take another second, because we're excited for this one to be a cooker as we figure out what's going on for this stage here. We got to make sure everything is in order, right?
We're just going to take a few moments to get this resolved. I've also just heard as well that Luca's... Yeah, so here we go. We'll get back into it. I think there's just some technical difficulties there.
We'll get the breaking news as soon as we have it. Do not worry,
We're kind of
folks.
waiting with you to hear what's happened, what's going on. But yeah, we'll be back into the match soon. I guess it gives us a bit more time to kind of debate.
And
now we know.
Drama.
Yeah, because we now know what these players are kind of leading with, right? Like, Luca is obviously confident the Iron Hands is going to be a really good play into this matchup, given that initial fake out. It's going to give potentially an option to Terrestrialize, but then there is that mind game between the two Miraidons leading, right? And I think Chenwei did really well in that situation to throw his Miraidon onto the field next to that Dondozo, because it does leave the question, right? If you go for an attack into that slot and the Tatsugiri comes in, the command ability activates, goes into its mate Dondozo's mouth and gets the Omni Boost, you're wasting an attack and you kind of stuck out on the field against this boosted Dondozo the next turn. Yes, you can slow it down for one turn.
Yeah.
But the thing is, not attacking into it like we mentioned there, and the Miraidon being left alone is the most dangerous thing. So you feel like you have to be a bit cautious here. You have to cover bases. And I don't think you can leave the Dondozo in a position where you don't fake it out either. I mean, you can, but...
it's tough because...
It's tough.
Yeah, because if you want to fake out the Dondozo, and then all of a sudden the Miraidon does go on the offensive, that is a Dondozo, that is a Miraidon you definitely don't want to be staring down unless you want to commit your own Terrestrialization from the get-go. And even then, something like a powerful switch. So that could be tough.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to talk about as well there is if you don't fake out into the Dondozo, it does have the order up attack, which could, if you don't Terrestrialize on Luca's side of the field, do super effective damage, which is really, again, an easy way to deal with the Miraidon if you don't click the right options at that point in the game. And I think it shows, although Chenwei has obviously some limitations with what he can do with the choice items that he's picked throughout the team, I think he really picked a really perfect lead here to go into Luca, to give him so many questions, so many things to decide upon. And, you know, you get those decisions wrong and a game can kind of slip away from you very, very quickly.
And that's the dangerous thing when you're going up against these Dondozo Tatsugiri teams. And despite the fact that they're not the biggest representation out here at the World Championships, they are teams that have found that level of success, because especially on that pivotal turn where it's the does the Tatsugiri not swap in, that's where trainers can really find themselves on the back foot on just one single turn. We've seen how games have really just turned on their head with one protect that maybe just you weren't planned for, and that was a double in. One move, and that Tatsugiri being able to be the perfect distraction to let the Dondozo go crazy is nuts. And if you get that wrong, well, then the Miraidon can also just style on you.
That's so true as well. We're just hearing now that there was a bit of an issue with the the start of that match with the team being locked in. So the players will be starting 0-0. We'll be getting into the match in a moment. So it will be starting from fresh. There's no actual issues with anything to do with the players. Just a bit of an issue technically on the technical side of things.
Like I said, add to the drama, to the World Championships, baby. But now we have to think about going back into this match with where the trainer's mind might be at, because with this lead coming on out, do we still think that on paper that this is the best lead, or is it more so you got to get that 50-50 from the get-go correct?
I think from Chenwei's point of view, I think it's a great lead, because I think it gives Luca a lot of things to think about, and it's really the ball's kind of in Luca's court to say, where are you going to commit, right? What are you going to do this next turn? Because there's lots of options there for both players to do, right? But there is immediate threats on Luca's side of the field. I think with the Assault Vest that Chengwei has, it does give him a little bit more of a buffer maybe against some of those Miraidon attacks. And there's also the mind game as well of, does Chenwei go for the terrestrialization on Miraidon to try and catch the Draco Meteor, or does Luca go for the terrestrialization to catch a potential order up from the Dondozo if the Tatsugiri comes in, or if that Miraidon sticks around on the field and launches its own Draco Meteor? It really is one of those questions where I think you do have the iron hands to alleviate a little bit of that, but you've got to get that decision right. And I think maybe for Luca, I don't think it's a bad lead, because I think that offensive pressure you've got with the iron hands, I think applies a lot of pressure to Chenwei's side of the field. And again, you don't really want to leave your Dondozo sitting duck in that situation to take a fake out or a double up into, because it's so easy for Luca to say, okay, well, I'm just going to fake you out and volt switch into you.
Reminder as we're about to head back into this game here. This is just 0-0, fresh game reset, no shenanigans. We're kicking it from the get-go. Let's pretend the last 5 minutes didn't happen here. For the first time, about to hop into top 8 here at the World Championships. All right, Genue, again, Miraidon. It's going to be Dondozo. Over on Luca, a little bit, we're going to see the same.
It's interesting as well here. I think one thing to pick up on is Luca's Miraidon, the Hadron engine, activated before the one on Chenwei's side. So does that indicate that Luca has the faster Miraidon? That's something to keep in mind for the rest of this game, I think, as well, because if you do have the faster Miraidon, especially in an endgame situation, it could really help you close out how both players approach this.
All right, well, it's a swap. Miraidon's leaving. Dondozo's best friend is the Tatsugiri, and it will be joining it for start off turn number 1 here, Commander. It's been a bit since we've gotten to see a Dondozo, but Dondozo gobbles up that Tatsugiri, and we're about to get boosts galore. The speed, the attack, the defense, special defense. The Dondozo is looking to go all out offensive, and on the opposing end, you have to watch out. But terrestrialization is going to be hitting the stage as well. Dondozo, baby.
Yeah, it's going for that grass terrestrialization, get rid of that weakness to the electric threat that's on Luca's side of the field. Really great defensive terrestrialization here, but it is going to be susceptible to this fake out here from the Iron Hands. It is going into the Miraidon, though, so it avoids it as we see a Volt Switch come out into that Dondozo, taking that so comfortably.
You can't disrespect the pressure that the Miraidon puts out there, but the swap means nothing happens into that slot. Tatsugiri takes no hit, and Dondozo will be able to act on this turn. It takes a little bit of damage, but Whimsicott hitting the field is going to make sure that you're not taking an Earthquake onto the Miraidon, but Iron Hands, that attack boost is doing a lot to it. You do not appreciate that whatsoever.
You called it, Sierra. You said that Earthquake was going to be a big threat to these electric types on Luca's side of the field, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Chenwei playing an absolute masterstroke in this first turn, getting the Tatsugiri in, going for that Earthquake, the terrestrialization, all in on this first turn, and getting some really good returns here. The Whimsicott obviously in that position where it can take attacks a lot better, but that Iron Hands really threatened, has to get out of there as soon as possible.
We're doing a little bit of a pivoting game for Luca. Ogerpon, Hearthflame jumps back out onto the field as Encore. If this Dondozo wanted to do anything different, I got bad news from you. I think we're about to see a lot of Earthquakes on our horizon. We got to see how much it did last time onto the Whimsicott, not nearly too much, but Ogerpon, neutral hit will be bringing it down to about half. So sure, maybe you're not changing moves, but kind of working out for you right now.
Yeah, I mean, one hand, it's great. You've got 2 grass types on the field. I mean, you're getting hit neutrally on the Ogerpon because of the part fire typing, but you're not going to be able to take too many of these, right? Encoring the Dondozo into that's great, but how many more Earthquakes are you going to be able to take? See the Ogerpon going down to 6 HP here. The Moonblast coming out from the Whimsicott, doing some decent damage, and an Ivy Cudgel following up. Going to be super effective, but not enough to take down this Dondozo.
I'm just looking at the damage stacking up, and the fact that you are Encore locked does mean that you can't go for Protect. So you can't be spacing out the attacks to slowly get a little bit more back. And I think this is where we're going to really see what Luke has been setting up here. The Whimsicott has locked the Dondozo and set the Tailwind. So sure, there is going to be a double KO on this turn, or at least the one, but this will just get it right here. The critical hit is going to drop the Dondozo.
That is a huge turn here, and Luca fishing for the critical hit. It's got a high chance of landing, and he gets it. Like you were saying, Sierra, setting up this position where the Encore, it is doing a lot with that Earthquake every turn. You don't have too many turns, but I think Luca's plan was, okay, I'm going to get it to the point where it is going to be able to be knocked out by the Miraidon if it does come in. If I lose the Whimsicott, I get my Tailwind up, I'm going to be the fastest thing on the field. I'm going to be able to do some really impactful damage. Now, the Tatsugiri has left that Dondozo, so that will be re-entering the battlefield, of course, and that has got the Choice Scarf. But with that Tailwind in effect, things are looking pretty good for Luca now with that 2-time speed boost.
Sometimes the crit lands when the crit lands, and with that increased critical hit chance, playing for that liked it. And even if not, I think the damage that you were even doing with just a regular Ivy Cudgel is still doing a nice amount, that if there was the double KO, the Miraidon can start putting a lot of pressure on. But now we're onto this path of, hey, you've already dealt with this dangerous Dondozo. Now let's see if you can go through the Dragonite. Reminder, this one is Choice Band locked, so what it locks into right here, right now, is going to be it. And even if it is outsped, since there is no Ferreira, you can go for something like that extreme speed.
No, and that's what we're going to see. The Ogerpon just scout out what this Dragonite's going to decide to do, and it is locking in with that extreme speed now into the Whimsicott, picking up an easy knockout. But the same can be said about the Tatsugiri. Does have that Choice Scarf item. What is it going to lock into? It is going to be that Muddy Water.
Good way to get a little bit of damage here, or at least try to in these upcoming terms, since again, choice locked. That was a choice, and you're locked with it. Miraidon joining the field will be taking the hit well. You could also be fishing for those accuracy drops if you get the opportunity to fire off another move. This Miraidon, well, it's got the choice specs itself, and it has the help of the Tailwind. So going on to this turn, I think we'll finally really get to see the power that this Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam can do to the 2 Dragon types across the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a strong attack. You got to realize, though, that the Dragonite does have that multi-scale ability. So as long as its health is at full, it is going to take a little bit less damage from this initial Dazzling Gleam. But will the Tatsugiri be able to take it? Probably not. I think with that Choice Specs item, you know, the Hadron Engine active, you're going to have the Terrestrialization boosting it even further. So Tatsugiri looks like it might be at the end of this game, but the Dragonite still has access to that extreme speed, of course, can get some nice damage onto the field and potentially disrupt things, maybe remove that Ogerpon after it did protect that last turn.
This is where the follow me is going to be coming on in, so sure, you're going to be speedy, but all of your attention is going to be onto that Ogerpon and 6 HP. That is not the damage or the impact that you would want in on this turn. Now we'll get to see that Miraidon freshly Terra Fairy fire off this Dazzling Gleam. The multi-scale for the Dragonite, but the Tatsugiri, without any of that help, is going to be a clean one-hit KO, and the Dragonite took a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is now you've got this Iron Hands to bring in if you're Luca. You've got that active fake out. The Dragonite isn't in focus. It doesn't have the resistance to that flinch possibility, so you can stop that extreme speed this next turn, and the Miraidon on Chenwei's side of the field cannot terrestrialize into that fairy type, so it is going to be susceptible to those Dazzling Gleams that Luca has locked into. Looking like it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle now for Chenwei to get any foothold back into this match. Although you've got to say, the Electro Drift is still there. The Electric Train is still active on the field for Chenwei. So these Electro Drifts are going to be hitting pretty hard into Luca's own Miraidon.
If we get to that point.
We don't.
I think we get to see the writing on the wall, as we are going to be clicking that forfeit button and sending it into a game 2. What a great answer Luca had. I mean, you could look back and say critical hit. Thing is, it's an increased crit chance, and even without that, setting up that Tailwind, that would have been a lot of damage that this Miraidon was still going to be able to do into the Dondozo. You had the choice specs that you could just fire off a Draco Meteor into. You encore lock it, so you could have just been fine. So even though it made it a smidge easier with that critical hit, I think there was still a really, really good way of making sure that you had damaged the Dondozo enough to that point that you could still handle it.
Yeah, I think that's completely the right thing. I think without the critical hit, the Miraidon just comes onto the field, uses Dazzling Gleam the next turn, the Tailwind's still up, and you take it down because it's so close to being knocked out. It's going to be Encore locked. Unless the Encore did end that next turn, of course, and that throws another span into the works. But I think that the main thing here is you're using a move that has a high critical hit chance. You're using it enough times, you're going to land it, and fortunately for Luca, got it at the right time.
And even without the critical hit, it, like you said, it dealt a significant amount of damage. So yeah, the Miraidon would able to push on forward. And when we got to this later parts of the game, that Tatsugiri that has that Choice Scarf, since that Tailwind 1 set, this is a Tatsugiri that in other situations could be really quite scary, whether it's going for that speed control or even just these muddy waters. And it never even got this opportunity, that Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, in off huge. And the Dragonite, even though it took that initial hit because of the multi-scale, well, then where do you go from there when all of a sudden you have an ability that allows you to get faked out and you can't really do too much?
No, and that's the problem. I think both that Assault Vest and the Choice Band on the Dragonite there, I think you kind of both your Pokemon, if you're Chenwei, are kind of setting targets at that point where the Fake Out could go into either and you could disrupt, because the extreme speed from that range probably isn't picking up the Miraidon. It might be enough to get the Iron Hands, but is that really the Pokemon that you want to remove?
I mean, yeah, at that point, if you're not having the Terastallization on it, we missed that opportunity. Couldn't do too much. So heading into now game 2. Have to see where Shenhue wants to be swapping this one up, and it ain't going to be with the lead as Dondozo makes appearance yet again.
Of course, this is where the mind games come in. Both players leading exactly the same. Do we see that Fake Out into the Miraidon slot this time from Luca into Chenwei's Miraidon to prevent that? Or do we see that switch once again from Chenwei to get that Dondozo set up, commit to that Terastallization early on, and then a similar sort of play kind of play out from there? Or do we see maybe Chenwei take advantage of the potential threat of the Fake Out and keep the Miraidon on the field?
I mean, we talk about when you're up a game that you could be making these risks, but this is the opportunity while down that you could be making a huge play on this turn. If you think that, hey, my Dondozo got to do a lot of damage last time around, they might not expect that, you could then try and fire off with this Miraidon. Dondozo, that is the protect, and the Iron Hands targeting into it is going to do nothing. Shenhue will have an opportunity to attack with the Miraidon, but maybe not. The Draco Meteor into the slot. No Terastallization means a one-hit KO to be kicking it off.
That is a massive turn here from Luca, and just like you called it, taking the opportunity where that Fake Out was going into the Dondozo here and trying to fish for some utility out of the Miraidon and Chenwei's side of the field, but Luca saying no. We identified earlier in game 1 that Luca's Miraidon outsped, got that Hadron engine active before when it happened this time again. So Luca identifying that, taking full advantage, removing that big threat from the field.
You can see the look on Shenyue's face. Losing your restricted right away is so disastrous, especially too when you do have that Terra Fairy. That is something that could have been clicked to resist. Maybe wanting to save it for the Dondozo, but now you're down a restricted, you're down a Pokemon, and you have a lot of momentum to be making it up. Tatsugiri swaps in, Commander, Dondozo gets those boosts yet again, and really has to put them to good use.
Yeah, and you know, if you chose what Luca locked into the Dondozo this turn, ignoring the Dragonite, which did switch out for that Tatsugiri. The Dondozo is going to be a lot more potent now with that boost from the Tatsugiri, but no Terastallization here. The Draco Meteor coming out, doing huge damage once again, boosted by that Choice Specs item.
Wow, it's -2, -4 now, and it did not look like it'll take a lot of damage in return. But that's damage that you will gladly take, because this double-up low kick coming out from the Iron Hand is deleting this big, bad Dondozo. 2 turns into the match. Shenhue down to final 2 Pokemon.
This is absolutely outrageous here from Luca, just not holding any stops back. Really taking full advantage of everything that happened in that game 1, flipping it on its head, reading Chenwei, and really limiting those options now with just the Dragonite and that Tatsugiri. One thing you would say that Chenwei does have at their disposal is the Terastallization that they could still take advantage of, but Luca has the Pokemon advantage. 4 Pokemon to 2. It's going to be a hard uphill struggle.
This has to be the best Terastallization of your life, and not spent in this moment. Extreme speed, the lock-in for the for the Dragonite as Muddy Water is finally going to claim the first KO and get a critical hit onto the Whimsicott, just slowly chipping away. And this is going to be the 2 moves we'll see for the rest of the match. And with the Whimsicott hitting the field, it will be able to set up Tailwind over onto this next turn. So any speed advantage we were looking at with that Tatsugiri is all of a sudden going to be gone.
Yeah, this gets a little bit tricky though, because now if you are Luca, you've got the Tailwind, yeah, but do you have the firepower to take down the Tatsugiri that's now locked into the Muddy Water, and then obviously the Dragonite as well that can kind of ignore the Tailwind advantage here, because you can just pick things off. You can pick the Whimsicott off if you want this turn. You can get around that Moonblast threat. So Chengwei not in the worst spot here, where I think when you look at the options left on Luca's side of the field, I think losing the Miraidon was probably not the thing that he wanted to do, but it was in range of that Dragonite when it's locked into that extreme speed anyway.
It's whether we get to see where this Dragonite targets if you want to try and take down the Whimsicott onto this turn. As Terastallization, Ogerpon looking to output the most damage it can do and bring out that Hearthflame Mask. +1 to the attack we'll see on this turn thanks to that in-body aspect. Of course, it's going to be moving a little bit later on because the extreme speed coming out first is going to make sure the Whimsicott doesn't get the opportunity to speed things up. And we still have to get through a turn of this Muddy Water. It's all about the connects. That's what we're going to be eyeing up, and it will. We drop the grass typing. We're taking a lot of damage, but Woodhammer comes on out.
And it is enough to pick up the Tatsugiri, a one-hit KO, but I think the recoil will probably be enough to take down this Ogerpon, so it is going to be, yes, it looks like that is it. Iron Hands up against this Dragonite from Chenwei's side of the field.
Have we found a window of opportunity after this disastrous first turn to bring this into a Game 3? 1 Pokemon apiece, and Iron Hands down to less than half its health. You get the attack raise because of that Cork Drive, but this Dragonite is at full health. You'll be able to have the fake out to Rick multi-skill, but you're still already taking so much damage, and the choice spent extreme speed. I don't think you can take this down. We might be going to a Game 3.
I think it looks like that's exactly where we are going. The Electric Terrain disappearing, that Quark Drive boost disappearing. The Iron Hands looking not in the best of positions. Has broke that multi-scale, but can it take an extreme speed? It can! Can it knock out with the Wild Charge? It's going to be very close. And Dragonite able to take that pretty comfortably.
The only KO happening on that turn is going to be the Iron Hand taking itself down thanks to that recoil. And we are going to a Game 3. No restricted needed, apparently. Right on. Oh, it left and the rest were able to do it. What a match. It was KO after KO in Luca's favor. That Miraidon gone, Dondozo gone, and still Shenhui finds a window to take it to top 8. I love the World Championships.
This is what it's all about. That was so fast, so furious, and we're going to a Game 3. I mean, like you say, you think it looks so bad for Chenwei, but then you realize, okay, you've got that Dragonite Tatsugiri on the field. You're locked into that extreme speed, and you've got the Scarf there. You can, by getting that initial extreme speed onto the Whimsicott and getting that Muddy Water, put in range for another one, preventing the Tailwind. And then from there, it was just so close, so fine margins for Chenwei to close this one up, especially after Luca had such a great start and really read into what Chenwei was potentially going to do that first turn as well.
This is about to be the nastiest read that you have to be making in the game, the turn 1 of this Game 3, because now you know, for Shenhui, you now know that, hey, this Miraidon's not scared of going for this Draco Meteor. Do I Terastallize? But Luca, you don't want to be then Draco Meteoring into it, so then what do you do instead? Do you fake out and hit to the other slot? Because all of a sudden, you could be on the wrong end of things. This is about to be crazy.
This is going to be one of the best matches so far this weekend, and it all comes down to this Game 3, who will be progressing our first top 4 here at the 2024 World Championships.
Oh, it all comes down to this. 2 very, very worthy trainers. Such an insane set that we've had so far. And hopping into this, I cannot wait to see how this has been going to be shaking up. Let's head into this game. We're not going to be wasting any time here. Ooh, we're kicking it with the same leads. We're not switching anywhere.
We are going to see maybe a little bit of an iteration from Luca here coming out, but the Dondozo, there's a threat that we've said it time and time again. Does the Tatsugiri come in? Do you leave your Miraidon out on the field to try and take advantage of the threat of that Tatsugiri, catch Luca off that way, or do you just go down the straightforward route with that fake out?
This might be the call of the weekend. What do these trainers do on the first turn? And terrestrialization from the Iron Hands is going to be the first. Terra Bug. Make sure you're not taking too much damage from that Earthquake, and I think that's a little spoiler of what to come, but you're not taking any damage. Protect yet again. Is the Miraidon from Shenhua going to be on the wrong end of things? The fake out means it's not going to be attacking. Now the Draco Meteor instead target into the Dondozo. Shenhua gets to keep. They're restricted.
That's a really big protect there, because the Dondozo, otherwise, with that Miraidon staying out onto the field, a really nice play to be able to just protect it. And then you've got this nice turn where you know what that Miraidon on Luca's side of the field's locked into, so you can play around it slightly better that way. You know as well that this Iron Hands is now a bug type, so the Earthquake is also not going to be as effective. So do you lock in with something else, or do you forego the Dondozo until later on in this match, maybe bringing in that Dragonite if it is something in the back? There's always a risk, though, that you do that and you fall into that Draco Meteor path, which Luca has already identified as the way that he wants to go with his Miraidon.
That's going to be the issue, but it's going to be a Miraidon that swaps out as the Dondozo most likely wanting to go on to the offensive this turn around. Last time it was at the Protect. This time around, Tatsugiri for yet again that Commander. We see the animation 3 times around, and you all should be real familiar. There is some boost galore. Looking to make sure the damage you do on this turn is doing the most. Yes, we did get to see the Terra Bug from the Iron Hands, but you can still pressure a lot of damage into this Miraidon since the terrestrialization has been spent, and you know that it's not going to be a Volt Switch, but that is still so much damage coming on out. It'll be the Order Up instead, and with no terrestrialization, the attack boost, it does a lot, but not enough for that KO, and I think the Dondozo is about to go down. Wild Charge, but instead, into the other slot.
Oh, he's picked into the wrong slot. The Dondozo gets to have another turn here. The Draco Meteor doing some big damage. I'm surprised that the Miraidon was able to survive that Order Up super effective into Luca's side of the field. Oh, if they only had went for the Miraidon, but no, really well played from Shenhua, taking advantage and not committing to the terrestrialization either, as we just see a protect from that Dondozo.
With the Protect and the amount of damage coming out from the Draco Meteor, you are -2 despite that choice specs. Wondering if you're trying to get ahead of this Tatsugiri jumping on out and trying to get this damage on in with how it's staggered out. This Wild Charge is going to be the click yet again. We're going to get a little bit of lefties recovery, and that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. We saw how much damage that last Draco Meteor did. I still think it could pick up the KO, but it could be close. And you are also eyeing up that potential of a miss. And see, we're seeing the purposeful target here.
With that unaware ability, though, ignoring those drops, that's why the Draco Meteor will continue to do that damage onto the Dondozo. So even though it has taken that -2, not affecting the Dondozo so much, but removing it here allows this Iron Hands now to pick up the big damage onto that Tatsugiri and giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
We never wanted the Dondozo to go down a couple turns prior. We wanted to wait for this moment, so the double KO on Luca's end to put him so far ahead in this match. As Shenhua again back against the wall. 2 Pokemon. The Miraidon coming back out. Dragonite going to be joining it. We know that he can make his way back on through this, but Luca's in such a commanding spot.
He is, yeah, but the one thing that you would say is that we saw how well Shenhua came back in that last game with just 2 remaining Pokemon. You've got the Dragonite as well, multi-scale intact, going to be able to take a flurry of attacks, and this is why we're going to see Luca reposition. Does he give up his Miraidon so easily this turn 2 in extreme speed, or does he try and preserve it for later on in this game?
Oh, looks like it's sticking around at least this first go-around. And terrestrialization for the opposing end of the field. If you are looking at a Draco Meteor going this way, you might as well not bother. It's Terra Fairy. Great defensive type in this situation as the Draco Meteor instead into the Dragonite. Super effective, but thanks to the multi-scale is not going to be the damage to take out the KO. Is now Dazzling Gleam is not just a defensive terror, it's an offensive one. Double damage, Miraidon down.
And it looks like this Dragonite hasn't locked into the extreme speed. It looks like it's going to be locking into something else, and it is that Aerial Ace. Super effective into the Whimsicott, and what you've got to think, Luca has that Bug Terror type Iron Hands in the back. Going to be now weak to that Aerial Ace as well.
looking absolutely massive. We still have 2 Pokemon for Luca, and with that Iron Hands returning, you do have that 1 turn of Fake Out that you can be bringing out. So if you are scared of that aerial ace, you can go ahead and fire off a Fake Out into that slot. But the Dazzling Gleams from this Miraidon, maybe it's not going to be hitting super effective into this, but that is still going to be a lot of damage, even if it's not necessarily the same amount that Luca was able to do, since again, you are the Assault Vest instead. The damage output would be very different.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you called here is how important this Fake Out is in being able to stop this Dragonite moving this first turn. Draco Meteor coming out from the Ogerpon, not Choice Spec boosted though. Ogerpon taking that quite comfortably as far as a Draco Meteor and returning with an Ivy Cudgel into that Dragonite, but not enough to pick up the knockout.
That's going to be not nearly enough. No crit, no chance. We get another go around. It is not a priority move from the Dragonite. And Ogerpon tends to be a little bit more on the speedier end, but taking so much. A Dazzling Gleam to surely get off. So Spiky Shield on this turn. It'll be another Draco Meteor targeted into the slot. Not gonna get there. Now we have to see where things will be reacting. Aerial Ace targeted into the Iron Hands instead. 14 HP firing off with the Drain Punch. 2-to-1 advantage now for Luca.
That's a huge survival there. Big damage, but the Iron Hands just clutching out there, returning with a big knockout from that Drain Punch. Now in a position where Luca has 2 Pokemon to the 1, but can the Iron Hands take a Dazzling Gleam? That's the big thing. The Ogerpon definitely can, but what do you lock into? Do you prioritize getting rid of the Ogerpon, locking in with that Draco Meteor, get rid of that, or do you go for the Dazzling Gleam? Here we are.
A -2, you need the most damage coming on out. Both Pokemon are going to be holding on. And now Ivy Cudgel, this is going to be the damage. Gets it down real low. Is going to be follow-up. Drain Punch. We get one more go-around to determine this match.
Now, we've seen the damage from that Dazzling Gleam. It's not going to be enough to pick up either of these targets, and then you lock into the problem of which one do you pick? Do you just go for the follow me with Lucas Ogerpon, give the Iron Hands enough to close this out?
I think we're looking at a critical hit to see if this can be the one that seals the deal, or if Luca has done enough holding on through this match to grab it. We're not even going to wait for this. That's going to be the match locked in, and with that, Luca Ceribelli to be moving on to the next stage of competition with a nail-biter of a series.
We talk about top 8 at the World Championships, and the first one we feature here this weekend is an absolute star-studded event. Luca Ceribelli going on to top 4 in brilliant style, and all you've got to say is you've got to congratulate Chenwei on such an incredible performance. When he looked down and out, he was not out, came back fighting and took it right down to the wire. I mean, as close as a match could possibly get.
I have seen players crumble out of the pressure of losing their restricted on the first turn, and you saw the look on his face, and it didn't even end there. You lost to Dondoza the next turn around, but still finding an opportunity to take it to a Game 3 is definitely not something that can be understated about the strength of the trainers that we have here in the competition. But when you say that same breath, you then have to sing the praises of Luca, who is able to then find that match. That could not have been closer of a series, and I think actually it's probably my favorite match we've gone to see this weekend.
I think so, yeah, it has to be. And I think it all comes down as well to these mind games at the start of this battle as well, because where do you go? What do you lock in with? What terrestrialization do you choose? Well, we saw the Bug Terror come out at the end there. We saw the Draco Meteor hitting into that Dondozo and effectively being able to kind of be the thing that removes it.
And what was really nice about Luca playing this match is we popped off about this miss going on, but then realizing this double up that you want to be seeing, since you do have this Iron Hands that can be dealing a really good amount of damage. So you want to make sure it's staggered. The Miraidon takes down the Dondozo. The Tatsugiri jumps out to instantly get deleted on the field. And little things like that coming out from Luca, you can tell he's worked hard going on into this and will be able to continue to fight for that championship title.
Yeah, and you saw how fine the margins were. So a really good catch there on that one play and identifying, you know, not wanting to commit early on, just biding your time for the right moment. So you pick up that Tatsugiri when it is at its most vulnerable after you've dealt with that Dondozo in that instance.
Still, what a match. I feel like I have to catch my breath after that one.
Need a breather,
honestly,
for sure. I'm sure our players do as well, especially Luca, who will be moving on to top 4. Needs to take one and just have a little moment gather their thoughts before we move into that match. But absolutely incredible from both of our players here. And, you know, it is no little accomplishment to make the top 8 at the World Championships. So absolutely incredible. What a way for us to kick off this top 8, Sierra.
Really, really was. And really doing, like, Dondozo Tatsugiri proud in that series as well.
Oh, yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like, I know a lot of the times there's always a, oh, no, we got to watch, like chat's groaning, no, we got to watch Dondozo, but it's like, no, we got to watch Dondozo. Like, we got to watch. That was a
Dondozo,
fantastic match.
I always want to see. I think that's the most exciting Tatsugiri Dondozo match I've seen in a long time. Sorry, all you Tatsugiri Dondozo players out there.
Unfortunately, it will be the last time we see a Dondozo Tatsugiri, but not going to be the last that we see of Luca, who is standing by on stage for an interview right now.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Luca Cherell, who just made it to top 4 of the 2024 World Championships. Luca, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel to have locked in your spot as one of our historical trainers this weekend and be only one win away from Championship Sunday?
Well, obviously, the feeling is so incredible. Like, I still haven't quite grasped how big of a result it is for me. So I think in just a couple of minutes the adrenaline will wear off. So I'll really picture how much this result meant to me.
How has the team been performing for you this weekend? It feels like you had a very commanding position in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, to be honest, this matchup was nothing I ever prepared for, so I had to improvise on the spot. Luckily, my Miraidon was faster than his, so that actually smoothed the thing out a little bit. After that, like, in general, I'd say this team isn't the best team in the world. Like, there are a lot of times where, like, you really feel like you're on the back foot and you have to find a way to get away with getting a lot of attacks, so you can't let yourself be outpositioned by your opponents. But so, to be honest, I don't think it's the best team in the world, but it's definitely the best team I can play right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, the best team in the world is the one that you end up winning with. So I think it's doing really well so far. What were your thoughts going into that game number 3? The casters mentioned that turn 1 was such a critical moment to guess correctly. Did you have a game plan? Were you just hoping that you'd be able to predict what your opponent would do?
Yeah, to be honest, in my game 3, I settled on doing like some kind of a middle ground, because that way, obviously, my opponent will bring like 3 dragon types. So using Dracometer onto the Dondozo slot would mean that I will get everything. Like with Dracometer, I killed every Mon on that side, aside from him switching Tatsugiri. But so, like, it was kind of a middle ground, to be honest. If we're being honest, I expected my opponent to sack Dragonite and send in kill my Miraidon, but instead, like, he decided to go for Dondozo to lock Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So, like, it kind of threw me a little bit off guard, and so did the non-extreme speed with the air race. The end game was very messy. I don't know how, but I managed to crawl out of it, so I'm really happy. This is how things turned out.
Well, congratulations once again. Is there anybody at home watching that you'd like to give a shout out to?
First of all, my family, absolutely. I don't know if they're awake right now in Italy, but if they do, and they, like, thanks for always being with me, always supporting me. Aside from that, thanks to all my friends in the community. Shout outs to my friends of Il Server, like my tight-knit group of friends, so, and all the people who supported me from home. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we'll be watching your top 4 match later on in the day. For now, though, please rest up. Congratulations once again. We're going to give you all an opportunity to get a quick break as well, but we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships soon.
there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship with Kay Barry Kim. Kay, if people don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Hi, my name is Kim. I love collecting Pokemon plushies, and I'm just happy to be here.
Tell us a little bit about who you're dressed as.
I am dressed as Nurse Joy from Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I'm accompanied by Blissey, Chansey, and Comfy.
And I think you told me Comfy came from here in Honolulu, right?
Absolutely. I was so happy and excited when I found that she was here. I had to make sure I got her at the Pokemon Center.
It's such a good one for Hawaii with all these flowers and everything.
Thank you.
Now, tell me a little bit why you chose this as your outfit.
I chose this out because I thought it was great for the event for Pokemon World here in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I thought it'd be a cute way to, showcase Nurse Joy and my plushies.
Tell me a little bit about being part of the cosplay community here at Worlds.
It's been so amazing. I've been able to meet great friends, new friends, and we just love to take photos together, and I love seeing everyone's cute cosplays.
I think you were just watching some matches, right? What were you watching?
I was watching the VG.
Is that your favorite?
It's been fun so far, yeah.
Are you rooting for anyone in particular?
Not anyone in particular, but I'm rooting for everyone.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. We'll let you get right back to it. Thanks so much. And you too. We'll see you at the Pokemon World Championship.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place for you. Come with me to my first ever Pokemon League. I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much before, I wanted to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice. Another player even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went. It was super easy to join, and I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
Long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? What it takes to win. The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. and celebrate Pokemon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are barreling towards the end of day number 2 here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships, and we are in the midst of our top cut. Myself, Rosemary Kelly, and Scott Glaza are so excited to bring you this next top 8 match.
Should be really fun. You've seen an exciting tournament so far. Some surprising matches. Dondozo, now Dunzo. Like a Ghost, Shadow Rider Calyrex is gone. So we'll have to see which Pokemon come out on top.
It's so exciting because when you take a look at that bracket as well, it is so diverse in terms of the players that are actually in our top cut. I think that has made things so exciting to see how these players and these matches are going to progress. As you can see here, we did have our top 8 match finish on stream, but we also had 2 more completed off stream, and we will be turning our attention to Diego Ferreira and Michael Kelch in just a couple of seconds. But let's go over these results first really fast.
Yeah, so I think some perhaps some surprising results here, but maybe not, right? Again, I think we've been really enjoying not quite knowing how this tournament is going to play out. We have our second ever, I believe, Korean player making it to the semifinal stage of a tournament here with one of the matches that happened off stream. And I was on the other side of the bracket. It just wouldn't be the Pokemon World Championships if Japan didn't have a representative at this point in the tournament.
And for 7 out of these 8 players on your screen, this was their first time even making it into the top 8. So very exciting to see them surpass that expectation and then some to continue towards who might be potentially playing in that grand finals on Championship Sunday. But now let's go ahead and turn our attention once again to our final top 8 match between Diego Ferreira and Michael Kelch.
It should be really fun to see here. We've got the one player who has been in the top 8 before,
That's right.
Michael Kelch. So we'll have to see. Will we have an all-newcomer semifinal, or will last year's runner-up be able to come through and prove why he's become a star player in this game so quickly?
What was so amazing about Michael Kelch's second place performance last year as well is the fact that that was his first year ever competing in the Video Game Championship Series. So not only was he able to have that breakout year, and then some. Heading into the 2024 season, we also ended up seeing Michael Kelch in multiple top cut scenarios. You got a top 8 at Stuttgart, you got a top 4 at the Utrecht special event, a top 16 in Bologna, which was part of the Regulation G circuit. But then he also won another regional. So it's just kind of impressive to see how far Michael Kelch has come as a player.
Yeah, I think last year, too, I remember talking to people at the previous World Championship, and it seemed like whether you were surprised or not that he made the finals had a lot to do with how much you'd seen him play. I think for a lot of us, we'd never seen this guy before. Right? Who's this person who's made it all the way to the semifinals? I think people that played against him in tournaments already had a very different perspective.
Yeah.
Where oh no, we've seen how good this guy is. You're going to be seeing a lot of him, and we certainly have.
I'm very excited we get a chance to finally feature him as well. It's going to be fantastic to show all of you at home, too, why he is as good of a player as he is. I think, too, when it comes down to Michael's performance just recently in Regulation G, it's been all about this Zamazenta. He ended up getting that top 16 performance in Bologna with Zamazenta. It was actually a team that we ended up seeing mirrored in the North America region. And then he ended up winning Stockholm with the exact same 6. Zamazenta, Latios, Galarian, Moltres. So many unique pieces to fit onto a Zamazenta team.
Yeah, it's proven to be a really good restricted Pokemon to invest in, I think. Having a pretty strong weekend here, getting to beat up at a bunch of Terrapagos teams perhaps, and really, I think, performing better than players expected. So an excellent call by him.
Absolutely. So he's going to be sticking to that Zamazenta core. But on the flip side of things, we have seen Diego Ferreira on stream before. And it was this hard Trick Room team we got a chance to feature. Now, Diego, on the flip side of things, is a player that had a lot of experience in VGC, but has never reached this type of pinnacle before. Finding himself in the top heat here at the World Championships is fantastic. After getting a top 4 in Melbourne this season, as well as a top 32 at the European International Championships earlier on this year. Both of those events, by the way, which were with hard Trick Room. So this is an archetype he has a lot of experience with.
Yeah, I think this is a really fun, tricky matchup. It's sort of funny how on Michael's side of the field, he's kind of gone from being that upstart new player to now the jaded veteran in such a short amount of time. And I think this is a really tricky matchup for a player who's kind of known to prepare very well for tournaments. Diego is playing a team archetype he's very familiar with. He's naturally a strong player, and just a kind of a combination combination of Pokemon that, probably wasn't high on the threat list of his opposition. Once again, kind of getting to take advantage a little bit of, okay, well, if the focus is on all these other archetypes, I'm just going to do my thing really well. And even though that Ice Rider Calyrex is something that people were prepared for, certainly expecting other Pokemon around it.
Absolutely. Right now, seeing the Ice Rider Calyrex, we often look at it being able to operate outside of Trick Room just a little bit better, maybe actually having a bit of speed investment so that it's able to keep up pace while also relying on that natural bulk in order to survive attacks and dish them back out. But as we look a little bit closer into Diego's team, you can see a ton of different aspects of it as to why this was the perfect meta call for the event, not just because a lot of players may not have been particularly prepared to deal with a hard Trick Room variation of this team, but take a look at the moves.
Yeah, I really love this team. He's got a lot of really cool moves that we don't see a lot, even on Pokemon that we see in some cases even less frequently. The taunt on Ogerpon, not something we see a whole lot of. Gallade using like a more common moveset, but common Gallade moveset itself is sort of an oxymoron. We see the Heal Pulse on that Indeedee, and even Imprison on Calyrex. A lot of these really cool moves, not going to be super relevant perhaps in this matchup, but you see why he maybe was able to give his opponent some really challenging matchups as they got to this point in the tournament.
I wonder what we're going to end up seeing Diego actually rely upon when it comes down to this matchup versus Michael. You have to look at something like the Ice Rider Calyrex as your single restricted in this meta as a must bring to this match. But what about maybe something else that can start to find some answers into maybe some of the more expected things that we see here on Michael's team? You have that Zamazenta. It's going to run the traditional set with the Body Press, Heavy Slam, and the Wide Guard, but you're also looking at the key pieces around it that start to make this matchup a bit more tricky.
Yeah, I think this is a really fun one. I think one thing to keep in mind with that Zamazenta, there's a whole lot of things to wide guard on the other side of the field. I think that's going to be something that this Zamazenta may be forced into doing, right? Sort of an awkward position to have your restricted Pokemon in, where instead of attacking like its fellow legendary Pokemon might, Sashin's going to have to do a little more protecting with the wide guard, maybe hope for the other Pokemon on the team to make some impact. I think another thing to keep in mind here, there are a ton of priority moves on this team. In most cases, very good against Trick Room, kind of ignores the normal turn order with the Grassy Glide, the Sucker Punch, and the Extreme Speed. However, we did mention that Indeedee on the other side of the field, so I think the battle for terrain could be really important here. Will Diego be able to keep that Psychic Terrain down, get Trick Room up, and just kind of run over the game? Or perhaps Mika will opt to bring the combination of Entei and Qianpao in at least one of these games, try to take advantage of their increased priority moves.
I was going to say it's a very easy maybe to look at some of the options that Michael actually has in terms of the U-turn on the Rillaboom to try to cycle in and out that piece to try to get that grassy terrain back in his control. But you have to look at this Indeedee holding that Rocky Helmet and be a little bit nervous about trying to make contact with some type of damaging move into that slot. You can't necessarily just knock it out, especially when you look at something like the Qianpao and it's got a Focus Sash on it. You don't want to break it. But let's get into this Masters Division Top 8 match between Diego Ferreira and Michael Kelch at the 2024 Pokémon World Championships.
So you get an interesting lead matchup here, and perhaps this could help inform what the other Pokemon on the team might be. Qianpao, you'd assume, might be a tell that Entei could be in the back, so that's some good information potentially for Diego. And perhaps Ogerpon showing up early, has a number of potential benefits here. A Follow Me could make it easier for Calyrex to set up the Trick Room. It could also be a hit that maybe you expected to see the Urshifu as led instead.
Yeah, the Urshifu would have been a good thing for this Ogerpon to see, just to know that you could water absorb away some of those rapid strike hits, but instead it is going to be this Qianpao. And now that's something that I think is going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with, knowing that it does have that ability that's going to drop the defenses of everything else around it.
Yeah, going to cause some big damage, and almost all the Pokemon on this team do physical damage. Even Body Press benefits from it, despite not actually using the attack stat. So something that Diego's going to have to deal with, but we see a quick Terrestrialization. He's going to go right into his strategy.
Well, you do see this Ice Rider Calyrex take on that Dragon Terra. Not necessarily one of the Terras that you typically end up seeing, but it's a great defensive one to be able to deal with those attacks across the way. It's a double up into that slot and a taunt into the Zamazenta, which is going to help to at least shut down like Wide Guard to know that you can just nail these Glacial Lances as you set up this Trick Room.
Yeah, this is something we don't see often in these restricted formats, right? A whole bunch of damage going down on the Calyrex, and it may not be long strong for this world. However, yeah, that wide guard's been negated. Potentially 3 different attacking Pokemon on Diego's team really don't want to deal with that wide guard. So gave up a lot, but did give the Trick Room up, and now it's sort of an interesting position. Do you try to attack with this low HP Calyrex? Do you try to shuffle one of your other Pokemon out before Trick Room, too many turns expire? With Calyrex being damaged so much, even with support from these Pokemon, it's been very difficult to get a second Trick Room up. So it's going to be very important now for Diego to seize the momentum.
Well, take a look at this. This is a Pokemon that we did not get a chance to see in Diego's matchup earlier today, and that is going to be the Torkoal that is finally making an appearance on the world stage on stream. Torkoal's going to set up the sun here, which is almost counterintuitive to the fact that you have this Ogerpon Wellspring next to you that would love to be able to hit these big water-type Ivy Cudgels. And conversely, you're also just set the sun for the Entei that you see across from you.
Yeah, I mean, Entei may enjoy that, and for now, we're going to see Zamazenta doing a whole bunch of damage here, knocking down the Ogerpon to fairly low HP. Low enough now that potentially, a pretty easy knockout for the extreme speed, should that be what is desired on the other side of the field. However, there's still a missing Pokemon. Much like with Ferreira, you have to respect the potential of that Indeedee being in the back, and we might see it now.
We surely might see that, and I think that's something that Michael's always going to have to consider a threat in the back of his mind. You can't feel too comfortable being able to go for something like that extreme speed, and as you mentioned before, there are 3 other priority attacks that you have to consider, even Aqua Jet on that Urshifu. So as we see this Indeedee actually hit the field, it's not just the Psychic Terrain that you have to play around, but that Rocky Helmet too.
Yeah, great sequencing, right? If Rillaboom is the final Pokemon, do you really want to try to switch that into a Torkoal?
No, I wouldn't want to do that. I think a lot of people would also agree that maybe that's not going to be particularly the best option, but I love that the Zamazenta here does have that Dragon Terra as well. We have seen this Terrestrialization option being used on a couple of these restricted Pokemon as of late because it's very good at being able to deal with these elemental types of damage. So as we see this Torkoal end up going for the Eruption, it's able to do just a bit of chip to both the Zamazenta and the Entei, but the Dragon Terra absolutely makes sure that that hurts less.
Yeah, now we have an interesting spot. The Dragon Terra paying off, and Zamazenta is just wailing away on these Pokemon. Maybe perhaps making Diego think twice about taunting it because it's fine in the offense, but that's a really interesting situation. The item on that Entei is that Choice Band, so in the awkward situation where you're locked into a priority move with Psychic Terrain out, and yeah, as we mentioned before, if Rillaboom is that last Pokemon, are you really going to switch it into an Eruption?
No, once again, I think I'm going to go agree with the consensus of the audience here. But how then do you get it in, right? Because I think ideally you're able to still kind of wail away with these body presses. And Zamazenta is still putting out that damage. But you got to remove this Indeedee at some point.
Yeah, the sacrifice has to be made here, right? There isn't an option to, just have everything work out smoothly, and they're just going to stay out here and do nothing, believing that the other 2 Pokemon are more valuable than Entei here.
Well, we do have yet another extreme speed. You can't do anything against that because you are Choice Band locked into it. And with this Torkoal still at such a high HP, it's going to be going for the Eruption, getting the knockout onto the Entei. So as you foretold it, Michael has to sacrifice that piece of the puzzle to make sure that you can get rid of this terrain. Torkoal does take a meaningful amount of damage there, though, but you can see how much the Helping Hand boost has even put this Zamazenta into range of being knocked out next turn.
Yeah, and that's a big deal, too, right? As we mentioned, there's probably not going to be a second Trick Room this game, although, man, the way this is playing out, maybe there could be. And both sides have traded a lot of damage, but, there's still 2 Pokemon remaining on Mikhail's side who have full health, so he's done a pretty good job of damage trading. Really important to survive the rest of Trick Room safely, though.
It is. So we're looking at maybe the opportunity to go for something like the Protect on the Zamazenta. Once that taunt has expired, you can go back to be able to do that. If you wanted to, you could also click Wide Guard in the face of this Torkoal, but you're going to see this Rillaboom finally hit the field. That's going to take this Psychic Terrain away from Diego, and you're going to maybe start to get some momentum back in your favor if you're Michael.
Yeah, I mean, now at least you've got the terrain back. You're threatening a Fake Out. Now these Pokemon sort of guaranteed to get through this Trick Room better, and yeah, starting to look like a pretty decent situation, right? Certainly a lot of damage taken. It looks a little silly to have to extreme speed of its Psychic Terrain, but that was better than just losing Rillaboom for nothing and then guaranteeing you will lose control of the terrain for the remainder of the game.
So Rillaboom comes in at full health. It does have the opportunity here to go for a Fake Out. It stops the Torkoal for just a little while, as Diego now has to think about his own plan B. Actually wants to preserve the Torkoal, maybe set up the Sun a little bit later, but also give an opportunity here in the face of both of these Pokemon to consider, well, maybe Calyrex just, it's gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, the 18 HP makes it pretty tough to get too much done here. And we do see Rillaboom going in the offense, getting the critical hit fake out for the knockout. Not quite how we normally see it, but certainly won't be moving again this match after that.
Yeah, I mean, that is just kind of insult to injury there. As now you look at this Indeedee not being able to get the heal pulse it would have wanted to, and had it actually survived, maybe you see the Zamazenta target into the Indeedee instead, and you all of a sudden have a much healthier Ice Rider Calyrex.
You get to see what he's going for. Like, oh, you know, maybe my opponent will really play slowly, trying to be conservative at the end of his Trick Room, but we do see the knockout out of Zamazenta knocking itself out on the Rocky helmet. So both sides trading Pokemon here, and you know, as these Pokemon re-enter the field, just about 100 HP remaining for Diego over the course of 2 Pokemon. On the other side of the field, you know, this Chien Pao and the Rillaboom fully healthy, and still that Focus Sash intact for Chien Pao.
And that's going to be huge, because when you look at this Ogerpon across the way, you could even Grassy Glide it here if you wanted to. I think that would be a great way to just take it out. And this Chien Pao is also going to be very fast. Important to note that this Chien Pao also does have Icicle Crash, Throat Chop, and Sucker Punch as its item, as its moves. A couple of different options here you could go for, knowing that the Torkoal has a Assault Vest. It's always going to attack.
Yeah, I mean, you see that value, too, in getting control of that terrain, right? Where both these Pokemon have increased priority moves, and putting a really difficult position now for Diego to try to deal with. Not looking good for him this game 1, and even though, you know, he had that big Trick Room off, we really see the impact of the restricted Pokemon not being able to attack at all in the game.
Looks like it's just going to be kind of thinking a little bit about how to move forward here, but because you're out of Trick Room, this Chien Pao just gets a chance to also just go for the knockout onto this Ogerpon, take it out, and then we see the Rillaboom follow that up. It's got this Wood Hammer, it is going into the Torkoal, but even though it's not going to be very effective, it's still going to see the clear the knockout. And so Michael Kelch wins the first game of this best of 3 in top 8.
Yeah, very clean but very strange win. You know, not too often that you extreme speed into Psychic Terrain twice and still like very decisively win the game, but I think that was just a really great decision by him. You know, realizing, okay, well, yeah, I would probably have preferred that I had locked into a different move now, but you know, I covered the options where if it was one of the other Pokemon, I really wanted to make sure I got that damage down, and I can still close out this game safely knowing what the last Pokemon actually is. Very well played game by him. I think conversely, it seemed like Diego kind of probably got what he was expecting there, with the exception of the Urshifu not being present, so maybe going to need a little different game plan if he wants to get through this set.
So if you were in Diego's shoes, you look at this Ogerpon, you go, okay, maybe not the most effective choice here, because you don't have the ability on the other side that you were trying to actually target down, but you also aren't able to deal that much damage either because you've got this Torkoal next to you. So what do you kind of think about putting in instead?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a tough lead. I don't know if, you know, the option, I guess, if you want to really guarantee that Trick Room, I mean, you could try Indeedee instead, but losing Indeedee early is a huge potential problem, right? It's a very important Pokemon in this matchup. You know, Trick Room isn't all that valuable if you lose the Psychic Terrain, so you don't want to just put it out there and sacrifice it to get Trick Room up potentially and wind up in a similar spot to what you were in the first game anyway. So I guess we'll have to see. You know, maybe we'll see some of the other Pokemon. It's hard to imagine that, like, you know, maybe the Gallade is drastically better in this situation, but can't claim to be too much of an expert on Gallade to this regulation, so hey, maybe we'll be surprised.
I don't know. I'm looking at the Gallade right now when I see Terra Normal Entei. I'm seeing Chien Pao. Pretty juicy targets here for something like that Sacred Sword that we could see do a little bit of damage, but we'll find out now as we head into game number 2 of this best of 3. Michael Kelch is up 1-0. Another win here. He moves on to the top 4. So Diego, got to bring it back somehow. It's going to be both of the restricteds on the field across from each other to start it off.
Yeah, I think so. This is kind of a lead combination I think that probably we were expecting, right? No need to change up too much with the Zamazenta and the Chien Pao out. In game 2, kind of just like, okay, well, prove that you can beat me. And the flip side of the field, like, okay, the Ogerpon lead did not really work. I probably wouldn't prefer to take a ton of damage on Indeedee, but I need to do something here. And if it does potentially pull away a couple of attacks with a Follow Me, at least then breaking the Focus Sash maybe with a potential Rocky Helmet there.
So hoping that this Follow Me is going to be able to do just that and give the space to this Ice Rider Calyrex to actually set up for this Trick Room. But take a look at that. It is just going to be his Chien Pao going for the Throat Chop, getting that one-hit knockout instead of this Indeedee packing. So what can the Zamazenta do, knowing that it's got free real estate to go after this Ice Rider Calyrex here? It just goes for the body press. It's going to be doing a huge chunk of damage there while the Trick Room gets activated.
Yeah, that doesn't seem all that much better. And I guess one thing to keep note, because it's a Throat Chop, yeah, doesn't even even get to break the focus sash. So these Pokemon not too upset. Torkoal going to come out here and get us in a similar situation as the previous game where you're threatening an attack onto a potential Rillaboom switch in. However, unlike that first game, Zamazenta is not taunted, so you have the option of a wide guard and a Rillaboom switch if Rillaboom is indeed in the back, which would really put Diego in a tough spot.
Really would. And I think, too, when you take a look at maybe the opportunity cost
That's break
here.
the focus sash, by the way, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I know. I mean, hey, so it's hard. It's like you like, okay, throw chop, maybe it's a sound-based move.
No,
I
I'm just
get that
excited
too.
by all this damage.
There is a lot of damage right now, and even more to come as we take a look at this next turn. Potentially, the Rillaboom does get a chance to actually switch in, take that Tianpao's place, but it's all eyes on this Zamazenta because this is going to be the biggest threat that Diego's going to have to deal with. We do see a Terrestrialization here, though.
Yeah, as, once again, the Dragon-type Terrestrialization going to help out a little bit defensively, although kind of weakens the type matchup with both of the Pokemon currently on the field. Though, we'll have to see what this Chinpao opts to go for now. An Ice-type attack would take advantage of his Terrestrialization.
It really would. Either way, though, you're going to just wait to find out. You've got the Protect here onto both the Zamazenta and the Qianpao, just to kind of see what this Torkoal and this Calyrex are trying to get up to. I think this Protect is also pretty smart. You just got to bide in your time, figure out maybe your next move, and also get rid of one of these Trick Room turns.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything lost here, right? If your plan is still, I'm going to wide guard and switch into the Rillaboom, you get to find out that this Terrestrialization was going to happen for no real cost, and you get rid of one of the turns of Trick Room, right? You do eventually want to get through it, so pretty low-risk play, and gets one step closer to killing off this Trick Room.
Do you play the wide guard game? There's certainly that mind game, right? But do you just say, okay, I know you're not going to wide guard, because if you're wide guarding, you're not doing anything else.
It's interesting, we see the Entei coming in, so I think that probably makes it more viable not to go for the wide guard because neither of these Pokemon are in huge danger. Zamazenta going to go for the Terrestrialization to answer the other side, and yeah, I mean, they're probably worried about an Icicle Spear coming in the other direction, but hey, maybe you get away with it.
Well, right now, it is just going to be the Eruption, so that's going to hit into both targets. Entei switching in and taking about 50% for its troubles. And we also see this Terror Dragon Zamazenta have to take this Glacial Lance. Not enough on either Pokemon to be able to secure the knockout, but with this Body Press, that Calyrex, it's at least done something here in this game to try to get these targets down really low.
Yeah, it gets to attack this time. A single Glacial Lance going off, so better than nothing. And yeah, there's not a huge lot of punishment. We do see the Ursaluna coming in. So that's the mix-up from the last game for Diego. We see Ursaluna instead of the Ogerpon. Another Pokemon capable of dealing a lot of damage, but also another Pokemon that gets to play the wide guard game, right? Potentially would love to see the opportunity to go for an Earthquake, but you really can't do that anyway with Torkoal, so it's actually a pretty good pin, right? An Eruption, pretty scary against both of these Pokemon, and then Ursaluna can instead choose to go for its single target attack, try to pick up a knockout on one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Headlong Rush would be great, but remember that the drawback is the fact that they does drop that Ursaluna's defense and special defense. So you have to figure out a way to weave those in at the right time, but you're also not making yourself too vulnerable when this Trick Room is going to expire. There's 2 turns left. So Diego on a bit of a timer to try to make sure that you can actually take advantage of those turns. Protect here from the Zamazenta, so at least one more turn is going to get bypassed here as Torkoal actually goes for Weather Ball. It's going to be enough to get the knockout onto this Entei, and so even though maybe you don't get a chance to actually attack into the Zamazenta, there's Ursaluna gets a chance to get this now Guts boost for free.
Yeah, pretty good trade, right? Winds up playing around the wide guard play very nicely there, where that would have just lost 2 Pokemon if he'd gone for it. Zamazenta is able to stay on the field, but yeah, as you mentioned, that Guts boost activates, and it's not just that Headlong Rush is a single target option for this Ursaluna, it also has the option of using Facade, which is now at its full power.
Facade is going to be great too, because that's something that Rillaboom, if in the back, is not going to resist. So we're going to end up seeing what Michael decides to lock into here, knowing that there's one more turn of Trick Room remaining. So here is the Rillaboom. You don't have the Terra either, so staring at something like this Torkoal, and you can only pick one target to fake out.
Yeah, pretty awkward turn there where something likely to be lost, and and also, what will the Pokemon do if you don't fake them out, right? I mean, Torkoal at least has the option of a single target or a spread move. It'd be pretty risky to try to go for the Eruption, but if it doesn't get faked out, potentially you lose both of your Pokemon. And the other slot, not as much in danger of losing both at the same time, but could still easily knock out either of these Pokemon.
I really like what Diego has gone for here. Try to go for the spread damage if you can. If there is no wide guard, then you do get the knockouts, and then I think you just take the double KO. But look at that, Zamazenta is able to get another protect here.
Yeah, it's a double protect instead.
And that's huge, because that does mean that even though the fake out is going to be able to stop this Torkoal in its tracks for now, you saw where that targeting was going. And this is the worst case scenario here for Diego, is you're not able to get the knockout onto the Zamazenta, and your Trick Room is gone.
Yeah, I guess you can fake out both Pokemon, right? It's a little unconventional way to get there, but winds up really paying off, and now suddenly it's a dominating lead.
It is a huge lead here. Now outside of this Trick Room environment, you see this Rillaboom, you know that it's going to be faster than this Ursaluna. You can just go ahead and hit it with a Wood Hammer, take it out. Terastallization is also gone for Diego.
Yeah, and it's a little simpler play on the other side of the field. You know, Torkoal isn't able to protect. It's holding an Assault Vest item, and I really like that play. I think even if you don't hit the double protect, you're going to enter the next turn with two powerful physical attackers, and that the potential for the Chin Pow on the field. I guess this way you don't get it yet. It's waiting in the wings, but really tough spot now, and Diego's tournament could be over if he doesn't think of something incredible very quickly.
Yeah, is there even a world where you consider even just going for the protect here and just hoping that Michael does something different with the Ursaluna?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a mistake, right, at this point. So, no protect. However, we're going to see a bunch of damage coming the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a Wood Hammer right into that Ursaluna. It's not going to get a chance to attack as Michael secures another KO. And this Torkoal is going to have to try to do what its other partners could not. And it can only go for this single target Weather Ball right now. This Rillaboom is going to get knocked out for its troubles, but you still have that Qianpao. It's about to hit the field. We saw how much body press was able to do to this Torkoal. It's not much longer before Michael gets to move on to top 4.
Yeah, I don't know how Diego's gonna have this one. Perhaps he'll just have to tell Mikkel that you're not allowed to touch Torkoals here in Hawaii, because I think that's going to be Torkoal's only chance.
There's a 50-yard rule. There is a 50-yard rule in play, but unfortunately does not end up mattering for this Torkoal. Diego locks in the forfeit, and Michael in a 2-0 finds himself in familiar territory. He is in the top 4 of the 2024 Pokémon World Championships.
Really excellent set there. I mean, the double protect looks a little wonky, but I don't think it made too big of a difference to the outcome of the game. Just a really clever game plan. I think kind of no matter how either of those games went, he just always kept himself in a position where kind of no matter how the game played out, he had a big edge. Sacrificed the right Pokemon at the right time. I think just a really cleverly played set.
It really was, and it also shows just how much experience Michael does have with this Zamazenta team. Diego is playing something that is so unconventional. It's so cool to be able to see a hard Trick Room team make it as far as it has in some very, very capable hands. But Michael's played a ton of different archetypes leading up to this final matchup, and you have to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a matchup he's played a million times, right? Like, very smooth, never really in any danger there, and does a really good job of kind of, again, just sending us Pokemon in the right order, preserving them for the right time. I think it'd be easy for an inexperienced player to, like, kind of get a little aggressive, try to win the train war, a situation where it doesn't need to be won. Instead, just plays things safe, able to keep his Pokemon safe enough. I did a really good job, I felt like, of attacking throughout this set when he had the opportunity, making those good damage trades. And again, as we mentioned, the between game 1 and 2, indeed he's so important this matchup. It's really tough to lead it, and we kind of see the cost of that, where it felt like after that first turn, there really wasn't a whole lot Diego could do.
I think it was great too. I mean, Michael, the resilience that you had to show, we talked about in that game number 1, just going for the extreme speeds, just kind of hoping, okay, well, either terrain's going to expire at some point, or I'm just going to sacrifice my Entei because it's better for me to do that than switch something in to have to take the damage, and then figuring out in the second game that, well, maybe Entei has to do the same thing, actually, and just kind of stick to that game plan, knowing that there is safety in the wings once he gets there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, right? You don't, like, get extra points by winning every turn of the game. All you have to do is make sure that at the end of the match, you have Pokemon remaining and your opponent doesn't. I think he did a really good job of kind of just keeping his eye on the prize. Like, I know what I need the game to look like at the end, and I can't trade needlessly against a Trick Room team, because the damage potential is massive with a team like this one, right? It's very easy if you make a mistake just to suddenly lose something, and I think just not doing anything silly is a key in this matchup.
Yeah, and then the double protect at the end there, it is not silly, maybe a little risky, but if you get it, and then it just completely seals the game for you. And so Michael just being able to find those types of positions also That's just how good he is. Honestly, I hope you guys were all able to see it for yourself. Diego is no slouch of a player. It's been such a pleasure to be able to see him on the stream. Remember that he came in undefeated from day number 1 with this hard Trick Room team. And he's also just had so much experience with it throughout the 2024 season. I feel like we have so much more to be able to see from him as we look ahead to 2025.
Yeah, and all the props in the world, right? A really fun team. I'm glad we got to see. And yeah, I mean, as kind of some more of the tried and true archetypes in this format, were knocked out the tournament. He was still standing this late in the tournament, proving that his unconventional strategy was successful. And even though this matchup didn't work out for him, really impressive Worlds run. I think he should be very proud of.
We had 694 Masters players start out the tournament this weekend, and Diego is one of the only 8 remaining. I think that is so incredible, and we've already, with this top 8 match finished, found ourselves looking ahead to top 4. Scott, we are just 2 matches away from figuring out who's going to be playing in Championship Sunday. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and again, we saw with that win, it's been a very long time since we had a player appear in consecutive final matches, but there's a real chance of it happening now.
Maybe that second place last year, Michael comes back very hungry, looking forward to rewriting that history a little bit to get that first place. But the consistency that it takes from a player like Michael Kelch to be able to come in his first season, get a second place at Worlds, and then come through 2024 guns a-blazing and be able to make it here to top 4 already. Impressive, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think if he were to win, he'd be a world champion that trainers should aspire to be more like, right? He won his free invite last year through that runner-up finish. Could have just taken the year off instead of this such an impressive year, and I think we really see the rewards of taking that approach instead of just taking the year off.
And also just all of the practice into one single restricted Pokemon. Yeah, okay, the team looks very different than his win at the Stockholm Regional Championships, but it's still a Zamazenta team nonetheless. Let's go ahead and hear a little bit more from our winner of that final top 8 match on the stage.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Scott. We are here with one of the final 4 trainers remaining in the world, Michael Kelch. Congratulations on that victory. How do you feel right now?
I'm literally speechless again. I am really, really tired, honestly, but this journey is just so much fun, and I'm feeling pumped. I really want to play that semifinals match now and get it out of my way.
Yeah, you just have the energy juices flowing. I love how excited you are. That was a tough matchup. Diego, one of the top seeds throughout the entirety of Swiss today. Really tough, hard Trick Room team that you had to face. When you sat down looking at the team preview there, what were your biggest game plans against some of those unconventional Pokemon?
So I really like his team because it's very unconventional. Imprison Calyrex Ice is something you usually not see. But I knew that Zamazenta with Terra Dragon is just so good because I can use a Wild Guard to shut off Glacial Lance from Calyrex Ice. Torkoal cannot touch me, Ursaluna doesn't do that much damage, so my key piece in that set was the Terra Dragon Zamazenta, and I knew with Chiempo and Rillaboom especially, I can also reset the terrain with Rillaboom, and the sort of wind boost is also really nice for the body presses, and also having a focus Sashmon against the hard Trick Room team is just really good, and that was my plan going into the set.
Yeah, let's talk about that Zamazenta, because you've essentially become synonymous with Zamazenta throughout the entirety of Regulation G Regional Championship with it. You've been sticking through all of these months. How much of an advantage has that given you coming into Worlds here this weekend that you have so much practice with that particular restricted Pokemon?
Yeah, many people just focus on the big 3, I would say, which are Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, and Miraidon. So they didn't even consider Zamazenta as a threat. And so they also kind of forgot the calcs, like how much a body press actually does. Especially with Sword of Wound, it can get really nasty. Like this Calyrex Ice took 60% from the body press, and some people just think it only does like maybe 40, and that's like really nice to use unconventional Pokemon. Like I would not say that my team is super unconventional, but catching people off guard is the key to win some of the games, and that's what I really like about Zamazenta right now.
And what I love to see from your success over the last 2 seasons is you made the finals of the World Championships last year. Yet here you are 1 win away from reaching the same spot, and you've improved so much. You must have improved so much from last year, even though you're hitting the same accomplishments. So how much better of a trainer do you feel 1 year later from that finals performance?
So I really learned a lot. I went to a lot of events and also talked with a lot of other people, with top players, and just got a better insight into the game. So I would say I really improved a lot. Even if you're a top player, you can still improve. There is no limit on improving. So I feel better than ever.
Awesome. And last one for you before you get ready for your top 4 match. You have any shout outs, any friends and family watching at home?
So, shout outs to all my friends sitting there. It's been such a crazy week and they are supporting me all single second. I'm just super happy about this. Also shout outs to all my fans on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever. I really appreciate it. And also a big shout outs to my family, my parents and my brother. It's without them, I would also not be here because it's all started 1.5 years ago and I didn't even consider like being here, and it all changed everything, and that's why I want to thank you so much.
All right, congratulations. Best of luck in your upcoming top 4 match. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships will officially be underway. Don't go anywhere.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, here with Luna and Nico. You guys look fantastic. Tell the people at home who you're cosplaying.
I'm cosplaying as Celine from Ultra Sun and Moon.
And?
And I'm cosplaying Lily, or Lively Lily, which is the shirt and skirt outfit.
And why did you choose these for your cosplays here today?
It's because I've always wanted to dress up as Celine when the game came out, but I never had a chance. So it was really like a childhood dream, and I want to thank Pokemon for giving me like the excuse to cosplay as her today.
What about you?
I really love the character Lily. At the time when the game first came out, I really resonated with Lily, so I thought this would be a great opportunity to express how much I love the character by making my cosplay for her.
You guys cosplay together quite a bit, right?
Yes, we do. We always, any like anime or cosplay event, we always try to cosplay together.
Awesome. What has it been like being at Worlds cosplaying together?
It's such a great experience. I'm so happy to enjoy Worlds with her. Like, she's my best friend, and I'm very happy to share this experience with her.
I know you both kind of work together on your costumes. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of making them?
Yes, so I'm really bad at sewing, so Nico here has been really lovely and kind to like help me sew this outfit today. And then I'm more of like a prop and wig person, so I printed out our Pokeballs for us, and then I styled both of our wigs.
That's so awesome. Tell us a little bit about your sewing.
Sewing, oh my goodness, I don't know where to begin. This is one of the biggest projects I poured my heart and soul into, so it took me about 2 to 3 weeks to make it because I kept messing up. But it's such a fun process, and it's very unique in a way because there's so many mistakes that no one could just replicate.
And I know one of the coolest things about cosplaying at the Pokemon World Championship is people coming and being like, oh, I recognize you, I recognize your character. Have there been cool interactions or people you've met because of your costumes?
I think there's been a few, but I think because mainly we've been exploring all like the events right now around Worlds. We haven't like ran into people because usually it's when we're roaming outside the halls we get like that, oh my god, it's you, you're my favorite character.
There is so much to do here at Worlds. Has there been any highlights that you can tell the people at home about?
Any highlights? I would like to say that coming together and meeting new people is one of the biggest and most one of the most experience I'm so grateful for, and helped me build more relationships, friendships, and even build stronger friendships with her.
I love that. That's exactly why we all love coming here. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us here today. And now we'll head back to the Pokemon World Championship.
After some exceptionally exciting battles here in Honolulu at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships, it is time to get underway with the top 4 of our competition. Find out which 2 are going to be remaining to play it out on Championship Sunday to vie for the champion title. It's been amazing so far, and each one of these 4 players so qualified, so deserving, but at the end of this, only one will remain.
know, it's wild to think, isn't it? That yesterday we started with over 600 Masters players, and now we're down to our final 4. And this is what we're going to be doing next. This is what the excitement is all about, and we are ready to get into it. Of course, we can take an overview of the bracket. We've got our first semi-final that we'll be featuring between Luca Cherell and Jung, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible match. Other semi-final, you can see Michelle Kelch against Yuta Ishigaki.
My first attempt, like, besides, like, oh my goodness, these are going to be amazing matchups, I'm looking at kind of like the difference when we look at the bracket, considering the 2-0s on that top end and the 2-1s. I think that there has been some exceptionally close matches, and these trainers coming off of really close matches where we did have the pleasure of watching Luca go up against MUA, and that was so close. That was so back and forth. My voice is still recovering from that. So I know going into this next one, like, oh, we're in for a treat.
I think it's just going to be as fast-paced, as exciting as that last match that we featured in top 8 with Luca as well, you know, and Chen Wei. Because the teams that both of these players are bringing into this semi-final, of course, into this top 4 are very, very similar. Of course, we'll get into the team specifics a little bit soon. We've already seen Lucas and we've already seen Zhong Wei's throughout the tournament already. Both of these players, when they have been on the broadcast, have performed extremely well. Now they've got each other to face down against. Which one will be coming out on top, because this is it. Right?
Yeah.
You win this match, you're into Championship Sunday, you're one step closer to taking the title, taking the glory, and becoming that 2024 champion. And it's quite incredible. I'm getting a little bit goosebumpy saying it, you know? It's wild thinking that we're so close to crowning that champion, but our players have a long way to go, right? And it's no time to get complacent at this stage of the tournament.
Though I don't think they will. There's still quite a bit to go, and there's going to be a tough one ahead of them. But the journeys that they've taken so far to get here, we've seen such fantastic competition from representation from around the world. It's no free rides here at the World Championships, and you know, at this point, you know that the players are going to be nervous, but excited, knowing that they're one match away. Not few get the honor of being able to return back here on Sunday as a competitor.
No, and I think that is the privilege, you know. Pressure is the privilege, and I think these players are just embracing it all the way through this top 8. So whoever does end up in the finals is going to be extremely proud of themselves. Whoever's got to this stage in the tournament, you have to be extremely proud. But again, you don't want to settle for second best. You want to come into this and you want to give it your all. You want to get as far as you can. Both these players are phenomenal competitors. It's going to be a tricky one because we've seen both these players up on broadcasts. We know both of them are running Miraidon. Their teams are very, very similar. And there's going to be, again, the theme that I keep saying is fine margins, but it really does come down to fine margins in this match between Luca and Songjae, because there is only one difference between the 6 Pokemon that they're bringing, and even then it's still an Urshifu. It's just the different Urshifu. Luca's got the Rapid Strike and Songjae is choosing the Single Strike. So that is the literal only difference between these teams.
I mean, we're talking about the margins, but at least once we get down into the individual Pokemon choices, even if those are the same, there is those tiny differences along the way. Again, going back to margins, I don't necessarily know which ones are going to be impactful in the battle, because when I'm looking at this, I don't think a Horn Leech versus Woodhammer is still going to be dealing the most damage into a Miraidon.
Exactly,
but I think it's really interesting to note the little differences in what you sort of value it, because I think that's a really nice key indicator of, okay, well, I want the no recoil, I want to be able to get that healing, oh, I'm just going for the pure damage, or even just like with some Terra types that we see coming on out here.
Yeah, there is the differences between the terrestrialization between certain Pokemon. Some are very similar, but I think it does, again, come down to the skill level of the trainers, doesn't it, and how well they're versed against what they've been playing most of the weekend. How well do they know this composition, which you would assume they're getting into top 4. They know pretty well, right?
Miraidon's a strong Pokemon. If you do not know your Miraidon matchup at this point, maybe there is a free ride, but no, I'm sure this one's going to be great. And when we're talking about the margins, I think that's an exceptionally interesting way to be looking at the matchup, because it is a situation where when you look at the similarities, we might be looking at these speed ties, but I also don't know how often you want to hinge your entire world run on a 50-50. Sometimes it's inevitable. Sometimes you got to go for it, but you also want to be finding different ways to approach a matchup to give you that edge. And I think when we are looking at these mirror matchups, they're essentially a mirror matchup. We'll follow that for the sake of it, considering the Urshifu's here. But when you're looking at the mirror matchup, I think that's one of the key things to really set the trainers apart and what way they want to be approaching it, whether it's they're bringing these different Pokemon, or even if they are doing something like a mirror lead, how they want to go for it. And hey, if we do get a Draco Meteor into the other Miraidon that doesn't tear because it was going for a Draco Meteor, then maybe we'll just have a really exciting, explosive match.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are already starting, right? So who knows what's going through both of our trainers' minds as they get set up, as we get ready to start the game. But I think the thing it comes back to is a really good point. No one is going to want to risk at this stage the 50-50, right? So it's about ways in which the trainers kind of bait each other into going for preferable things that they'd like to see on the opposite side of the field. Do you lead your Miraidon and try and bait that Draco Meteor and maybe Terrasilize, or maybe even switch into a Whimsicott so you can nullify that? Or do you have that opportunity where you have two Pokemon out in the field that can protect, and you can then potentially like scout out what is being locked into?
And it's also going to be that information game, something that really, when we're looking at this open team sheet era, we don't necessarily get to talk about as much, because you know the items, you know the Terrasilizations, everything else, but you don't necessarily know the stats on the other end. So we can talk with the assumption of speed ties, considering that these go for a lot of the very similar themes, but at the same time, we don't actually know, and neither do the trainers. You maybe have an idea since we have made it this far. Maybe your friend has told you along the way, hey, this one's kind of speedy, hey, this one's kind of beefy. But at the same time, you need to get into the battle and see how this matches up against your own Pokemon, which then makes those 50-50s so much riskier, because you can say it's a 50-50. It might be a 100-0. You might have been outmatched on that every point in the road.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with looking at the accolades from these trainers. Of course, now they're going to be both able to add the top 4 at the 2024 World Championships to their resume, but outside of that, we've got Luca Cherell with that top 8 at the EU IC Championships, Bologna Special Event Champion. Again, going back to London 2023 EU IC, another top 16 there, and all the way back in 2017 with that Torino Special Event Champion.
And we're looking at Sungjae. We got that soul top cut here, and adding to world's top cut. I mean, skilled player, and we'll get to see that on great display on stage once again. Luca's someone who we just casted very, very recently, so we're quite familiar with this team. But let's go back over it for the Crab Miraidon, restricted of choice, and it is going to be choice specs as well, making sure the damage that you do, even if you're locked into the attack, it is going to be devastating.
Yeah, and even in the mirror, it's going to be such an important tool for Luca to kind of lean on to, because even if you are threatened by the opposing Miraidon, you can utilize maybe the fact that I've scouted out what it's locked into. If it's locked into an electric type attack, I can stay in my dragon typing, I can have that resistance. If it's locked into Draco Meteor, I'm pretty free now to go into my Fairy Translation. So that is a key there. I think the other player is going to be the Whimsicott. That light screen going to be quite important in this match. Maybe even utilizing that Encore, that light screen, and then the Ogapon with the Hard Flame. I think you can say pretty much similar things on Songjae's side of the field as well, because a lot of the tools are exactly the same. The Whimsicott there has got that Tailwind, has got that Encore, has got that light screen, all going to be very helpful tools. The other thing that you can note is the Ferreira's on both sides of the field. They both have Trick Room, so that is something that one of the players could decide, oh, okay, I think my opponent might go Tailwind. I might bring my Ferreira. I might block those prankster mischievous things that the Whimsicott can do, and I can then reverse the dimension, set the Trick Room, and throw things that way. I say the Urshifu, the single strike, I do think that gives Songjae a little bit of an advantage, because I think that Terra Dark Wicked Blow is something that can really cut through things on Luca's side of the field. Whether Luca will allow him to do that and whether or not Songjae is going to be committing to that Dark Terrestrialization is another question. Of course, you do have that Focus Sash there, which does give you that a little bit of alleviation, and I don't think you can say the same with the Urshifu on Luca's side of the field, where it's got so many threats with that Miraidon, with that Iron Hands, that make it very difficult for that to be brought into this match.
Especially when it would be for what? I'm not looking at a lot of these Pokemon being like, wow, they're really going to hate it surging strikes.
Yeah.
It's time to stop deliberating and see what the trainers are thinking, though. Hop into our first top 4 match here in Honolulu. And we're getting the same mindset with the Whimsicott, but partners of choice. For Zhongjae, that's going to be Miraidon and Luca bringing out the Ogerpon.
Yeah, it's a nice lead here from both trainers, kind of scouting out what each other are going to do. We've got the Whimsicotts coming out into the field apiece, so we've got that Tailwind that could be active here. There's not really anything to tell with speed tiering yet between the Whimsicotts, but maybe we get to see that if both lock in. Not going to see it, though. Luca just taking it straight out of the fray.
That's going to be his own Miraidon brought in to the battle. I mean, you got the electric terrain. It's already out there. We got dual restricted. Spiky shield. Not wanting to take any damage on this turn. So Zhongjae did want to try and go for a Volt Switch or a devastating attack. We'll have to see. Speed going to be on Zhongjae's end, and Draco Meteor. It targeted right into, oh, that could have been close. That could have been a delete button if you targeted into that Miraidon.
Yeah, definitely, and that was very risky because if you go into the other slot, I mean, you're not going to, but if you predict the Whimsicott to go out, that could have been really bad for Luca. Thankfully, not the case. Now, the Miraidon is switching out here. You've got to say that Zhongjae has got that Tailwind in effect, but the Miraidon on Luca's end is putting a little bit of pressure onto the opposing Miraidon, of course, because of that terrestrialization there. You don't want to lock into the Draco Meteor on Luca's side in case that is what happens. And that is exactly what we're going to see to have that alleviation against that potential Draco Meteor that now is a Hearthflame Ogerpon.
Hey, you're covered if it wasn't, right? That's going to be the light screen as well, really validating the setup on Zhongjae's end of things. You got the speed, you have that light screen, and Luca has the option to set that later to kind of stagger these turns. Dazzling Gleam to bring Whimsicott down to about half. Follow up, that's a lot of damage into the Ogerpon, but isn't going to fall it. What I'm looking at, though, is if Luca get rid of the Whimsicott and then maybe set his own Tailwind after, he'll be able to win that Speed War in the end, and that could give a huge advantageous position in this mirror.
Yeah, it's a really good call there, Sierra, because I think that's what you want to do. You want to let your opponent's Tailwind pitter out and then set your own up, and then you're in that commanding position, especially because you all have already committed to that terrestrialization on the Miraidon. Maybe that's something that you would always look to do in this mirror, so you avoid that conflict between the Draco Meteor damage that you would be looking at. So Dazzling Gleam coming out, looks like it's going to be in a nice position here for Luca to clear something off the field.
Ogerpon, the center of attention. So no attempt at being able to target into the Miraidon and taking this first hit so well. Follow-up, Ivy Udgel. We saw how much we did on one side, and now we know that Ogerpon ain't going down as another round of Dazzling Gleam. Whimsicott hanging on for this turn. Ogerpon's gonna fall.
Yeah, it's a big survival here from the Whimsicott. You can see how useful that light screen is that the Whimsicott has set up, taking those attacking moves a little bit better. Now, you've got an option here. The Ogerpon has gone down. The Miraidon coming onto the field, and you would say that Zhongjae's Miraidon is going to be susceptible to these Dazzling Gleams, right? But the one thing you could do is potentially go for that terrestrialization. You do become weak to the Ivy Cudgel, but you then could lock into something like that Electro Drift that does take advantage of the electric terrain. And now, because the Miraidon is a fairy type, it's going to be hit for neutral damage from that big, powerful electric type attack.
There is still, with that survival, one more turn to follow me to make sure if you are attempting to go for a single target attack, like Electro Drift, it can be redirected, as of course, not surprised to see this locked in. With the Dazzling Gleam pressure on the other end, you want to make sure you are dropping that weakness as soon as possible. Ogerpon, yet again, keeping the partner restricted safe. It's going to be the Electro Drift time. Doesn't need to do much. And that is going to be Ogerpon cleared off of the board.
Yeah, big knockout here. Just taking that kind of support option away and allowing Zhongjae the room to go for that Miraidon the next turn, following up with a Moonblast here into the Miraidon. Might not be doing super effective damage, but you're fishing for that drop, and it's exactly what Zhongjae gets, reducing that special attack. Going to be a huge play in the next turn where this Dazzling Gleam's out on his side of the field.
Your damage is slowly going down here. But as the Whimsicott also falls and the Tailwind with it, what you lack in maybe some of that damage, you can make up for it with the speed on your own end, as now your Whimsicott is going to be the only one that matters in the ability to set the speed on your end. If maybe you can even go for a pivot out, you would have to go for a manual one. You're locked into that move. That could be a great choice. Now, Iron Hands, that is going to be the final Pokemon in this situation. And with Terrestrialization already spent, it's not going to appreciate the Dazzling Gleams either, even if there is that special attack drop.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's why we're going to see Luca kind of switch out the Miraidon as well, so can refocus later on in this game. While the Whimsicott on Luca's side is going to set that tailwind up, get the speed advantage, which is going to be so important later on in this game. And Iron Hands coming in on the field, which is a nice, safe thing to bring in, right? You know that the Miraidon on Songjae's side is locked into that Electro Drift. You've got a great Pokemon to come in and just sponge that attack up if it is into this slot.
So much going for you in the speed as well. Electro Drift targeted into the Iron Hands. Resist, not very effective. Assault Vest doesn't even take half damage. Heavy Slam into the Whimsicott as well. That one will be doing significantly more. One hit KO, but you set the tailwind. Things looking kind of okay. And your Miraidon can now hit the field as well as that Fako pressure that you brought along with it.
Yeah, all the Quark Drives wearing off there, the electric terrain wearing off, but we're going to start it all back up again as this Miraidon comes back onto the field to launch the electric terrain back up, activate those Quark Drives on both the Iron Hands here, and now Luca has the option to lock into something else other than the Dazzling Gleam. Got rid of that drop as well from that Moonblast earlier and has the Tailwind in effect, so now in that advantageous position where he will be able to guarantee that he hits first. One turn of that light screen left, can you get through it? You've got an active Fake Out this turn, you could launch it into the Miraidon pretty freely, but you do have to worry about that Iron Hands. It has taken an attack boost on Songjae's side of the field.
As well, with that move of choice, we'll have to see what it wants to lock into, because sometimes it can't necessarily do the most into these Miraidons. It will be surviving the hit thanks to that light screen, but how much can it do in return? Low kick, not even going for it. That's going to be hitting into the Iron Hands instead to bring Luca down to final Pokemon.
That is a huge knockout there. The light screen going away, and now that Tailwind still in effect. Dazzling Gleam for Luca looks like it's going to lock up this first game in this fast-paced back-and-forth game between the Miraidon, the Iron Hands, the Whimsicott, and these Ogerpons.
It might be a 1v2 situation, but the previous turns all bringing it down to being in this situation. This Dazzling Gleam that you can fire out, choice specs boosted, you have your full special attack back, and you got that Tailwind. The difference is we've got to see from these trainers those tiny little minute things and setting up for this late game as we get it locked in. 2 Pokemon for Songjae down to 0 as it's going to be Luca to claim the first game in our set.
Wow, what a first game for us to come into this top 4 with, and you can see both players had the same exact idea, right? I think that Luca was just a little maybe step behind Songjae in setting up that Tailwind, which you identified throughout that match would be quite important in the late game. If you can get through those initial Tailwind turns of your opponent, remove that Whimsicott as well, remove that speed control, and then set yours up at a more preferable time, you are going to be in that really great advantage position where exactly what we saw Luca do in that end game, close it up with that Dazzling Gleam. You can see some replays here, calling that Draco Meteor, scouting it out turn 1 was so key, and allowing the Ogerpon just to be able to stick around on the field and maybe then force the Miraidon out from Songjae's side, which was enough room then for Luca to kind of pivot around the field.
And when you even go back to the very first turn of the match where we got to see that Songjae went for this Tailwind and Luca went for the swap, it's also a tough situation because we're talking about making those plays. If Luca did want to try and match Tailwinds on that turn and off-put a lot of pressure, well, then you kind of feel you might be forced to be matching. And then all of a sudden he doesn't, and you find yourself kind of behind because your Whimsicott doesn't have the opportunity to protect. And there is a lot of damage output when you have the Miraidon hitting the field. It's anything that wants to swaps into that slot. And unfortunately, as your Tailwind withers away, so does your chances of winning the match, with Luca being able to set that Tailwind, get the speed, and even when it was just the Miraidon up against the final 2 Pokemon, the Dazzling Gleams, slow but sure damage to close it out.
Yeah, and it comes back to what you kind of said at the top of this match, where both players aren't going to want to really commit or take the risk on those 50-50s. I think if you look at Songjae's kind of approach to this match, they kind of went in where they were like, okay, I'm going to get the Tailwind up before my opponent, and I'm going to try and get as much of an advantage early on, get some returns early on, and that might put me so far ahead in the match where later on in the game, there's not enough room for Luca to kind of come back. But Luca was really calm and composed throughout that, knew exactly what he needed to do at the right time. Got fortunate with those switches and protects when he needed them, but it really paid off. But back into game 2, here we are, we're going to see a bit of a change up.
Luca going all in for the speed, but Iron Hands and Ferreira spell I don't want to play that game anymore and want to take and slow this down to just a little bit. There's the potential of a trick room here. Of course, there is a potential of a good amount of damage, but leading it next to the Iron Hands means you can go ahead and fake out that Miraidon and make sure it can't be damaging you this turn and make sure that you are ahead and no Tailwind can get set.
Yeah, I mean, the Tailwind, you probably don't want to set in front of a Trick Room user anyway. I think that's a really good deterrent in the first place. But the Iron Hands is going to be a bit of a threat to the Miraidon, of course, because I think the low kick could be something that you don't want to necessarily take. And do you want to commit to that terrestrialization early on in this match? Maybe not. You might want to try and get some damage off into the Ferreira, but at the cost of doing that, you can take a fake out like we're seeing the Miraidon just be flinched this turn.
No choice specs, no protect. And now Trick Room is going to be the way we're playing this match. Luca having swapped out that Whimsicott into the Iron Hands does mean that he has a slower Pokemon that he can try and fire off attacks with. Though notably, because of the Armor Tail onto the Ferreira, can't go for Fake Out to try and slowly make it through that sort of way.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't take advantage of your fake out now that you've got the Iron Hands on the field. When normal situation, you'd be like, okay, well, you can fake out, you can get at least maybe a terrestrialization from your Miraidon, try and get some useful Dazzling Gleam damage off, but you're not going to be able to do that this turn. You're going to have to go straight on the offensive with your Iron Hands, and you've got some good options here. You've got the Electric Train set up. You're going to be able to launch out a Wild Charge. That'll do a good amount of damage into that Ferreira, but you've got to remember that that's Electric Seed has been activated, so its defense is bigger than it would be normally. Why we're not seeing anything committed into that slot, just a low kick here and a heavy slam coming out into the Miraidon.
Not very effective damage. That Miraidon is big, it is furious, and maybe the dimensions might be in Sungjae's favor, but the damage output is not. And Iron Hand's gonna be going down this turn. And where I think this can get really dangerous is if you're losing a Pokemon that might be better in the slower dimensions, and you've lost yours and your opponent still has theirs, all of a sudden maybe you just set up the Trick Room for Luca.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. You can see what Sungjae was thinking there with that heavy slam into the Miraidon, thinking, yeah, well, you don't want to take a low kick, so you're probably going to terrestrialize, so I'm going to call that terrestrialization. Heavy slam would have done super effective damage, but Luca not playing into it, just saying, okay, well, I'm going to try and get some damage off. I don't want to really switch around at this point, but like you rightly said, now the Trick Room's up, Sungjae's lost the one thing that would be so impactful in a Trick Room, and Luca's got his, and he hasn't set any speed control up so far. The Miraidon coming in is going to be susceptible to maybe a low kick coming out from Luca's end this time around.
Because we talk about the Iron Hands being fine in the Trick Room, but when we still look at the Miraidons in that situation, Luca swaps out, but we still don't know which is faster and which is slower, so it gets a little quirky, gets a little crazy. We won't find out that turn. Instead, what we find out is where Luca wants to be spending the terrestrialization, and it will be onto that Iron Hand. Means that if we get the Miraidon v Miraidon later on, that Luca won't be able to drop that Dragon-type weakness. But Sungjae also terrestrializing, that will be the Miraidon into the Fairy-type.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say you've got to watch out for from that Miraidon on Sungjae's side of the field is Luca scouting that and going for a Wild Charge into that slot. We're going to see the helping hand come out from this Ferreira here.
Well, once we get to the attacking time, that will be a lot of damage. And not just the Dragon type, dropping the amount of damage you're going to be taking from that low kick is so nice. Helping Hand, Terra Boosted, Dazzling Gleam, Whimsicott is gone. A lot of damage into that Iron Hands, but because of the terrestrialization, gets to stick around.
Yeah, that's a big knockout there onto the Whimsicott, and Luca kind of forced in that situation because choosing the terrestrialization onto the Iron Hands can no longer do it onto the Miraidon. Sungjae picking a really nice move to lock into here because, yeah, the Iron Hands is taking that Fairy-type weakness away, but then if you're going for the terrestrialization there, the Miraidon is susceptible to that, and depending on the speed tiering, we talked about that earlier at the top of the match, if Sungjae's Miraidon is actually slower in actual fact than Luca's, in this situation when the dimensions have been turned, it is going to be able to get a Dazzling Gleam off before Luca's Miraidon is able to move and is in a position where it could potentially get knocked out this turn, and the Trick Room might be the thing that opens up the door to tie this match up.
What's nice about taking down the Whimsicott as well, of course, when you are bringing the Ferreira, you did have to leave something at home. So now you know that once the Trick Room is done, that Luca doesn't have the option of getting the speed in his favor. So you can go from an even matchup from there as we get the confirmation of the final. The swap out from the Miraidon into the Ogre Pond. Preserve it, for the time being, as the Wild Charge is going to be the first to ring off. Not very effective, bringing it down to about half, and a little bit of recoil for itself. Foul play follow-up normally would be resisted, but instead will take another KO.
Yeah, big KO onto the Iron Hands here, and a really important one because normally that foul play would be resisted, but because of that terrestrialization, there's pros to it, but there are cons to it as well. Draco Meteor dropping onto the Ogerpon and taking that Pokemon down without really much return on such an impactful physical threat from Jung's side of the field.
Choosing to lock in to that Draco Meteor as well with the choice specs. Reminder, once a Pokemon goes down, you cannot be swapping that out. And when we are facing off against this Miraidon with the Fairy type, I mean, that was the call. You took down a Pokemon, but now you will not be able to damage it for the rest of the match. The Ogerpon is the one that really has to be popping off in this situation.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be hoping that the Ogerpon has enough to take down the Miraidon in this Trick Room environment. I believe we're in our last turn of the Trick Room, so once that does shift, the Miraidon on Sinjon's side of the field is going to be in a position where it's not really threatened by the Miraidon on Luca's side, and it's going to be able to clean up the Ogerpon pretty easily.
Woodhammer, a lot of damage, and that is going to be enough to take down the Miraidon. With the Terrestrialization, it's no longer resisted. And now this Ferreira, the adjustment for this game too, is the only thing left standing. Sanchez, Draco Meteor might be reduced, but it will be enough. 2-0. Luca, we'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely phenomenal here once again from Luca. It looked like it could be quite tricky to close out that end game, but no, he had it all planned out from the start and will be our first finalist into Championship Sunday this weekend here in Honolulu.
You can see how much this means to Luca, securing this win, and a strong win at that. And an opportunity now to play it out, to potentially be a Pokemon World Champion. So well deserved, fantastic. Oh, we see the crowd cheering as well. What a fantastic match.
Absolutely fantastic, and I mean, you can just see how much it means to Luca as well. He works hard as a trainer, and he's just phenomenal to see come off. That was a really tough game for both our trainers there, I think. You know, I think when you're going into a top 4 of World Championships, prefer probably not to have the mirror match or a very similar mirror match there. And, you know, you've got to really congratulate Sanchez as well for an absolutely amazing performance. You can see the idea that he had going into that game too as well, and why the Trick Room was almost nearly the thing that got him over the line to tie that match up, but Luca just was able to utilize the Iron Hands probably a little bit more effectively than Sanchez was in that game.
And I mean, you're talking about this tough matchup, but I think that's a real testament to the skill that Luca had in this to be able to take this in a 2-0 and be in a really, really strong situation kind of throughout. Even when right from the get-go, you get that Trick Room, well, you had an answer into it, and being able to push on through that and weather that sort of storm. He made this match like so strong in his favor based off of that play. And that is the play that, hey, that might be world champion play right there.
Yeah, and I think that's what it comes right down to. The tiny little plays, and you can see how much it means to Luca when he lands that Woodhammer, that final blow that gets rid of the biggest threat on Sanchez' side of the field, because once that Miraidon's gone, it's easy sailing from there out. The Ferreira did a good job, but I don't think it was the main priority for Luca throughout that match. He wasn't really concentrating on it too much. It was always the thing that was next to it, removing those from the field, and yeah, executing a really well put together plan.
I mean, Ferreira does a lot, but sometimes what it lacks is that damage to be able to end games. So being able to target the partner Pokemon consistently, well, that's going to be your path to victory from there. And Luca being able to kind of properly prioritize and see, like, hey, is it the foul plays? Okay, like, this isn't the scariest thing. And if I can just be picking off these threats one after another, I mean, Sanchez is going to be running out of steam.
And I think that's it as well. You know, you've got that threat where we had the moment where the Trick Room went up, but Luca was then able to immediately position their own Iron Hands onto the field and then pressure the Miraidon that had terrestrialized from Sanchez' side with that wild charge, because in the terrain that's going to be doing a lot of damage. Yeah, your low kick not really doing very much, but still did a respectable amount of damage even though it was resisted. So in range, and that almost started to force the hand of Seongjae to kind of reposition there, leading to the Ogopon going down, and then it just started to kind of fall apart. But interestingly enough, that both players pretty much picked the same foe in that first game as well, and how the outcome of that came about. And the player that made an adjustment wasn't Luca, it was Seongjae, and just didn't quite get over the line for them.
It was close, and definitely a really strong changeup, because again, if your opponent goes for that tailwind or is trying to play into one method, but of course Iron Hand's just so good into Miraidon in general.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough because it's strong against Miraidon, but it's so strong in those Trick Room situations, whereas maybe if there is a different situation where you weren't playing a Pokemon that, I mean, it can be handled by this Iron Hand, maybe you wouldn't have seen quite a strong Trick Room answer out on the field. But
I would have thought as well, Bug Terra type.
Oh, the Bug Terra.
Love
I mean,
it. Love to see it.
It's a fun one. I feel like there's a couple of different Terras that could have been viable there, as long as you're just not weak to that dazzling gleam.
Yeah.
But to be seeing a couple of different individuals play this Bug Terra, I mean, this has been really cool, because we saw that Bug Terra earlier on from Luca against the Dondozo with those earthquakes, and so to see it here now again, these are like it's so cute, the little bug antennas on the Iron Hands. Makes it a lot less intimidating. I promise. It makes it a little less intimidating, which kind of,
I love it. Yeah, I do like
dangerous.
it. Yeah, and I think the resistances that you get from the bug typing, obviously the fighting, which is really useful in certain situations. You get the ground as well, which we saw how impactful that was. Not only that, the resistances, but you take away the weaknesses from, you know, the dazzling gleam, which was so important in that match, because I think if you hadn't been able to and you commit to your own Miraidon, maybe that match might have fallen in Seongjae's favor there. So really pivotal, really key time to use it, and massive congratulations to our first finalist here, Sierra. We're getting closer to crowning our champion, and one of them could be the Italian Luca Cherell.
We are so close. We have one of our finalists for Championship Sunday and one more match to determine who's going to be joining him. Taking a quick break, and after that, our final match for today.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the floor at the Pokémon World Championship 2024. I'm here with Evolutions Cosplay and Sarah, the official cosplay handler. Show us the shirt. I like that you are cosplaying as a cosplay handler. It's fantastic. But Evolutions, you have brought Sarah to help handle you in cosplay. Tell us about your cosplay.
Today I am Jolteon. As if you know, each island has its own color. So I want to do something yellow because it represents Oahu. So what better Pokemon than Jolteon?
Yeah. And you're local to here, right?
Yes, born and raised, and so I wanted to bring in some Hawaii local style, so I made sure to use some local prints like the palaka, the plumeria, and then even some accessories like our papale and the lepo'o that my sister made to make look like a comfy.
Tell me a little bit more. You're using Hawaiian words that we might not be super familiar with. Tell us more about those.
So the papale hat is usually just this wide brim hat that has the top opening so you can fit your hair through it. And the lepo'o means the lei for your head, because po'o means head.
And where does Jolteon fall in your favorites in terms of the evolutions?
You know, as a cosplay, Jolteon's so hard because she doesn't have too many elements to her besides being yellow, white, and lightning. So she kind of falls down to the bottom. But today I'm so loving this outfit. It's comfortable and moving, and it helps represent my island too.
Of course. And we talked to you yesterday when you were Vaporeon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And since you were Vaporeon, any new news to report from around the convention? What have you been up to?
We went and explored the Hilton Hawaiian Village Great Lawn. We were there with the Shadowless podcast and had a cosplay showcase, showcasing cosplayers with their love of Pokemon and their cosplays.
How was that cosplay contest? Tell us about it.
It was so wonderful to see the different ages, from the youngest to the oldest, to dress up as their favorite character, trainer, Pokemon, and it was so great.
And you were a judge for that, right?
I was, yes.
Was it fun?
Oh, so fun, but so hard. Everybody came with their best dress look. It was really hard to make the decision.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, anything that you'd like to say if people are looking at you and being like, I want to do interpretive cosplay like this. I want to make something that's not necessarily the character itself, but something that brings my own style. How would you advise them to get started?
You know, just sketch out, make a brainstorm, a mood board. Think about what makes you feel comfortable, what brings you excitement. Is there a theme that you love? And then just go from there. Don't let your creativity be limited, and just do what you love and don't worry about anybody else.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much, Evolutions Cosplay. And now let's get back to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
All right, we are finally here at the end of day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships of Honolulu, Hawaii. But the matches are not finished. We still have one player left to determine who will be in the finals on Championship Sunday in the Masters division tomorrow. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and this is an international affair here in top 4 with Germany versus Japan.
Yeah, and Michael Kelch got second place at the World Championships last year, being defeated by Shoma at the end of the day. Has his opportunity almost for a redemption here, not only to earn his way back into the finals here for Championship Sunday, but is playing against one of Japan's strongest players here at this tournament in Yuta Ishigaki.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really stood out to me, Gabby, as we look at the bracket of how he got here. Michael Kelch facing Diego Ferreira. Diego crushed it in Swiss with that super hard Trick Room team that he faced, that Michael just seemed like he was so prepared for it. So I don't even know, Yuta having another Trick Room team available, I don't know if there's any Pokemon Michael Kelch is not prepared to face.
Well, if you're going to bring a Trick Room team to the World Championships and you're going to be playing a Trick Room team in top 4 of the World Championships, I think it's safe to say you love Trick Room, right?
That would be fair.
Yeah, Yuta Ishigaki actually on his social media, in his bio, says, I love Trick Room in all capital English letters. So you're definitely going up against one of the experts. And not only that, while I don't want to go into specifics just yet, Yuta has such a creative take on the Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team. So this is going to be a really fun matchup between two Pokemon archetypes that, while, yes, there have been a ton of Calyrex Ice Rider on the field, nobody else has really played it like Yuta, whereas Michael has all the experience as one of the Zamazenta champions of this past season behind his back.
Absolutely, I think that's the big matchup here, as the winner will face Luca Cherell in the finals tomorrow. But this is essentially a Zamazenta specialist in this position on Michael Kelch's end, compared to a Trick Room specialist from Yuta, and of course the last Japanese trainer standing, always a very important position throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. But Michael, if he can continue this reign, back-to-back potential finals, who knows if he'd be able to win tomorrow. Like, this is quite the first, I guess, freshman and sophomore seasons of a VGC career.
And not only that, if Michael makes it into Championship Sunday tomorrow, it is guaranteed that we will have a European international champion next year.
Oh, that's
or this
right.
year.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
This year, world champion, of course, but still, there's so much at stake right now. I know these trainers are also starting to feel a little bit exhausted. It's been a very long day here of competition, but still, you have one more battle ahead of you, one more match, one final opportunity to get your ticket to Championship Sunday tomorrow, which y'all should watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great show. Obviously, we will be starting with Pokemon Go, then the TCG, and then, of course, the video games. You may have to wait a little bit to see the conclusion of this incredible tournament, but honestly, all of the World Championship finals are so exciting. You're not going to want to miss a single one.
Yeah, and shout outs to all the troopers who've been watching all day online at home. You know, whether you're in mainland North America or Europe or Japan or Korea, rooting on for, you know, one of your favorite players. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on the Pokemon channel for the last 2 days, and hopefully you've been enjoying the action just as much as we have. But let's get into it, Gabby. Our final match of the day, Michael Kelch and Yuta Ishigaki. One of these trainers will be in the finals tomorrow.
Michael Kelch, Zamazenta's strongest soldier, excuse me, has him by his shoulder ready to go for battle. I've tried to make it work, Joe Brown.
You got there.
Previously won the Stockholm Regional Championships with Zamazenta, had a few different Pokemon on that team, but I think critically still bringing that Chien-Pao and the Rillaboom that felt like it was the core of that approach overall.
Yeah, that Chien-Pao has just been really important for Michael Kelch in general, even going back to last season at the World Championships. It's understandable why Chien-Pao works so well. It's fallen off on many people's radars, but the inherent help that Sword of Ruin ability gives for all of your Pokemon, lowering the other Pokemon defense on the field, means that those body presses just hit even harder.
Yuta Ishigaki on the other side of the field has with him that Amoonguss plush. I think, again, Trick Room's strongest soldier right there. Was able to qualify for the World Championships this year via playing in the Japan Championship Series online qualification and getting top 24 at the Japan Championships back in June this past year. Also qualified back in 2014 for the junior division, so has been playing Pokemon for a very long time. And again, like we were just saying, Michael Kelch got runner-up at Worlds last year, won Stockholm this year, and has had, honestly, a majority of these performances with Zamazenta on his team.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much this core, he is the accessories have changed throughout the last couple of months, but the core piece of the team in Zamazenta and Chien-Pao have been there. I love seeing the Entei adaptation on this as your fire type of choice. Obviously, you're great into Incineroar, you don't get intimidated, but I like that it's just so much damage by extreme speed and choice band on its own, but when you compound it with Chien-Pao, it's even better.
And Entei is such a good pick for this specific matchup, given the fact that Yuta's own Calyrex Ice Rider has the Grass Terra type. A lot of times in the past, we've seen Fire Terra type on that Pokemon so that you can avoid taking big damage from these fire attacks, don't have to worry about getting burned by a Will-O-Wisp, but this Entei really has a great opportunity to be a perfect counter to that Pokemon. We've also seen Michael play against a Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team in the past, and I know you were talking to him about his win over Diego in top 8, and he actually mentioned some of his approaches to this type of matchup.
Yeah, he's definitely aware of, you know, as we talked about, like, Michael is prepared for any type of matchup, so understanding what your opponent can do. That Torkoal was, it seems like such a difficult spot for most trainers, but knowing that the Terra Dragon Zamazenta was pretty much essentially his big deal. When you're able to flip those weaknesses into resistances, it can really turn the match into your favor.
Yuta on the other side of the field, though, is running a very different flavor of Calyrex Ice Rider. Does have its best buddy Amoonguss there to threaten redirection with Rage Powder, putting Pokemon to a sleep with Spore, but the Iron Valiant actually making an appearance in his Japan National Championship run this previous time around, had a couple of different moves, but kept that core of Encore and Coaching to not only provide support to the physical attackers on the team, but also to potentially lock in opposing Pokemon into moves that are suboptimal in the matchup. And when you look at just how much advantage on paper Zamazenta has against a lot of the Pokemon on Yuta's side of the field, I think it is going to be the Encores, the Rage Powders, the Spores that are going to open up the opportunity for him to find a winning strategy in this game.
This is an important match for Yuta, of course, an important match for his plush Amoonguss there. As for those who don't know the history of competitive Pokemon, there are currently, I believe, 6 Pokemon that have won the World Championships in the Master Division at least 3 times. Amoonguss is one of them, Incineroar, Cresselia, Salamence. I'm totally going to blank on the other 2 in this moment. But Yuta's the last Amoonguss remaining in the tournament, could break that tie with Incineroar and Cresselia and everybody else. This is a big deal.
It's a big deal indeed, and these trainers are ready and raring to go. This is our top 4 match here at Worlds, and there's that Amoonguss.
Yeah, of course, you can't come to the World Championships and not see an Amoonguss on game 1 turn one here. Yuta Ishigaki with the Calyrex Ice Rider next to that mushroom. Compared to Michael Kelch, Fluttermane and Chien Pao was his lead.
This is going to use the booster energy to boost the speed of that Fluttermane, but honestly, it would have been one of the fastest Pokemon on the field regardless in this position. While Fluttermane could go on the offense here, try to target down a Shadow Ball against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, there is no way here, thanks to the presence of that Amoonguss, for Michael to land both a Shadow Ball and a secondary attack to guarantee the KO on that Calyrex Ice Rider to stop a potential Trick Room. So if Yuta loves Trick Room, Yuta wants Trick Room, this is the turn to go for it.
Yeah, you better prove your worth if you really do want to be known as the biggest Trick Room fan out there, because there's many people that would like to take their claim to that fame. Yuta does not swap either of his Pokemon. He will Terrestrialize Amoonguss on turn one into a Terra Fire. You usually see Terra Water as the terrestrialization choice most common on Amoonguss, but this time around, Yuta actually opting to go for Terra Fire, resisting potential Icicle Crash on the other end. Michael does not fall for it, however, with his Chien Pao protecting. Urshifu's gotten onto the field for free without taking any damage, and now Calyrex gets to click Trick Room, twisting those dimensions. These slow Pokemon will be moving first for the next 4 turns.
An amazing adjustment, though, from Michael, correctly recognizing that the Urshifu is the perfect counter for this Amoonguss. While it is holding Rocky Helmet, it has turned itself into a Fire type, and the Urshifu is also holding Safety Goggles, so there's nothing stopping a Surging Strikes here from picking up that KO.
You don't often see the Pokemon that loves Trick Room to switch out as it's set up, but Calyrex Ice Rider does swap on this turn into the Pelipper, setting up the rain thanks to his Drizzle ability. Pelipper, everybody fell in love with Pelipper at the end of NAIC with Patrick Connor's team. Let's see if Pelipper can help Yuta get to the finals. With the rain being set, you might as well Terra Urshifu into the Water type, getting additional boosted water damage from his Surging Strikes. The Sucker Punch doesn't work since he swapped out, so a great call from Yuta. And now Amoonguss puts Chien Pao to sleep. It will be forced to sleep next turn, that first mandatory turn of sleep. Where's the Surging Strikes go? It goes into the Pelipper, the Water type. That's going to be resisted, but because of the Terra and the rain being set up, it sure doesn't feel like it, Gabby.
It doesn't feel like it, indeed, but that Pelipper has enough HP to hold on for another turn, and honestly, that aligns with how Yuta has approached using this Pokemon in the past. He made an adjustment coming into this tournament by giving Life Orb to that Pelipper so that its attacks would be slightly more powerful, and when you're facing down against an Urshifu who has lost its weakness to any flying type attacks, I think a potential Hurricane here could be huge. Amoonguss can still try and provide a little bit of support here. It does have Pollen Puff as an attack, but there will be no target on the field as Aqua Jet into that Pelipper is a KO.
Yuta nodding his head as he saw the Aqua Jet being animation. There's understanding, solid play from Michael to get that KO. Pelipper is down before getting any attacks off here in game 1. Pollen Puff, though, on the offensive into Chien Pao to bring that down to under half HP. Chien Pao did use its first turn of sleep there, so there is the possibility that it can wake up next turn.
Interestingly enough, though, Yuta sends in his own Urshifu in this position, opting to keep the Calyrex in the back of his party, and I think more importantly, sending in a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily benefit from the Twisted Dimensions. If this Urshifu is trained to be slightly slower, slightly bulkier, it's possible that Yuta is anticipating that it would be able to move first and put some pressure down onto the opposing Urshifu on the other side of the field. But still, you have to wonder, why didn't he send that Calyrex Ice Rider back out? And I don't think he wants to lose it yet.
And you would think, even if Urshifu's not slower than the other version, at least it is inherently slower than Chien Pao.
Exactly.
So on Yuta's end, thinking that you would be moving before Chien Pao. However, Michael has smartly swapped that Pokemon out, and this Amoonguss, Terra Fire Amoonguss, never stood a chance against Terra Water Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. You really don't see this too often in VGC.
And interestingly enough, we do see Michael's own Urshifu attack first there, so that is a great indication on how these Pokemon are trained for both of these trainers.
Yeah, so that Zamazenta has gotten onto the field. Now it's all up to Yuta in his adjustments with his last 2 Pokemon. It's the close combat into the water type. It is enough. Maybe he needed the Pollen Puff on the double target to secure the KO, but he has, because he's down to his last 2 Pokemon, Yuta's no longer able to swap out and reset those stat drops.
And more importantly, there's none of those options we were talking about during team preview to try and pin the options available to the Zamazenta, which is now on the field. Zamazenta will be taking decent amount of damage from a rain-boosted Surging Strikes. Calyrex Ice Rider, I think, almost forced to go for high horsepower in this situation because you don't want to risk being caught off guard by a wide guard and having 0 damage done for the entirety of this match. But given that one Pokemon is going to be wide guarding, I almost feel like whatever Pokemon Michael sends in here, it's going to be that Flutter Mane. Will have a great opportunity, is still at full health as well, to target down either of these Pokemon. And, you know, as another cherry on top, because the booster energy already was used on that Flutter Mane, there is no speed boost to make it even slower during the remainder of this Trick Room.
Yeah, Yuta in a really tough spot right here in Game 1. Michael Kelch has been playing perfectly through these Trick Room turns. We'll see if Yuta can turn the tides of this battle down 2-3 in the Pokemon count. Zamazenta hasn't really been able to do too much. It's been kind of more of a moral support coach so far for Game 1 of Michael Zen, but it's still working out.
And that's all Zamazenta has to do in this matchup, as it's such a difficult Pokemon for Calyrex Ice Rider to take down.
Surging Strikes into the Flutter Mane is going to be a 3-hit KO. Obviously, Flutter Mane not bulky enough to take those hits. So the classic 3-hit, 1-hit KO we all love to see from Surging Strikes or Urshifu. Zamazenta took that that attack actually relatively well.
Yes.
So really tough for Yuta. And the body press brings Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. Remember, it had the defense dropped from the prior close combat. Now the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal, and Michael's 2 super speedy Pokemon are in the advantage.
But Chien-Pao is still asleep and is not guaranteed to wake up this turn. So Chien-Pao, if it does wake up, should be able to pick up the KO on that Urshifu. And then it's just the Zamazenta facing down the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. Calyrex Ice Rider is going to need at least 2 more high horsepowers. Obviously, a critical hit would change that just a little bit, but not by much, in order to pick up the KO on that Pokemon. So Michael is still in a very comfortable position, assuming that the Chien-Pao can wake up, but it stays asleep.
It will stay asleep. No attacks from Chien-Pao here in Game 1, and the Aqua Jet priority attack gets the KO. Michael down to just the Zamazenta in a 2v1 situation. Body press, though, no Sword of Ruin on the field means that's not even a 2-hit KO. And the high horsepower plus future Surging Strikes from Yuta's Urshifu on his end should be more than enough to take down Zamazenta.
I am a little bit curious to see just how much damage that this Urshifu could do to Zamazenta for a Game 2 situation, but Yuta making a great prediction there, using D-Tech to stop the KO on that Pokemon, giving Calyrex Ice Rider the opportunity to set up Trick Room. Now this Calyrex Ice Rider will be able to attack into this Zamazenta the 2 times it would need to pick up that KO, and we see Michael go ahead and click forfeit, giving Yuta this game number 1.
The second Trick Room turns out to be the charm, as that was the checkmate for Yuta Ishigaki. 1 victory away from moving on to Championship Sunday here in Honolulu. You saw it on Michael's face those last couple of turns. Yuta just reading him like a book, trying to just surviving those Trick Room turns and also getting the benefit of Chien-Pao staying asleep.
That being said, though, it did feel like a great call from Yuta to go for that second Trick Room. A lot of times trainers will be tempted to go for big, damage. I get the KO, it's 2v1. But using that second Trick Room just guaranteed that regardless of which Pokemon Michael chose to target with his next attack, there would be 2 more attacks remaining, which would guarantee enough damage. So Yuta correctly identifying that to lock in the win condition, he didn't just need to attack. He needed to ensure that he could attack in the future.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a back and forth match. I really did think Michael had control through the Trick Room turns because it felt like Yuta was on the back foot. He sets up Trick Room and then swaps out Calyrex Ice Rider immediately. And you think, okay, well, as long as the big bad Restricted's not on the field and not taking advantage of Trick Room, I feel like, you know, making a little positive run. But the Fluttermane never really got to do anything. Chien Pao stayed asleep through the whole game, and Yuta slowly but surely brought the game back.
That Fluttermane was such a threat initially too, right? Had it been able to connect an attack against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, we would be looking at a much different game. So thinking back to that turn number 1, I think one of the adjustments that Michael has to be thinking about is bringing a different Pokemon that could perhaps check the fire type Amoonguss, check that Calyrex Ice Rider better. And looking at this team sheet, you know that is the Entei. It has to be lurking in the back of his party for this game number 2, if he doesn't just lead it outright.
Well, Entei was so crucial in that top 8 set against Diego, and you understand, I would imagine Entei's been pretty darn important throughout the entire weekend here in Honolulu. It just provides so much damage and such a great Pokemon. So we'll see if Michael can make any adjustments. Will he force a game 3, or will he be watching the finals with us tomorrow after this game? Amoonguss Calyrex Ice Rider for Yuta compared to Urshifu Chien Pao on Michael's end.
Unlike the previous game, though, Michael can find an early knockout here against the Amoonguss. This Chien Pao has access to Sucker Punch, sure, but it also is running Throat Chop and Icicle Crash. Not the most accurate move in the world, but if the Amoonguss does not terrastalize, Icicle Crash plus any damage from that Urshifu will pick up the KO, and that's exactly what we see. It connects.
No Terra, no problem, but no one hit either. It hangs on with just barely enough hit points so that this Surging Strikes will go and hit twice into Amoonguss. That is 2 ticks of Rocky Helmet. Who knows how crucial that is going to be later on in this game too. However, that means Calyrex Ice Rider has not been attacked on this turn. Yuta, the Trick Room lover, sets it up turn 1 of game 1 and sets it up again turn 1 of game 2.
Really living up to his reputation, and I gotta give a shout out for that. Calyrex Ice Rider is probably one of the most popular Trick Room Pokemon in the metagame right now, and Yuta showcasing exactly why it is so strong. Yuta has 4 turns now to take advantage of the Twisted Dimension to deal enough damage to power his way through this matchup once again, and knowing that he doesn't have the Amoonguss available to him anymore, the Pelipper in this position certainly has a little bit more playability than what we saw in the previous game, where it just switched in, took some damage, and then was KO'd. Could go for a Hurricane into the opposing Urshifu. It has not terastalized away from that weakness yet. Could also try and just double down on this Chien Pao, which will be immediately denied thanks to that Protect.
Chien Pao in a really tough spot. Since it's such a fast Pokemon, that means it's going to be moving the slowest under the Trick Room, under these Twisted Dimensions. Glacial Lance is not going to hit it. The Urshifu resists, but it doesn't look like it apparently, thanks to that critical hit. Urshifu in the red, but the Weather Ball goes towards Chien Pao's Protect, so Michael is not going to lose his Pokemon on this turn. The Surging Strikes with the resisted hits, but the rain is up. Remember, there's no Terra Water this time around, so Urshifu's doing significantly less damage.
Even still, though, we saw that Urshifu terastalize in game number 1, and it still wasn't enough damage to pick up the KO on that Pelipper. This is a great opportunity for Yuta to once again go for the Glacial Lance, go for an attack onto that Chien Pao, and as long as you're confident you can take a Swords of Ruin Sucker Punch into that Calyrex Ice Rider, you're going to be in a great spot. We saw Yuta early on in game 1 go for the terastalization on that Amoonguss to open up the opportunity for Trick Room. I think if Yuta is seriously considering the Chien Pao as the #1 threat right now, you Trick Room, or you terastalize this turn, you don't take super effective damage from Sucker Punch, you get that KO, and then you have the ability to resist the opposing Urshifu. But Michael did bring Entei, and while Yuta's the first person to switch, he won't be the only person to switch this turn.
Pelipper swapping into Urshifu in this slot. Michael can only Sucker Punch 1 slot on Yuta's end. Did he make the right call? As his own Urshifu will leave the battlefield so Entei can join the fray. The Sucker Punch is into the Pelipper slot that swapped out. Chien Pao does no damage. His Glacial Lance is going to hit both of them, not doing too much damage, but importantly breaking that sash.
And I think importantly as well, Entei is in a position where it cannot protect this turn because it has that choice band item. So Michael could try and get through Trick Room like many trainers do. You just rely on your priority attacks, maybe the combination of a Terra normal extreme speed and a sucker punch to pick up the KO on has to be the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field, but that still will allow this Calyrex Ice Rider to deal some good damage with the Glacial Lance. Yuta still has time to find a way through the rest of this matchup, and look at the concentration on his face. This is going to be a very important turn. We'll see how they read it.
There are some Pokemon that don't care about whatever dimensions the games are in because you have priority attacks. And so Urshifu has Aqua Jet, Chien-Pao has Sucker Punch, but this Entei has extreme speed, higher priority attack than those other priority moves.
Yeah, extreme speed is guaranteed to go first. So while we will see both these trainers lock in their terrestrialization this turn, Entei will be attacking next. Big question though, Joe, who's the target and how much damage is it gonna do?
We'll see. Remember, it is the Sword of Ruin ability boosting the damage from this choice band. Terra normal extreme speed into Urshifu, but not enough. Brings it down into the red, and now rain boosted Aqua Jet with the critical hit. Chien-Pao is out here in game 2. Michael down to his last 3 Pokemon remaining. That was a normal type. Glacial Lance is both single target and no longer resisted, so Entei is gone.
Calyrex Ice Rider is going to benefit from that attack boost as well when its Chilling Neigh ability activates. That's exactly the kind of boost it's going to need as they were going into the end game here of this game number 2. Urshifu on Michael's side of the field holding on with just a little bit of health left. And the Zamazenta, the Pokemon that has brought Michael so many accomplishments this season, still at full health, his final Pokemon to be revealed in this game 2.
Yeah, Zamazenta is his last hope of forcing a game 3. Remember, Yuta still has the Pelipper in the back, so he's gonna have to take out 3 Pokemon compared to his 2, especially the low health Urshifu remaining not long for the rest of this match because Glacial Lance will be able to knock it out.
Yeah, this is a tough decision still. There is a wide guard present for the Zamazenta, and we saw Yuta, as soon as wide guard was on the field in game number 1, pivoted immediately to only using high horsepower to deal damage. And you would think that the Calyrex Ice Rider would love to go for that Glacial Lance to pick up the KO on the Urshifu.
You gotta go for the speed tie. This is the last turn of Trick Room. If your Aqua Jet can move first, and Michael gets it into the Urshifu on the other end. That's the first key to coming back in this game. Now, because of wide guard, Glacial Lance cannot do any damage. It prevents the spread attacks, but he goes for high horsepower. He calls it right. Michael giving him credit, and Yuta is 1 knockout away from the finals.
Now at +2 attack on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and we saw how much damage the high horsepowers did in game number 1. You know that this is going to be dealing a significant amount of damage to the Zamazenta. The big question is, though, will it be able to take out the Pelipper? And it misses!
It hangs on. Pelipper is so clutch for Yuta. Here's the rain-boosted Weather Ball into Zamazenta, bringing it down to under half HP. And the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Pokemon that's gotten Yuta this far, his restricted Pokemon of choice, will set up Trick Room and next turn end it.
Trick Room is now back on the field. Calyrex Ice Rider is in the driver's seat. All Yuta has to do is land an attack against this Zamazenta, and he will be moving on. We'll be taking a moment to play out these Protect turns. It's a good time to recap. First Protect guaranteed, second Protect a 50-50, third Protect roughly a 30% chance, and we'll see if we even make it that far.
I think it needs I don't know if I've ever seen a quadruple Protect. Doesn't even go for it. And Yuta with the victory. It's going to be Italy versus Japan on Championship Sunday. Yuta Ishigaki twists the dimensions all the way to the finals.
He loves Trick Room, and you can see why. On paper, Zamazenta is one of the toughest matchups for Calyrex Ice Riders. players to compete against because you just struggle to deal damage to it. I mean, we saw how much damage those high horsepowers did without any attack boost in game number 1. Glacial Lance would be resisted there. It's just a tough matchup to navigate on paper, but Yuta able to commit to using Trick Room turn 1 of both those games, find the openings for the Calyrex Ice Rider, and ride it all the way to victory.
I'd absolutely love to know just how defensive Yuta's team is. Of course, one of the huge benefits, Gabby, that trainers who use Trick Room and they really appreciate is when you can not invest in speed, it helps you invest in bulk, right?
Yes.
So you saw the Pelipper just hang on. You saw the Amoonguss hang on, the Urshifu hang on in the red. Like, when you have slow Pokemon, you're able to invest in some of those other crucial stats, and they've really helped Yuta this weekend.
They really have, and I mean, even that Pelipper, we saw that Pelipper tank so much damage throughout both those games. The Amoonguss was able to hold on during an icicle crash. I mean, these are all things that Yuta had to prepare for prior to coming into this tournament. And again, given the fact that 4 out of the 6 Pokemon on his team were the Pokemon he ran at the Japan National Championships back in June, I think he's had plenty of time and experience to reflect on them, to make some changes, and find the winning matchups that he needed.
Yeah, but remember, the Japan National Championships, it's a different world. They're playing the same rules, but there's a lot of best of ones until Top Cut, and you're preparing for a whole different world. But I definitely agree with you. His experience with this Trick Room core, you can compare it to Michael Kelch's experience with Zamazenta throughout Regulation G.
For sure. But again, congratulations to Michael Kelch. Made the World's Finals last year after an amazing breakout season. Made top 4 here this weekend in Honolulu. That's back-to-back top 4 placements at the World Championships in his sophomore year, like you were saying. Honestly, Michael is in a very commanding position, I think, to be one of the trainers you have to keep an eye on going into next year's competition, because I can see him honestly placing top 4 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Michael Kelch is just clearly not just one of the best players in Europe, as he showcased at the World Championships the last 2 seasons, one of the top VG trainers in the world. And it's no surprise if he comes to the World Championships, he qualifies again next year. Would not be surprised to see his name on that Top Cut Swiss or Top Cut graphic yet again. But I mean, we gotta give the shine to Yuta here, Gabby.
Yes.
What an incredible set, a 2-0 victory. It just seemed like kind of very simple. Like, I lead Amoonguss Calyrex, I click Trick Room, I win the game. I kind of sweep through Trick Room.
Yeah. I don't know if Yuta's going to be able to use a similar strategy in the finals tomorrow against Luca.
It's Ice Rider versus Miraidon.
And Miraidon. That was what I was just thinking about. On paper, the Miraidon team just has the advantage. Like this matchup, you have an Iron Hands, you have a Ferreira. There's options to handle Trick Room. But with a Pokemon like Iron Valiant on Yuta's team, which we did not see in this matchup, you can benefit from the electric terrain thanks to your Quark Drive ability, and it has some really fun techs on it. So while, again, we didn't see it in this matchup, maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
Iron Valiant is a World's Finalist is a true statement.
That is a very true statement, actually.
Also, I remembered Thundurus is another Pokemon that's won the World Championship 3 times. But if Yuta comes victorious, it's going to be Amoonguss on top of the list all by itself.
All right. Well, I think that's enough speculating on our part. Let's hear from our newly crowned World's Finalist. Yuta, please. Let's hear.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with finalists of the World Championships. Let's give it up for Yuta Ishigaki. Congratulations. What a run. How are you feeling after this set?
今の気持ちどうですか?
ただただ嬉しいですね.
Just simply, purely happy. Simply, pure happiness.
Absolutely. I mean, happiness definitely deserved. This was a match too. It was a 2-0, but it kind of seemed a little close at the end. How do you feel about how that match went down?
まあこの試合は 2-0 だったんですけど、結構接戦のように見えたんですけど、どういう感じでしたか？
そうですね。1戦目は本当に思うようにで、これは勝ったなって思ったんですけど、2戦目一番最初にウーラオスとパオちゃんが出てきた時に、これはやられたなって思って、本当に苦しかった。
So the first game kind of went how he planned. So he felt like he got that in the bag. But the second one, when he came out with Cherell and Urshifu, he was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a tricky one. But I was very happy he managed to get out.
I mean, it was such an amazing match, and at this point now, you're going to be playing for Championship Sunday. How are you feeling? Nervous? Excited? What does this mean to you?
もう日曜日の決勝に向けて今の気持ちはどういう感じですか？
もうただただ、ここまで負けてしまった他の日本の選手のためにもちょっと勝たなきゃなっていう。
For all the other Japanese players that have lost up to this point, he feels that responsibility that he has to win.
Especially too in the grand finals, you're going to be going up against Luca, who we saw earlier playing really strong matches with the Miraidon. How are you feeling facing off against him with what you've seen?
決勝ではミライドン使いのルカさんと対戦することになるんですけど、今の気持ちはどうですか？
そうですね。フェアリーテラスタルのミライドンに対しての戦い方はすごく練習してきて、ここまで他の相手にも練習通りうまくいってるから、もう間違えることのないよう自分がやってきたことを信じます。
So he's done a lot of practice against fairy type terrestrialized Miraidon, and what he's practiced has come through so far. So he's going to carry on and try not make a mistake and stay in there.
Well, it's definitely worked out in the grand finals. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for you to. As for us, we'll see you tomorrow, but we have to end it out. Quick break. We'll be back to close it out.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokémon World Championship, and I'm here with Taka and Kat. You guys are dressed matching and adorable. What are you dressed as?
Slowpokes.
And why did you choose Slowpoke?
So it's kind of a long story, but it reminds us of our old cat. His name was Loki, and he was like really slow. Yeah.
Slowpokey.
Slowkey.
Slowpokey. And you guys are here cosplaying as a couple, right? What's that like?
We love it because we can always do coupley cosplays together, and we're always like bouncing off each other's energy, giving each other like hypes and stuff like that.
And you cosplay quite a bit, but you said these are more of a comfortable cosplay, is that right?
Yeah, this one's more casual, comfy. We wanted to be able to move around, get some footage, enjoy the shows.
What have you been doing moving around?
Mostly, today we're just mostly watching. It's really fun. Yeah, the hype, the spectating, it's great.
What do you guys prefer to watch?
We love Unite, but we also love the VGC and TCG and Go. So.
Do you have anyone in specific you're rooting for, or just like to watch?
We're rooting for Luminosity.
Yeah, Luminosity.
All right, awesome. I also can't help but notice you have some bling here. Tell us about that.
This is my prized possession. This is my Beckett Black Label Slowpoke. This is not the most expensive card. It's not a Charizard, but it means a lot to me, and yeah, I can't replace it.
The value is wafting off of it. I can see it. I can feel it.
Yeah, he submitted it himself, and he like occasionally when he's like feeling down, he'll like open the box and look at it and be like,
me up.
I totally understand that. And I'm sure a lot of people at home can absolutely relate to that as well. I want to ask one more thing before we go. A lot of people may be a little intimidated by an event that's as big as Pokemon. And you're here being like, I'm comfortable, but I'm also dressed up, and I'm watching matches, and I'm hanging out with friends. What advice would you have for someone who wants to come and get involved in the Pokemon community?
I would say just come because you're surrounded by everybody who loves the same thing, which is Pokemon. And I think it's amazing that we're all celebrating this.
yeah, it's a very inviting community. Like everyone here is very inclusive and accepting. It's very nice.
I think that's really true. Thank you both so much for your time. You are so cute. And now let's get back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Triple Cross gets the knockout. Escaper on the same day.
History from Duesburg. Show them what you got.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We are here at the 2024 World Championships. It is the end of day 2. You're joined by myself, Lee Provost, Scott Plaza, and Sierra Dawn to wrap up the show today. How are you guys feeling after all the exciting events from today?
Still the adrenaline right now, but I'm sure going to be exhausted in a little bit. We have seen a lot of fantastic matches of Pokemon. My voice needs a little bit of a rest. It's all been worth it, though. This has been amazing, and we got 2 very qualified individuals competing to see who's going to be a world champion.
Yeah, sure. It's going to be so exciting, that final tomorrow. How about you, Scott?
Yeah, I think the community's kind of never looked better, right? Even though the kind of the end of the tournament wasn't a bunch of people that were like maybe the most expected suspects, I think the quality of play has been so good today. I think it's just really amazing to realize that there's just such a deep group of trainers who are capable of playing the game at the highest level. You know, I think the trainers really pushed kind of the metagame forward, not of like the format, but kind of just playing Pokemon itself as a skill.
Yeah, exactly that. And we can have a look at that bracket for the top 8 of this tournament and see the journey that our players have taken to get to where they are. And you can see, you know, me and Sierra, we covered Luca's kind of journey from that top 8 into top 4, coming up against some formidable opponents throughout. And those matches were just electrifying, both sets. How have you found the other side of the bracket? Michiel obviously going up against Yuta in that last one. An incredible game for a top 4 game as well, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting with the 2 matches we watched him play, right? You had one where he was like absolutely dominated in the quarterfinals, and then not quite so much in the semifinal where it a little bit went the other way. And you know, maybe just a little bit see the importance of the matchups in this format, right? Where even though in some ways, you know, it's like a similar team archetype for both opponents, could not have been more different with the other Pokemon on the team. And you know, really impressive run by all those players, and sort of fun to see how it ends up too, right? We have 2 players who have never won a world championship before, both in the finals here, so we'll have yet another first-time world champion.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Sierra, what are your thoughts on all of this bracket and how it's ended up?
I mean, when I like reflecting back and seeing how the matches panned out, I don't think I would have really put it too much other way. I mean, of course, we only get the privilege of following through a couple of players' journeys, and obviously Cherell is someone who last year we've gotten to follow that. We've gotten to see his run through this, and then seeing how well you'd have played against him. I mean, it's one of those situations like, wow, okay, you are beating the best. You're so deserving of being in the grand finals, and we got to follow through Luca's journey and seeing how much he's worked for it and how much it meant to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm excited for these 2 finalists for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited because you look at that last match and how dominant Yuta was against Michiel, and it's just a, you know, coming into this where Luca has just come through this top 8 in such dominating fashion. I feel like Yuta's kind of done the same, so it's like the perfect final, right? But talking about a final, that is tomorrow. If you guys at home don't want to miss that, it is the show kicking off 9 a.m. Hawaiian time tomorrow. We'll be starting Championship Sunday, so do not miss that. Of course, we'll be here on the Pokemon YouTube channel and over on Twitch as well, and you can watch all of the action unfold and us crown all of our champions tomorrow. It's going to be so exciting. Who do you think's got the edge, though, Scott?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about the matchup yet.
I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Well, you know, I'm going to go with UW.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
We'll come back to that tomorrow, I think. Okay, we've got some email signups as well that you guys can take advantage of at home if you are tuning into our broadcast. Make sure that you do sign up to get all of the latest information from everything Pokemon as well. And it's not only just events going on, live streams, new releases, and everything at the Pokemon Center when those items do become available, but there is some giveaways happening this weekend as well, and you can get yourself, for a limited time only, while the World Championships is running until the 19th of August, a special Sylveon in your games. Very nice one as well, Sierra.
Yeah, this is a world champion winning Sylveon from last year's World Championships. And seeing this, first off, you should pick it up. This is going to be a very good next regulation. Rose has absolutely been screaming about it since it's been released, you know, but I'm always curious then what's going to be next year, because you got to get these while you can, because they come, what, once every Worlds when we're looking at the World Championship ones? Get it now.
Yeah, it comes in a Cherish Ball. You just need to use the code Sleep Talk World in your mystery gift section of Scarlet and Violet, and that will be available for you to get in your games and use in that next format. You can also get some TCG gifts as well. You can get the Very nice illustration rare Petron EX card in game as well, and just use the code OutburstWorlds24. I'm not really too up on the TCG Sierra, Scott. You guys, this is a good card. It looks very pretty.
It looks cool, so it must be cool. I've been all in on VGC lately, but hey, it's a free card, so regardless, pick up the free stuff.
Definitely good advice. Not only these 2 mystery gifts, but there are Twitch drops happening all this weekend. So /Pokemon TCG over on Twitch, you're going to be able to get these items, which is great for adding to your TCG live account. You know, you've got those nice Worlds themed boxes, the coins, some Shrouded Fable packs as well, and little gem and a little coin as well, which is great. Great drops to take advantage of this weekend.
Wow, VGC, TCG, can we give away more stuff?
We've got more. It doesn't stop here. We've got more Twitch drops. Here we go. Pokemon Go. We know what we're going to be getting. You've got all of this selection of Pokemon that you can get through Twitch drops for Pokemon Go. So some nice Pokemon there. I will mention once again, every time I've talked about this, there's 2 little Shellos there, which I'm just dropping in.
Yeah, I hope you got those yesterday because I think the days became reversed. But it's good. You know, I think the day 1/day 2 prizes are like maybe a little bit better anyway. And yeah, make sure you get your drops. And, you know, I hope there's just maybe just a little bit more that they could perhaps acquire.
That's very true. It doesn't stop there though, Scott. We've got more. We've got Pokemon Unite Twitch drops as well. So you can get these great items here for Pokemon Unite. I'm not going to try and pretend like I know what I'm talking about with these items because I'm really not that familiar, but they're very worthwhile picking up while the opportunity is there. Like we always say, anything free in any Pokemon game is always worth grabbing. Not only that, in Pokemon Unite though, we do have a beautiful Gengar emblem as well. Gengar boost emblem even. You can use this code and get one of those in your Pokemon Unite game. I would like to get one of those. I think that's so pretty.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. I think maybe one thing to call attention to too is that drop that's only available during the Championship Sunday. I believe that is a license, so a pretty valuable thing. And hey, you know, if you're thinking, oh, you know, I'm a little disappointed. I wish there were more VGC matches. We won't give you those. However, you can tune into the Unite Finals. That's just about to be coming up pretty soon, I think. So, you know, make a snack. I don't know, like tell your friends to tune in with you. Make a watch party. I don't know. But yeah, stay tuned for that. You can get your drop.
You've got to do what Scott tells you. He is the authority here on our VG stream. So,
and Unite now apparently too.
Yeah, and Unite, yes. Go grab a snack, grab a drink, and get settled in for that Unite final, which will be very, very exciting. I know that's what we'll be doing, of course. But we need to also get ready for that final tomorrow. It is going to be such an exciting one because we've not only got the Masters final, but we also have our up-and-coming VG stars in the Juniors final and the Seniors final, which we're very excited about tomorrow. So make sure you do tune in, 9 a.m. Hawaiian time. Just convert that into wherever you are around the globe, and you don't want to miss any of the action. Any last words before we say goodbye and run over to the Unite final, guys?
Nothing for me. I just hope everybody enjoyed the show. What a great tournament it's been.
I'm just wondering if there's more free stuff. I want to get on board. No more. No, you know what? You know what is for free? Some fantastic entertainment tomorrow, so make sure to tune in.
Well, on that note, it couldn't be said any better. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for tuning in, friends. We will look forward to seeing you tomorrow to bring you all the action, celebrate our players, and crown some champions.